Good morning, good morning, good morning. I want to make sure I can hear myself. Make sure y'all can hear me. Let me see where we may be. Should be here. Okay, let me. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, I can't hear myself, so let me do it so I can see the chat. It is morning time here in Delaware, so that means it's morning time pretty much everywhere else in the U.S. Because most people are at least behind us at least 1 hour, and some of you are behind 4 hours. Okay, but anyway, good morning. What's going on, B Money? Okay, so this is going to be a conversation, and we're going to be talking about the dangers of feminine men, or AKA the Black Manosphere. Okay, that's what we're going to be talking about for the next probably hour, if not more. It depends on who comes up and how far this goes. But I need some of these men to understand how dangerous they are. And I'm not talking about like you as an individual Black man, right? But before I even, that's why I put the term feminine men. I didn't say just men, right? I said feminine men. So I'm not talking about all men, but I am talking about all of the men who are in the Black Manosphere. Okay, I'm not sure if everybody's smart enough to understand what I just said, because I say it all the time, and then no matter what, the men start getting confused. A lot of men start taking what women are saying and mixing it up, even though no matter what, I keep saying, I am not referring to all men. I'm not referring to all men. I'm not referring to all men. But I'm always clear of the men that I'm speaking about. These groups of men who come together and they're not doing nothing. Nothing. They're not doing nothing but running their motherfucking dick suckers. Oops, I said that too soon. See, that's why that's why I never tried to get monetized, right? Because as soon as I start, I'm not even how many minutes, I'm not this stream, not even 5 minutes in, and I've already said dick suckers. You see? But when I think about the Manosphere, the topic that I speak about always get me riled up. And you know what also get me riled up? When men who I'm not talking about starts making it seem like I'm talking about them, and so that's a them problem, not a me. Because like when I'm speaking, I don't have a picture of these individual men in my head, or when I do, it's not the people who I'm talking to. It's always seemed to be maybe some men who I do talk to when I go to their panels or on other panels. I understand that I'm talking to a bunch of feminine men. I do. Like, I understand that I'm talking to men who don't know how to be men. They don't understand being men. Sometimes I could say, well, maybe it's not completely their fault in the beginning, but I'm gonna have to inform you. If you're over 30, and that's me being genuine, you being nice, right? Because there are a lot of women who are saying, nah, listen, these men need to get out of this sooner than that. but I'm being fair, right? I guess if I was a 25-year-old woman, I wouldn't want to hear nobody tell me that these men get a pass until they're 30. But then again, I would be young and dumb myself. And I would think that I'm more mature than you know, than I'm really am, you know. So the women are thinking that they're acting more mature also, but like, that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. But anyway, let's get to it. We're going to first start off by defining what a man is. Yes, we are. Okay. Because I don't know why I should have to do this, but I found that men don't know what the hell a man is. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to go by the textbook definition. And there's several of them for those who don't know how to read. You don't know how to read. There could be many definitions to a word, right? I went through that when we was going over the word stereotype. When young women and men did not fucking know the meaning of stereotype. See what I mean by it's not just the men? It's not even just the men. But and then what's sad about all of this for me, what's sad about this is that everybody who's gonna listen to this video are on the internet. We have access to the internet. And just as quick as I typed in, what is the definition of man? What is the definition of stereotype? What is the definition of whatever, right? You won't even go and look it up. Anything that somebody says to me that I don't understand, and let me tell you, there's always words that people may say in discussions that I'm having, especially if I'm talking to, certain individuals who are smart, right? We have a lot of you who are intelligent, you're smart, you went to school, you know words, right? But I'm also on here with a bunch of people who heard a word a couple of times and now they just use it. Dummies. Because you don't even know what the word means. But you started using it. That happens in this space a lot, especially in the Black Manosphere. Every fucking year, a new word has been used. And when they use it and beat it up. The word strag, the word this, the word that, anecdotal. Oh, Lord, when anecdotal first hit the scene, man, that shit was being thrown around all kinds of ways. Motherfuckers were using that word all kinds of ways. And it's easy for me to get up there and smack them around, because then all I do is say, well, do you know what anecdotal mean? Actually, I don't even ask them now. I say, you don't even know what anecdotal mean. And they pause. It's easy to beat up on these motherfucking men. And some of these women, because the young women who are coming about, they are dumb too. They sitting amongst these men and agreeing with them. And so I'm thinking, wait, you validating ridiculousness. And it hurts me to my heart when I have to do that to a woman, because I'm really there to kind of support her, because most of the time the women are getting beat up on. The women are sitting amongst men who is beating up on them. There's only a few of them I've come across who can handle these men, right? They can handle these men because they're smart. Like, they'll use data against the men. I don't want to mention no name, but a few of them come to my mind, right? When they get up there, they have the data. And then they have the women, though, like, who will be up there and they're, yeah, but, and then when you say, yeah, but, girl, you just told him he was right. I know that you just want, and the men do it too. I think that's what somebody mentioned yesterday, but I don't remember exactly what the top when they said that I jumped on the men. I didn't jump on the men because they was thinking differently. What I said was, when you say yeah, but when you say yeah, that means yes, right? Yes, yes. I got on that. I think it was my husband. He had said, yeah. He said, oh, yes, okay. And then he said, yes, okay. And then he went on to, give some more information. And I was like, wait a minute, what did you just do? But see, I understand my husband. See, I didn't do that to nobody else. I did that to him. I understand him because he know they were wrong. I'm not sure if y'all know, but my husband was up here for like 3 hours last night. And y'all only heard him like I think for maybe a minute. He is one of them people who's not gonna answer anything until you ask him directly. He's not gonna just jump in. He's not gonna, you know what I mean? Like we be up here going back, back and forth, all of us, right? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's what we do. But I noticed that Pure Butterfly Spirit and my husband, and there's a few others, but not many, right? Who they don't interrupt. They're not gonna jump in. They're waiting for you to ask them a question. And so Pure, she up here, she raises her hand, y'all. If I don't notice the hand raised, she may be up here for hours too without saying anything. But my husband is also like that, right? So he don't interrupt. He wants, if you ask him to get up there with you, he gonna wait until you ask him a question, and then he'll start talking. And if you interrupt him, he gonna stop and let you finish talking. And then when you say, okay, go ahead, he'll start talking again. And that's how he is. That's how even the men I grew up with, like, men do not argue like that. They're not going back and forth. You know who else does that? Mr. Kevin, Devastating, Sapase, like I'm that Mr. Music, like I'm, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of men who do not do that. It's like first of all, especially if they're talking to a woman, and men don't even do that to themselves. I did not grow up watching men go back and forth with each other. That's why they call women catty. They call women catty back in the day, right? And they still do it now, but y'all just don't know why. Because women will go back and forth with each other, and we would also cut the man off and start talking to him, right? That's just what we do. Like, as soon as he says something that we disagree with, we kind of jump in. That's something that's innate in us, right? But men, they don't do that. Feminine men do, though. Feminine men want to go back and forth, yeah, and all that. They gotta, as soon as you say two words, and they just see, that's what I'm saying. They just like the woman. Women do that. Like, as soon as you say something and that I disagree with, especially these long ass winded motherfuckers, man. They don't have that many of those, but they do have some long winded ass motherfuckers. When they can answer the question with yes or no, that shit be long as fuck. They'd be like, but the thing is, Bomb, back in the day, my mama used to do this, and then my daddy used to do this, and my cousin on my daddy's side used to do this, and and then just keep going. And then I'm just like, nigga, I done forgot what the question was. What is you? Anyway, and listen, the ladies get up and they have the discussion. I'm talking about the youngest, right? The young one. You're used to these feminine men. You're used to them. Because this shit that goes on the internet, in the Manosphere spaces, and even in these other, these men are feminine. They are. And that's why they can't be leaders. Can't be leaders because what the fuck? You just as feminine as I am. Shit, we gonna have to fight and arm wrestle. We're gonna have to arm wrestle to see which one of us get to be the leader, you weak ass bitch. Look, so I understand why young women today are saying, Bomb, nah, we could be leaders. And as a matter of fact, we should be leaders. I understand why you're saying that, because shit, the dude next to you, he might be nice looking if you think so, right? He might even make the money that but still you saying to yourself, shit, I'm just as much of a leader as he is. And you're right. You're not even wrong. But see, my generation though, and even especially before, we like it shocks me to think that I'm the leader. Like I'm like, what? If somebody say I'm the leader, yes, I am the word that y'all use, right? It's alpha. I'm not a pushover. I'm not this little meek woman walking around, but I don't remember seeing no meek women in my fucking family neither. I've even had aunts who was getting abused, and even they wasn't meek. It's just that the men, these men who was abusive still were men, leaders, all fucked up in drugs and shit. And even men who I knew who was on drugs are more of a man than these niggas today. Because even leaders can lead you wrong. Even leaders could get their mind all fucked up and twisted on drugs and shit. Right? And that's when somebody got to come in and they got to get their mind right. They got to get healthy back with their mind so they can lead their family in the right direction. But when you're on drugs and shit, it don't make you less of a leader. It just don't, you're just not a good leader. Cause you're chasing a high, you chasing other shit. So anyway, I don't think people know what leaders are, and I don't think you know what leadership is. And I understand that because we haven't had leadership in our communities in a very long time. Because even the men, and I think most of these men will, I'm talking about the leaders, will know exactly what I'm saying. The leaders, right? Like men like my husband and other men that I know right in this area, you really don't get involved in other people's shit. I understand what some of these men say, yeah, I just don't get involved. And it's true that that I watch when women were getting very disrespectful to men who was considered leaders even in the community. I watch when families no longer taught their children to be respectful of their elders. So I did see things, I saw where we walk into the store, me and a few friends, and I say hi to Mr. Joe, right? Hey, good morning, Mr. Joe. And Mr. Joe asks us what we doing. Y'all make sure you go home. And one of the friends I'm walking with tell him to shut the fuck up. You ain't my daddy. And I'm appalled. I understand that, oh my God, ain't nothing I could tell her, right? I'm not going to argue with her. And at the same time, I want Mr. Joe to know that that wasn't me, Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, hey, I let Mr. Joe know, bye, Mr. Joe, when we walking out of his store. She just done cussed his ass out. He know we all was together, and so when she walked out the door first, I turned back around and say goodbye, Mr. Joe, because I don't want Mr. Joe calling my motherfucking parents, because I'm not the one who said it. And now I know that when I go in Mr. Joe's store, I'm never going in there with them little bitches again. Okay. Now they were my friends, but we wasn't raised the same, right? I had both my parents, and she just had her mother. So I even understand the women who, when you only, the men and the boys, right? The boys and the girls who only had the mother, and the mother trying to do the best she can. And maybe, she's doing the best she can with what she know. The ones who knew better taught their kids better. And the ones who didn't, they can only teach what they know. And so if you in your 20s and you still salty about how you was raised and shit, okay, cool. You know, I would say go get some help so you could get over that. But my motherfucking God, if you 30 plus and you still salty and it's holding you back and you on the internet looking like a fucking fool, spewing out bullshit that you know is bullshit, then that's on you. They ain't got nothing to do with your mama, your motherfucking daddy, your uncles, your aunts. They got to do with you because you have had enough time to understand that what you knew is wrong. And if you want a better life, if you want to be able to fit in, if you want to do better, then you start making the change. And nobody expects you to change right away. But yeah, you know that, hey, I shouldn't be saying this to this, or I know that this word is incorrect. So you no longer use the word again in that way, right? Isn't that what we do? But no, all you want to do is sit on the internet and complain about what your mama did or didn't teach you. Or how about this? What your daddy, who wasn't there, did or didn't teach you. We know he didn't teach you. He taught you something too. Your daddy, your missing daddy, the nigga who missing in action, that nigga who missing with no action, or however you want to say it, he taught you something too. That his pure absence taught you that it's okay to be absent, or that it's not okay to be absent. There's men and women who've had something done to them, and we all make a conscious decision on whether we're going to do the same thing or we're not. Sometimes if we don't make no decision at all, then whatever you end up doing is whatever you end up doing. And then one day you might say, damn, I'm doing just what my parents did to me. But you know, y'all do understand y'all older, right? When you in your early 20s, you may not know this. You may not recognize it until, but once you recognize it, that's when you're able to make a conscious decision. And I'm not sure if y'all know what conscious decision means. So we're gonna look that up too. Let me make sure I put it in so I don't forget though, and then we're gonna go through what man mean, right? I hope I spelled that right, but if I didn't, it will come up. Okay, so yeah, I did spell it wrong, but I knew it'd come up right for me. Okay, so man, let's get to man. Let's get to what man mean, and we're gonna first make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Let's do that first.
Man. Man. Man.
Okay, there you go. Man. Okay, man. See, even if you don't know how to pronounce something, because I'm good for messing up a pronunciation. I'm good for fucking up pronunciation. I'm good for that. I am very good at that. I mess up how to pronounce words all the time. I know that about myself, and it is what it is. But I have no problem also saying, hey, okay, pronounce that for me. See, I know that's one of my weaknesses. And so I'm not going to act like I am pronouncing it correctly. And so I'm one of them people who I'll be like, hey, can you pronounce that for me? And then some of you will help me pronounce it right. And then I try and I'll be like, oh yeah, I just can't do it. I don't know. There's certain sounds that I just cannot run it together all together. And so that's just that, and that's one of my weaknesses. And do I like having a weakness? No. But do I recognize that I have a weakness? Yes. And so it is what it is. We got people who don't even want to admit their faults, their wrongs, their weaknesses. You don't have to admit them to the world, but goddamn, it looks bad when you insinuating that you know everything and you know how to do it. And then when everybody see you fuck it up, you try to act like they wrong and you're not. It's the craziest thing ever. But I understand when you're young, when you get a certain age, I do not understand it. So for those of you who didn't have no mama or daddy, and you ain't or both or neither or nor or whatever, listen, it's okay to be human. It's okay.
Man. Man. Man.
Okay, cool. We got it. Okay, so let me go into the definition. Let me see. Where am I? Because we got a board. Y'all can't see the board that's covering up things for me, but there's a board there. So let's see how we get into this. Should we go to dictionary.com? Because that's not where I'm at. I'm just on Google right now. Oh, let's go to Merriam Webster. Let's do that. Okay. Because there are several words, and some of them you probably didn't know. And it also going to explain some things, right? What is expected from men will be in some of these definitions. So a man, right? Man.
Man.
And if you talk about plural,
Men.
which is more than one, right? Are we good? We got singular and plural. One means one and the other means more than one. If you're talking about more than one man, now you're talking about men. Are we all on the same page? Good. I know I'm teaching it like we in kindergarten, the way I teach Leak, who's not even in kindergarten yet, but trust me, is needed for some, y'all. So here we go. An individual human. So that is a dispute, right? When in the Bible and different things like that, that has been a dispute. That even in the Bible, when they say man, that some people are saying that they mean human, which would include women too. But then there's the ones who be like, no, they're talking about men. And so, which makes the woman secondary or less than. And that's why I don't mess around with that religious shit. Right? Because I'm thinking, why would God want there to be a one of his creatures being mistreated? Even in the Bible, when it came to sacrificing of animals, you had to do it with some type of respect, right? You're not to kill animals unless you're going to feed and eat, use that flesh, right, for you to sustain your life. You're not supposed to just going around just killing animals and shit for no reason, killing God's creation for no reason. So I start thinking, if that's the God who says that, yeah, you can sacrifice, and you use a ritual, right? And even then, that's you thinking the Lord for something. You're offering even these animals to him for something else, right? That's the ritual. That's supposed to be something that says, this, I give this life to you, and things like that. Anyway, that's neither here or there, because it depends on what you believe in religion and shit like that, right? Ooh, because it's all over the place from religion and religion. But I can't believe that this God who wants you to, to have some love and affection and some, how should I say it? He just wants you to treat living things with respect, even when you're sacrificing them, that he would then want a woman to be so disrespected that she shouldn't be heard. She should only be seen, and when she's seen, her head should be down with no words coming out unless asked. I'm sorry. I can't believe it, but I wasn't raised in it, and so I wasn't brainwashed with it. And so I respect people, and because, hey, when you, just like I'm telling y'all, when you're raised a certain way, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, you probably think it's right until, you know, until you deprogram, until somebody come and help you deprogram that bullshit out your head. If you believe in God, man, some of the things that these people do in the name of God, Christ, or whatever you want to call him or her, right? Is so ridiculous. Because you say he's an all-powerful person, all loving, and then, but your religion, if you're a woman, has you thinking that you are second class. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Look how I went off and rambled. But anyway, woman, right? Human, the individual human. And then they say especially a adult male human. See how they put that? Especially. Okay? A man belonging to a particular category as by birth, residence, membership, or occupation. Usually used in combination, like a councilman, right? I don't know why they put that there, but okay. A husband, right? I now pronounce you man and wife. A husband. Ooh, you mean men are husbands? What about the men who not husbands, who say they don't want to be husband? They don't understand the duty of being a husband. A lover. You know what's weird about all of these things is that a lover could also be woman, but I understand why they put it there. Do you? Right? A lover. The duty, once again. A lover, someone who loves. See, but I would have to go and define the word lover, right? Because when I said what I just said, some people were like, nah, but I'm not, like, you know what I mean? And I'll be like, look, if you don't know what lover means, now you got to define it. You got to go look it up. If you don't know what husband means, now we got to go look it up. These are words that's helping us define man. But if you don't understand what these words mean, you got to look them up. That's what they taught us in school. God damn. Humankind, the human race, the history of man. Okay. But anyway, I don't want to go through these all, but there are some of them I do want to go through. Okay. One possessing a high degree of qualities considered distinctive in manhood, such as courage, strength, and vigor. Is it vigor or vigor? Vigor. See, I would have to define what vigor means, because I just based on how they sentence, in the sentence, I think I know what it means, but I'm not for sure. And that's when truly, if I don't know, which I do not know for sure, I would have to look it up. Y'all, they taught this in school. I know the goddamn well they teach this in y'all goddamn just basic schooling. You don't got to go get higher education to know to do this. What, y'all don't know that it's okay to do this in real life? Okay? But look, one possessing courage, strength. A nigga who talk about, well, I'm not going to get involved. That ain't my business. When they see danger, when they see somebody getting hurt, how is it that me as a woman, I'm willing to go and jump in if I see two children fighting? I got to go stop it. I'm like, hey, y'all, what's going on? Y'all need to separate this. Stop this. If I saw two women fighting, you know what I mean? If I could go, hey, y'all, look, the police gonna come. I know y'all don't want that. If I saw two men fighting, especially if I knew them, right? And I'm just a short ass little woman. I'm not gonna go over there and just pull out my phone and just start recording this shit for content. I'm like, hey, y'all. Even if I don't get in the middle, like jump in the middle, I'm gonna be screaming, y'all need to stop that. The police gonna come. Hey, y'all, look, I'm saying anything just to get them to stop. And the fucking men are on this bitch talking about we no longer protecting you. We ain't doing this. We scared. Our lives. We're not putting our lives on the line. Like I could show y'all a conversation like that I was having with fucking men talking about, I gotta get back to my wife and kids. Cause the only ones I'm gonna protect is my wife and kids. And then I asked him, well, where your wife and kids are right now? Oh, they went out to the store. And I'm like, nigga, you're not even gonna protect your wife and kids, you fucking dumbass punk bitch. Because if you was, you would be with them. And then, so if something happening to them right in this moment, who gonna protect them? I'm like, you would hope whatever other man is there would be willing to protect your wife and kids in your absence, you fucking dumb bitch. These niggas are usually at home on the computer with us, or they in their rooms playing video games and got the fucking nerve to talk about they only gonna protect theirs. Nigga, you ain't never with yours to protect them. The fuck is you talking about? Your kids at school, you want the adults to protect them and some shit pop off. Your wife at work, and you know that she work around other men, and you hope that if something pop off, that some man gonna take control to make sure she's safe. But your bitch ass, though, you ain't doing shit. Because while you walking to the store, from the store with your alcohol in your brown paper bag, you bum bitch, you see a woman getting smacked around by some man, and the only thing you say is you ain't getting involved. You ain't even gonna say, hey, bro, you know you shouldn't be doing that. You don't want to go to jail. You ain't even gonna say that. You just gonna keep walking. You ghetto fied ass nigga. Look at too much TV ass bitch. You simp. You got no courage, nigga. You know you ain't got no strength. So I guess you should keep walking like the little bitch that you are, nigga. In fact, keep walking. You better cover your face, because if I'm the one getting beat down, nigga, and I see you out the side of my eye, nigga, and if I survive, bitch, I'm coming for you. I'm going to point you out. I'm going to let my peoples know that nigga was right there, and he just kept walking. That's what I'm going to do. You bitch. You ain't no man, you girly boy. Talking to y'all against these transsexual nigga. You are transsexual, bitch. You a whole trans woman, bitch. You just not putting on a dress. I don't know why y'all so shocked that we got men putting on dresses and getting all beautified. Nigga, you just a trans woman without putting on a dress and the makeup, bitch. You ain't got a lick of courage or nothing. Not a lick of strength in you, you womanly man ass nigga. Fuck up out of here. Y'all some dumb ass niggas, man. Let me come to the YouTube real quick on my iPad so I can see the chat. Because I know there might be some people mad at me in the chat. Don't be mad at me in the chat, you trans woman ass nigga. Fucking trans bitch. You well to put the dress on, ho. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. What's going on, Eric's Queen? This is crazy than a motherfucker. Okay, so anyway, let's get back to this. Listen, Look, they had to make this one obsolete, but look what a man used to be, y'all. See, I like when I come to Miriam because they're going to put the definitions that used to be there when we were growing up that they had to remove, you see. Because of the trans, the LGBT, you know, the different genders and all that shit that's coming out, people don't even want to be called manly no more, but it's okay. I'm still going to use the motherfucking word. I don't give a fuck what Miriam and the rest of y'all say. Listen, the quality of state of being manly. These niggas are not men. Not the ones who say they're not protecting nobody. They ain't protecting nobody. They ain't protecting their mamas. Jay Prince say they ain't protecting. They not protecting anything. In fact, when I say, well, I'm going to have protection, I have sons, I have a husband, I have cousins, I even have neighbors who I know. Look, even the women, y'all listen, we know that, and I'm not sure about everybody, in the neighborhoods in which I lived in, even women would come out to protect some of us, right? There's some of us who people know us. So I can only speak for myself. People know me, right? In the neighborhood. And if some shit was popping off, then I know that men will come up to protect me in my neighborhood. But I also know there'll be women. Women, we will come together, baby. Oh, hell no, that nigga over there beating her. You know what I mean? They knocking at each other's doors and they go run out and at least try to get that nigga off me. But Jay Prince told me on a panel that the men have decided the night before that they're no longer protecting us. And I said, well, I'm not worried about that because I have no doubt that there will be men who come to protect me. Even, and I'm not talking about where they getting and jumping in front and they gonna get all like Muhammad Ali and they gonna, you know, bounce around and do the dance, you know, that bumblebee bullshit, whatever Muhammad Ali was saying, and then they gonna start punching that nigga out and or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if they come and say, hey, bro, what the fuck you doing? That's a woman. You know what I'm saying? And he's, you know, shit like that. That is protection. Because now he done had this other dude realize that what you doing? Nigga, the police gonna come. And I know you might think some women who don't know what the hell they're hearing or know what's going on. When the brothers come and say, hey, brother, police about to come, you better stop. Nigga, you better leave. They on their way. Some people might think, oh, you was protecting him. No, that dude was protecting her. He was able to get him to stop. Be like, nigga, the police coming. Better go. Anyway. Oh, man. Look at this, y'all. What Priscilla said, it's right here. Use interjectively to express intense feelings. Intense feelings. Intense feelings could be intense anger, and it also could be intense love. It could where he feel like you belong to him. So the reason I'm bringing up this topic, y'all gonna see when I get off this word, because there's a video I played last night. I'm gonna play it again, so we can understand. Men who express their feelings, intense feelings. You can have a feeling that you have, and some people, when it's so intense, some women may think that's a good thing. Oh, no, that's not good, baby. That's not good at all. In fact, let's get straight to that so y'all can know exactly what I'm talking about, and then I'll continue on, okay?
And we'll keep you up.
Here we go. Well, let me see if I can see it. I think I could click the right. Let me make sure. I gotta make sure y'all can see what I'm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, y'all can see. Okay. Here we go.
At noon, we're following a tragic story from this morning. 3 children died in a fire in New Orleans East. Good afternoon and thanks so much for watching. I'm Whitney Miller. New Orleans police are now investigating this as a triple homicide. We have team coverage on this story with our Leah McNeil at the scene of the fire and Alyssa Curtis in Gretna, where a car connected to the case was just pulled from the river. Let's start with Leah at the fire scene. Leah, what can you tell us?
Well, Whitney, this is an incredibly emotionally charged scene, to say the least, both for investigators, of course, the family and neighbors as well. After 3 children died in a house fire, the 4900 block of America Street, that's where I am now here in New Orleans East. Now, these kids, they were 8, 5, and 3 years old. I've been here on the scene since 4 a.m. and I've been speaking to a lot of different people here in the area, but I talked to the grandparents who say they are absolutely devastated.
Who would ever want to hurt? Who would ever want to hurt them?
That's the question Angela Palmer Brown keeps asking herself.
Now our world is turned upside down because they was nothing but angels.
After her 3 grandchildren were taken far too soon in an early morning fire. NOPD says the children's mother called 911 at 11:55 last night, saying the kid's father was threatening to burn down the house. Minutes later, firefighters were on scene battling a blaze in the 4900 block of America Street.
To take your children, to tell her to go to work, I'm going to watch the kids and them separated. And then you call her and tell her, I'm killing the kids and burning down the house.
There shouldn't be nothing in his brain to ignite that kind of behavior.
While NOPD has not confirmed if the father started the fire, eerie surveillance video we obtained shows a man walking out of the home as it burns, getting into a car and driving away. Area Pastor Robert Brown says his focus is on praying for the kid's mother.
We just have to concern ourselves with this mother that's in the hospital right now. She's in a devastated state. She's going to need a lot of help. She's going to need a lot of care.
As she looks at the house her grandkids once called home, Angela can't help but notice the red fire truck and the scooter out front.
I see them on that porch. I see.
So this nigga killed his 3 kids. He went to the house. He said, I'm going to take care of them. You go to work. And then when she got to work, he called in and said, I'm about to kill these kids and burn down this fucking house. So she called the police to say, hey, he's threatening to kill the kids and burn the house. And the police didn't take it serious, or they claimed they didn't have enough people on duty. What you mean you ain't got no people on duty? That's the scam that's going around on this country, because I don't give a fuck if somebody's stealing something. See, that's what they was telling y'all. Wondered they trying to scare you about people breaking into these buildings and stealing shit. Nobody gives no fucks. I know I don't. Overpriced shit anyway. So they chasing after people who might be shoplifting in a Walmart, shoplifting, trying to grab them some food or something, right? But when something like this happens, these motherfuckers know where to be found, because see, they're not really there to really protect. They only want to come after the fact, especially when it's us. You see, because if they had gotten there soon enough after the call, they would have been able to possibly get them kids out of there at least. We just saw that man walk out that house. The fire was already gone. That nigga waited until that fire was big. Did y'all see that? When he walked out that house? But you notice the fire was in the back. The nigga made sure he was able to get out of there. His oldest was 8 years old. This nigga need to burn in hell, and he don't need to be killed. Like, he need to be strapped up, and every hour on the hour, somebody need to go and give him a little paper cut all over his fucking body. Just there for years and years. He need to be tortured with no relief for years and years. These niggas get to go in jail, and even though they might be locked up in a little cell, they be living for years. Some of them even able to get education and shit. And I'm saying certain things need to be dealt with differently. Because if it's dealt with differently, then people will think twice before committing some of these fucking horrendous crimes. But see, I was up here and Rude was up here last night saying some things before we even got to this, and it just shook me to the core. And then the thing is, some people say, Rude, oh, you overdoing this. Oh, Rude is not true. And yet, right after he told us the story, Mr. Cab was like, nah, here goes some proof. And then I went and Googled some shit, and there's all types of proof. And then if we want to take it around and loop it around and connect to what Priscilla is saying, they got a lot of niggas ain't capable of love. And I don't know about all, because I did talk to Judge Joe Brown, and Judge Joe Brown made me see things kind of like Priscilla is saying, yo. He kind of said that men do things out of duty, because that's what being a man is, which made me think, well, is he doing it? Is love anywhere in there? You know, like, is love in there? Or is it that men have a sense of honor, duty, and, you know, just like it's in them to just be dutiful, like they realize they have a commitment. They committed to these children who are theirs, who they do want to survive because they're going to carry on their name, right? That's more oriented to duty, to you want, you, this is what you want, this is what you're supposed to do, and you do it. Because apparently this bullshit about love, ladies, this shit about I loved him and he loved me and he gonna love his child, apparently that's not necessarily fucking true. So maybe it's not that they incapable of love, but maybe it is. Maybe that's not the connection. Maybe we are being taught wrong about love, because we know that this shit can't be true, because look how many women have babies for men and these niggas can stay away for it. I watch so many men online say, I'm gonna just wait until the child is 18. What the fuck? Oh, wait a minute. You can wait until the child's 18. You can wait until the child's 12. You can wait. So wait a minute. Ladies, I couldn't dare be away from my children for no 18 years or no 12 years. I love them too much. I want to see everything. But y'all notice, I notice, even with my husband, y'all, this is some different level shit. Men are so different than women that it is, sometimes it was scaring me. It was scaring me because, see, I get excited when my grandson or when my son first took a step. I'm like, hey, yeah, I was here for it. Or if I wasn't there, I would be sad. The men don't give a shit about that. The men don't get excited that they just watched their son or daughter take their first steps, they do their first poop, latched on and get to the breast. They just want to make sure that their child survive, right? They want to make sure that they, that they have a child. I even notice now with my grandson, my husband is not as excited as I am. I'm excited about everything. Leak does this. I'm like, hey. Leak wants to be with his pop. I'm like, look, he's looking up at you. Look, I'm excited that he's looking up at him. My husband be like, yeah. He's nowhere near excited as I am. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I am saying that that's not us. Men and women are different. But these men are starting to act like us. They want to be catty like us. They want to be very talkative like us, right? They all happy that they're on the internet. holding hands and being able to do this and do that. You know, they always mention Oprah. They always talk about what Oprah did. You know, there was some male motherfucking talk show hosts, but they always refer to motherfucking Oprah. Oprah had the women doing this. But the men didn't want to participate in that because men are men. Men don't want to get on the TV and expose their issues. They don't even want to expose their issues to their neighbors and their friends. These niggas, though, hey, baby, they want to get on the internet and expose every fucking thing. They want to tell you what their mama did and what their aunt didn't do, what their mama did and what their aunt didn't do. These niggas want to tell it all. What they want, sympathy? Now, let's think about that, though. They want sympathy. And then when we give it to them and we treat them like boys when they're supposed to be men, because y'all know I'm good for that shit. I'm good. That's what I'm saying. People be asking me, why you like Jay Prince? I'm like, I feel like he needs some help. I feel like, you know, he could be a son who's in desperate need of information. I'm thinking he got them little girls, some beautiful little girls who gonna need some assistance. And wow, and then he was okay with calling himself a feminine man. I'm a feminine man. What? It threw me, but not as much as it would have thrown me maybe about 8 years ago. 8 years ago, me hearing a man say he's a feminine man would have threw me, baby. I would have been like, what the fuck? Today, when he said that shit, though, that didn't throw me. I've heard him say it before. It didn't throw me then, because I'm like, woo, like what? Y'all worse than the women today. The women not even on this bitch claiming to be this, as if, hey, look at me, I'm sad now, I'm pitiful now, and it's your fault. It's the woman's fault that I'm pitiful. My dad would have never done no shit like that. My husband would never, my sons would never be like, yeah, I'm lacking in this and I'm lacking. So you're going to announce that you lacking, that you bad, you pitiful, you sad, just so you can blame it on somebody when you damn near 40 years old. That's what these men are doing. These men are on here talking about, well, this is like the barbershop. You know, the ones who need to be on here like the barbershop are the niggas who don't fit in at the barbershop. Because, you know, I've been taking my sons to get their hair cut since their first haircut. I was doing that. My husband is the working man, remember? I was the stay-at-home mother. And the honest truth is, I will be able to get in and get their haircut on weekdays as early as possible. That's when I could get in and get out. But every time I went to the barbershop, whether it was on a weekday, whether it was first thing in the morning, or if it was on the weekend in the middle where I might have to sit there for a couple of hours, they're right. There was always a group of men there. But you know what I noticed? There was always a certain group of men hanging around the barbershop. I didn't see every type of man in that barbershop unless they were getting their hair cut. And when they were sitting in that seat getting their hair cut, the men didn't really do much talking to him. He didn't really fit in. He was almost like the dude who wouldn't have known what they was talking about, even if they was talking to him. Right? This nigga should have went to one of them white haircut stylists, let them cut his hair. He probably would have got a little more conversation out of them. Because these men, y'all know what I'm talking about. For every woman who ever went to the barbershop, or if you got male friends, all males do not fit in these groups with these men. There's cliques of people, right? There's this type of man and those type of men. And when this type of man go to this type of men for business or whatever, they not really conversing. They don't really mesh. Now, this guy will cut his hair, but they not gonna be having no conversation. And so these niggas who are on here talking about, we so glad to come to, so, like I heard somebody say this on Mr. Fantastic panel a couple of years ago. I was through by that. I was like, I'm still mentioning that shit because that shit was like, what? The nigga got up there crying, talking about how proud he is to found a group of friends who he could come and talk to. Like this nigga, they got barbershops all around you. What the fuck? But see, he never fit in. Not stylish enough, don't know the language, just not with it. You know what I mean? Dumb, slow, all kinds of shit. But they found a group of y'all that found each other, the slow crew. Y'all slow. Y'all on these panels acting like you slower than fuck. Some of you, you knew you grew up with all kinds of issues. They had you on that medication. Maybe you wasn't on it when you needed to be on it. Okay? You needed to be on that medication. You need that motherfucker shit now, you dumbass nigga. Take your motherfucking medicine. Stop listening to people who not doctors and shit. Talk about, I don't think you need the medicine. Shut the fuck. Stop telling people what they need. That's what's wrong with our community today. Now, what I would suggest is if somebody said your child needs medicine and you know that something is wrong with your child, then wow, so you gonna say, well, yeah, something wrong with him, but I don't want to put him on medication. Well, what you gonna do with him then? What you gonna do with it? Because he getting kicked out of school. Maybe your ass needs to stay home and take care of him, but you can't even handle him. Oh, you can't handle him. The school say they can't handle him to put him on medicine. So you gonna not put him on medicine. How does that help anybody? And then you ready to call the police when this nigga get real aggressive. This nigga done got real aggressive. This nigga's all fucked up in the head because he has a chemical imbalance in his fucking brain. Y'all act like this shit don't exist. So, and you want to play like it doesn't exist in your own house. And this nigga is ripping holes in the wall. This nigga going around in his anger, issues going on for no reason at all. And your ass don't even want to give him the medication he needs. And then we end up with niggas like this.
See them. I'm going to always see them. It's tattooed in my brain. I'm going to always see them.
Now, the children's biological grandfather, who's also here with Angela, they actually heard the news and got on the road from Florida to Manosphere. Already we see tons of community members dropping off balloons.
Children's father has been pulled from the Mississippi River in Gretna. Channel 4's Alyssa Curtis is there right now. And Alyssa, what are you seeing this hour?
Whitney, right now the scene is clear, but less than 45 minutes ago, a tow truck pulled that car out of here. And again, like you said, Gretna police say they do believe that car may be connected to that unfortunate fatal fire in New Orleans East. Now, we're here in Gretna on the Mississippi off of Lavazier Street. That's where that car was found in the water. Again, Gretna police pulled that car out of the water, and it took them a little bit to get it out of here as they were investigating it. They tell me they are releasing the car to the NOPD, and the NOPD will now take over. It's unclear if there was a person in or near the car. The car was heavily damaged, as I'm sure you can see on your screen right now. The back bumper of that car was completely lifted and flipped over the back windshield.
So the father killed his children, started the fire, right? And then he left. We all saw him get in that car. If you saw the beginning of the video, he got in that black car and he drove off. Then he tried to make it look like he killed himself. So he got in that car and drove into the off the levee into the Mississippi River, right? And then they found the car though, but they don't see no bodies nowhere. But I think they ended up catching his ass. Okay. let's get to this one. Let me see. Fair use.
A horrific tragedy hitting hard all across the city of New Orleans.
3 children are dead after an early morning house
Look at
fire.
this shit.
Family members tell WDSU the kid's own father is responsible for starting the fire and then walking away. NOPD confirms they have arrested him, and he faces multiple charges, including 3 counts of second-degree murder.
We have live team coverage from how officers tracked down the father to a history of domestic violence, and we have the desperate 911 call for help.
First, we begin with WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor live on the scene.
A history of domestic violence. Ladies, listen to me. Okay? If you are being abused, when you first meet a guy, and if he's verbally abusive, if he's even just mentally abusive, financially abusive, then that is an abusive man. And maybe he's just using those little things now, right? Because abusive people figure out ways to abuse you. And this is for the men too. If you have some woman who's being abusive to you, you need to get out. It shouldn't even be about a getting out. You shouldn't get in it. Because these people expose themselves early on. But it looks like it's good things, right? It looks like, oh, he loved me so much. He don't want me to do this. See, a man who tells you how to dress, and then he's not even joking. Like he don't suggest that he don't like that dress. He tell you better get your ass upstairs and change. Why would you put up with that? What the fuck? This like so are you looking for a daddy? Because look, my daddy used to say, hey, nope. And then I knew to go back in. But see, I also knew my dad would whip my ass. You see? I knew he would whip my ass. And so what did us as children wish? I can't wait until I get 18. I can't wait until I could choose my own shit. I can't wait until I move out where I can live how I want to. But you knew when you was under that roof, though, you gonna follow them motherfucking rules. Because he might whip your ass. So then you become a grown adult. And then you still gonna live under the thumb of somebody who wants to tell you what you could wear, how you should act, what you should do and not do, who you better not be with, you better not have no friends. What? And you think that's love? And I understand why you might think it's love, because you're thinking, oh, my daddy loved me or my mom loved me, and so they was controlling me. And so now you push that on to your adult life? No, see, your mom and dad was trying to protect you. And that's what these niggas online are also saying. I'm just trying to protect her. I can't protect her if she's wearing that. I had a whole conversation, and I can show y'all that conversation. I was over there by Daryl, but Vic, I was having a conversation with Vic and a few of these men who talking about, I can't protect her if she wear that. Even Vic said that if his wife was wearing something and got attacked, great, it would be her fault. He said he would blame her. He said, I'm gonna blame her because I told her not to wear that. I told her not to wear that. That's me protecting her. No, nigga, that's you being a fucking father to a grown-ass woman. And you women better take heed to this. And you men too. You got a woman who tell you, you better not look in that bitch's face. Ha! You better get away. You better get away. Because them type of people, that is not love. That is possession. They think they possess you. And you better watch a bitch who tell you better not be looking in these bitches' faces. Because she might cut your fucking ass. She might throw them hot grits on you. She be the one that fucked up a whole woman for no reason. She is the type that's gonna fuck up your car. Why would y'all mess with people like this? Like, I don't know, maybe nobody told you, maybe, so I'm telling you, that's why I'm here. I'm here to tell you, hey, there's warning signs in the beginning. And so there will be no, I have to get away, my family got to come in and sneak me out and shit if you don't get to that point with them. That's what Rude was talking about yesterday. We got to, and you, Rude and Mr. Cab, like, you got to know that that's not love. People want to own you. They want to own other individuals. But they see, our parents, they had a little bit of ownership in us. They're responsible for us through and through. So, okay, that's how parents love you. That's not how people you sleeping with and having their children, making love to and all that shit. That's not how that's not how that love is. And now I'm starting to figure out, do men truly love the way we do? Because I could get up here and tell you how I feel about my husband. Truth is, I can't tell you how he feels. You see what I'm saying? I can't tell you how he feels. And that's the thing that we as women got to stop doing too. We got to stop speaking for the men. Because they don't even be understanding what the fuck we talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm happy to be in a marriage with, you know, watching my children grow and wanting to see my grandchildren. I don't think that's hubby's goal. I don't think that's what he was thinking about. Right? For me, I wanted a big family, and he was on this, well, I wanted a huge family. Sometimes I even wonder, like when I tell y'all we opposite, we are. And sometimes I wonder, like, you know what I mean? Like, what did I do? Because it seemed like I settled a lot. I keep wondering, well, did I get anything I wanted? Because I wanted a large family. Now, I'm going to tell you that he was able to talk me out of the large family because, yeah, it makes sense, right? In the economy that we're in, could we afford it and shit like that? That shit made too much sense. I couldn't even dispute it. I couldn't even fucking, okay, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we doing okay. We barely making it now. And to bring more children into it. So it made logical sense. Where I was on that emotional, I want a big family. You know, I got all this love to give. I just want this big family. But yeah, in today's society, that shit made no sense. So I had no problem, you know, going with what's more logical. But sometimes I think about that shit and I'm like, damn, like, I would have made that shit work. Many women and families make shit work. So, you know, that's something that every once in a while I think about and I'll be like, damn, like I really didn't, you know, like I let a lot of my shit that I really wanted, I let it go. To logic though, okay? So anyway, let's finish hearing this shit.
With the emotional reaction from those who live in the neighborhood. Shay.
Gina, we're actually here along America Street where people are still in shock. And let me just say, there has been an overwhelming amount of support from community members in this area. As you can see, balloons and candles. People have been bringing this by all day. A lot of people have been touched by this tragedy. Neighbors tell me they will never be the same. Now, take a look at this video there on your screen from earlier this morning. It shows a man walking out of a home as it is on fire. He hops into a black car and leaves the area. NOPD says a little before midnight, the mother of the 3 kids called 911 saying their father intended to burn the house down. Neighbors tell me the woman was at work and the father had agreed to watch the kids. He's identified by NOPD as Joseph Washington, and he...
Look at this motherfucking nigga. Look at him. I would pay money to stand in line to give this nigga a paper cut or a stab. I'll be right there. Here go my money. Boom. What date and time can I fly or drive to Louisiana for my term? I think that's what the state should start doing with some of these fucking senseless ass niggas who do this senseless ass shit. He shouldn't get to sit in no jail cell and eat and breathe and no pain. Like I'm okay with feeding him, even if he wants some education. But he need to, they need to allow people to come in for a little nominal fee of like my $10. The state can make good money off this shit, right? I think, $10. Because it's going to bring way more people. People going to come from out of the country to pay that $10 to stand in line to stab this nigga. Right? He got to go through, since he killed 3 kids, he got to go through 30 minimum. The most, 30, 10 stabs or cuts, right? He got to go through 30 of them every day. So they can allow 30 people every day to come to this jail, put in their $10. Here, put in your $10. Thank you. That's 30 times 10, right? Isn't that something like, how much is that? 10 times, is that $300 or 30? I don't know. I'll add it up. Y'all know I'm over here. But anyway, yeah, the 3 with the 2 zeros, right? $300. Okay, that sounds like $300. No, it's 30 though, right? Yeah, so I think that's $3,000. But anyway, it's either 300 or 3,000. 30 times 10. 1, 2, 300. 300. I think it's 300. But anyway, check it out. I think it's 300. 1, 2, 3. $3,000. Okay, it's 3 zeros. But anyway, so every day, 30 people could come in. They give they $10, right? They give $10 and it could come. You make the appointments online and shit, right? So you can know when you got to be there and what time. And then you get to take the knife, right? Or some type of blade or something, right? Something that won't really kill him, but will hurt him. And you get to go in there. When the 30 people leave, then he could go to his room. He ain't even got to have a cell, but it'll be like a room. He don't get no TV and shit. You get the same thing in jail, but you just want him to be able to heal through some of them cuts, because the next day he get 30 more and 30 more and 30 more and 30 more. And I think I'm gonna be in them lines. I might even go a few times. That's why you're making it only $10, so I could go and see this nigga at least a couple of times a year. A couple of fucking times a year. That's motherfucking right. I'm going 3 times this year, 3 times next year, and every year that nigga there. And in the beginning, think about it. You might just be not so bold, so it might be just a cut. You might take a razor blade and just do a cut. But see, they have some people who are really into that shit. They really into blood play and all that shit, and they gonna stab him up. But they only get one, and so boom, boom. This nigga, that's what I think. And I think if we had something like this in place, motherfuckers will think twice before just wanting to murder people. Because just like Rude said last night, these niggas do not care. Y'all niggas will hurt you and then kill themselves. Remember with that young lady who I cannot pronounce her name, something McGuire or something like that, right? That man didn't even know her. He only knew of her online. And he wanted to kill himself. But he decided, oh, I'm going to kill myself? Then shit, I'm going to take somebody with me. And he went to this young lady's university, to her school. He stalked her so he could know where she would be, when she would be. He had already decided to murder himself, to commit suicide. So he was like, well, I ain't got nothing to lose. Let me go grab her up too. These niggas not giving no fucks. Like this nigga, he took the car to go run off. You know, when he committed to suicide, killed these kids, he probably was thinking he gonna kill himself, but he didn't have the guts to fucking do it. That's why when that car went into Mississippi, that nigga probably was sitting in there and then he realized, okay, I can't do this, and he got out. He got out. And then this nigga had to walk and get away, right? They caught his ass. And I think this nigga need to be, man, and I know it sounds bad, right? That sounds like I'm devious. Fuck, I can be devious. That's the truth. You mess with me and mine, then you will see it. For real. This nigga here, look at this dirty looking nigga. I wonder where he gonna be. Cause you know I got family. Look, I got family probably in every jail and prison in that area. And I'm look, we're gonna find out. I might be able to keep tabs on him, you know what I'm saying? I might be able to, we're gonna see where he gonna be.
He is now in custody. You see him there on your screen. Now we're told the firefighters, or when they arrived, the 5-year-old girl, an 8-year-old boy were rescued from the home. They were sadly pronounced dead at the scene. The 3-year-old was eventually recovered from the home, also pronounced dead on scene.
Once I hit the end of my hall, you could just see the house engulfed in flames. And all I could think about is, where are the kids? I saw that mom outside and I'm yelling, where's the kids? And she said, they're inside, and we're yelling to the fire department, you got to get the babies out of the house.
It's so unreal, you know, talking to the neighbor who said he had the kid in his arms as the kid, you know, was given to EMS. Seeing the house is sad. It shows what some of these kids are dealing with, you know, at home.
At home. Wow. He was already abusive. So, you know, a little bit of me want to go in on this mother, baby. And I'm going to tell you why. See, if that man called her on the phone and said, I'm about to burn this house and kill these kids, and she believed it, that means she knew he was capable of it. She knew he was capable of it. She called the police and like, hey, this is what he's saying. This is what he do. He about to do this, because she knew he was capable of it. So what in the fuck? Why didn't you take them kids and leave? Why did you have him there watching them when you know he's capable of this? Mama, relax on her though, because she going through a lot. She gonna beat herself up. We ain't gonna have to do it for her. We ain't gonna have to do it for her. Lord have mercy. This shit is too much for me, man. I'm gonna have to. Let me see. Yeah, I don't want to hear no more of this shit. Let me see what I think the cop's saying something. Let me see.
We are deeply saddened, and so as a collective voice.
Nobody want to hear shit these motherfuckers got to say neither. Because based on what I heard, the mother called and they didn't go to help. They said that the fire department was there before the police. She called before he set the house on fire. Fuck these bitch motherfuckers. I don't want to hear what, let's hear what the fuck they got to say. Because you know the only time they do some shit like this, because they know it's going to be some hell to pay. They got to now make it look like they on board. They was always on board. Them motherfuckers don't care about your life. Police not there to save you. They don't even care if that man would have got found or not. If he would have been white. They caught him. They was able to catch him quick. If he would have got away for so much time, like 72 hours, then that would have been it. They wouldn't have been looking for him. He would have been in the system. And if they hopped across him in this state or in any other, then yeah, they would have popped him, but they wasn't going to actively look for his ass. Y'all know the laws in New Orleans, man, them motherfuckers 72 hours. If you murder somebody and you get away, you can live on the streets. You just gotta make sure you don't end up in their custody. You can live an everyday life. They can know you done it. They ain't coming to get you. They don't give a fuck.
We share the outrage of this community.
A few other notes about what was going on.
They shared outrage. She don't look outraged. She don't even look like she care. Them people can't even make themselves look like they care. They don't even know they don't know how to make themselves look like they sad at all.
Inside the house, I did ask whether or not those children were restrained while they were inside. Police said they couldn't give us any more information about what was going on inside the house while they're investigating.
Twice in 2016 and was arrested on the same charge in battery at least twice before. Here's what we've uncovered so far. Washington was convicted of domestic abuse and battery at least twice in 2016 and was arrested on the same charges in 2018.
Now, he was convicted of domestic abuse 2016 and arrested in 2018. They've been together all these years, y'all. So he actually got convicted. And it seemed in 2000, so she had a 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a new. So it seems like every time he abused her, she seems to get pregnant and have some children for him.
Washington was married to the children's mother in 2014, and she divorced him 5 years later.
What? So they were married. She divorced his ass, but was still, I don't think they were together. Look, she had a restraining order filed in 2018. How is this man there?
In 2018, the mother filed for a restraining order against Washington, claiming he repeatedly hit and choked her and often attacked her while she was holding the children. Now, we have put in a multiple public records request to see if there's been any other calls for NOPD to go to that house, and we'll keep you updated.
Now, you know what they're doing now, though, right? Because he didn't already killed the kids. So the criminal history review is really to embarrass her. It's like to put her on trial. Right? Why else would they, this is something that we're going to see in the trial, but they showing that she called him, she had restraining orders against him, but then she let him go to the house to watch the fucking kids. Now, maybe she thought that, he won't hurt the kids. And if she thought that, we would know she was fucking wrong about it. Right? We know she was wrong about it. Ladies, we got to do better. We got to stop teaching our young girls that it's safe out here with these men. These men are not the men that our parents were, that the dads were. These are not the same. These are girls. These are girly men. These are not leaders, and they are not fathers. You understand? These are not the men who you want to be the father of your fucking children. So I don't know, like, whoo, baby, this is these are not men that you want. Now they may I'm not saying all of them, right? Remember, I'm talking about the Manosphere men. I'm not versed enough to know what percentage of these men are out in the real world. in our communities, but we're going to have to define them. We're going to have to be able to figure out how can we tell which one is which, right? How can we tell? And y'all gonna have to keep yourself safe because this shit is ridiculous. This just happened, by the way. This is not no old story. And women are being killed on at an alarming rate by men. And these are men who apparently love the women. We're not even talking about just the stranger danger, the stranger killings. We talk about actual people who these women have intimacy with, they were dealing with. And then these men decided to make them the victim. And then they're not just doing it to the goddamn women. They're doing it to the children too. Okay. This man, listen, that's nothing. I had another story where the man poured, let me see if I can find it, on his daughter, an infant. Here we go, y'all.
19% of her head is burnt up, like all this is gone. And my baby just in the hospital fighting for her life.
This story is just going to shock you. Child abuse allegations involving boiling water. Now, I want to warn you, the details are very disturbing. Ariel Mallory's in studio with us, just uncovering the stunning accusations. She joins us from the Breaking News Center. And Ariel, in addition to some new court documents you have, you also talked to the victim's mother tonight.
Yeah, I did, Byron, and it was a very emotional interview for the both of us. The woman's 1-year-old daughter is in Children's and Women's Hospital tonight suffering from severe burns. Now, about an hour ago, I found these court documents that were just posted about the case. Investigators are alleging that the baby's father poured boiling water down the child's throat.
I get in the apartment, my baby face, it just messed up her whole head, her left shoulder. It just like, ooh.
Tonight, a Pritchard mother is angry and wants the person responsible for hurting her child locked up. Victoria Lett says her baby Royalty was severely burned, allegedly by the child's father. This is a picture of her in ICU at USA Children's and Women's. Lett says she left the house to go to an event, but when she got back home, she couldn't recognize her daughter.
I can't even stand to even look at her. I can't even keep calm. I can't even maintain my body for real. So we rushed her to the hospital, and from then her injuries had just started worsening.
Lett says Royalty was left alone with the child's father, 23-year-old.
Look at this nigga. Look at him. That's that picture, but look, this is what they look like when they're not in that jail. Look at him. So this motherfucker, that baby probably was crying because that's what babies do. Y'all see how young that baby is? This little motherfucker right here, instead of him trying to figure out how to deal with the baby, call her or somebody to come and help him, the nigga goes to the kitchen and boil fucking water. And you talk about the mother's nigga. This ain't no mother. This motherfucker right here did this shit because he's a stupid motherfucker. He too need to be punished. And no, these niggas ain't gonna get punished in jail. He might, I know Mr. Cab said that these men get punished in jail. When they abuse women, they don't get punished in jail for abusing no motherfucking woman. They don't get put in jail. They don't get punished in jail by men for doing what he did with their children either. They only get punished in jail when they pedophiles. And to me, a little bit of that make me think that these niggas just want to put their penis in him too. You know what I'm saying? So this little nigga right here, he gonna be abused. He look like a bitch anyway. But it ain't gonna be because of what he did. He just gonna be available. He just gonna be a nice, tight ass. That's all. So we're not gonna make it seem like the men in jail are doing such a great thing that they are getting him back for what he did. No, he just gonna get it because he's available. Because somebody gonna say, I like Sha and I want Sha. They ain't gonna have to even know what his crimes is. They don't give a fuck. My God. Who raised this nigga? Because if this had been my son, man, I would be, oh Lord, y'all. It's so scary to me, right? Because he don't look nothing like my son. Like, this nigga look like a monster to me. You know what I'm saying? She out at the club at an event, her baby is in distress, and then she like, ooh wee, I couldn't even look at her. So we took her to the, what you mean you took her to the hospital, you dumb bitch? You should have called the ambulance, oh. I couldn't even stand to look at her. What the fuck? Man, I couldn't, what the fuck is going on? Look at her, look, listen to her. A bunch of fucking children. Listen.
We rushed her to the hospital.
We rushed her to the hospital? Let me see. What you mean you rushed her to the hospital?
And to even look at her, I can't even keep calm. I can't even maintain my body for real. So we keep calm. I can't even maintain my body for real. So we rushed her to the hospital, and from then her injuries had just started worsening.
Let's say,
oh my, I ain't gonna lie. I understand what she mean by I couldn't, you know, like, but I would have been like, this baby got to be in fucking pain. I heard about this little girl. My sister told me about it. Right? Because people are, you know, have been, she recovered and they buying wigs for and stuff like that because her skull just was melted off, y'all. So if I would have saw, I probably would have fainted, but they would have had to call 911. We wouldn't have never grabbed no baby, put him in no car and took him to no hospital. Because, see, that type of injuries, we shouldn't be touching. But that's when you're young and dumb. You out partying, this nigga going crazy, and this nigga don't know nothing about that baby. You out partying and shit, and you come back to this shit. Let's see what didn't they say she was out partying?
It's gone, and my baby just in the hospital fighting for her life.
This story is just going to shock you. Child abuse allegations involving boiling water. Now, I want to warn you, the details are very disturbing. Ariel Mallory's in studio with us, just uncovering the stunning accusations. She joins us from the Breaking News Center. And Ariel, in addition to some new court documents you also talked to the victim's mother tonight.
Yeah, I did, Byron, and it was a very emotional interview for the both of us. The woman's 1-year-old daughter is in Children's and Women's Hospital tonight suffering from severe burns. Now, about an hour ago, I found these court documents that were just posted about the case. Investigators are alleging that the baby's father poured boiling water down the child's throat.
I get in the apartment, my baby face, it just messed up her whole head, her left shoulder. It just like, ooh.
Tonight, a Pritchard mother is angry and wants the person responsible for hurting her child locked up. Victoria Lett says her baby royalty was severely burned, allegedly, by the child's father. This is a picture of her in ICU at USA Children's and Women's. Lett says she left the house to go to an event, but when she got back home, she couldn't recognize her daughter.
She left the house to go to an event. Now, I'm not saying that she shouldn't have left the house to go to an event, but y'all, this sounds that we probably gonna find out that he also, like, they both young. The baby is brand new. This was an infant. This is an infant. Not even walking yet. Right? And what we cannot do this. They gotta have some parents assisting. Right? Young boys aren't as maternal as us, and some of the girls not even as maternal. Because hey, nothing wrong with her going to have a good night out. But why were they already arguing because maybe he didn't want her to go? Like, I'm trying to figure out why did he call her or call somebody come help him? What the fuck make him think hot water would stop the baby from, you know what I'm saying? And if it's all on the head, then it wasn't just poured down the throat. He poured it down the throat and then poured it on the head. Like, what the fuck? I'm a little confused, so let me finish listening to it. Lord have mercy. Because I'm wondering how in the hell he poured it down the throat. This is a baby. Remember, they drank from bottles. So even the way they said pouring down the throat, what? Babies drink from bottles. So that's not no pouring down no throat. That's pouring it on that fucking baby.
I can't even stand to even look at her. I can't even keep calm. I can't even maintain my body for real. So we rushed her to the hospital, and
I see that Sapase said maybe the hospital was closed. But certain type of burns and certain type of things we shouldn't be touching. You know what I mean? So even if the hospital is right across the street, they need care. You can they could have killed the child by touching the skin that could absolutely make it become septic, the viruses and germs and shit, and so that's why we got to know what to do. We can't just do shit. We got to know what we should and shouldn't be doing. And that's why you called him at the hospital. You call 911 because they may be able to say, well, it may be easy for you to pick the baby up. And you're going to pick the baby up, wrap the baby in this, make sure it's sterile, and then just take them over. That'll be different. And then 911 will make sure that when you walk through that door, and people is ready for you. They ready. But we just can't just think and just do. We got to really think. So it don't matter if that hospital is right across the street. They shouldn't touch that baby. Okay?
From then, her injuries had just started worsening.
Lett says royalty was left alone with the child's father, 23-year-old Eugene Sneed. Breaking tonight, court documents show what allegedly happened. According to the documents, on Sunday, Sneed allegedly poured boiling water down the throat of the child, causing internal injuries, as well as multiple burns to the child's face.
Will do something like this to an innocent baby. It's not right. That baby was there, or she thought she was, in a safe home with her father. It wasn't right what he did to our baby. He messed up our life with this. She was just an innocent child.
As royalty continues to fight in the ICU, her mother wants justice.
Her lungs, critical, everything. Critical. That's how they know that it was done purposely. They said it was an intentional thing that he did.
Justice for royalty.
That's all we want.
That's all we want.
And the Mobile County DA's office filed this motion late this afternoon asking a judge to revoke Sneed's bond. He was scheduled to go on a trial later this month on a domestic violence charge. As of now, Sneed has not been taken into custody. Now, these court documents say he's being charged with aggravated child abuse. Live in the studio tonight, Ariel Mallory Fox 10 News.
This need to be motherfucking attempted murder. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless he can show, like I would be like this. Look, this is attempted murder. Cause I bet you he ain't never drunk no hot boiling fucking water. And if he ain't never drank it, then how would he claim that he was giving it to the baby? So yes, it's child abuse, but it's attempted murder. He wasn't just trying to abuse the baby, he was trying to shut that baby up. He probably did some other things too. And maybe that boiling water, he figured he could hide it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he had abused the baby, slapped the baby, had marks on the baby. He figured, okay, if I can pour this water on the baby and then they won't see that I did that. He probably on them goddamn drugs too. But if he is, she knows it. This is what I'm talking about. First of all, we got to be accountable too, y'all. Like there's some things there's nothing we could do like that we didn't do ourselves. But if you can find that she knows that whether he's on drugs or she knows that like this dude don't even want this baby, like he can't take the crying, and she's like, no, you gonna watch this baby. But I guess in hell or on Judgment Day, I guess they'll know their part in this shit. This shit is ridiculous. Let's see if we can find another. This shit is fucking ridiculous. My sister told me about that one, right? Let me see. I wonder if they got more information, but I'm not. Listen, they found him guilty. I wonder what. No, this is another dude right here. Let's see this one.
It was an emotion charged end to jury deliberations in the trial of a man accused of pouring scalding water onto his infant daughter. The verdict? Guilty. The reaction from the man's mother, though, tearful. Paul Venema takes us into the courtroom.
And I love my son. And this was a horrible, horrible accident.
She's talking about 23-year-old Dominique Barnes. After 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury to his 4-month-old daughter, Layla. She suffered third-degree burns over 60% of her body when Barnes poured scalding water over her, according to the indictment. He told police that the child was burned when he left her in a car seat in the shower with the water running while he prepared a bottle.
I didn't just lose something happening to my grandbaby. I lost my son.
No, you lost your son because of what your son did. Now I would be crying like her. I'm not even gonna be mad at this lady. You know what I mean? Because I'm telling you, I can't fucking imagine. Like my son doing something to Leaky Leak. Y'all, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I stand with Leaky Leak because Leaky Leak is the innocent one. I probably had to kill my son myself. It would be hard, but I have to do it. Right? It depends on what crime we talk about. They got some crimes I'm not putting up with, and I'm gonna have to take it in my own hands. I guess I'll be in jail. But I stand with the children. See, that's what we need to understand. The children are innocent. Now, although my son is my son, right? My child, he's not a child though. And so some of these women feel very guilty because, like, for real, if you ain't teaching your child, once you find out he's gonna be a father, then you supposed to be right there to help him. Like I was right there, y'all, with my son. He got no fucking excuses. He got no excuses for anger, being mad, being so pissed off where he might harm the baby. He ain't got none of them motherfucking excuses. Because, see, I was right there. I was like, look, they're babies. I'm still here. Let him know, look, he's an infant. I know, it might be a little like Leaky Leak when he getting changed, he don't like being changed, which y'all have heard me say. Leaky Leak will kick. And if he kick you, babies will punch you in the eye, kick you in the face. These are babies. They're not intentionally trying to do that. So your mind needs to understand. I know your reaction reflexes may want to go to punch or hurt, but no, you the adult. And so this baby may kick you in your balls, guys. And you can't just react. You got to realize, and realize the baby didn't mean it. The baby don't know nothing about your balls. He don't know nothing about kicking will hurt you. He's just an infant. Just doing what infants do. And so I'm there. I'm letting him know, no, look, you got to be calm. You hitting, you're going to teach him to hit. You know what I mean? If you're going to spank a baby, you don't spank them when you're angry. You calm your ass down. And then you have a discussion with their ass. And if you're going to spank them, then spank them. Let them know why you spank them. Let them know that you're spanking them because you asked them not to do it several times and they continue to do it. You warned them that you were going to spank them. And now here it is. Here go the spanking. But just to smack kids for no reason, they don't even know why you hitting. All they know is that they got hit. All they know is that hitting must be the answer. I did something. They'll learn that they did something wrong, but if you didn't teach them the right way, then all they know is that they did something wrong, got smacked. I feel sorry for this woman, but who she feels sorry for? The child? It could be, it's a slippery slope. That's why they used to be that I'll take you out. I brought you in, I'll take you out. Fuck out of here.
I lost my firstborn.
She testified that Barnes has only one arrest on his record for resisting arrest as a teenager, and that he was the glue that held her family together.
If this nigga was the glue holding your family together, then your family ain't shit. Because you should have been right there with the glue, teaching him how to handle children. This nigga said he had the baby in the shower, in a corset. Did you teach him that? And she just may have taught him that bullshit. The fuck is going on?
He was my protector.
He was protecting you, but he didn't protect his own son or daughter.
He still is.
The jury's job when they return here on Monday is to decide punishment. The punishment range Barnes is facing is from 5 to 99 years to life in prison, but he's also eligible for probation. Paul Denham, KSAT 12 News.
The fuck up out of here. Let's see.
That woman, a single mom, is accused of severely burning her young son, who's either 5 months old or 15 months old. There's some confusion about that at the moment, by placing him in a sink of very hot water. She was arrested yesterday, remains held without bond here at the jail. Her name is Camilla Bush. She is charged with felony child endangering. Her young son, according to police, sustained second and third degree burns on his feet, legs, and genitals. She lives in an apartment on Clark Street in the West End. A neighbor who did not want to be identified told us she was rarely there, stayed with a boyfriend, and has 2 children. That neighbor was unaware of her arrest but told us it wasn't surprising, describing her parenting skills as poor. Job and Family Services confirms the 2 children, both boys from that apartment, have been placed with a foster family and will remain with that family.
Y'all, what is going on? So, is nobody teaching? Like, nobody taught you that water too hot? Nobody taught you how you put your hand in the fucking water first? You put your hand, look, before you put a baby in, you make sure you put your hand in that motherfucking water. You make sure that it's up to at least your wrist is covered. So, because your wrist can, your hand can handle more heat than the rest of you, right? So you go up to your wrist, and that wrist, if that water is slightly burning you, not burning like where you got to be burned like it's boiling, but if it burn you, you can feel heat, then understand that a baby's skin is very delicate. So she done put this baby in this water, and the baby start crying. She ain't thinking, like, what the fuck? You splash it on them first. See, check that out. Even if it's too hot, at least they get just little burns, and you understand that this shit is too hot. And people will act like, okay, it's just a baby. They'll recover. They act like these are dolls, like these not real human beings. And y'all, oh Lord, I got somebody in my family, y'all. I know I don't be telling everything because they got, but I'm just saying, my God, and I'm talking about a mother who shouldn't have never been a mother, but just because they got a pussy and they keep wanting to push out motherfucking kids. God need to put an X on some of these bitches' wombs. A whole X. Where nothing get to come out of that motherfucker. No children for you, bitch. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm gonna put the link in, y'all, because I'm getting a little too emotional. So I know the men may think I'm just jumping on the men, but no, honey, no. I do know some of these ragged ass bitches ain't no motherfucking good. And I'm not even, and I'm talking personally, like I know somebody. And see, so even when mothers protect and teach and educate, they still do what the fuck they want to do. We can only do so much. But what tripped me out is when there's other people in the family who will protect the adult while the child is being abused. And that ain't me. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up, baby. I called Child Protective Service. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I didn't call Child Protective Service before. And I ain't even scared. And I wasn't scared to let them know when they wanted to know who did it. Bitch, it was me, you motherfucker. I love you. I took care of you. Nobody harmed you. And bitch, is you crazy? Even when I've given you advice and you just go on and look, give me the baby. I'll take the baby. I'll take the baby. Oh, you don't want to give me the baby because you don't want to lose what you're getting? Okay. Because you're going to lose everything. I ain't playing no games with you. I ain't going to try to beg you to give me the baby and tell you could keep all the benefits. You got me fucked up, bitch. You lose the baby, then you're going to act like you ain't got no baby because you acting like you ain't got no baby. So I'm just going to say, I called and they were like, well, you could keep it anonymous. I said, you could do what you want. That's my niece. Okay. What they gonna do? What you think they gonna do? What they were gonna do? Knock at my door? And then what shocked me is that I'm thinking about the baby. You understand? See, I love both of them, right? This is my niece, and that's my niece. This is my niece, that's my great niece, right? I love them both. I love them. But I'm trying to educate. I'm telling you, this is not right. This is a baby and fucking baby. And when I told the rest of the family decided to make up a lie. And when them people went out, everybody was like, oh no, she don't live here. She live at that house. Then they go to that house, and this house is all neat and nice and everything good. And it looks like, oh yeah, this is where they sleep. Yeah, look how clean it is. That they ain't lived there in like years. Oh, this is where the baby clothes are. The clothes in there was when the baby was an infant, a baby. They lying on her behalf. And see, that's more harmful to the child. Because see, they don't just take your wet baby away. They give you a chance to correct some shit. Right? They'll put time limits. They'll say, okay, look, we're gonna need you to do this, that, and the third. And then she would have been on her business. But nope. Through the years, all types of shit happened now. Now, the good thing is my great niece now is like in high school, right? In high school, so, but, yeah. So she survived through that shit, but see, she gonna be one of these young women who ain't gonna like their mamas. And she gonna have a valid fucking reason. You see, she gonna have a valid reason. But I'm just gonna say that blame goes to more than just her mother. It goes to her mother's mother and her mother's mother's mother. Because they were standing up to protect her rather than the baby. And listen, I love people, y'all. I'm here to educate, learn with y'all. I'm willing to do all that shit. But let me tell you something. You got to put your foot down and when certain things are happening. You don't overlook certain things. You did something wrong. Okay, let me show you how to do it right. You do it again wrong because you ain't give a fuck about what, and that's the attitude some of these people have. Oh, yeah, I don't give a fuck what she said. I'm going to do it my way because it's easier. Or I'm just a devious, lazy ass, dumb ass bitch. Some of these bitches are devious. Y'all, we can't act like we ain't seen no devious ass woman before. Janking them fucking kids by their arms, thinking that an arm can't come out of socket. Acting like a fucking child's arm can't. Y'all ain't never seen no woman yank up a baby by the fucking arm. One arm. Y'all didn't know that's abuse, baby. That arm can't come out of socket. These children are delicate. Grabbing boys and girls by the chest and throwing them against walls. Is that normal? I ain't grow up like that, but I'm gonna tell you that shit is fucked up. And that's called abuse. Because if a man did that to a woman, then she would want to call the police and say he abused me. But the woman get to do it to the child? Man, we are fucking adults. We need to learn how to control ourselves. And so we need to be taught, I guess that's what these fucking parents, I don't even know what they teach at a parenting class because I ain't never to take one, right? I'm hoping they teach them something, but I think some of them had to take parenting class and they still was abusive. The things I've seen even growing up, like I seen some of my cousins getting spankings and shit that was just total fucking abuse. But I mean, I was a child, then ain't nothing I could do, but I could tell you that I witnessed it. I witnessed boys getting abused. I would never do no shit like that to my sons. They were fucking babies. Now as men, I may, you know what I mean? I could see punching them in the motherfucking chest. They men now. I wouldn't do that to them now, but if they men and they stood up to me though, like we gonna fight like men, I would surely punch them in their motherfucking chest. Probably kick them in their balls and all kinds of shit to try to hurt them, to let them know you ain't gonna hurt me. But I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking about where I watch my aunts beat my cousins, and my cousins was my age, right? My age, one of them my age, the other one is my brother's age. So, and at the time I was probably 11, 12 years old. So these 12-year-old But even when we fought, because when your family members, you fight, when your kids, I have fought my cousin and whipped his ass. I told you I was a tomboy. I used to fight boys. So now just imagine me fighting him. He's 12, I'm 12. I whip his ass. So what the fuck is the reason for the mother to beat him like he's a man when he is not a man? He is a child. A 12-year-old girl whipped his ass. So the mother did not have to take off the bumper of the car to hit him in his head with it, to punch him in the chest like she punched the men. She didn't have to do that. So I understand why some of these men do not like their mothers, right? But I will tell you though, the cousin that I'm talking about, he was killed. He didn't even live to see 22. I don't even think he lived to see 21. You see, that's what happens to our children who are not being parented correctly. They go out into the world and they do shit because instead of you teaching them, all you're doing is abusing them. She didn't teach them shit. When they did something that she didn't like, she just swung on their ass. She didn't say, well, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that, you need to do this, you need to do that. No, you got kids in the world right now, y'all. We got adult males and girls, right? Men and women who are still childlike because they don't know what to do. They just know that when they do something, they may get in trouble for it or they may not get in trouble for it. We got people doing shit they don't even know they shouldn't be doing because nobody taught them. The only way some of y'all know what to do and not to do because you look at TV and you see, okay, I shouldn't do that. Or you hear that somebody went to jail. Some people think, oh, selling drugs to the community, well, that's a normal thing. That ain't nothing criminal about that. They just coming and putting us in jail. Like I've heard Jay Prince and a few of them men say shit like this because in their mind, this shit is normal. This is everyday thing that people do. And the reason he think it's normal because he's been seeing it all his life. So that's what I feel like, okay, I understand why he think it's normal. Somebody need to get in there and tell them this is not normal. This is not true. This is not that, right? And so it's not normal for people to be out on the street selling drugs. They got other jobs you could do, but if selling drugs, it seems easy. To me, it don't seem easy. I ain't gonna lie, like to me, I see people on the street, right, selling drugs, and they are risking their lives, not because they're risking their lives because they could go to jail. That's one thing, right? All of them know that they think going to jail is normal. They don't think that's abnormal. They think that's normal. They say that's just what it is. Like, hey, you go to jail, your partners pay the bill. Really, your partner's not the one getting you out. It's usually your family members who gotta sacrifice. Right? They're the ones who gotta sacrifice to get you out. But you're on the street corner and you're still barely making it though. You're making it, but you're barely making it. You could go and get a job and make that money. And at least you're not putting your family at risk from other dealers coming, trying to take you out and steal your merchandise. Like I'm thinking, nigga, you want to go and be a police officer. You're dodging bullets anyway. You got a gun anyway. You could go in the military. You could go and be a police officer. You see, you're not stupid. No, as long as people talk to you in grams, talk to you in weight, talk to you in money. Because some of them motherfucking men be smart as hell. They just didn't finish school. And I'm just saying. And I'm not just putting it on mothers, y'all. I'm putting it on fathers. I'm putting this shit on adults. I'm saying right now we got a lot of goddamn women in the world, and some of them have penises. Okay, and yes, women are women, and they could be stupid too. But men, goddamn, y'all, you're like, that's why we're not giving all y'all the title man. You're not a man, nigga. You just, if the closest thing to a man you are is a trans man. You're a trans woman. That's what you are. You look, you are like a woman with a dick. A chick with a dick ass nigga. That's what you are. You act like women. It don't matter what you look like, because y'all say they got a lot of women who look like men. Okay, she might look like a man, but she's still a woman. And your ass, though, on the reverse, your ass look like a man, right? You got the penis, but you act like a woman. You don't know nothing about honor. So I'm gonna play a little clip. Let me go find that clip to see if he got it where I could see it. It is Jay Prince. I was up there with what his name is, Judge Joe Brown. That was just I don't know, was it last week or this week? You know, I've been sick, y'all. Here you go. Judge Joe Brown. And let me see when I got up there. Judge Joe Brown, I don't know what he was when I got there, he was talking about some shit. Okay. But I got up there.
Comes down to the physical equality.
Wait, first, I want y'all to hear. So I think Jay Prince saw me in the chat, and you know, but the last time I was on the panel, but not the last time, I had been maybe like a month ago, I was over there and they mentioned Judge Joe Brown, and I mentioned that Judge Joe Brown went to jail and and shit like that, right? Which he did. And they asked me for what, and I said I don't know. They claimed that he was drunk, shit like that. So Jay Prince must have remembered that, because when he saw me say hi to everybody in the chat, Jay Prince asked Judge Joe Brown a question. So I'm gonna see. Y'all, this shit was crazy. Let me see. That's before I got up there. Let me see.
Woman, since there's never been a woman who's been mayor of Memphis. I said, no. To help. And that dog down there.
Wait a minute.
Judge, when we talk about running for becoming a mayor of Memphis, they were saying Judge Brown had a criminal history.
Okay, yeah. So wait, because I remember him saying, okay, we got to talk about the elephant in the room, right? So Judge Brown was talking calmly and cool and everything, right? And then Jay Prince asked him this question. And then you watch what happened. Let me see.
He drunk. He talks about stuff that's real too deep. So what would you have to tell those people?
Look, I'm not running for another political office. I don't have to be nice. If you're an ignorant motherfucker and you can't even spend the time to figure out what's going on with
you. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm gonna rewind it. Oh Lord, watch this shit. Judge Obama was calm. He was talking, giving information, y'all. About he was. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, because I had just gotten there, and like I said, Jay Prince saw me in the chat, and that's when he said, "Let's talk about the elephant in the room." And then he asked him about that shit, and look how he switched it up, man. Judge Joe Brown said, "You an ignorant motherfucker." Watch how he look. So I'm gonna play a little bit of y'all can see what Judge Joe Brown being calm. Watch.
Channel 3, half of Channel 5, a good chunk of 24, 30, and 13, and owns the commercial appeal. They did own the press cemetery.
See, so he's talking about his area, right? Wherever he lived. And he's giving some information. Probably, most people the young people probably wouldn't want to hear it, right? Because I get it, right? So I think that, so here we go. He's talking normally.
The most corrupt city in America. And then speaking of sex trafficking, we've got a chief of police who's surrogates to run the sheriff's department and to replace.
Had a criminal history. He drunk.
Okay, so here you go.
The black people in Memphis are hollering for reparations. You heard of that, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, I've said on many occasions, if you get any reparations, it'll be through the operation of a legislative body, to wit, the U.S. Congress, the House, and the Senate. And it's up to the Black Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, to push reparations. Do you know who the chairman of the Reparations Committee is for the Black Caucus?
No, I do not.
Our congressman from the 9th district, another political office. I don't have to be nice. If you're an ignorant motherfucker and then you talk about a farce. So this is going from top to bottom.
So let me ask you a question. We got to clear the elephant in the room.
So he talking about me, right? I came in, I said hi. I'm not sure if I can show y'all the chat. Let me see. And I was like, you know, there you go. I said, hey, Ellie, Brownie Ellie. Hello, everyone. Jay Prince. I put the heart and the kiss. You see? And I said, Judge Joe Brown, hello. So that's me coming in, right? And I was listening. And then that's when he said, we got to clear the elephant in the room. Okay, here we go.
Do you think, because this been posed out here, and for the people that, I want you to give your honest response, for the people to say, well, Judge, when we talk about running for becoming a mayor of Memphis, they were saying Judge Brown had a criminal history. He drunk. He talks about stuff that's real too deep. So what would you have to tell those people?
Look, I'm not running for another political office. I don't have to be nice. If you're an ignorant motherfucker and you can't even spend the time to figure out what's going on with your life that's so goddamn pathetic, fuck you.
So Jay Prince, he said, you was an ignorant motherfucker. First he said, I'm not running for no more political offices, so I ain't gotta be nice. He said, you an ignorant motherfucker. He said, fuck you. I was like dying. Oh my God. Oh Lord, y'all. I'm gonna put the link up so we can finish playing this. My Judge Joe Brown told him to fuck him. Okay. Okay, here go the rest of it, y'all. Here go the rest of it.
Now, off on that thing, bottom line is this. There's crime going on in here, and you don't have sense enough to listen to somebody that has been telling you about it. Next thing, I have no criminal history. The jackass bastards down at juvenile court who've been replaced by a new administration had a game running down there. They privatized, and they've been making a lot of money over the last several decades, since 1963, when they got that racist dog down there, Kenneth Turner, now buried in the grave, and I hope he's rotting in hell. That son of a bitch who dropped out of the 5th grade.
Okay, so he goes into, explaining things, which he's explaining corruption, right? So anyway, we're gonna skip it, but he told Jay Prince to shut. He said, you ignorant motherfucker. Fuck you. Okay, so then I typed in the room, what you gonna see? Let me see. I said, Judge Joe Brown, I have a question, right? I was just typing in chat. And then I ended up asking, the question in the chat, but then I was like, let me come up. So he did let me come up. Judge Joe Brown was talking, right? He was talking about history of his town. And when Jay Prince asked him what he just asked him, he went into talking about the corruption and stuff like that, right? So I know it's boring to a lot of people, right? Especially online. But it wasn't like he was telling lies or anything. He was just giving his perspective, right? So I wanted to spice it up a little bit. And so let me see. Here we go.
Always win, because when it comes down to the physical thing, men are going to prevail when it comes down to the hard and heavy over the woman. But on the other, value of worth, you see, what's it all about? What happens from caveman to condo? It's about the next generation. And you need men and women for that next generation. We are both of equal value in bringing about the next generation or generations plural. So you can't do that without the cooperation of both. Now, we have a situation.
So I did ask a question in the chat about, men. How do he feel about men not protecting women, right? So now he's talking. He gonna be talking that shit that Jay Prince do not like, y'all. So then I was like, Jay Prince didn't ask the question the way I wanted him to, so I asked him to let me come up. So he gonna let me come up, but so he can be like, he letting Judge Brown is telling him about men and how men and women need to come together, right? See, and but I wanted Jay Prince to really hear what this man had to say. Okay, so watch what I do.
And bring the one at a time. Her name is Bomb Cherry. Welcome, Bomb Cherry.
Can I be heard?
Go ahead, you have it.
Hi, Judge Brown. I came up, first of all, I just want to say thank you for giving your information. I consider you to be an elder, right? And an elder is an older person like myself with information who we're able to share information. And I think so. I enjoy the information that you're sharing, especially on the topic you're talking about right in this moment, because we're in a generation of men and women are against each other, especially in our community. The black man, the black woman. And so we have some men who are saying that they shouldn't protect black women. And so I was on your site, the JJB, when you was running for mayor. I was on that, and you posted something just last month that's why I asked the question in the chat. How do you feel about men saying that they won't protect women?
I think you're a coward if you say that as a man, and you're solely misguided, because that's not the way it works. Men are supposed to protect women. A lot of women don't.
Y'all notice Jay Prince jumped in, right? Because Jay Prince now is about to say the same thing that he says all over. So I know some of y'all, not some of y'all, I'm gonna just say who I'm talking about. Big J. Big J. And then there are a few others who want to know why I hang over there with Jay Prince. So, but see, if I wasn't over there with Jay Prince on this channel, on this panel, then he wouldn't have been, him and other men in the chat wouldn't have heard what this man had to say. And because I asked the right question to the right person. And so Jay Prince gonna push back with his same talking points, but this man ain't gonna be playing that shit. So he likes Judge Joe Brown. He trusts Judge Joe Brown. He, you know what I mean? And I get it. Judge Joe Brown is somebody you could look up to because he's achieved a lot in life. Some people may not like him. You may not like his politics. You may not even like, I don't know like much about him to like him or dislike him. I liked his show to a degree, right? There were some things that he would say but I understand why I dislike a little bit of it. But he did show a different side of blackness. He showed the educated black man who made it to a fucking judge. So we say we don't see these things. That's why our boys and daughters aren't doing things. But the ones who are doing it, we just start disliking them for no reason. To me, Judge Joe Brown on his show showed a more of a conservative black man. And Judge Mathis showed more of a democratic, more of a liberal black man. See, and that's what I like. There's two black men who have high status. Judge Mathis showed that even with a criminal record, that he was able to achieve. And this Judge Joe Brown, he comes from just education or probably a different type of family structure, but he still landed in to be a judge, lawyer first, than a judge. So although they two kind of the same in the same type of predicament, right? Position, they come from two different worlds. And that's what we need to see more on TV. But we as Black people, some of us, right? We start disliking people for some stupid ass shit. Right? So anyway, Jay Prince liked Judge Joe Brown. And so I thought it was a perfect, and I've been waiting because when I started seeing that he talked to Judge Joe Brown, and I noticed that the topics are way away from what we need to be talked about so he could learn, I decided I was going to see if I could catch it live one day, because I always catch it on a replay. And then I made sure, so when I do things, there's a reason for what I'm doing. There's a reason for what I'm doing, and it's already kind of planned, what I'm going to do if I get the opportunity. And so now let's listen to a little bit of it, and then we're going to see if I knew what the hell I was doing or not.
Want that to happen, but a lot of people are foolish and ignorant.
Can I give you more context on that? I don't necessarily think men that they don't want to protect women, especially we want to be more specific. It's more about Black men than Black women, like she stated, that this gender war be amongst the two. I think what Black men are really saying, that they feel as though Black women have betrayed them, and Black women is not on the same team as them, and Black women disrespects them. They loud, they aggressive, so they don't feel comfortable, and they don't trust Black women enough because of the past history amongst the two that Black men feels and have, and what Black men have lived and experienced out of Black women. So it kind of like deter Black men for even like for an example, Judge, we have women, because we all know a lot of Black men is in a grave or in a prison cell facing a lot of years behind protecting Black women. And so when you have Black women speak about this, they say Black men not protected, Black men is weak, but yet it's Black men in the grave and Black men in prison. So that a lot of Black men do not feel appreciated when protecting Black women, because they feel as though Black women never protected them. And not when you say well, a woman protecting a man, meaning like not from a physical format, but like, for an example, a lot of Black men feel like they wasn't protected when women in divorce courts, child support courts. They feel as though Black women kept them in child support courts and removed them from seeing a child. They feel as though that Black women have adopted the white being.
Y'all know I'm quiet because I really want to hear the men. I want to hear what Judge Joe Brown said. But notice Judge Joe Brown is doing exactly what I say that Mr. Kev does, my husband does, Mr. Music does, Devastating does. Like, I could go through all the men. Sapa said, like, so he's doing exactly what men do. Like, a lot, y'all know Mr. Kev won't argue, right? Me and him have different viewpoints on certain things, but he knows I'm a woman. So I will continue to go back and forth. The men, though, even though they're not saying that they agree with me, I'm not changing their minds. But Mr. Kev will make a conscious decision. Him, Dev, and the rest of these men, they make a conscious decision to not argue. Sometimes I'll be baiting them. And because I'm a woman, I'm trying to get the conversation sometimes hyped up, you know what I mean? But the men don't play with me like I be wanting them to. You know who else? I know Shazay won't play with me like I be wanting her to sometimes. Verbal won't play with me like I be wanting her to sometimes. I know there's a lot of people, they be like, okay, bomb is bomb. It's like y'all know that, okay, bomb will keep going. So, but my point is, though, the men, usually my husband was up here, Mr. Kev be up, like like sometimes I gotta give them you'll hear me say, wait a minute, y'all, let's not talk over each other, so I can give other people chances. And I say, okay, Mr. Kev, and then Mr. Kev will talk. Judge Joe Brown is doing the same thing. right? He's not going to just jump in. He's waiting to hear, even though he's disagreeing what he's saying. You can see right now he's still waiting for his turn. He's rubbing his neck like, oh my God, kind of thing. And men do not just jump in. You know what I mean? Now, of course, sometimes we could be talking on panels and you know that you have to jump in to get a chance on these panels. But I noticed that Mr. Cav, sometimes Mr. Cav be on the panel for hours and I'll hear him try to say something, but somebody just start talking over him and then he'll get quiet. You know what I mean? And then he'll try when he feel like he might get a chance again and somebody else will stump right over him. But you never hear him get real aggressive and go louder and louder just to make their point. So what I'm saying is that men do not do that. But women, we do though. Women, it's natural for us to just break in there, you know, sometimes, especially on these panels, because we know we have to and we want to be heard. Because if I don't jump in there, they're not going to say, well, give Bomb a chance. Right? They're not going to say, give PhD a chance. They're not going to say, give Sugar Bomb a chance. They're not going to say, give Aries Queen a chance. They're not going to do that. So we as women, we jump in and we try to, you know, so we can get a word in. With these, but that's because them other men that I'm talking about, the Manosphere men, them niggas be up there yelling like cackling ass bitches. You see, so I hope I'm making my point. Here we go. And I'll put the link in while I continue to play this. Okay, we're not gonna be able to see it. We should be able to hear it though. So let me find it.
The white European concept of the feminist, where the black man never held the black woman down or prevented black women from elevating. A lot of black men feel as though the black woman adopted this concept of the Me Too movements. That it happens, but also what they don't say. Yes, black uncles, the creepy uncle, but we also have the creepy aunties, the creepy female teachers that never get spoken about. So a lot of black men feel like, okay, well, black women have a lot of protection here in America via through the government, through the society. A lot of black men feel like if anybody that's not protected is the black man itself. When we talk about systematics, resources, jobs, housing, and stuff, etc., stuff like that. So this is the reason why a lot of black men have this. I wouldn't necessarily say resentment or disdain, but they feel as though they need to concentrate on themselves because for so long, black men been protecting black women that got underappreciated and got swept under the rug like they have not. So now black men say, okay, we need to focus on us now.
Okay, that's nice, but that's wrong-headed. So
yeah, sorry. He said, okay, look, he said, as soon as he said, okay, and it was a little silence, and he said, okay, that's nice, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Like, that's wrong. Men could be like, their answers could be swift, straight to the point. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, Koja, how you doing? Let me see if she connected. Let me make, that's you, Koja?
Yeah, it's me.
How you doing, sis? How you doing?
I'm mad at you.
Why? What I do?
You up here got this interesting ass topic. I'm supposed to have my ass sleep to get up and go to work in a few minutes.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What you wanted to say? I said a lot so far, so you could go all the way back if you want about the abuse, and you know, because I do feel that it's important. And you know, I know some people saying that I brought up this topic, but really, remember, Rude kind of he brings. Oh, you didn't catch? Yeah, last night. Oh, you didn't catch? You mean today? Or you didn't catch it last night? Oh yeah, it was just at the end, and Rude had, you know, we was talking about it. I don't know how we got there, but it was a good topic. And Mr. Kev gave me that video that I was playing. He the one who gave me that video, the first one, with the man setting the house on fire, killing his kids on purpose, girl.
Oh man, yeah, that I could go all the way back.
Yeah, if you want, you can go wherever you want. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
what the police did, because a lot of times these police is not protecting the service. These police are putting women in danger. I wonder how many times they've been out there before. Generally in Florida and a lot of other states, when DCF come in and you stay with the abuser, they take your kids from you. So I don't know if that's why she may have left him the first time to prevent that and then went back off record. But you could choose to stay with an abuser, but they say that is failure to protect the kids, and they'll remove the kids from both parents if you choose to stay with them.
Not in Louisiana, man.
In Florida, that's why polite.
How much shit my nephews had to go through before they would even remove them from my motherfucking niece.
My mom was a DCF worker. Before it was DCF, it was HRS. And she went into the homes and took the kids. She went to the hospitals and took the crack babies and all that. So I have had conversations.
Go ahead, babe.
I've had conversations because, you know, I like the law over the years. She was one of the people when they was telling her, my mom was saying, now y'all need to give people basically their Miranda rights when y'all go in, because, you know, DCF will go in and stuff. And now they do that and they let people know. Mm-hmm. But in Florida, like when they were saying the thing about polite, one of the things I had intervened was saying, no, had the mother shown she was not going to protect the child, let's say the child went home and the school had reported it or something, and that mother hadn't took action with all that, they wouldn't have allowed that child to go because she showed a failure to protect the child. So, you know, the laws have changed because the reason DCF is now DCF instead of HRS, because they had such a bad PR and kids getting missing that they had to be re-fucking branded. So, but a lot of these police do not, because I went through this shit myself. The fucking police, and that's what's so funny. Well, not funny, ironic. Basically, I got him on body cam saying you could tear up the whole fucking house and everything, just don't burn it down. The exact words, just don't burn it down, but you could do anything you want. And they make you stay in the house. They like, we can't make nobody leave, and it's dangerous. I lost so much fucking weight. I accidentally took a picture of myself. I was like, bitch, you look like a bobblehead. I didn't know to that moment. Yeah. So, and the police came here time after time, and they almost tried to arrest me.
Yep. That's something, because you try to get him out, they'll arrest you because they say, well, they can't arrest nobody. Go ahead, Mr. Captain.
On live. And a lot of times they make the women stay in the abuse, and they say you have to take the children. If you don't take the children to visitation and time sharing, you'll lose custody. So it's a lot of stuff that go on behind the scenes. And Jay Prince do got Holiday Heart vibes.
What's that?
You ain't never seen the movie Holiday Heart where you know the guy who playing Baby Boy, who was jumping around, the big one, the big guy. When he was Vin Raines, when he was a transvestite, the cross-dresser. It's called Holiday Heart. If I get the link to the photo, so sometime when you say Jay Prince say he feminine, that's the only thing, because he do be looking like he want to pop his lips and roll his neck sometimes. But I can understand because he was raised with, by women. But he do about the Holiday Heart. I'm gonna find the link and put it in the back for you.
Okay, Mr. Kev, go ahead. What you want to say?
Oh, it was. I think. Well, I was about to tell Coach. Yeah, it's hard to get the kids from the mother. Sometimes in Louisiana, it's a little different. You remember they had that case where the mother wound up. The dad had been fighting in court to see his kids and get his kids for a while because he thought the mom was, mentally unstable, and she wound up stabbing the kids with a knife, and herself damn near he had to break in the house, and he called the police, but he got there before the police. And that's,
ain't that something?
Right, and that's in New Orleans again, and that's the same damn district. That the area from where that happened with the dude setting the house on fire, that's in the 7th district. That's 5 minutes away. If nobody but the captain, somebody go down there, somebody on staff. Right. And that's what the people pissed about.
They don't care because they look, they not there to protect us no more. They don't even put it on their card, protect and serve. Now they only come to pick the bodies up, and then they're gonna report it because they want to report that some black person did something, right? Then they're not even gonna look for them. Didn't you had mentioned that if they don't catch them in a certain amount of time, that they're not even looking for you no more. You could probably get away
they're
with
not
murder.
actively looking. They don't actively. They say they don't have the work demand for it. So like I would say they're supposed to have like 1,500 officers, and we got 900, and out the 900, 2 of them are rookies.
Mm.
And so that's kind of how they working now. But yeah, but if they stop, they'll tell you that, you know, they'll put a detail on it for 3 days, but they got so much shit happening.
That's right.
You know, with the shootings and stuff and the carjackings too.
But then they'll be on the road, you know, looking for, because they want to make money. So they'll have a lot of them on the highway looking for speeders and shit, and cars without tags, and or they tag expired. They looking for that.
Speed traps and shit.
Yeah, they'll spend that time doing that, because it's all about making that money. But they don't give a fuck when people killing each other.
No, yeah, so you had skipped through it, but that lady, you said she was the interim police chief, and you right. Nobody don't give a fuck what she talking about.
That's
why
right.
The
Look,
police
I had to
wasn't
skip.
there. Right. You like, why the police wasn't there?
Right.
They right there. It ain't that fucking far. I don't care if you got 3 details at that time of night or 4. Somebody, a call came in. And I don't know if you heard the actual words. He said he's about to kill my children. Could you please go over there? Now I'm coming from work. Y'all niggas couldn't send no motherfucking police over there when somebody called like that.
No, because you have to listen to some of these 911 tapes sometimes, and you just have to listen to them sometimes. The shit be crazy. And you think
that's
you
the
call?
part. Yeah, so we heard that tape. When people hear the tape, like, well, goddamn.
Right.
And then they come to find out that there was a second call with the fire. The fire department got there because the neighbor saw the back of the house on fire. And she said, I'm concerned because they have children that live in that house. That's 26 minutes later. Then the police come.
Ain't there something? So the cops had 20-something minutes. Yeah, because you said the cops got there after the fire truck, but she called about that even before he started the fire.
Right. She called first.
If they would have been there, they could have possibly saved them fucking kids.
Right.
And they're going to do the timeline breakdown, because they're going to be able to go and pinpoint where were police at in that time frame, because they should have been probably less than 5 minutes of being there. So they probably going to deconstruct that, see how long it could have took, what time
and the police could have called the fire department too, and had the fire put out or something, you know.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Music said, sad to say, police say their most dangerous calls involve domestic violence calls. So a lot of them don't rush to get there. They don't want to go because they don't want to, you know, now they know they might be putting their life in danger.
But this ain't the Army. They don't even draft you in the Army no more. You have to go out and take tests, take drug tests, or have a hookup to get these jobs. You wouldn't campaign for these jobs. I ain't no police, because I'm a pussy. So when I got scared of working in the prison for a period of time, I stopped going. I ain't take no knives in there and this and that because I was scared. I stopped. And if they too scared to do the job, they might say, maybe I need to be I can't say no school police, but maybe I need to be, you know, a crossing guard or something. I don't know.
I understand what Mr. Music's saying. Yeah. You know, but it's a foul case right now.
Yeah, the family gonna get some money, but the money doesn't replace no 3 kids.
No, indeed.
But he stuck the knife in and twisted it because he know her being dead, she dead. He fucking with her for the rest of her entire life, because that's gonna haunt her forever.
Yeah, and that's gonna be, like you say, Bomb, wow, is this nigga still around these kids? Well, that's gonna be her punishment. That's gonna haunt you the rest of your life, and his ass gonna be in prison the rest of his life.
Yeah,
but you know what?
See, both of them gonna pay for that one.
The sentence tell you how society values something. And just think about this. Ain't nobody got to agree or disagree. Just think about this. They say he could get anything from probation to 99 years or something.
Oh,
the penalties show you who they value in society. Men, you'll get the least penalty for the kids because they view that as child abuse. They'll have a worse penalty for them murdering a man than for them to get less harsh for a woman. For women, they call it crime of passion. So you're going to get a less sentence. And for children, you're going to get the least because society values men as the most. That's when I tell people these crimes were made to protect men, not so much women and children, because to me, it should be the opposite. You should get the worst sentence for a child, but you get the least, because who do society value? And it says something without saying something. But if you think about it, women, crimes of passion, you get the least. But if you kill another man, you're going to get the worst sentence available. And that's what needs to be changed, because that is a frame of thinking, because it tell you who made these laws, who they made it for, and what is the most valuable to them.
What you think about my idea of them charging people $10 to come in with either a razor blade or knife to stab that nigga 30 people a day. If they want to do 30 a week, and because motherfuckers not scared of going to jail. Even Ruth said that last night, and I believe it. What do you think about that, Mr. Kemp? As far as
they have
men
fun
being
in prison. They really do have fun in prison sometimes.
I've been telling people that. I've been telling y'all, I'm gonna call the police. You gonna go to jail. Look, some of these niggas don't care about going to jail.
Right. And
some of these motherfuckers that grew up, I got friends that grew up with 8 people in a 2-bedroom project in the Magnolia, going to jail. They got more space. They got their own fucking bed.
Right.
You know, and they've been in those kind of conditions. They're used to that. They got to be put in prison, you know, and see, jails are trying to hold them to get some of that federal money. That's why they stop NOPD lockup facility, you know, this way they don't send them upstate for the violent criminals. They was trying to hold a violent criminal. Violent criminals like this motherfucker here need to go to prison. And Byron, I heard what you said. You don't think nothing gonna happen to you? I'm gonna call my brother one day live on the show, and I'm gonna send him the story. And I'm gonna ask him.
I'm gonna
ask him what he think. I'm gonna ask him
ahead.
his opinion on what he think this dude, because that dude there going to the penitentiary.
Yeah.
He going to Angola. Well, my brother did, most of his time. So I'm gonna ask him honestly what his opinion is, and I'm not gonna prep him for it either and see what he say about it. Because I sure like to think these niggas getting fucked over like it used to be.
No, even back then, men didn't get messed over, beating up women, killing their wives and shit like that. Because
with the kids and the forcing themselves on people, that was automatic though.
Yes, so, that's the stuff that's automatic, forcing themselves on kids.
Right, and this nigga here burned 3 babies alive.
Yeah,
but women, all of them
the women are giving hell behind that.
All of them in there whoop their girlfriend ass and they wives ass, a whole bunch of them did. So they don't really see that as a problem.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they don't see that as a problem. But women, on the other hand, the women will punish women for harming babies. See, because if we find out you killed your kids or killed a kid, the women in prison gonna handle the women. But the men don't. That's what I'm saying. Most of the men there. Well, I don't want to say most, and I'm not just talking about black men, right? I'm just talking about the prison. A lot of men are in jail for abuse, for killing women. Yes. Women. Right. So they don't get punished for that shit. They don't get punished for that. The men in there, they like, oh yeah, you too. Then that's what they could say. Well, you probably had 1, 2. Doing.
Yeah. My brother did say they got a lot of dudes in there. That's what he remind me. Most of the dudes, a lot of dudes almost had to prison there. What niggas then messed over the old lady.
Yeah. And whether she did something or didn't do something, because anything we do could provoke abuser to abuse.
So you went an extra level with it, whatever it was, for them.
But no, I think you can, if your time, don't you go to prison if your time is just longer than so many years?
Oh, you're a repeat offender. They give you extended time.
Yeah, if it's over a year, even for stealing.
It's both. Bomb. I think if you got more than 5 years, they send you to Angola.
Or you do the same crime over and over. They call it habitualized.
Under 5 years, I think they keep you in NOPD jail, lockup facility or county jail. Each state is different, but I think it's like that. But if you got real time, you go in the penitentiary.
Yeah, but like I said, you could be just robbing people and without it being real serious, and they'll send you to penitentiary.
Right.
Because the
Well,
time, if
if it's
it's
an
over,
armed robbery, that's a real big deal. You know, if you're robbing somebody.
yeah,
Like
but they can get you for armed robbery, and you didn't even get out the car.
yeah, you could be the driver.
Yeah, you just drive. You didn't even know the person had a weapon or a gun.
Right.
So it's all kinds of things when it comes to that. But I see what you're saying. But yeah, them men don't give a shit about nobody.
Whooping
Like
no
him
woman
starting
ass.
no killing the women, beating their ass. They don't care about that shit.
If I think if they get at a nigga in jail for messing over a woman, it has to be somebody that knew her personally, that a cousin of, a relative.
Or somebody put some money on his head.
Or somebody put some money on it. They even take pictures
in the
and let
black
you and show you now because they got camera phones. They'll send you the picture of the phone and the nigga fucked up.
I think in the black community, we don't recognize threats as threats, that we trivialize stuff sometimes because it's like, oh, when I see signs, and when I tell you that love could turn to hate so fast, I was like, how did in November, I love you so much, I love you so much, so I'm really afraid for my life in February. And it turns so fast. And I think people don't see it like, oh, I do this to that nigga, or I do that, or I hit them, or what. I'm like, no, bitch, I'm crying white woman tears. Because I'm not, and I think we minimize stuff. And when we could know it, we could go to all the classes on domestic violence. We could go to know all of the literature, but somehow we don't place it in our lives when we see it. When I be saying, oh, I believe in call a thing, identify the things, what you seeing. And we're like, oh, I do, we minimize, I wish he would do this. And we seeing the classic domestic violence signs. We seeing the escalation. We seeing the controlling behaviors, but we don't call it that because we just think, oh, they just black people. It ain't nothing. It ain't that, but it be really serious.
Yeah, I'm about to look up. Candy Can said there's a prison with some pools, and remember I mentioned in other countries, they prisons are different. They allow the women, right, a pregnant woman to have her baby and keep her baby with her until that baby is time to go to school, right? They also realize families, right? They don't just because I go to jail because I did something doesn't mean my children should have to absolutely pay. So they allow men and women to get together to like if we married, my husband could come, we could still have sex. They still allow the family to come and to visit, and we might be in the room together for the weekend. They still value family. That's how they was able to tear up our family with prison. Good.
I'm talking about that's good that they had it set up like that.
Yeah.
In China, they had cut the grass with their hand. They was like, how you watch IDTV and these documentaries? Some people were literally, how they keep the grass cut was with their hands, and they had to pull it up to the certain height. So I guess it's a range of prisons.
Oh yeah, it's different types across the world, but we talk about the ones that where they value family, right? So here's a pool at a prison. Pools, they have prisons. We know we got prisons even here, federal prisons.
Oh yeah,
with golf courses and shit.
Yeah, they got some federal prison laid out.
Yeah, laid out. I've seen, I think it's this country too that Candy Can, how you say it, y'all? Venezuela? Did I pronounce it right? Venezuela or some shit like that. Yeah, I think that might be where I'm talking about also, where they allow the family to be there, come and still, because they understand the importance. I watched one where everybody in the prison had Nikes on, but in other countries, Nikes is not.
They only
not
sell
expensive.
That to us for the highest price, and then when the shit that don't sell, they sell it around the country.
Yeah, and so around the country though, it's cheap as hell. Who gives a fuck about somebody named Jordan from the U.S. in Venezuela? So that was like everybody had on Nikes and also a shirt with like a gator on it. So I'm looking at all that stuff like and thinking, damn, like they showed you that little room, which is still small, but they was able to have like a hot table, where they could cook on. And I was like, they in jail, and the punishment is being separate from your family, but they still treated them like humans.
Right.
And we though, look, how is it that I could scam? If I scam people out of several $1 million, I could go to a prison and be treated good.
You were the federal prison.
And if I just sell, if I got caught with some weed, right, or some drugs that they claim is enough to sell, which y'all know, goddamn, most of that shit ain't to sell. Most of them people not selling when they got them.
They used to put crackheads in jail for the pipe, with no crack,
just for the pipe
residue, and bringing niggas to jail for the blunt wrapper. God damn, that's paraphernalia. That was a felony.
Right.
Yeah, I heard about all them police got caught with. I guess it's the PPP loan or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, what happened? What happened? So they got police, because remember, so we know they corrupt. Like in Louisiana with Katrina, them motherfucking police officers went into car dealerships and took expensive cars.
No, they went, bomb, and they also, look, when I'm getting rescued, I can see on a dry part, the police surrounded the banks. They went all through there and got all the money out the banks and everything. Hit the ATM machines and shit. They got video footage of these motherfuckers and doing that shit. They had post shit up in the project by the Calio. They had broken one of the project when they had a little station there, and they putting the shit that they were stealing out of people's house in the fucking project. And they got them on tape.
They got them on tape, but doing everything on the news. They were showing black people in Walmart getting bread. Some of them was getting TVs and shit, but they ain't got that many TVs in the Walmart.
Two lady cops got a bad. I always say this story. Two lady cops, and they were like, because somebody asked me this on the radio show after Katrina. They said, like, what do you think about the two lady cops stealing? And I said, no, those ladies wasn't stealing. You can't think. They had a basket because they had a few clothes in there and some personal items. I said they needed to change clothes. We've been in the same clothes for 5 days, man.
Right.
And so have they. Hell yeah, you want to. I'd have broke the first thing I went and got with some drawers.
That's right. Walmart actually was telling people that it's okay to go grab,
Right.
But the media was making it seem like, look at them, refugees, and they're stealing.
I wish I could have got some of that refugee money. I wish I'd have sold fire for it too. They changed it back. They changed it back though.
Yeah, man.
Y'all refugees. Like y'all came from MS-13 in South America somewhere.
Man, that shit was. I was looking at TV, y'all scared, wondering what my family
you
was.
Ain't even American. Cause we call them migrants in America. Migrants, not immigrant, migrant. Because we used to migrate with the seasons and stuff for the vegetables. They call you refugees, like you ain't even American, like you from another country.
I want to get back to this video. If I could find it, did I move it? Let's see, who is this? This is New Orleans. I know what that is. Okay, this is the Queen Maker, which how to get him to spend his money. That's that woman. But anyway, so
I think men are socialized not to love. Socialized, just like you hear these men in the Manosphere spaces, but I think it's done on a slightly different level. And socialization, when you teach somebody different, not that it's their natural nature. I think when boys get to a certain age, you may have men be like, and I ain't saying all of them, but there's some older men I've seen, they be like, if they see, like I work in a prison, if they see a guy that coming in trying to be faithful to like his wife or he young or what, they be like, no, dog, come on, let's hang out. Hey, let's hang out. And they'll try to get that person that's, I just call them a square, and not even square, but just married and in a committed relationship who just coming to work, going home. They'll try to get them, hey, come on, dog, come on, let's go out, let's go out, let's go out. So I think that's a socialization process. I don't think it's natural to not love to not be vulnerable. I do think that happens. I don't think they use the language that the Manosphere uses, but I still think it happens sometimes because I just seen it a lot, and it's anecdotal growing up around here.
Yeah. So you think that? Yeah, and I think some of the men already said that. Yeah, if a man is being faithful, even a little boy, let's say he got one girlfriend, right, and he's like, I'm going by so and so, they'd be like, oh man, forget her, come over here. So I agree. I guess it could be social. So you're saying they socialize so to want to be with multiple women and to not, but love
that
is
make you an alpha. That make you the man. You know, because this what a real man don't be with no one bitch. A real man got a lot of bitches. You know, I got my main lady, I got my side chick. You a square if you mean you going home? What you mean you bringing your chick home? And it's like, and that is the cool guy. That is the guy to be looked up to and to other men to want to, right? And it just looked like that's the pinnacle of success. And being the guy who is married, like Mr. Baum, is not considered what their version of masculine, even though I think that's the most masculine version. The men in these spaces do not respect that. And when they see somebody like a younger guy on that path, the older guys will come and pull them to the side to try to make them.
I agree with you. That makes
and
sense.
sometimes that old man be trying to double back and fuck their woman, but they ain't gonna talk about that.
Like, cause they they'll call my husband a simp, and then they go from him being a simp, which he's never showed anything similar to simp, right? And then they'll go into, well, Bomb using dildos on a husband, which I don't know where they get it, wherever they get that from, but okay.
But
you
you
know
see,
what I mean?
when you see me on other panels, Bomb High handling them niggas with that shit, man. Hold on, y'all motherfuckers following 3 niggas: a African, obsidian, 4-foot ass, and anger man. That's the man is for you, stupid ass nigga. Y'all will probably walk by, nigga. They ain't even on you. We talking about levels, just walk by. That's not even somebody I'm gonna have a serious conversation with about anything pertaining to the life I got to live with. Y'all fine.
They trying to be that dude who and they ain't. They want to be that guy who who can get it, and they not. Instead, because they probably could be a decent guy to a woman, but they up there trying to be King Kong, King Dingaling, or whatever. Like they trying to be the loudest, most obnoxious, and take that whatever it brings, because they all seem angry.
Right.
And I understood what you were saying, Bomb, about Judge Joe Brown just listening to Jay Prince talk. Man, we just go listen to the motherfucker with all the fools and you know, like, man, that's fucked up. That's dead wrong, dog. You dead wrong.
Yeah.
None of that shit don't make no sense. You can't protect your women, nigga. We done.
Right. He's gonna go into a little more of it. But remember when my husband was over there with Jay Prince and them, and he said, come on, Mr. Baum, let's talk. And they asked him to put on his camera, and he did all that, right? But my hubby didn't really get to talk much because they just kept talking. And if they asked him a question, he was willing to answer it. But men, like, my husband was over here, me and him was giggling at some of the shit they were saying. And I know that hubby is a man, so he understands what the men are saying, but he'll say that. He'll say, okay, but men don't do, like, I'm here to say, no, that's not how it is. And if I can prove that it's not like that, but men, y'all be like, okay. And then when you say, okay, though, that's men thinking that you mean you agree.
It's like somebody told me one time when I was up there on our beach, I know, and the white boy was over there. I forgot his name, but they were like, well, you was on a panel with the race. I said, well, listen, I don't get another motherfucker bill. I let them talk. That don't faze me like that. I ain't got to, that shit don't bother me, especially when I know somebody is beneath me.
Right. That's right. See, that's what you men do, right? You men. Like I know, like, sometimes I be trying to push you, right? And y'all know if I feel something, I'm gonna say something. But I do be understanding that men and women think differently. So I be understanding that y'all don't see it the way I see it. I get that. But I'm a woman. And Mr. Kev will be like, okay. And you get quite devastated, do that. My husband do that. You do that. Mr. Music, he don't come up here that often, but
and look who he talking to too, Bob. He talking to Joe Brown. Been around the streets and put niggas in jail like Jay Prince, and seen some niggas ain't gonna change.
Right.
Some niggas go and he study arguing, you still go blame it on the women. Your problem go be always there, nigga, because that's how you feel. You already set with it. You ain't even trying to look at nothing else.
Did you see when he called him a stupid motherfucker?
Yeah, you a dumb
motherfucker.
motherfucker. Don't come with all that kind of shit. All that
He said, I ain't running for office
motherfuckers.
no
I went to
more.
juvenile shit like that. That's one thing. At least Joe Brown straight up. You have to agree with
Yeah.
him all the time, but he's straight.
Right. So let's finish playing a little bit of, but you right. He said before he said you ignorant motherfucker, he said I ain't running for office no more. And then what he was saying, okay, I ain't gotta play that role no more. Right. He said you was an ignorant motherfucker.
Right.
Can I comment on one thing you said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Men and women are different, and we're supposed to be, because we're supposed to complement each other. You know, we're supposed to complement each other. But the thing that men try to do, there are some things that are not exclusive to men or women. We both have them. The need for mutual respect, the need for socialization. Those things are not belong to one sex or the other. And that's what some of these men try to do. There are some basic things that everybody gets, man or woman, but they want to act like only men are supposed to get those things. Respect, socialization, and some of those things, they're not exclusive, but we are supposed to act different in different ways because men and women aren't the same, but we have some core things that regardless of gender, we
and
have.
you're right, Mr. Music in the chat say fast Kev, you know, you got to protect your women. Yeah, that's your purpose. And I know people talk about finances and providing how much you need to make, but I know motherfuckers that's broke all the way to the top that's go protect their old lady and the women in their fucking family. Right. If you can't do that, nigga, what's your purpose?
So here we go,
y'all. Go ahead on and just like them niggas, just go for the bag. Well, go ahead on, nigga. We you know, that comes with being a male. That's like you said, Mr. Bomb scan the fucking room when y'all go somewhere, Bomb, for a reason.
Yes.
We do. Some men cowards.
We know if they got 10 niggas in there, 2 of them would do you harm.
Those men don't want to protect women. They don't want to have the situation arise. So instead of having to address a wrong man, they'll make that woman wrong even when she ain't wrong because they don't want to have to confront another man.
I had a friend of mine that told me that too. She had said that exact same thing, that, you know, she had told her boyfriend, a guy that she was dating, that another guy was like kind of hugging her hips and was kind of flirting with her and shit in front of him. And he was like, well, what were you wearing? Well, what were you doing? That's because that was his friend. No, motherfucker, my friend, hey, bro, don't touch my old lady like that, dog. You know, you can't get that comfortable with my woman, not even my partners.
Right. That's right.
Ever.
I don't even think men should be coming to your house. My husband, my first husband, was the type of, both of them, we ain't had a bunch of men hang around our house. And you definitely shouldn't be around nobody's house when they ain't there. And it's just I mean, I ain't all that friendly with, you know, hey, how you doing, whatever. All that touchy kissing and all, no. You give me 3 feet, I work in a prison. Sorry.
Yeah. See, I'm the friendly type, right? When he tell me one of his friends coming by, I be like, okay, invite him in. You know, I'm gonna make sure the bathroom, everything, make sure everything right. Hubby be like, nah, he good. We gonna be outside. I be like, well, hubby don't be playing, man. But hubby not playing. You know, I am very friendly to everybody. I'm friendly to everybody. But and I'll ask him. I said, y'all was out there. Like he'll invite somebody. Like he got one friend who fix cars, so he'll come over and hubby will you know, they set it up, they outside fixing the car. So I'm thinking, oh, they're fixing the car, and I'm gonna make sure I got some food for him, some drink, you know, in case, you know, he want to eat or drink. I'm gonna make sure the bathroom is right. You know, you just make sure everything tidy, right, when people coming over. And I'm gonna make, you know, so hubby won't be bad about nothing. I don't want nothing. You know, I don't want no underwear to be, because the bathroom downstairs, you know, where the guest bathroom, also is our laundry room. You know, so that's I'm gonna make sure everything right. But I'll be like, but look, they out there for 3 hours. When he come in, I'll be like, where is Chambers? Oh, he gone. I said, he had to use the bathroom in 3 hours. They're like, oh yeah, he went to the McDonald's. I'm like, what? Why would you send your friend to the oh, and then I'm like, what? And he said, oh, well, he wanted to go get some food anyway. I'm like, what? I made food. Hubby just not, he is not friendly like that. Hubby is not friendly like that. He only friendly with his friends.
Right.
And then even his friends only gonna get so much friendliness, you know?
Right, I got friends, nigga, don't you bring that baby, don't bring no tea out here for this nigga. This nigga ain't gonna be here that long.
That's what my husband said. He be like, oh no, look, I'm out there. I don't go around with friends,
like,
but if
not this nigga don't buy a nigga a beer, nothing at the bar, no nothing. This nigga ain't get no tea over here.
I'm not playing, baby. Okay, let's get to Judge Joe Brown because he
I'm gonna
gonna
drop
say
down bomb. Thank you for allowing me up. I'm listening in the background. I got to go to work since you done kept me up all day.
On this good topic.
apologize.
See you later, Mr. Kev.
Thank you for coming up.
Thanks.
All right, cool.
Okay, y'all. Judge Joe Brown gonna, you know, because I'm asking him certain questions to get his response, you know, and Jay Prince popped on because he ain't like with Judge Joe Brown, so he's trying to convince him of what about these women who did this, who did that, who did this, our mama did this, and so that's what he's trying to get Judge Joe Brown to see it his way, and Judge Brown like, I'm gonna rewind a little bit so we can hear what his simple answer was, and then he's gonna go a little more.
They have not. So now black men say, okay, we need to focus on us now.
Okay, that's nice, but that's wrong-headed. So I'm giving correction and guidance as a mature black man who's proven himself to have a nice, adventuresome and exciting life, made a lot of money, done a lot of things, and see, that's just not the way to deal with it, because what happened is a wrong-headed mother put that in your head if that's what you're supposed to do. See, the real attitude is, okay, let's assuming that she thinks that way. So what? Too foolish to understand that she still needs your protection. She'll find out, but you as a man are going to protect her so she doesn't have to find out. So I always say, I don't care whether you want me to or not, I'll protect you if I see you in danger, just because I'm a man and it's what men do. You may not get it until it's 2:17 a.m. in the morning. You just fallen asleep. You're smiling about how you're going to be in charge the next morning, and something breaks downstairs. There's obviously a window. Don't you want a man there who's competent and capable to see what's going on downstairs, or do you want to go deal with it? You see, a lot of women understand that, and a lot of other women are very dissatisfied with their circumstances because they've been propagandized to reject it. Well, I'm there. So, a matter of fact, when it comes to women, let's see, my chief of staff was a woman. I probably have as many female lawyers as I do male lawyers, and let's see, medical staff, about the same thing. It's just when it comes to leading me, I'm me. I'm not going to follow most men in the world. There are a couple that under certain circumstances I'd follow, but not necessarily in all things. And quite frankly, when I'm walking about, I'm boss hog. I'm in charge. So it is what it is.
I like what you say. Look, he basically said, I'm a leader. And, you know, so men don't usually follow, right? Y'all not, it's like y'all not meant to really follow, because if you the man, then you gonna be the leader, right? If you, some other men might say, oh, Mr. Cavis, yeah, I'm going over there. I'm knocking at his door and see what he about to do, right? Because they know that you are a guy who can logically think of what we about to do. What's going on? What's the plan? Now, all men not like that, right? All men might not have a plan depending on what the circumstances is. Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, my husband don't know nothing about fixing cars. So if that's what's needed, he could not be the leader of fixing and repairing cars. And so when he mentioned women, though, when he mentioned the women may not know what she needs.
I bring the car to the dealership, to the mechanic.
Right, the person who knows about cars.
Right.
So when he mentioned the women, though, Yeah, women, we may not know what we need until we need it. And that's what the men are saying, that we're emotional and they're logical. So why would you, if I told you I don't need you to protect me, then why would you believe me when you know that I'm probably saying that because I'm in my emotions? I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm in my emotions. So men never really worried about what women were saying. You didn't care about what we did with our hair. You didn't care how we would dress it. You don't care that, you know, those group of women is over there twerking or whatever they doing. You ain't care about none of that shit because you are who you are. And if you are a protector, then that's what you are. That's what you're going to do if the need arises around you.
Mm-hmm.
So like your mom may be like I used to tell my sons, oh, don't worry about it. Go ahead. My husband would tell them, no, I don't care what your mom say. You make sure that you don't get in this house until she's already in this house.
Right.
No, that makes sense. But you know, I'm the mom, so I'm like, oh, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead. I got it.
Right. We both of us have a different set of rules on different situations. That's why you need both parties.
Right. So, like he said, some women don't know what they need until they need it. And he said, well, he don't care what the woman say, right? His woman, he gonna do with him because he is who he is. And so my husband did teach my son, like,
It's like if a woman buy a house, the first thing she might be thinking is the type furnishing the whole house. You know, of course. Man buy the house, he'll be thinking about some furniture, but then the first thing come in his mind is I need a lawnmower.
Right.
You
how
know,
you gonna make sure everything?
Yeah, I need to cut the grass out there. Damn, it's a whole big ass yard.
I know. Look, we looking at the big house. Y'all looking at all
like,
this
God
work
damn,
you gonna do.
I need to buy a ride lawnmower. That's another $2,500.
That's right. Women and men look at things differently. Like my husband, like you said, I may come in, I'm looking at the big house, I'm loving it. He look at the yard and damn, I'm gonna have to do all this. And also I may come in and be like, I'm gonna put furniture here, the bed here, that. And he's looking at how many windows it have and how he gonna make sure people don't come through them.
Right.
He looking to
if
protect
they're insulated enough, do we need some thick ass curtains for the light bill?
You see, so yeah, we think differently, but that's the good thing, right? When we come together, he's thinking about that portion of the family. I'm thinking about this, and when we put it together, everything gonna be covered. It's just that we everything gonna be covered. He's worrying about the lawnmower we're gonna need. Or he might just say, "But I know you like this house, but I don't think I want to handle this big ass yard." And then I might say, well, we might have to get, we get a landscaper. He might say, okay, but you ain't gonna be able to buy them shoes you want to buy every month. We got to buy we pay for a landscape. So that's what families do. We come together and we make it better together. Okay. I know, we got the thing of, because I tell a lady, look, if you don't want to get married, nothing's wrong with that. Okay. But the idea of saying that marriage isn't a flex, well, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Marriage is a flex, especially if it's a marriage that's working for the both of you. It's a flex. Two is always better than one, especially if you're raising a family.
Right.
Raising a family is hard with two. So I can't imagine raising a family who one. I couldn't imagine, even though there was times when I was like, I'm taking the kids, I'm gone. Right. But yeah, no. I would never have tried to keep him out of their lives. In fact, I would have been calling him and be like, hey, you need to talk to your sons. I've been telling him, hey, did you talk to your dad? Now if he was a different type of man though, I guess I wouldn't have been caring. But then I wouldn't want to have no baby with no man who didn't want family. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay, let's get back to the Judge Joe thing right here. Let's see, because Jay Prince gonna try to convince him of something else. Look, Jay Prince not happy. You see the look on his face? He's not. Like he like when he like when the men get up there and they sitting on the women, and then he could get them to agree with him. We not gonna protect them no more. But here we go.
It is, and even if I don't hold the office, I walk in the room. Ain't nobody gonna mess with me in that room.
I think Judge O'Brown, this where I want to challenge that at. Black men, like in general, for a lot of black men, we feel as though that our experiences and how we feel, it gets diminished and like put to the side like it don't matter. And so a lot of times with black men, we start acting out, and sometimes we act out aggressively. We act out of emotional avoidant, meaning like we don't show any interest of trying to care for the woman, the black woman. So, because I think the reason why that is because the way how we feel towards black women, it don't get addressed. It just get, oh, you a man, you a man, you a man, you a man. But this still don't take away how we felt and how these black women made us feel and made us experience.
Okay, so see, his problem is, first of all, he want to live his life as a collective. See, that's what I keep trying to explain. Y'all, we are individuals. Yeah, when we come in groups, we might be voicing our opinions about the group. But when I'm alone with my husband or my friends or even the neighbors, that's a different dynamic. So why would I care that all the women not being heard in reality? That's why I keep saying in reality. And people are like, we all live in the real world. And I'm like, yeah, but in reality, when I'm talking to my husband, I'm not sitting there telling him, well, we as women as a whole, we think we not getting treated right. You see what I'm saying? When women are with their individual people, they're talking about what they want and like and how they want to be respected. This bullshit where he said, well, we want to be heard. Who you want to hear you? Because if you're sitting down with a woman, tell her what you want to tell her. She'll hear you. So this is some bullshit right now. It's like, so they come together and they like in a hive.
But here's the thing too, Bob. Like every now and then, y'all was like, they'll take things from us from when like if you say this, if I say the same thing you said, and they'll take it differently coming from me. Then you got dudes like Jay Prince. He ain't gonna take it at all. We could tell Mink and preach this over and over and over. This nigga just ain't gonna accept it.
Well, the thing I noticed about Jay Prince is that he listens. Sometimes he may not catch everything, and then he'll use it, but it gets switched up. It's almost like I don't know how to say, because he's changed a lot. Like I watch him. He used to be, first of all, he used to be pro-black.
Yeah, I like Jay Prince. That's why I go to his channel. If I ain't like him, I wouldn't go to his channel. I like him.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. But I'm saying,
but when he starts talking those talking points, no, man.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying, so Jay Prince used to be pro-black. And then when we went over there by Anton Daniels, the first time I saw him over there, he was pro-black. And they kept laughing at him because Anton Daniels is anti-black. And so Anton Daniels was able to get him to change his viewpoints on being pro-black. And so that's how you know that he's a man. And then they started telling him how they'll take him in. Then they started talking about how they're going to pay for this and pay for that. His talking points changed. And then remember, he even admitted he ended up with fatting them because they was helping him. They was giving him this. They was telling him things until he had to put his foot down when it came with children. Remember?
Right.
So that's when he parted him ways from that.
Recruiting the nigga.
Yeah, but at first he was on their side. Like when they said something, he was like, yeah, because so they got certain people who could be persuaded. And if you are the type to easily be persuaded, you could be persuaded into the wrong thing. But at the same time, if you're easily persuaded, you could be persuaded to realize the truth and reality as well. So when I see somebody who I think they could get it, they just need to hear it enough, and then it has to start making sense to them. But yeah, Anton Daniels and them men, they the ones who got a hold of him and had him talk. He always had some strong things to say about women, you know, about, and when he say he talking about his family.
Right, and that's
So
like when we was on the channel. That was one of the first times I went over there when you was up there. He was like, you know, after kids. I said, man, stop saying that while you call you just finished combing your daughter hair, man. You don't mean that.
Right. You see what I'm
don't
saying?
mean
So
that.
he not, you
Right.
never
Don't leave
hear him
them
say
niggas
fuck
words
his
alone.
kids.
Right.
So he's talking like, you know, I understand he got a channel, right? And he realized the men, that's the type of things they like hearing. But that's what I'm saying. He don't really believe a lot of the things he's saying. Some things when he get angry, and he'll always bring it back to something that he did go through. So I understand that. Like, you can't tell
Yeah, he
people
been
they
through a
didn't
lot.
experience what they experienced. But at the same time, what you could let them know that everybody didn't experience that. And you could tell him he need to get over that for the sake of his children.
And most women don't think that way, man, or even move the way that they putting it out there. Like when he'll put something out there like, well, black women, you know, just disrespect, man. Most black women ain't disrespecting you, man.
Well, I mean, if we think about it, I guess there's probably everybody who thought they got disrespected by a woman or man, you know what I'm saying? So when they say general things like that, I really don't try to dispute that too much. What I would say, because I'm quite sure there's times when hubby might think I disrespected him. You know, because I didn't listen to him or I didn't do what he told me to do. So when people say things like that, it's their feelings at the time, you know. So have I ever disrespected a man? Y'all know I do. Shit, I get on the internet, I tell them niggas to shut the fuck up. They might consider that disrespect, and I don't care, right? I asked them though, how many women are in person telling them to shut the fuck up? And then if she is telling them that, what the hell did he do to her? Did he disrespect her? And why do they think that they can disrespect us, but then we can't disrespect them? So we're not walking around talking about these niggas are disrespecting us. We're not crying about that. So why are they crying about it? So I'm just saying. So it's just too basic, and it's too basic. People complaining about what people are doing in groups, even by us, even going to look up. Like for me to go look up and see how many black women got killed. Those are factual stats, right? But the truth in my life, how many women do I know who've gotten killed by a man in my circle? I don't know any, right? So our reality is reality. But today, due to the internet and these groups and following certain people, we now want to be concerned about something that we, just to throw it at people. My thing is, if in my circle I do have a woman who's being abused, then instead of me being on the internet as much as I am, I should be looking up and talking to her to help her get out of that situation. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be on here just saying, yeah, my girlfriend is getting abused. Now what? I should be like trying to figure out how can I talk to her to get her out of that, to help her get out of that. So she, but no, what everybody tend to be doing is we want to listen to this person, that person, this person. And then we want to make it seem like all of us, this shit is happening so broadly. Because it is happening now. Right. Even when they say men are killing women at this certain rate, that is true. But there's also a lot of other things that are true.
Yeah, both sides need to work on that. They got some work to do on both sides.
Yeah, they do have a group of women who doing fuck shit with her children, and they got a group of men doing it too. Right? So so I guess what I'm saying is when we on here and we talking these things, we throwing out stats, we saying men this, women that, women this, women that, and let's say that all of it could be true. Now what? Let's say all of it's true. What's next? But the idea of men, like Jay Prince trying to convince men that they shouldn't protect women, how would that benefit men? You know what type of men benefits from that? The men who know that Now I got free range to go beat and hurt these women, take what I want, because these men not gonna protect them. Because a man around, he don't want to fight another man, but he sure will fight a woman in a heartbeat. Those type of men I'm talking about.
Old fatty ass type niggas.
Right. He look, even we watched it. I watched it on panels where he'll get up there, he go after the women, but them men start shitting on his ass. He'd be like, I don't want no smoke. He don't want to fight against no man. Not when
they know when I go over there, I go there and respect the panel, even though I don't get on the panel with the nigga and with the little bitch, me personally, because on night it's no panel, I respect the panel, and I know if he up there, I don't even go up there. I just can't I ain't gonna be up there with him. That's me though. Me personally. If I do, I'm gonna call him out.
Right.
And like when motherfuckers like, well, look, if
as you should.
Right.
Look.
And see, that's what I had to tell. That's what I had to tell old boy. I had to say, look, man, even if I can't, even if there's whatever around me, I'm aware of what motherfuckers around my daughter and my neighborhood. Okay. And my thing is, even if you don't put hands on them or knock one of them off, you're supposed to let everybody know what the fuck he about.
Right. No, that's true. Like, period. I wonder why some of them, like, I wouldn't have my children, my daughters around some of these men ever. You know what I mean? That's why I'm glad we just on the internet. And so I just,
no shit.
We on the internet because ain't no motherfucking way. They got some people, if I was close to them, I would be checking in on them, checking on the kids. I'd be like, we gotta make sure everything good, because
right now we can go back and forth with the relationship stuff and all that, and these niggas talking, old Manosphere nigga talking about the black community and all that. Dog, ain't nobody talking about the kids.
That's right.
Who
Even
talking about the
kids?
kids?
These niggas.
I was talking to someone in the chat, and ain't nobody talking about the kids. I mean, you and then and Taz, the only one that talking about any type of a situation where some parents are wrong, not men and women. Men and women, just the parents are wrong, and we got the y'all, and these niggas can't even make a stand for the kids.
Oh no, they remember what they were saying. Fuck these kids.
Right.
That was a saying like 3 years ago, and they kept that up. Fuck these kids. Fuck these. They all one of these big YouTubers have to say it, then they run with it. That's how we know we're dealing with simpletons, and that's what a simp is. Simp is somebody who
simple-minded ass nigga.
Yep, anybody can get you to change your mind real quick just by showing you a few little things. It don't even have to be factual. And so that's the real definition of what simp meant. And now I don't know what they use words all kinds of fucked up ways. But okay, they want to change it. Now a simp is a husband. A simp is a man who got a woman and he love her and he take care of her. That's now the definition of simp. That's crazy. And if you ask them what it's short for, they don't know. They don't know that simp was the short for simpleton. Somebody with a simple mind, somebody who's simple, like most of them are. Okay, let's finish it. Listen to Judge Brown, because he goes say some things that I just
right. I like Brown.
Yeah, let me see.
Experience negatively. So a lot of times, for a lot of black men, like you come in the era of the older like black women where they still have some type of submission for the black man. They still like honor and respect the black
submission. Women only need to submit to those who are strong enough to cause the submission. They don't just have to do it because you have the title or the status or the parent status. You have to earn that.
You heard it, huh?
Do you need to write that one down? Clip that one.
I know.
All them niggas down. A woman ain't gonna submit to you just because you're a male.
Right.
Right. She got to see something in you, some strength or something, that because if she's thinking about having kids, well, I'm gonna be something. Nigga can show me something, some kind of shit that you can hold a house down.
Judge Brown said when he heard that word submission, he was like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Because look, my dad wouldn't want me to submit to just anybody just because, like, he would have had to prove to my dad that he could take care of me, right? He would, and oh my God. So Jay didn't like that. So here we go, y'all.
Now, there's this thing about courtship. Courtship is convincing a woman that she's better off with you than without you. And that excludes not only her emotional well-being, but her physical and her economic well-being. And we have to deliver. If you want to be the boss, you have to pay the cost. Now, the other thing you described.
If you want to be the boss, you got to pay the cost. He's like, look, you want that woman, then you got to prove to that woman that you're going to be able to take care of her. Like, why they think they want women, they want to have.
They think that's gold digging.
I know.
That's the problem. They think that's gold digging. I told one little dude, I said, dude, I don't feel comfortable if I can't hold it down.
Man, some men, real men don't feel good about the situation if they can't at least make sure that the family got what is needed.
Right.
At minimum, we got to have, you need a place over your head, a roof over your head. You need to make sure you got some clothing, right? They ain't got to be no expensive clothes, but they got to be clothing, and you got to be able to have a way to keep them clean, whether you got to have the money to go to the washerino, is that what it's called?
Right, right.
Or you can afford wash and dryer, right? And you got to be able to have some food. And even if you get help from assistance from food, nothing wrong with that. But you know, a lot of men don't like that though. Like a lot of men, even when in families where we may have gotten assistance, the men didn't want no part of that because, you know what I mean? They just, it made them feel like, okay, I'm less of a man. So I get that. But the thing is, when you need me,
I'd have took the opposite thought process. I paid my taxes. I want every dollar I can get back.
That's right. And nothing wrong with that because the white people do
right.
that.
That's what we paid into. They took it. I want it back. That's what it's here for. I don't like my taxes going too many overseas. I rather it help the people here first.
Yeah, but you know, back then, and still even a little now, men don't.
Yeah, I know. Really, it was a pride thing.
Yeah, it's a pride thing. And even women, you know, but hey, we were like, look, the family doing better when I go get a little assistance.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I go get a little assistance and we doing better. Now we ain't got to worry about.
My mom refused it growing up, and I always thought it was, you know, like, you know, but my mom was one of the Christian women. If you don't really need it, you don't go get it.
That's how they brainwashed black people back then.
Right.
Like my grandmother and none of them got help. Right. But see that they did that on purpose to black people. White people was always going to get assistance.
Right. They was the main ones in the projects and food stamps and shit. That's why you see all the damn fraud convictions is white folks stealing those, you know, SNAP benefits and stuff like that, all white.
Yeah.
30 of them.
So they would go and get it because it was meant for them, first of all. And then they decided that, you know, that they start giving. But black people, I remember growing up, they were prideful. They wouldn't even go get the assistance. And I remember when my mom went to get some, my dad wasn't happy about it. But my mom was like, but, you know, we got a family. People need to eat. So, yeah, I remember that discussion. I remember it. I'll never forget it. You know, dad wasn't happy about it. Mom wasn't happy.
He suck it up and then change the situation.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know,
that's what men do. Come out of a hole.
My dad used to be the type who, I guess you would call it hustling, right? Which meant we would be in the house hungry. I'm not even lying, y'all. And he would go every day. He would go out somewhere so he could come back with some food, some money, the food. And my mom got tired of that.
Well, yeah, we need.
Yeah. And she should have. She got tired of that.
Now we begging, borrowing, and hunting and shit. Now, hold on. Now we can go right to the grocery store with this here.
Yeah. So all that change, you know, when everything changed was when I was I had to went in the army, and my dad had due to my mom's job, her connections, then he got on with the parish. But my dad didn't have but a 3rd grade education, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So the world changing where now you need at least high school. But remember, that was a time when you ain't.
Well, yeah, you didn't have to. He didn't have to go to school.
Yeah, he didn't have to go to school.
The boys went to work.
That's right. And then there's a time, even when we were younger, right, where you didn't need education to get these good jobs. If you got to connect somebody who work at the plant, Monsanto, or at the shipyard or something.
Right, make you a foreman.
Yeah, you could get a job and you could move up, but then that shit changed. That shit changed. Now they want people with education. But my dad,
yeah, it used to be like on the job training a lot.
Right.
They'll train you for the job.
Now they ain't doing that shit. Now they still want a little education. It depends on the job. But my dad, up until he passed away, didn't know how to write his name. Yeah, my dad didn't know how to write. Okay, they got a lot of still people in a certain age category who do not know how to write. Okay, so and when the world starts changing, you either got to adapt or you know. So, but he ended up getting on with the parish due to my mom's connections, and he was able to do the job, so he was with the parish. He retired from the parish.
Right. That was a good job.
Yep. But when they had hurricanes and shit, he couldn't leave like everybody else. He had to stay there. They would be the ones putting the bags up, what they call them, with the
sandbags
and stuff like that. Yep.
Right.
He was also the one where, like, if the people who drove the trucks and stuff, like when they got a flat tire, he would be the one who had to go and change their tires and everything for them. So that's what he did for the parish. But yeah. But before that, my dad was a construction worker. And so construction, that's seasonal. So everything will be good in the summer months. He worked, got 40 hours a week or whatever, and maybe more. But then in the winter months in Louisiana, or rainy season, remember? They got the rainy season where it rains a lot and they can't build shit because everything's wet. The ground's wet. This is wet. Equipment wet. So that's just what it was. Okay. So I wouldn't. Yeah. That's what it was. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Having is an emotive reaction. See, that's because over the last 50 some years, men.
Oh, let me say this too. So based on what I hear women saying, my mom should have left my dad. You see, they would be like, "Yeah, I couldn't be with no man like that." You know what I mean? That's what. But so they'll look at back then and they say, okay, I don't want to live like women back then. And then they make it seem like the women back then was living such terrible fucking lives. But no, what the problem is that people today are looking at TV and judging their lives and saying, okay, I want to live like her. But even when we find out that Love and Hip Hop and what's the other one, the Housewives of this and Housewives of that them people were living fake lives.
And see, that's what I would tell people. I said, listen, I had to tell some of them dudes, I said, listen, man, let me tell y'all something. Those people are not making the fucking money y'all think they make it.
Right.
Right. I work with them, I seen them and stuff, and I get an idea. Tyler Perry said, and I think it was a statement, he said he pays actors $60,000 per show, for their show series, whatever, which was a good rate of pay. The guy I work with, I mean, yeah, he made good money, but that ain't gonna set him like Will Smith. Y'all looking at the people that are already set in the filming industry and trying to mimic their lifestyle.
Right.
That shit don't happen. And a lot of people doing that, they just taking pictures. That's not really how they're living. They got actors now, and that's really with the strike. They hurting. They
was hurting. Oh yeah.
Right. And if the guy made, and I don't know these people's salary, but I'm just assuming he was leading the show. If that man made $200,000, $300,000 in a year, that ain't shit from what y'all tell me in California.
Oh yeah, I know.
If he ain't been working in a damn year.
Yeah, you're right. Because the actors remember during the strike, like you said, they was saying that they needed to get back to work because they couldn't even. These people got evicted. Some of these people had to go live with their parents. Because you're right, the only ones who make the top money would be the top. The ones whose name is on the picture,
right, the headliners.
The headliners, right. So Will Smith and Jada,
Denzel, Morgan Freeman and shit like that.
Right. But even we watched some of them go bankrupt. Be like, damn, how they go bankrupt? Because they wasn't getting paid like that. Right? They got their contracts, and then they got managers who get a piece of that and all kinds of shit. taking that money and splitting it. But we got people doing the Housewives of Atlanta, and these people watching, and we watching. Some of these people that went to jail. Look, we found out
with
old
all the
girl was in the
scamming
middle
and
of a
stuff.
scam. Huh?
Yeah. And see,
Right.
Atlanta is a hotbed for scamming. Like they got that, like one of the ladies in the rental office had the women put out a pamphlet, to some of the single parents, you pay half your rent for the people that were getting assistance. And this month is a special, and they went and gave the lady half the rent. The lady left the company, and then the people bought their victim because they 2 months behind now.
Mm.
That lady gone.
Yeah.
Scammers. Same thing with with the Scarlet Letter and stuff like that. They got good looking, attractive men who roll good. Them niggas are scammers.
Yeah. We watched what it was. That Fredra was, her husband was scamming. All of them were scammers, and we watching them on TV in these big houses and shit that they really couldn't afford. And then people want that. Young people grow up watching that, and they want that. And so we got the young girls who think, oh, I deserve that. And we like, somebody, like, I'm hearing these women, and they're saying, yeah, I do deserve that. Deserve, what does that mean? Because you do deserve it if you go and earn it and you can afford it. When you deserve something, that means you put something out there. You deserve,
and the younger dudes not really no work for it. Them niggas who got them houses put in a lot of work.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of work.
So we like that conversation with the date. The guy worked, right? He that's how he got that car. And for some reason, this woman thinks she deserved it because of beauty. That shit is funny as hell. Well, I mean, that's what these women say. That's what I'm saying. These women online, these women are taking this shit way too far. And then I become looked at like I'm beating up on her because I'm saying she don't deserve it. Yes. What did she do to deserve it? Like, do we need to look up the word deserve? Because this shit is the weirdest thing. And then, so it looks like I'm beating up on the women when I say, when I was over there and I told them that they don't deserve shit. And, I'm like, yeah, why did she deserve it? Because deserve, that's something you earn. That's something that you did to earn it. So to tell a man or a group of women that you deserve something when you didn't do nothing to earn it, then apparently they don't know what, like I said, they don't know what deserve means. Okay? They don't know what, but listen, if we're now telling women that all you got to be is this and have a man do it, but then you don't want to even to respect the man. So you want him to go work for you. You want him to do all this to get you the big house, the cars and everything. And then at the same time, you don't want to respect him. So you're not even deserving it even through that way. It's one thing to treat him like he want to be treated, treat him nice so he could keep making that money for you. But you're not even doing that. You want to tell him how you lucky you with me. What? They got some women on here learning from delusional women. Delusional women. These women are delusional. And then they can't even prove what they're saying, even though they may or may not be married. Like, so it's easy for a woman who thinks that her husband is ugly. She have to tell you he ugly because she know that most women gonna think he ugly. So I'm thinking, because a woman to tell women that they need to get with an ugly man, why would I tell somebody that? And what is ugly? Like what I think is nice looking, another woman may not. She may think that's ugly. So it's so weird. Anyway, let's get back on Judge Jabbar because some of these women are loony boony. Okay, here we go.
Have been taught that they need to be emotional creatures so they don't become fully manly when they start exhibiting the same kind of emotionalism that women do. Now, women hold families together. They commensurate with the grief of children, the unpleasantness of this, that, and the other financial circumstance. They hold things together with the glue that exudes from them. when they try to make things all right and the people they're responsible for are happy about being alive.
Is that you, Koji? Oh, wait. Give me a second, y'all. I got it. Koji, that's you? Hello?
Hello? You hear me, Paul?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the last part because I was trying to tap in, but I had heard somebody talking about money, and I was just curious, what are people really making? Because they were shooting on 50,000. I'm not saying you can make it on 50,000, but I googled the median income, household income in the United States, and it was around somewhere between 72 to 74,000. That's household income. So I was just trying to, I was wondering, what are people making? What are they paying in rent? Because I know by the time they take out of my check and other things, if I bring home 24 on one job or 22, after they take everything out, and a house payment is 2,000, and I hear apartments going for like 1,800 for a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, 2,100 for a 2-bedroom. What are people making?
That's a good question.
So they were saying it like it was nothing, and I'm like, I don't, and I know median is not, it got outliers and all that good stuff. But making what shit on it, I know, I work on that. So what are people making? I don't know.
Wait, I think you started to break up a little bit, but so I guess it depends on where you live. 22,000 ain't shit up here. Like I made more than that 20 years ago. I'm not sure what happened. You know what I mean? Like $10 an hour. $10 an hour, isn't that something like 30? No, $12 an hour, something almost like $30 an hour, 30,000 a year. Yeah.
And by the time they take out insurance and taxes and all that, if I bring home 24, not made, but bring home that's decent. But I know it takes more than that. But what are people bringing home after taxes and after insurance and stuff?
Yeah, but 20. Okay, so I'm not.
That's
so
bi-weekly.
Yeah, bi-weekly. Oh, okay. Wait, I thought you meant. Okay, what we talking about? Yearly?
No, I meant 2,400 bi-weekly.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I thought you meant 20. I thought you was talking about yearly. Okay, I got you. Okay, so yeah. So if you're bringing 24 bi-weekly, right?
22 to 24, because it ain't always that.
Right.
Bi-weekly, and they was saying making 50,000 is nothing. I'm like, well, what are people making? Is everybody really bringing home 100,000?
No.
Oh no, we know that.
No, they just flat out lying.
Yeah, they lying about that. Look, but what I will say though, so you just said you bring home 24 bi-weekly, and for those of us like myself, we pay $2,000 a month just for rent. That don't include electric bill, water bill, and all kinds of other shit, right? Cars, gas to get back and forth to work. So yeah, in certain states, that's nothing, because it used to be where you couldn't even get an apartment unless you made the amount of the rent in 1 week. That's how it was. I'm not sure if it's still that way, but yeah, these people are requiring that you make how much. They'll tell you, well, you don't make enough to live here. That's so I know people run into that because they expect.
But you know what? And the thing is, I can understand. That's why I started asking people where they from. I can understand, like if people in California, like 100,000 ain't shit, we got to do a little better. All right, that's New York, Chicago. You in the middle of Idaho. And
it don't be matching because they complaining about paying $1,800 a month for rent. So
no, they pay more than that in California.
They complaining.
That's their rent. That's their rent on Section 8.
Yeah, that's because
I'm saying here. No, I'm saying I'm hearing things over the internet and they don't match because if people complain about rent prices, saying they paying $2,000, but you making $100, you shouldn't complain about paying $2,000 or whatever in rent. It's just
but they not. You're not listening.
It's
And when
more than that.
they make 1,000, 100,000, it's because they're renting some $5,000. Rent in California is nowhere near no $2,000. Girl, in California, California and New York, you might get you a efficiency
I
for
understand New York and
35.
California.
I'm talking, it's $3,500 in New York for an efficiency. That's a one-room place. One room with a little kitchenette over there. That's $3,500. If you're talking about getting a one bedroom, now we're talking close to $5,000.
Right. They sell
This is
300. They sell bedroom, 3-bedroom houses for $500,000. Regular house in California. I'm like, what? Damn, my house is bigger than that.
Yeah, they making more than most of us make in certain areas. Just welfare alone, welfare, where they getting something like 45,000. You could be on welfare in California and just that alone and get $45,000 a year.
The places that I'm in, the people not. I know there's places like California and New York and stuff like that. That's for these one places. These was not only the places they was talking about. It just seemed like it'd be like some inconsistent. It was, and I know those places do cost, and it I think what you say it's expensive, like real super high for rent, but it wasn't all places like.
Yeah, but so New York is slightly higher than Delaware. So Delaware is probably the cheapest area in this area, and still it's very high. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it depends on what part of the country you're in. They got areas, Washington, D.C. There's a lot of areas that's expensive. Like, it's not just California, New York. We got Seattle is very expensive. New York, it's a lot of states that is very, very expensive. And then the surrounding areas of those states are also expensive. They're just a little cheaper than there. Just like, the inner city is in New York, it's the opposite of many other areas, right? New York, inner city is very, very expensive.
Yeah, that's
and outside
like
is a little
walk
cheaper.
on Monopoly game.
Yeah, here in depth and in other areas though, it's usually the reverse, right? The inner city usually be cheaper than the outskirts, than the suburban areas. But people in these states where they got 24-hour busing and they don't have to have cars and shit. Yeah, it's expensive as hell. So yeah, New Yorkers that's what we all want to come to Florida for the weather, and it's cheap as hell down there. It's cheap as hell.
All right. That's why I had to catch myself with that culture,
but you ain't
because I
making
was
the
like,
same. I don't know if they making the same money.
Yeah, but they do.
Florida,
they do, because by the time we go down there, we retired. So we get our retirement pay from all the money we made up here. And then we just retire and go to Florida. And yeah, now we're sitting pretty. That's why y'all get all the retirees down in Florida.
They always been doing that. But I was just talking about the young people, because I'm hearing somebody, and to me, because we ain't never had it like that with $2,100 for a 2-bedroom. And talking about $700 to rent a room was never that, because the money was never paying. Like I go to New York and I work for the winter. I'm making a ton of money that I could come down here for the summer and relax on. But the money don't be the same what they make up there and what they make down here. And it wasn't older people. It just seemed like some stuff unmatched. If they say I'm making this money, then if you say in the apartment, I'm like, well, what is shit costing the rent? And places in other countries, not California and not Texas, but regular working stuff.
There's 2,000 here.
Right. Well, yeah.
It's
going up here too. It's going up to like 900, 950 for a 2-bedroom now. It used to be 450.
Right. But it's
500.
So apartment here, 1-bedroom, maybe a 2-bedroom, and it still be kind of small. It's $1,800. It's $1,800 to and they raised that high after COVID, but it was already high as hell already, but not that much. After COVID, when the country went crazy and they knew that the government was issuing people money, these landlords went up crazy. people want to blame it on the president, but the president have no say in what regular businesses do.
Right, because they raised a lot of the insurance was a big old deal that some of my friends told me the insurance went up. Shit, you had to lift it. Then some people didn't pay with the PPP loans. And like I think Cody was talking about the people that got caught, the cops that got caught with that. You know, LaPartner said that he owned about 20 something units, I'm not sure, but he said, well, man, he said half the people that got those loans just moved. They didn't pay him. The city gave the money to the tenant, and the tenant just moved. So he was stuck with mortgages for the last year and a half or so that he had to pay.
Yeah, but they end up getting credit for that shit.
Yeah. All right, write it off.
Write off. That's right.
At the end of the tax year.
That's right. So it's not like a real loss, because the government came in and stepped in and helped them.
Yeah, right.
So,
if you got the money to sustain the mortgage.
No, they just like people didn't have to pay rent, they didn't have to pay mortgage. Yeah, they had it where if they had renters who didn't have to pay rent, then they didn't have to pay mortgage. They just had to fill out some paperwork, and the banks allowed them not to have to pay.
Letitia said car insurance went up. Yeah, it went up here.
Yeah, man. All these kind of bullshit.
Rental prices, all that. Yeah, everything went up. Damn sure food.
And people want to blame it on the president, but see, that's the thing. The president is federal. And remember, they want to separate federal and state. Right. And then they also don't want the president controlling this or saying you can do that and saying you can do that. That's why shit keep going up to where we can't afford it.
They could, and they can govern. They can do that shit on purpose.
Who?
They can damn near try to cause a recession. Notice how they do the shit just to spite Democrat. That's just gonna be the American way. Just like they tried to do with Obama, but the shit was running so good because the people was happy, they couldn't deny it. And the economy went up.
You see, Joe Biden got his points that went way up. The way he handling over there Israel and shit like that.
Yeah. I'm with the Palestinians.
You with the Palestinians?
Yeah, I just think Israel.
Who is the Palestinians?
They're the ones in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, I just think I don't have no personal ties or no long and entangled history about them, but I just think Israel just slaughtering them people.
Did you know that, first of all, did you know that all of them are Palestinians? You didn't know that?
No,
Israel is the area. There's no such thing as Israelians. So all of them are Palestinian. All of them. So when you say you're with them, I'm not sure what you mean. All of them are Palestinian.
I'm standing with the Palestinians that the Israelis are bombing and attacking.
What you mean what they call them? You talking about the terrorists?
Who's the terrorists?
Are the Palestinians Muslim? Most of the Palestinians, are they Muslim?
That Muslim, they do have, they have Muslim there. So wait a minute. So y'all, what you just said that you're with the okay. What Mr. Cav just said sounds like this. Where you say I'm with the Louisianians while the US is having terrorist attack. So this is what this thing is going on. That over there is the same people.
You were saying Hamas is Hamas, huh?
Hamas. So Hamas are the terrorists. So the terrorists are over there and they have taken people hostage and hiding within regular people. So who are you with? Because there's only two people in conflict right now. There's either Hamas and Israel, right? The Palestinians, as you put it, all of them are Palestinians.
Yeah, I just
even
think
the Hamas people,
whoever was on the god. I just think Israel just trying to take over the Gaza Strip, push those people back, and they go. I just think that they just have the power. They don't need our help with none of that shit. To be perfectly
This is what
honest
the
with you.
church lady told me.
Yeah, well,
The church lady said this is. She basically said that the J's, the Israel, like the J's and the M's, they ain't nothing but the two set of children from what's his name, Abraham. When the Lord told Abraham, this is what the church lady said. She said basically the Lord told Abraham, "Hey, you and Sarah gonna have a son." And Sarah said, "No, bitch, I'm too old, God." And then say, "Oh, go sleep with my handmaiden or whatever, one of my concubines." And she got pregnant first, and she had a child. But then Sarah came back and had a child. And then once Sarah had her child, cause the other lady got too hard, they sent the handmaiden or whatever her concubine out in the wilderness to die. But God say your children are going to be the children of many nations and whatever also. And those are the Muslims. And basically what's going on between them two, the Muslims and the Jays, is sibling rivalry, stepson, stepchildren versus Abraham. That's what the same lady told me. I just thought it was interesting.
Well, yeah, I guess she got it right when she break it down like that in religion. But yeah, they're all one people. They're all the same people. And then some terrorists come in. They have different religions. Just like here in the U.S., we have many different religions. And then some terrorists come over, and let's say they come to Washington, D.C. like they did January 5th. They come, these terrorists, and they attack the Capitol like they did. And then though let's say it got outrageous. Let's say they actually was able to hang the what his name, that Pence dude and all of that. And then so now in our same country, we now have war. This what we see happening over there is about to happen here if we're not careful. Because we have a group of people now who are now called mega. Mega is like the Hamas. And the rest of us are like, we're sitting here and we hoping we don't want to go to war. We don't want to fight. We just want to live our lives. But the mega people want to destroy us because they want power. Because they want something that the government won't give them. So they want to come and take it. Like they wanted Trump to be president.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now though there's war. So what happens if let's say the mega people, right, with all them guns and stuff, if they really would have attacked the Capitol with guns and stuff and came in and stole people, chop people heads off, what we as Americans, would we supposed to just be here, let them stay there? They killing people even while they're there because the people don't want to be a part of them. They just chopping them up too. And they hiding among people. So yes, we would end up going to war in Texas. Let's say in Texas, that's where they are. The rest of America, they will sign off that we got to get rid of these Hamas people or these mega people because they're murdering innocent people. And because they're hiding amongst the Texans,
yeah, just like they
people
did with
feel bad
and Pakistan, they would hide amongst the civilians.
Yes, so that's what's happening. So the rest of America, we supposed to bow down on our knees and give them what they want simply because they are terrorizing people in Texas? Or do we go in with our military and we go in Texas and we get rid of their asses? And since they hiding amongst and killing people, we might have to attack Texas. And Texas then, or it'll be sad, it'll be bad, but yeah, we have to blow Texas, some areas out of Texas, because we know that's where they are. They in that place. We know it because we got the intelligence. And so yeah, they're gonna bomb that place. And they're gonna be in war, innocent people die. So when we say we with the Palestinians, you with most of them, they Palestine. That's what this is. So, but here in America, we're gonna make up stories like, well, they just want that area. If them people wanted that area, they had the gunpower, the manpower to go and take it.
Since BC, before Jesus Christ. But I got to say this here. This a lesson in this here. That polygamy shit don't work. They've been fighting for thousands of years, ever since Aaron and Abraham before Jesus, BC. That's why you need one fucking wife and keep your dick at home so you don't have all this. You can't even hardly keep it straight with my own regular sisters and brothers, let alone all these stepsisters. Keep your dick at home and leave the polygamy alone. Let me go in these people building. All right. Later.
And the reason why we involved mainly is because we've always been involved with Israel. We the ones who gave them, we recognized them, right? We backed them. The reason why no other country went in and took their land from them, because of our support. And it's not just us, it's other countries too. It's political shit that we got to play is for our own survival. Because I'm not sure if y'all looked at a map, baby, but we are small. And so by us being with our major military, we like the small guy with Napoleon complex, right? We the one who's small, but we got to act like we big so nobody fuck with us. That's America. That's the US right there. So we come to rescue. We have backs. We diplomatic with other countries, and so they know that if they need to go in, they know America willing to do it. So by us being able to do it, willing to do it, they support us in other ways, and then they too are our allies. So their country's bigger. These people got billions of people. We don't even have nowhere near a billion people. They got billions of people. If the motherfuckers want to come over here and just trample and take everything from us, yeah, we'll be in trouble. But you know why they want to do it? Because they know we big and bad. We like the short guy with all the firepower and willing to go out and die for our country. But them motherfuckers are willing to die for their country too. They got countries where everybody, male, female, have to serve in the military when they become a certain age. We don't even do that. So so now, but the start confusion, we have people saying, well, there's a people over there who's innocent. And yes, that's true. There are people who are innocent. And they need to blame the Hamas for that. The Hamas was over there in that area training. And shit, if I start seeing mega around me with the guns and they over there training, look like they about to try to do something, either I'm with them or I need to get the fuck away from them, because they're the ones who holding hostage the Palestinians. They're the ones who in the Palestinians area trying to hide behind a little baby or a woman, because that's who they snatching up, the women and the children, and hiding. They put them in front of the bullet and they be like, and they shoot at you, but then when you ready to shoot at them, they hold the baby up. And so if we allow them to continue, if I'm not talking about we, because but if the Israel's, the people in Israel, if they allow them to keep coming closer to us, taking a shot at us, and when we go to try to get them, they pull a baby up, then we're gonna end up dead. So what you think we're supposed to do? Because they getting closer, because we allowing them to get closer. Why? Because they holding somebody we love in front of us, somebody we think is innocent, right? So they holding the baby up. They shooting at us. They knock one of us down, kill one of us. And when we go to shoot back, they like, don't shoot me, I want to die. And they coming closer with that person in front of them, shielding them and getting closer and killing us one at a time, whatever. And we not supposed to shoot them because they holding up the baby. But no, then they'll take over the country that way. So no, you going and you tell people like they did, they said, hey, you got 24 hours to get out this area because we're coming and we're coming hard. And then so they gave them warning. They're like, you got to go. And then they bombed their ass, as they should.
That's one thing you got to, when them people say you need to leave now, your ass need to leave. All that arguing don't mean shit then.
Yeah, because what can you say? I mean, they got people who say, well, I ain't got nowhere to go. Well, I don't know. Look, you got to go. You got to figure it out, because otherwise we got a million people over here. You only got, you got a couple of 100,000 over there. And we're not going to let these people come kill our million people just to save you. So you got to try to save yourself. And we're giving you ample time to get out We letting you know, because in war, they usually don't give no warnings. And why would we? Why would I tell the enemy that I'm about to bomb them in 24 hours? I wouldn't.
Right. That's only if you want to get some innocent civilians out the way.
Exactly. Innocent civilians. So that's the way I look at this shit. This shit, they're like the same people in the same area with different religions. That's it. But they're in the same area, and everything was as fine as it could be for, for whatever. And then somebody came in and said, no, we're going to take what we want. And the way to do it was to kill innocent people. So they already killed innocent people. So I'm not I'm not sure what we're thinking about, but there's a group of people hiding amongst. That's like me taking the terrorists in my house and hiding them for everybody. And then when I get killed, people, my family members say, yeah, you shouldn't have got that. She was innocent. No, she wasn't innocent. When they came and knocked at the door, I was willing to help them. I was willing to, because I felt the way they felt, and I was willing to hide them. But so they got people who in that area was willing to help them. In fact, they are part of Hamas, right? But there's a lot of innocent people who knew nothing about it. They just innocent. And Hamas is also brutalizing them. So I guess America, we got to look at it for what it is. War is war, right? We just lucky. See how easy it is for us to sit back comfortably.
Sit back and judge, yeah.
Yes, because
either side, you will be rooting for the other side.
That's right. And it's crazy because in this country, when we go to war, we usually go to somebody else's fucking area. Ain't that something? But there's a lot of people who've been lived through war. Like I'm talking about bombings all around them since they were kids.
Right.
And our asses got the nerve to be over
war-torn
here.
cities and children. Yeah, I saw a report when they were talking about war-torn children. Just orphanage full of kids that lost their parents or don't know where they at or what happened over and over. That's some traumatizing shit.
Yeah. And so they got people over there, like they said. I saw one woman say, well, they already left another area. They left another area, war zone, survived it, moved to that area, and now they got accepted in and everything. They living their life, and they don't want to have to do that again because that's a long, So Egypt wasn't letting them in, right? So they locked them up with, and they either got to go to the sea or they got to go to Egypt. If Egypt not letting them in, what they supposed to do?
And one thing we got to realize as Black folks is, look, we got to realize we still got it better than 90% of the world. We still got a lot of things that we have a lot of advantage and don't have to worry about shit like that.
But we had our own little war as Black people in America. But yeah, so like I understand. We had our own.
I'm just talking
war,
about the freedom that we have. Like at least we got some choice and some say so. Some people just ain't,
Yeah, that's true, and that's as Americans.
That shit. At least you could say something. They got most places you can't say shit.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, so at least you're right. But that's as Americans now. If we talking about Black people, that's a whole different topic.
No, I was talking about Americans, but as Black Americans, we still Black folks. But instead of beefing over the dumb shit all the time, we still the privileged kids, so as America, yeah, I think that.
Well, I don't know if we the privileged kids. If you're talking about Blacks, if you're talking about Americans, we the privileged
talking
kids.
About Americans.
Yeah, but if once you add Black, if we talking about Blacks, though, remember there's other people come in this country and they get a step up. They end up being ahead of us. So there's a complaint on that. So yeah, we end up being the stepchildren then. So that's what I'm saying. If we talking about Americans,
you think they tested the immigrants for the vid?
For the who?
For the 19.
Oh yeah, they have to. They tested them.
Yeah,
made them get shots and everything.
Yeah, they get everything.
Yeah, remember? You don't remember when they was coming in? They was putting them off to the side for 2 weeks and.
Oh, okay.
Before the vaccination, they were doing all that. Remember?
Right. All right. Well, yeah, I had missed that. I just saw them on the bus.
Oh no, they were even
they were processed before, so those they were coming out of holding facilities.
Yeah, and they were so. But before they put him, even before they put him on the bus, they had him somewhere for 2 weeks, and then they'll bus him somewhere. Yeah, but then when we got the vaccine, if they wasn't taking that vaccine, they had to go back. But the idea that we hate people coming in, that's crazy too. Because we feel sad about the waters going over there. We ready to judge how people not letting up, opening up the doors and letting them in. And then we over here talking about you can't come here. So I bet you if all that shit was going on right next door to us, let's say it was right there in Mexico, and them people had to go somewhere and they was trying to come here, I bet you most of these motherfuckers, and I'm talking about especially the Republicans, they would have been like, don't let them in.
Right. It's I was talking to Dev about that, devastating about that. That's why I like to ask people, because if you look at the news and you see the protests and stuff like that, it's look like it's gonna be a real big issue and stuff like that. Well, the people don't have shit. They don't have nothing. So we a little more compassionate, but they're making it like. But Dev had told me, like, he said, listen, Kev, Dev is in one of the migrant cities. We can absorb that amount of people. So don't, it's not like they just more complaining about closing that damn health center. I mean, the little park or something like that. But you got to sacrifice something, I guess.
And we talk. Remember, we are one of them nations that we say we humane. Right. We always going around the world telling people they inhumane and wanting to hold them accountable for shit. Right. And then at the same time, now we are talking about they can't come here. So wait, what? Like all the nations, the ones who are in what they call like allies, every year they come together when they know that there's a war somewhere. These people come together and they figure out.
They take in certain groups, yeah.
Yes, that's right. They make concessions out for humanity, right?
That's like, and they'll say the people that Russia fighting, the Ukrainians, yeah, they got places for them all around the world.
All around the world, that's right. But then we as Americans who claim that we're, we got this power, we know we got allies, we want to say they can't come here.
Right, and that's our standard for a country. Bring on your sick and your weak and all that if you want.
Yeah,
you can't say it.
Most of these motherfucking people who got the money here are not even from here.
Right.
Man, we do it so much. America is like, we don't give a fuck about this country no more, because if we did, we wouldn't be allowing all the people who making good money, right? We talking about, like, let's say the stars. You'll notice that for the last decade, our stars have come from Canada, the UK. These motherfuckers. And actually, we could go even longer with the music. And we talk about pop music and shit. When I found out that a lot of these stars, like George Michael and all these people, almost all them people, they wasn't even from the U.S.
I get what you're saying, but I agree with Wilson right here. They some hypocrites. They be playing that victim card. Israel.
Yes. Oh, I ain't looking at the chat, y'all.
Yeah, they play the victim card. You know what catches me off guard? And I talked to a guy from, out that way, I guess. And they're starting to play that before every football game for help out the Israel and the attack on the Hamas. I think it was Hamas. Well, one of them, whoever attacked them, helped them out. Like they're putting this in the front of football games and stuff now. Help out Israel. Then I see the CNN dude going off on Israel. All the Jewish kids in colleges need protection from the U.S. government now. Well, goddamn, is that serious?
Right. Hey, Kashawn, do you live in a sanctuary city-state? Now, that's a good question, because some people live in these areas, and they have some complaints, right? But the sanctuary states, they are getting money, and if they're not doing what they need to be doing with the money, I can understand where people have issues. you know, and maybe I think a sanctuary state should be an area where people come into, right? But then they get processed and everything, right? Because they're getting the money for all that. And then they process these people to other areas. They got lots of areas in this country where we could use more people, right? More people. But the problem with that comes when more people, let's say they start sending people to an area where they need people, and then all of a sudden industries start moving there because they got lots of people. Then everybody in America gonna be mad because these people making the money because they're, you know, because now they got these jobs.
Yeah, they can't win for losing. Huh?
Right. So
but my thing is, I think you got to have a slower pace of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And get it figured out. I mean, they flooding the board, whatever. I don't blame them. I'll go to a better life too. Pack up the kids.
Hell yeah.
Right. Just like the Beverly Hillbillies, but load up the truck, we gone, you know. But the thing is, they should have a better processing thing, you know, situation for them to get through. That way you could get them to the work areas that's needed, and then you know, have it orchestrated like that. But
yeah, I like what T. Will said. So that's why when we said Americans, I was like, yeah. Well, when you say black, now that's a whole nother topic. Because T. Will said U.S. has helped Ukrainian, what are they, 78B? I'm not sure. Let me get it closer because I can't really see it. Let me make it big. Okay. 78, I'm not sure what that means, 78B. But anyway, he said so far, that's light work, but we can't get reparations. Now, so I agree with that. Hey, T. Will, I agree with that wholeheartedly. You know, as if we talking about black people,
and you
they
know
do
what,
treat us like stepchildren.
The worst thing about the reparations thing, we can't even get a nigga to bring it up.
Oh, he said billion. Okay, that's what he said that meant. Wait, let me go back to it.
We can't even get one of the elected officials to even bring the shit up to as a bill or something.
And that's our fault. Because we supposed to vote. We supposed to vote these people in and out. When we make sure we get somebody in, we need to make sure that these people. That's what black people
That's
gotta
what
come
we
in.
looking for. That's what black folks looking for. We need a bill. This bill here, right?
Yeah.
So we can see who go denied, who go, and then we start working from there.
That's right. But remember when I mentioned that the other day, people was like, "I don't want no leader," well, or they don't want to get on board and come together. Fine. So that if we saying that, that's why we can't get what we want.
Well, no, all we got to do is get a politician to put the damn thing up. Some people go do that.
No, that's not true. They have that shit is already up. We got to have. Remember, you got to go through Congress.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, but somebody got to pass the bill. But at least have the.
No, the Congress passed the bills. What?
I got it, but we don't even have an elected official to even bring up the topic.
The topic has already been up and been up for a few years now. Yes, I think Obama. No, was it Obama?
So they voted on it.
No, they can't. If they can't get it, so they remember how the Congress work, right? So they got somebody. They put a group of people together and say, okay, this is what you're gonna work on. Well, you come back to us, and then from there we're gonna look at it, and then they decide whether they're gonna put it before Congress. But what I'm saying is, we don't have enough people. They already put it up there. There's already something out there. They still working on it. It could take them 100 years to work on that shit. That's why it's up to us to put in congressmen who are on our side, who gonna tell us, you want our vote? We got this and I mentioned this when somebody was up here, when Chocolate was up here. See, people keep thinking that you got to have a Congress in your pocket. You could give this congressman $1 billion and he may not never get shit done. This bullshit about giving them money
Jordan,
in some function.
Like Jordan, who they tried to make the Republican Speaker of the House. You know, he ain't passed one damn bill yet.
Right. So hubby said when the Ukraine, he said that he meant 78 billion. And then, you know, when they say 78 billion, they talk about equipment and things like that, which may not actually be 78 billion, because let me tell you, you know, these people in Congress and they be the owners of some of these businesses. War, in case y'all didn't know, war equals money. And even though, think about it, we didn't have to go to war. You see, if we look at Ukraine, look at it this way. War brings money, right? War brings money because these Congress people, they own these businesses or have stock in these fucking businesses that sell these tankers and all that shit, right? So we took they was able to still make money off of war without us actually going to war, because now we giving them the money, but actually remember what we was
materials
giving.
and stuff like that.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So that means the government is still, somebody in Congress own this business, and that company is making lots of money because we giving them the equipment from that company, but the government is paying them the money. This shit is all kinds of, fucking thing. But if Ukraine wouldn't be at war right now, we would. They would have figured out how to get us in a war.
They got to keep a war going on. We
yes.
was in war for 20-some years.
And think about it. We left all that fucking equipment. See, because we left all that equipment over there in what you call it, remember? And that was Trump's fault. But the equipment was gonna stay anyway. And we have never been to war where all that war material on that land has something that we take back and bring back here. What kind of shit is that? Y'all know how much that would cost? I mean, you need to come up, because I don't know reading all that shit that you sending me. Okay, he know more about this than me. I'm not.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah, because now you got to bring all that shit, and then by the time you get it active, that equipment is active again. It's old and outdated equipment anyway.
Right. That's right. Look, we got shit over there. No, what that's like us, having these cars, and the cars got little holes in it because we was over there. Look, we was running over tires, need new tires, all kinds of shit. And then when everything over, we gonna pack the car, and and why are we bringing that shit back over here? There's no war over here. What we need all that shit over here for? Where we gonna put it? We're gonna pay for storing it.
And that wasn't even a quarter of our military equipment. We just build some new shit.
Man, war is money, y'all. So even if we're not going to war, but if we
all the way down to the food.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you got to all that get funded.
And war is money to them motherfuckers. But now we think about it, should we risk our people? There was some people from Delaware went to go help them Ukrainians. They died. Motherfuckers who want to play war games for real, y'all. Did y'all see? Wait, we paid somebody $6 million for a prisoner swap? Because I was wondering how they got them two. Didn't they just get 2 white women back? And I was like, how America was able to get? And I don't know how many Americans they have. So does that mean them the only 2 living Americans? Because why would we just get 2 of them? And I would 6 million, and you say you got, I think we say, I'm not sure how many Americans we say are missing with them. I do know that they say the little girl is with them, and I don't know, y'all. That doesn't matter. The fact is they have it. Anyway, how y'all doing, everybody? Our old military, yeah, we're gonna leave that shit over there. You know how Americans really do. Y'all know America, what we do, we go in other areas, we have wars against these motherfucking people, and then after that, what do? We go and rebuild their area for them. It's like the cost of war. It's like we go and start building their area, and it ends up being better than it was before the war. So we knew that we wasn't not chasing no goddamn war of destruction. We knew that shit was a lie, right? So
the weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, we knew exactly who had to do with 9/11.
Boy, them motherfuckers lied their ass off.
Me and Hubby was like, these niggas lying, right?
And then they come back. What gets me, then they come back when they get a little heat, they start saying, support your troops. And that kind of nullifies. Y'all lying, man.
Hubby said it was a prisoner swap and an agreement to release funds for Iran. I don't know why you come up, babe. I'm sounding like I'm smart about some shit I don't know nothing about. because he said, yeah. Now look, when we talk about billions of dollars and shit, I know to us that sounds like a lot of money, but you know, we do have money in the billions that's set aside for things like this. That the money they just because we don't use the money don't mean we get the money. The money is earmarked for war. They got money that's earmarked for this. They got money that's earmarked for that. They got money. Yeah, we are in other countries helping them with diseases, which in some of them countries, I be believing that they not really there to help them people. They there to just get their DNA and, you know, that's when it comes to the government. Now, we got a lot of people though who are businesses. Like if I started a nonprofit and I wanted to go in other countries to help, I could get that government contract to do that. Right. And so.
All right. I hear it too. Well, Russia. I think Russia was going to go after Ukraine if you know, even with all that Trump foolishness and trying to get them to lie on Biden and stuff like that. Because if Ukraine wanted to join the UN, and by it being on Russian soil, you know, Putin wouldn't go have that shit.
Well, I don't know about Russian soil, but I know what you mean, though. Yeah,
right. Well, you know, from the
but you know they separate, and you know the Russian and the Ukraine are the same people. Like some of them, they family members and shit because they used to be one, like you said. But yeah, he didn't want them to. But there was Americans saying, yeah, we shouldn't get involved. Yeah, we need to get involved. See, we got to understand what
you got to keep Russia weak.
Yeah, there's things that we need to do. And if we're allowed to do it, then we should do it, because Russia is one of them things that that they always vowed to destroy America. I don't know why somebody think they're gonna change. Why would they change? Like some of the things we may have done in the past, and we may deserve what they want to do to us. But now you got the question: just because we may deserve it, are we gonna sit back and say, "Yeah, we deserve it. Come and blow us up"? Or we gonna say, fuck no, I don't know what my mama did. I don't know what they did back in the day. But motherfuckers, we ain't letting you come do that. Okay? Because if you think they gonna come over and allow us to survive, no, the motherfuckers want to wipe us out and take over world domination. They look, we are one of the smallest. And we're not connected to lots of people like other areas. So of course, they come over here, like Trump allowed him to come over to be able to put a listening device in the White House. And Trump is like, he's good people. That motherfucker been threatening the U.S. and our lives for many, many, many years, especially after the Cold War. You know, the U.S. had a lot to do with that separating of what happened. So of course they want to come back and get us back. And when I say they, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the ruler. Because remember, they don't have a president that they voted. They got a dictator, somebody who just took fucking power. And if you think he took power by them drawing straws, then you're wrong. He took power by putting bullets in people's head, poisoning motherfuckers that we know that he's done. And so why would Trump or anybody who follow him be like, oh, let's give him a chance? Give him a chance to do what? Dictators not voted for. Dictators come in. That's like if I want to control shit, I come in with my gun or have my scientists scared of me to where they give me this and give me that. Or maybe I even pay them. They're going to make these chemicals so I could poison anybody who's trying to come for me, make everybody scared. And so why would Americans be like, oh, he's a good person, let's give him a chance? Fuck out of here, man. It's the weirdest thing. But of course, Trump would notice because Trump was such a pussy that the motherfucker didn't even serve in the army when they called him. Because you know that nigga is old enough to have been drafted, which he was drafted. And then he had a letter claiming that something was wrong with him that we now know was false, right? Fuck that motherfucker nigga right there, okay? And I hope his ass go to jail. Okay. And everybody turning on his like because they ain't got no choice. Everybody don't want to go to jail for that motherfucker.
Who are you talking about, Trump?
Yeah.
That's like his attorney, that the woman, I forgot her name, but she got convicted and she didn't plead guilty. And she turned state. She ratted on everything, even hired people, and definitely said that she knew that the election wasn't rigged and hired people to say that it was rigged and shit like that. And she's gonna be a informant from now on to be called back in the court whenever they need her.
That's right. Not just her. You must have didn't hear the new one. The second one did too. Remember, two of them would go ask for a quick trial. Two of the attorneys. It was her and that guy.
Giuliani.
No, there's another. Giuliani was no, he didn't ask for a fast one. It was two. It was her and another man. They wanted a quick. They were like, yeah. They both pled guilty.
Over with. You know why they want to be the first one to put that all out there? My gig is up now.
I think they know what they did was, it takes time. And so they required their trial early. They were like, and the reason being, so the state or whomever wouldn't have time to come up with something. But no, they said, no, we're ready. And so when they went and they had enough evidence against them that to get them convicted, they had no choice.
Right.
They plead guilty. Mark Meadows, is that who it was? Suzanne Powell and Mark Meadows. Is that who that guy name is? I don't be knowing their name, but I know when I see him.
Yeah, that's
it. So if, like, for instance, see, black people, we don't seem to be knowing, but let's say when they take you to they caught me, right? They caught me doing whatever I was doing. And then they take you before the judge, right? That's when they're gonna give you either bail or not, right? But you have the right to a quick trial, right? You could say, yes, I want a trial as soon as possible. But most of us will be like, okay, when we don't want to do it as quick as possible, that means we giving the state or whomever going against us time to come up with all their evidence, everything that they need to present to the judge and to the jury. We allow them, and it may take years, right? Usually it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 years for them to bring you to trial, right? We watched when Witchcomb got shot in the foot. Didn't they had a trial like a year later, almost 2 years later, remember? But you have a right to a fast trial. Like if they claim, by the time they bring you in front of the judge and they tell you, yep, this is what they did, you can say, I want a trial as soon as possible. And now you stop all that bullshit where they don't get to go and have 2 years of finding evidence against your ass. And that's what them people did. They was like, okay, we want
a speedy trial.
Yeah, we want a speedy trial. And so they took the chance of saying we want a speedy trial. But them people said they were ready, which was crazy. They should have known, because remember, by the time they filed the charges on them was already a year or two after. Remember they had did the 9/11 January 6th trials in the Witchcomb and everything. All that shit was already done, and they just brought the charges against them this year. But this shit happened like 2 years ago. So they was taking their chance. They were like, yeah, we want it quick, a speedy trial. And the motherfuckers said, okay. And because they was hoping they could get out of it, but no, them people was ready. They had enough. Trump claimed bone spurs, and Sidney Powell is flipping on him. Yeah, Sidney Powell. That's who I'll be safe. Sidney Powell. I didn't think it was Mark Meadows. So yeah, because it was two of them. Two out of everybody they charged. 2 of them said, no, we want a speedy trial. So they gave the trial date this month, which was this week, and then they pled guilty. Yeah, that shit crazy. Let me see. But anyway, somebody said they want to finish.
She flipping. She telling the whole thing now.
Yeah. Well, she telling her part, and I guess she'll also plead. She'll also, if they call her when trial is up,
she'll
for
cooperating
Trump,
witness.
She'll cooperate. Yeah, both of them doing it. Yeah. Somebody said Trump said Biden was scared of Putin and that Putin knew better than to play with him like that. Putin knew Trump was ready for war, especially for them pipelines.
Who said that? T. Will?
Yeah, he said that's what Trump said. Yeah, so Trump, y'all know, said Trump said everything. Trump just got in trouble, y'all. Okay,
They got 90 damn counts, felony counts.
Yeah.
He fighting.
Well, he remember they told him that he got to stop talking about certain people, and then he just got caught with some shit. But he had some shit still on. He was supposed to remove all the things he had before, and he didn't. So they punished him. They called him in this week. Well, they didn't call him in, but they, his lawyers. And somebody said I'm obsessed with Trump. I am not obsessed with Trump. But what I will say is I know about Trump. Right. And for those who in America, and if you mega, then that means you don't know about Trump. You love him, but you don't know nothing about him. That's nothing you can ask me about his case that I don't know. Now, I don't know these people by names because I'm bad with names, but I know them by their face. And I can tell you that Trump is already found guilty in the New York thing. So all they're in court to do at this point is to figure out how much money his ass gonna pay. That's it. He already found guilty. Huh?
They're gonna punish him too.
Yeah, I mean, he already owing a lot of money already, but now they how many millions is it gonna be that he got to pay?
About the taxes in New York?
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, the taxes.
Yeah. So he's already guilty. They only in court just to come up with the amount of money. But he's lying. He's talking about they threw it out. No, they didn't throw shit out. I don't know if that man. I remember I've been saying for like 4 years now. I've been saying that man is Alzheimer's. He have Alzheimer's. He act just like one of my grandfathers did. Like he could be look like he's a lucid, but only those who knew him knew that what he was saying and the things he's doing wasn't him, And so I've been saying that that man looked like he mentally ill, something going on his age. And he gets up there and say the weirdest thing. Sometimes he think he's running against Obama, right? He sometimes he think he's running against what her name? What is her name? The one he ran against in the first year, the white woman. Her husband was president. What's his name? Clinton. No, not Clinton. Is that Clinton? Yeah, Clinton. Yeah. Sometimes he think he's running against Clinton, the wife. He be up there telling a story about the snake, but he was the snake. Like the story itself, like if he was telling the story, he thought it was cool to tell a story. And then he was like, he mentions that the snake, was all on board and helping. And then, and then the snake, you invite the snake in. I don't know the whole story, but I know that it is something about to do with that. Remember that story where it's the alligator that helps somebody get across the river? And like, come on, get aboard. I'm gonna get you. And then when they get into across the river, eat them. Well, that snake is similar to that story. And then they say, well, I am a snake because it's in my my nature. It's in my nature to do what I just did. You can't even blame me. You was dumb to think that I was gonna help you. What's going on? He ain't gonna spend a day in jail. Oh yeah, he will. First of all, he only got one court case that would put him in jail. Okay, the New York thing is not jailable. That's not anything that you go to jail for. The thing that you go to jail for is the thing that's in Georgia. Okay. Everything else that has happened to him and found guilty, none of that had to do with no jail time. All that shit was what they call it. So there's not federal. What is it called when it's about money, right? It's about lawsuit. It's what is it called, Mr. Kev? Remember, there's the courts where you go to court and you get sued for money when you're held liable, right? And then there's the one where you go to jail because it's criminal. So I know the criminal, but I'm not sure what the other one's called. So he will go to jail, but it may not be jail as we know. His ass will be locked up because he will get found guilty. And that's probably what's taking a while. They got to figure out how they got to handle him. I think, you know what civil. I think gonna happen? I think
civil.
Civil, yes, civil. So he got found liable of Eugene, whatever her name is, of raping her and being malicious to her name, and she won millions of dollars. And in the New York, that's civil. So he already got found guilty. So there's no jail time behind neither one of these. That's why I never go to jail, right? And then so he go end up, and then that black women are suing his ass too. Them 2 black women in Georgia, they already have Giuliani, in court. His ass won't give the paperwork, so he won't turn in his shit of the money that he's made and have and shit like that. So the black women about to get that money. And what else? Trump is all, man, something wrong with him. And listen, the only way he won't see a jail cell, I'm not saying it's gonna be that long, but is if they figure out a way, which I think that's what they're doing, of showing that he's mentally incapable of anything. But Trump is too narcissist to want to go that route, right? But they might be able to prove that he's not mentally stable, like he's confused, and you know what I mean? Yeah, he's delaying. Hubby say he's delaying trials. He's delaying trial. Well, I would put money on it. I think he's gonna end up in jail for a short period of time before the trial even happens. Okay. But it's gonna be short stay. That's what they're gonna have to do to shut him the fuck up. Trump is delaying the trials, hoping he gets reelected and can dismiss the charges. That's right. He want to try to hold it back. He even asked him. He had the fucking nerve to say, "Hey, judge, we want to delay the trial." But remember, this man would have been on trial. He's so stupid, y'all. So let's talk about the New York case, right? The New York case, and I'm not sure if y'all remember, they wanted to bring charges on him years ago. And then remember, there was a dispute on whether you could put a sitting president on trial. Remember, they was like, well, we don't know. It's never been done. Can you put a sitting judge on trial? So they had to wait. And that's why he was so desperate to win again. Because see, if he didn't win, he knew everybody was coming for him. Because that man was doing all kinds of illegal shit. He was doing what he normally do, though, right? He had he would go in these different states and cities to have his I forget what they call him, where he had all the people come. He would owe them people money for the venues and not pay them. That man is used to just cheating people. Because he's now the fucking president. But see, presidents do not go around trying to be president again. So he was doing something abnormal that presidents don't normally do, instead of him working in the office. But the people who he worked with, they said they would set it up for him to do that because they wanted him out of the office. He couldn't harm America if they kept him busy. If they kept his ass busy, then he couldn't harm America. There's some books out there that tells you that this man was ready to blow shit up. Okay. That's why even the people, the generals who was the top general of the military was like scared this man was dangerous. And so he's against all of them now, right? Because they wouldn't be on board of him stealing the election. But so anyway, back to the story. He was worried. He knew that he was doing criminal shit everywhere. Old people money, all kinds of shit. So he needed to be president again so he can get that shit away. So let's go back to the New York case though. After he's no longer president, that's when everybody start bringing their cases against him. Now check this out. Now him and his lawyers was trying to say, well, hey, they can't bring me to justice now because now it's too long. Like they got something called what they call it when statute of limitations. So now he was like, oh, they should have been able to get me then, but they couldn't because I was the president. But now they can't get me because statute of limitations. And so that's the argument he was trying to make. And that's what he's trying to do again because he didn't understand statute of limitations. Right? But so now he getting charged with all these crimes. He getting sued left and right. They're not even talking about all the lawsuits. You know, they might mention it here. If you don't catch it, you'll never know. That man getting sued left and right all over the place. Okay. And we're not gonna mention all the fucking lawsuits he had before he was president. Y'all remember when he was president, he had already went to court before winning. So, but when he was in office, they had, I think it was the school. I think they had said that, yeah, you know, he got sued and lost, that they found that it was a scam. People was paying to go to a school that they wasn't a school. Anyway, what's going on, Queen of Cali? How you doing, sis? So Trump, y'all didn't see what his claim was in New York. So if y'all don't know the case behind that, I can sum it up real quick because I don't know all the detective law, but he had property. He has property and he would get loans on the property. Like any of us could do, right? If you have an asset and you want a loan, you go to the bank and they ask you what you have for collateral, and you say, okay, I own this home. And then they look at the value of the home and they will give you a loan based on that, right? So in case you default on the loan, they'll take your house from you so they don't lose, right? So Trump put up his New York property, and I think he put up properties also in Florida, right? And things like that. But let's go to the New York property, right? The New York property, he says, I have this apartment, and this apartment is worth, and I don't know the exact amount, so I'm gonna just make up one, right? Let's say the property is worth $10 million, right? And when the bank says, okay, let me see how is it worth that amount of money. So he have to give them the information. Like for instance, in New York, where in this area, this is how much per square feet a person could get. I could get, right? So they was like, okay, and he was like, okay, it's worth $10 million. But what he did was he lied about the square footage of the apartment. Let's say for $10 million, let's say we're going to break it down just simple, right? Let's say it's 10 square feet. Let's say it's 10 square feet and it's $500,000 per square footage. So if we do 10 and it's $500,000, that would only be $5 million, right? That place would be worth $5 million. But no, he told him it was worth $10 million. And in order for him to do that, instead of him saying that it was 10 square feet, he told him it was 20 square feet. He doubled it up. He said, well, I need the 10 million. You only giving me 5. So he lied about how big the place was. Right. And now he could get it. Yeah. So now he lied and claimed that it's worth way more than it is.
Our Lago too.
Yeah. By claiming that it's bigger than it is. That's why it's so simple to prove him guilty. It's so simple to prove him guilty because all you got to do is look at his tax papers and get the real footage of the place, y'all. He couldn't get out of that if he wanted to. He couldn't, even if he wanted to, he couldn't get out.
And then you had Michael Cohen, who told everybody the whole game after he got convicted.
Oh yeah, he told everybody. He
right.
told.
That's what he do.
That's how they was. That's when New York was like, oh, they was listening. They were like, oh,
yeah, thank you. And it happened
he
to be
told
a black woman in New York. The black man was on the investigation team. Black lady in Atlanta and in Georgia. Black people tearing his ass up in court.
Yeah, man.
That's why we need educated black folks.
But it's a good look for, right? It's like an easy win. I would have went if I was black or a black man or whomever. I would have went for him too because it's an easy fucking win.
Why? Because he's so damn stupid.
Yes, it's a week because remember Conan when he told it, he was before the he was in front of the what you call it? The
no, I forgot. Was it Congress?
Congress. That means everything that you divulge in Congress, it may not be able to be used against you because you might have a deal. Actually, when you go to Congress and talk to their ass, you better have some deals in place.
Yeah, pled guilty, and you had to tell them everything that you did.
That's right, because if you don't, and they find out you lied, then all these other really areas where you may have done something, they could put you in jail. And so he told everything, but now they get to use what he shared against other people, like Trump. Yes. Okay. So Trump, look, hubby said, don't forget Trump had steaks. You remember the first time I saw Trump steaks, y'all know where it was? In remember, baby, that little it was almost like a Save-A-Lot, but it wasn't Save-A-Lot. It was before Save-A-Lot existed. And it was this little store. He probably, I'm bad with names, number one, but we didn't go there often. I remember going in there maybe twice since when that store was there.
None of his business deals actually worked.
Huh?
None of his business deals were working.
Yeah, none of that shit. That shit ended up in like a Save-A-Lot or like a Aldi's type of store. That's where I saw Trump steaks, and they was little too. Them in a box had Trump on it, and I was like,
what Trump was trying to sell people.
I was like, Trump got steaks, and y'all, to be honest, I wouldn't have known really who Trump was, me myself, if I didn't see like hip hop started hosting him. They would put his name in the songs. But remember, these were New Yorkers, hip hop, so of course they had the Trump Tower, and things like that. So when you wanted to, and Trump used to have the airline. I remember the airline that failed. Trump owned in Atlantic City, which isn't far from here. How in the fuck?
Wait, the
casino failed.
The USFL.
See, I don't remember that. That's something hubby would know. I didn't know nothing about sports. But have y'all ever heard of
the US? Go ahead.
Have y'all ever heard of a casino failing? How does a casino fail? And I remember when that shit happened, that was big news in this area. It was all over New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Philadelphia, probably all the way to DC.
Right.
Because casinos bring in money, right? People
At
go
least
there
75, about 75% of the house win.
That's right. So how in the hell? But see, I think it had a lot to do with him going bankruptcy because he owed
losing money all over the place.
No, but he owed money to he wasn't paying people.
Right.
And so the shit was coming up. People were suing them all
left
and right.
The contractors who built it wouldn't even pay. They stopped the building on it a couple of times. They got it on the Discovery Channel on Trump Towers. I mean, Donald Trump.
But see, Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson was never close to Trump. I think, you got to remember Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton was looking for, they
whatever
were looking,
little deal they can get from him.
Yeah, so not just that, they wanted to look like they were somebody, so black people would follow them and shit, right? They wanted to be leaders of the black community. So it's just a photo op. Even if you listen to any of these people today, and when you ask them, well, what kind of relationship you have with him, they didn't know that man. The photo op, and that's what he think of black people. He think of black people as photo ops. And back in the day, it would benefit both, right? It benefited the
Right.
rapper who's on the side of him. It benefited him because he looked like he was worth
Down
more
to
than he
earth,
was.
yeah, cool.
Right, looked like he cool, but then none of them people had relationship with Trump. Trump is racist. Y'all look, y'all need to go way back. Trump family, his dad was racist. They couldn't prove it with photos or anything, because back then they had a lot of photos, but people remember Trump and his dad at a KKK rally. But then I know y'all can't be shocked by that he's in that age group. Right?
Yeah, 1920, and I think it was around Washington. It was at a protest. The dad was a member of the KKK and got arrested.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
and see, when I talk to these Manosphere niggas talking about voting for Trump, now I'm not big on the Democrats myself. These days, and since I don't, whatever going, we need our shit. But with Trump, his family member said that he used the N-word, it was racist. Michael Cohen said he used it all the time and said that it was racist. His secretary said that and this is all documented. And
Right.
on YouTube, his secretary said he was racist back when they was interviewing her about him not allowing blacks to stay or rent his hotels or condos.
That's
and
right.
then at that
Somebody sued him for that. Some black person.
Right, he fought it in court and lost.
That's right.
He fought for that.
He sure did.
Right, he wanted it all white.
Hubby said, especially he was foolish to do it after the Central Park 5, but y'all forgetting something. We all knew about the Central Park 5, but people didn't know they was innocent until way after, right? Even black people was against the Central Park 5. We can't act like that. They really thought them kids did that. Them kids actually said they did it. They said they did
That's
it.
the only reason why black folks would believe it when they admit to it. But we forgot back then they used to abuse them.
Exactly.
Yeah. They can make you confess.
Yeah. So they had, remember, and they were kids. So the way they had them confessing, they was making it seem like, well, look, all you got to do is say this. And they were kids. Remember, they even said they wouldn't even allow their parents in there. And their parents wasn't allowed until now they booking them because they confess. And all they need is one of them to confess. And then, and now they think they're going home, but no, home is now jail. And then they start saying, well, they get one to confess, and now they're saying, well, he confessed, so he could go home. And he's like, really? Okay. But so we can't then say them rappers shouldn't have been around him because of Central Park 5, because we didn't find out that they was innocent until DNA evidence.
Right.
Okay.
And he was still trying to keep him in jail.
Yeah, now that, because remember, they was asking him, I remember when he was running, they was like, well, what do you think about, the DNA coming back? And he didn't give a care. Why? Because he racist.
Right. And
if they were white, he would have been like, yeah, well, I didn't know.
One of the young dumb Manosphere niggas, I'm gonna start calling them the young ones and the old ones. Young dumb Manosphere niggas say, man, well, look, he was with Lil Wayne and Yeezy. I say, look, he first of all, it's about photo. Second of all, them niggas got pardoned because he was putting it out there. You give him $1 million, he would go pardon you.
Yes. Look, they got pardoned for $1 million.
Right.
If I had gotten federal time and shit like that, and I had $1 million, I would have gotten $1 million too to pardon that shit.
Hell yeah. Now he could
but
travel
he already
the
do the time.
bullshit.
Lil Wayne had already did the time though, right?
Yeah, but he's still a convicted felon, so he might want to travel the world still.
Right.
Whatever it is, it might be worth it to him to give. It's $1 million. I'm not gonna do concerts wherever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the background. I'm just guessing. So
you're right. No, that's all right. But you're right. We both of us guessing a lot of things. I'm okay with that. But that makes sense, Mr. Cab.
Right.
Because you're right. If you're a felon, you can't. Some countries won't let you in.
Right.
So that makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, babe, that's you.
Right. Same thing with Kodak Black.
Yeah.
No, I think Steve Harvey just ran this little happy little bald head ass up there just to be seen.
Steve Harvey thought he was somebody.
To be seen.
Remember, even Steve Harvey admitted because people was like, look, he only
was
doing this.
starstruck.
Yeah, look, no, Steve Harvey wanted he thought he could do something for black people. So he thought he was gonna do something that the others couldn't do. And he brought his black ass there. And then it got reported that Trump walked up to him, took photos, and that was it. He didn't get a word. He didn't get to talk to him at all. And we were laughing at it. We were like, nigga, we told you. Go ahead, Ben.
What you thought you was getting dinner, nigga? No.
Go ahead, Ben. What you want to say?
Nah, he wasn't gonna get shit from Trump. But see now here's something like nobody noticed this, right? When he got elected, remember everybody was falling in line like as he was rising through the polls. So Ben Carson, gets in line for a job, and he makes Ben Carson the Secretary of Housing.
I remember he had to deal with Section 8.
Right. So nobody noticed that he just appointed the black guy in charge of like Section 8 housing and like all that. This dude is a brain surgeon. You didn't make him the head of the health. Yeah,
The health department or something.
Right. Yeah, you're black, so you know about Section 8 and all that. I'm just put you in charge of this.
You came from the bottom.
So it was shit like that. And then, like I typed in the comments, like if you don't think Trump is shady, go Google Randall Pinkett.
Why would he make a brain surgeon housing when he could have been, like you said, the medical? That's how racists think of us. They, even when they want to give us a position, when we get in line, they decide what we might be qualified for. Right. But
that was my thing when I always had to address them when they tell me, I said, bro, listen, bro, I can understand what you're saying, that the Dems got to tighten up on some shit, but I just can't vote for a fucking flat out racist. And I understand the Biden thing. I got hit with that bill. My brother got 25. I went through the juvenile system. So nigga, I actually went through the shit, and I still wouldn't vote for this motherfucker here. All the racists and the Klansmen and all that kind of shit is pushing for this dude, but that's enough that ain't enough for you niggas. And I just told you that there was race, and these niggas still just acting like they gonna save them 50, like 50 Cent got that kind of was gonna save money if he voted for him. Yeah, because he's a multi-billionaire, millionaire.
When people was claiming that he's not racist, show me where he's racist. I'm like, these are people who just didn't even know him. Are they stupid, right? Because this man even ended up running for president due to his racist bullshit, right? Obama, remember? He started asking Obama to prove that he was a fucking American.
Mm-hmm.
He still tried to elude that Obama, because he'd say Obama Hussein. Obama Hussein.
He said Barack
Hussein.
Obama.
Yeah, I'm saying it wrong.
Barack Obama Hussein.
Yeah,
he was trying to connect him to Hussein. Saddam.
Saddam, yeah.
Saddam,
that's his name. Though,
and he was just doing that shit just last week. That man is racist. He can't, and then he was like, "Show your birth certificate." Then Obama showed it. He got real mad at Obama at that when what they call that thing when they crack jokes and shit.
Yeah,
and Obama
the little roast thing.
Yeah, and it wasn't even bad. It was like funny, but he was pissed in the audience, baby. And that's when they said he decided to run. But you know what? He never ran against Obama, though. Ain't that some shit?
No, he couldn't take that embarrassment. He ain't stupid.
He ran against somebody
Michelle
else.
Obama or Sasha, shit for that matter. And Malia.
Look, if Michelle Obama ran against his ass, he wouldn't win.
And then look, I wind up going deeper on with the racism shit with these niggas and stuff like that. I say, well, let's just, you feel that way. He not racist to that degree, but look who he hires. He have Jeff Sessions over Alabama in the courtroom that said, you got some nerve, representing a black man in my courtroom to a white lawyer. You got an Alabama motherfucker. Then you got the dude from Brightheart News. You got that racist mother, Bannon. You got his racist ass in office. Then you got Stephen Miller ass in office who writing a blueprint on like he was fucking Hitler and suppress shit. I said he surrounded the whole office full of that.
Yeah.
But they don't get it. And see, they don't know a history enough that the Klan has marched up and down to Washington plenty of times with the hoods on.
Oh, yeah. So hubby said he couldn't be the Surgeon General because he wasn't in the military. So y'all general is what's called in the military
position. So
yeah, that's a military
Surgeon
position.
General is actually a doctor in the military.
Okay,
position. But like I said, he could have been the Secretary of Health.
Yeah.
But you make him the Secretary of Housing. Like,
hey, Brownie. Somebody said most politicians are racist. So most of our politicians are old white men.
Right.
And so I agree with you. Most are racist, but they don't have to be, because they don't have to be in office. People who vote people in office.
Yeah,
you see?
they're racist too.
Yeah, so what you do is you vote them out. These people don't, I know, look, they got people who've been in office for years, same position. And so I always wondered why. I'm like, how did they get to be up there for all them years? But they do get voted in every 2 years, right? What Congress, how many years? Is it 2 or 4?
It's 4.
It's 2 years.
No, it's 4, but they vote every 2 years because the House turns over every 2 years.
What?
I
understand. So how is it? Why they get
so look
4
at it like
years?
this. Hold on, listen. So let's take Delaware for example, right? We vote for congressmen every 4 years, right? So we'll use even numbers. So 20 to 24, we have them. But in 22, there's a vote for more other congressmen from other states. That's why the House turns over all the time. So that Delaware is like, say, 20, 24, 28, right? Then we'll say Pennsylvania is 22, 26, 28.
Wait,
so
what?
you have, see, you're not, okay.
Yeah, yeah, because you,
right.
Okay, because you started talking.
During in the middle of like the presidential, like Biden's the president right now. So last year they had what's called midterm elections.
Right.
Those are congressmen that have already done their 4 years. So 2 years into Biden's administration, here come new congressmen.
Right.
So like the one you got now is the biggest scandal is what's his name? George Santos.
Right.
Remember, he got voted in 2022. So he's gonna be there until 2026, unless they get rid of him. So
what
that's
you mean, get rid of him?
Well, he's not resigning.
Oh, no, that's what I'm asking. What you mean get rid of him? You mean vote him out?
You would have to get rid of him first in order to vote for someone to replace him.
Right. So it is every 4 years, not 2, right?
4. Yes, every 4. That's why I said but the House turns over every 2 years.
Yeah, but that's why you confuse people, because I asked you one thing and you gave like 2 answers.
Because there are 2 answers. Listen,
how is there 2 answers? We're not talking about the terms. We know that presidents change. We know that, and we know that. We know the House can, right? We know that you talk about who in power in the House. I asked though, what are their terms? So if I vote,
I just told you what their term is. It's 4 years.
I know.
But every
and then
2 years, it changes. People leave after every 2 years. Everybody gets 4 years, but it's staggered. So half of them are 4. So half of them are leaving in 2 years. So you get elected for 4 years, but there's a new election every 2 years.
What?
Never mind. You're not
I'm trying to understand. If they get 4 years, but every 2 years.
It sounds like you said, I'm with you, Bob. It sounds like you're saying it's 4 years, but
everybody that gets elected there gets 4 years.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It just happened to be in the middle. The change happened to be in the middle of
the 4 years. Yes.
All right.
So let's just say, Mr. Kev just got voted last year, because it's so he got elected last year, 2022, right? He's there until 2026. Then I got voted in 2020. I'm about to face a re-election next year.
Okay, but
But
so
it's
the
4
answer
years.
is 4
4
years.
years.
He just
Yes.
crossing it over the presidency in the other election, but the answer
Oh,
is 4 years.
4 years.
4 years
okay.
for both.
And then he started talking about 2 years. I'm like, wait a
Because
minute.
look, I mean,
I
even
know what you're
Kayshawn just said
saying. Look, I understand that somebody could die and then
it's
they
not
so the
any of
new
that.
person gonna get 4 years, but they may have elections. They all their elections not the same time because something could come up. Right? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm still understanding how they get 4 years, but every 2 years they gotta vote. How they gotta vote again if I got 4 years? I got 2 more years.
You do, but maybe
Yes. So
but
now I
maybe so like I
understand.
said, like so now Delaware, versus Jersey. So
Yeah, but
next
the
year
answer
Jersey's
is 2
election is up.
years. The
It's
answer
4
is 2
years.
years. You
It's
confuse
4.
people when you start talking. The answer is 4 years. You confuse people when you start talking about other states. If everybody gets 4 years, though, that's the answer, right?
Okay, never mind.
But you're saying that, hey, I may came in 2020, but somebody else didn't come in until 2022, right? I get 4 years, they get 4 years. So the answer was 4 years.
And I said that, but it turns over every 2 years.
What turns over every 2 years?
The House.
Well, we know the House turns over. The House turns over. Wait, why the House turning over every 2 years? What you mean turn over?
Because 2
If
years.
Republicans, if they
in
vote
2 years, you're having another election. Half of those people that are in there, their 4 years are up. 2 years into your term.
what you mean, what? So
See,
are you
that's
just
why I'm
look
trying to
like
explain
somebody
to you.
said 4 years for senators, 2 years for representatives? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
but
but
it's 4.
okay.
No, it's 4, but it's not. See, she's saying it right. You get in the House, there is a turnover every 2 years.
What you mean?
So Delaware's congressmen are there for 4 years. 2 years into their 4 years, New Jersey has new congressmen. They get elected every. Never mind.
Well, I already said that, but you keep,
Never mind.
and then you tell me
Said
I'm
it,
wrong, and then you want me to tell you right, but I'm saying it just different because I'm saying it, you get 4 years. And I just said though, in another state, they may have elections that's not the same year.
How about this? Everybody gets 4 years.
Now you're not even going to admit what I'm saying. Now you want to explain it a different way. Either I'm right or I'm wrong. Which one is it?
Everybody gets 4 years, but they're spaced out 2 years.
Governors get 4 years too.
Right.
They're talking to T. Will.
Everybody has 4 years, but there's a staggered vote in there. So everybody gets 4 years, but every 2 years, somebody new is getting elected.
In a different state, right?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes, different state. That's why I said like
But when I say,
20.
see, and that's the confusion. Because even when I say what I heard you say, you wouldn't tell me if I'm right or wrong. You just want to restate something again. And you're not giving me
explain it to you because you
no, but you ain't got to explain it to me. If when I gave the answer, if I was right, that meant I understood. But you didn't tell me whether I was right or wrong. You just want to restate it in a different way, as if you were restating it differently. It still sounds just as confusing. You never. I asked you, oh, you mean a different state have a different election? Like, I understand, like, I hear when Pennsylvania voting, and I be thinking, well, Delaware not voting. And then I realize, okay, they got an election, but we don't. So when I said, well, another state, instead of you saying, yeah, you know what you did? You restated what you're saying again, as if they make more sense. It don't.
You know what? Just do what Cassandra Brown just said. Google midterm elections.
I know what midterm elections are. I know what midterm elections are. Woo! But I just asked you a simple question. I said, do they get 4 years? And then you said, yeah, they get 4 years, but 2 years.
Every 2 years.
What turns over every 2 years?
The House.
The House turns over to what? Every 2 years.
See, that's why I said.
I'm asking. See, and you instead of you give me an answer,
saying the same thing. Everybody gets 4 years. Okay. Do you understand that part? Everybody gets
you know I understand
years.
that part because I kept
Okay.
saying that part. Now I'm asking you to explain the other part, but you keep repeating what we already
And
understood.
I keep telling you, okay. So just
Yeah,
like
but
you just
why
said,
you keep telling
just
me
like
though?
you just said, Pennsylvania just had an election, right?
Oh my God.
Didn't you just say Pennsylvania
Y'all
just
see
had an
what
election?
I'm talking about? If I don't know if y'all don't understand. I asked you a question, then I gave you the answer. I repeated it back, but right in this moment, still again, you want to go back to what we already settled.
Because you aren't listening.
I've already heard
everybody
that part.
gets
Now
4
I'm asking
years.
you
Then
to
you ask me, what is this that turns over? I'm trying to explain to you that
yes,
that is a
but
midterm
you ain't
election,
got to talk
which
about
Pennsylvania just had one.
Listen, what I'm saying to you, babe, is this. You do not have to repeat the 4 years. I already understand that. Now I'm asking you to explain what you're talking about, the 2 years. So don't confuse me by saying what we already settled. That's all I'm saying. And maybe because if we got 4 years, that means I got 4 years. You try when you say that, but now we got a 2 year. Now it sounds like you're saying, but I got 4 years, but in the middle of my 4 years, if I don't get reelected again, then I'm out. So that wouldn't be 4 years. That's 2.
You are not getting reelected in 2 years.
I know because you said 4 years. You said it. Right?
Yes.
See, and T will say, so are you saying what T, because you just want to repeat things, and I don't know why you think
no, senators don't get 2 either, T will. They all get 4. But
and see, and you making it seem, because see, wait a minute, you making it seem like I am the only one that don't understand, but you don't see people in the chat. They also don't understand what you're saying because you are not being clear because you
actually T Will actually has it right the first one before that senators get 2 years. Yeah,
but,
everybody gets 4
yeah.
years, and there's an election every 2 years.
Never mind, y'all. This is why me and him don't really have these. We don't talk much, right? That's why I just give it. But I'm asking. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm asking for clarification every time
I'm trying to clarify.
No, you're not, because you keep restating something after I say, okay, I understand. Everybody understand when you say 4. It's when you start talking about 2, it's what's confusing because it's either 2 or it's 4. It can't be both. So I'm now asking.
Now it's like I need to draw pictures.
No, I'm asking you.
Telling you.
I keep wait. Let me ask you to put. Leave the 4 years out of it, and let's just go on and explain the 2. That's it. Now go ahead.
So like I said, you could just Google what Cassandra Brown said, because I can keep telling you that there is a midterm election, which is every 2 years, right? So do you follow me on that part? There's an election every 2 years. It's called midterm. So the president gets 4 years, so does everybody else. But half the House and the Senate gets reelected every 2 years.
What?
See, that's what I'm saying. Just Google midterm election, because you're not understanding. Everyone gets 4 years, but you're not all getting voted at the same time.
But when I said that,
And when I said that every 2 years there's an election.
Okay, but and there is an election, but that election is not for the same people at the same time. I said that, and you, instead of you saying yes, you started to explain it again. So I mentioned that Philadelphia be having elections when Delaware do not. Yes. Delaware have elections, and Philadelphia do not be having. Everybody getting 4 years, though. I don't know why you threw in the 2 years, because all I asked you was, do people? Because the House can go what?
Because it can go from a majority from one side to the other in 2 years.
Now, what they got to do with anything? If you get 4 years, you still there.
Okay.
It don't matter who got who's in control. I asked a simple question: how many years do you get? And the answer is 4. And then you started to talk about elections is every 2 years. But that's not even close to what I asked. I didn't ask how many when the elections are. I didn't say when are elections every 2 years. I asked what's the term these people get, and that's what's confusing. And then even when I was clearing it up, we understand the 4. You keep throwing in a 2, and then when I'm like, okay, you started talking about the 4 again when it has nothing to do with the question I asked. And that's what I'm saying. You confusing, because even when I'm explaining to you what I am saying, you don't listen to me. You just you kept repeating what you were saying. I could rewind it.
See,
I can
like
rewind you
Cassandra
just
Brown
repeating
says,
over and over
some
and over and
Congress
over.
members' terms are up every 2 years.
What?
I said, Cassandra Brown just said every 2 years, some Congress members' terms are up.
Yes, that's because they're staggered, different states. So every 2 years, they're voting every 2 years for different states, but everybody's term is 4 years. So when I asked you, what are their terms? Why would you then add in when that these elections are every 2 years? I didn't ask that. And that's why it's confusing, because we all know if you got a term of 4 years, why would they be revoting for you in 2? You the one who started the confusion. And I wasn't the only one confused. But I get it. I get you saying, hey, yeah, everybody get 4 years, but the elections for these position is every 2 years. And it's not in every state. So really in Delaware, are they voting every 2 years, or is it every 4 years? So that's why what you said still makes no sense, because you didn't have to add in other states to even make your statement true. You got to say something like, well, in Delaware, they vote, they get a 4-year term, and then it's still 4 years that we voting. But the only way your statement is true is if we say, okay, well, Delaware, they voting, you get 4 years, but in Pennsylvania, in 2 years, they gonna be voting. And that's because everybody's voting every 4 years. Each state just vote differently. The term, like this year, we might be voting for Congress people, but 2 years from now, another state is voting for their Congress people, but they still did it every 4 years, just like we did it every 4 years. Right? Or am I wrong on that? What is not making sense?
I'm reading the chat.
Huh?
I'm reading the chat.
But so you're not gonna even see, y'all, this is the issue. I asked you a question. I really legit was asking a question that I did not know. And you never told me whether I was right or wrong still right now.
Yeah, you were, Levant. Oh. See, yeah, you were right.
And then this is the argument we always have, though. The argument is always, I might ask you something and you don't answer me. And so then I'm really legit asking because I didn't know. It's not like I was asking because I wanted to show you up or that I didn't know. And I asked legit, but then you confused me. And then I'm like, look, I'm not stupid. And so if you say something that don't make sense, I have questions. So I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? How is you have everybody get 4 years, but people going to vote in the middle of my 4 years that might kick me out? So that's why that makes sense.
Read the chat.
I ain't got to read the chat. I already, so you're not, and by you asking me to read the chat, you almost saying that I'm still wrong, and now somebody else got to tell me. But you didn't tell me I was right, neither. You telling me to read the chat.
I said, yeah. I said, but look at what she just put.
Well, why I got to read the chat if I'm right then?
Never mind. Never mind.
I'm asking, babe. I already tell people you smart. You be knowing shit I don't be knowing. In fact, y'all, most of the stuff that I do be knowing, I ask him. He sit here and explain shit to me. Right? And so I'm shocked like when I do ask him things, and then when I said, well, are you saying this? That's why some of the things I be confused, because he done gave me the information. He won't give me no feedback if what I'm saying is right. Like when I asked you about when we was talking about when me and Mr. Kev about the Hermes and Israel, when I asked you to explain that to me, I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know if you explained that shit to me right. Because when I tell you what I thought I heard you say, You don't give me a yes or no. And then I get online and so I can hold these conversations with people, but I get the information from my husband, y'all, or I'm looking at YouTube trying, but that thing with Israel and shit, I asked hubby, I was like, I'm confused. They in the same area. And I'm like, what's going on? And I asked you, were they all the same people, right? Of course, we know they're different religions. I'm talking about like the United States. And I say, so her man's was like they terrorizing, right? Like the terrorists, like almost like January 5th. And you still didn't really give me a definite answer because you start talking about other shit. I'm like, wait, I'm getting more confused. And I know why, because I'm trying to get you to get basic. I know you way up there with it. I'm way down here. Baby, you got to get basic with it for me. When it comes to this shit. Did he leave me? Oh no, you still up here. Mr. Cab said, I'm getting out of this shit. They married. Yeah, look, I understand where I might be confusing you because I'm trying to get you on a way down here on this level, but that's where I'm at. You got to meet me where I'm at, babe. I can't come way up there with you. And so that's all I'm saying. I kept asking you, and every time I asked you, you didn't say yes or no. You just kept repeating what you were saying. And so I'm just getting more confused and more confused. I'm like, wait a minute. Can you explain it to me on my level, please? Anyway, I don't want you to be mad at me because I know people be thinking I'm jumping on them. So I don't want you to think I'm jumping on you. But yeah. Anyway, so do you want to explain the Israel thing to me or you don't want to? Okay, I guess that means no.
I'll do it later.
Well, why you gotta do it later? You could do it now, but if you don't want to, okay, I'm good. Mr. Cab, you could come back up. Y'all, look, I don't like being confused. My mind, look, I'm basic. Y'all know, even when I explain things, I get real basic. I'm like drawing this line from that dot to this dot, and then now it makes sense. It's like an overall picture. But if you throw in something that just don't make sense to me, my mind can't wrap around it. And so now you could say the same thing 100 times. I'm still confused because the number 2, 4, and 2, they're not the same. And if you would have said, well, they get 4 years, but every 3 years there's a vote, that would make sense to me. I'll say, okay, the 44th year is up, they vote, but in the middle though, I'm like, so, but I see what he's saying. He was just answering one question that I didn't ask, which was confusing the hell out of me. So let me see what they said in the chat, and then since you want me to look in the chat, I hope it is. So it's gonna give me a different answer than the one I already presented. Where is it? See, I told y'all men do what I told y'all. He doing exactly what I told. When men get quiet, they be like, okay, I'm not arguing with her. And it seems like I'm not getting through to her. So I'm going to just get quiet. Wait, I got to go to the chat though. Here you go, I think. Bomb Terry, I'm curious to hear your perspective on, yeah, I would like to hear him too, because he explained it to me. And I may, you know what I mean? I may be not explaining it correctly. Okay. What's going on, Mr. Music? You're back? So Kashawn said they're curious to hear your perspective. Cassandra said, facts, bomb, you do. I do. Look, I know y'all, that's the way, because the way I learn is sometimes I got to break things down for real. And so when I was breaking down that word, what was the word, y'all? Forget what it was. It's in one of my titles. Remember last week, breaking that shit down, we were put it up. I'm like, okay, look, if we gonna deal with words, man, we got to know the meaning of it. And I break things like that. So every 2 years, some Congress members' term is up. Okay, see, that makes sense. So, but when I said that, he didn't say yes, you're right. He took a breath and started to explain it again. I was like, wait a minute, am I right or wrong? Let's see, Kashan said 4 for senators and every 2 years for the House of Representatives because their term is chopped up in 2-year stints. Oh, okay, so what Kashan says 4 for senators and every 2 for the House of Representatives. So the House of Representatives, they have 2-year terms. Babe? Hello? Hello? You must be muted because I hear you downstairs. You know I can't hear you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, were you talking before?
No.
Oh, okay, because I ain't hear nothing. Okay, but I did hear you just now say, yeah, downstairs, but I didn't hear you. Okay. Okay, so the House of Representatives do 2 years. Okay. So, okay, that makes sense. Now, Mr. Musa said, correct me if I'm wrong, but every state has a midterm election?
No, not every state. No. I mean, not on the federal level.
So when they call it midterm election, that to me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong because I'm not sure, right? But based on what I heard you say, and there's everybody get 4 years, but they're on different. So when they say a midterm election, it's in the midterm of like me. Like I have 4 years, but I'm in my second year. I still have 2 more to go, but during my second year, there's an election, other states. So there's some other congressmen who are going to be leaving, maybe if they don't get voted back in. And that's why it's called midterm election, right? So is that why, am I explaining that right?
Yeah, because it will be based on the president. So it's midterm for him, not Congress or the House.
Oh, wait, I'm confused now because if he got 4 years, some congressmen gonna be getting voted out
2 years into his term, which is midterm.
And the 4th year too.
Yeah.
So
he's leaving, and there's other people. There's senators and congressmen that might be leaving too.
Yeah, so they can't be called midterm based on him. It's midterm based. Well, how could it? Because
that's what I'm saying. See, listen to me. See, when they're saying the midterm, they mean the president's term, not Congress or Senate.
Oh, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, they say mid his term, these elections are happening.
Right.
Which could change the whole projection of what he can do and not do. Exactly. So that makes sense. That makes sense why they basing it on him. Because they could lose the House, or they might gain the House or the Senate.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, stereotype. Thank you. I broke that shit down, man. Because that's sometimes, y'all, I learn on a simple level. You know, some people, hubby can read some shit and he get it. Sometimes I might have to go define a word, or usually I go to him though. I ain't gonna lie. He knows it. I go to him and ask him questions. And sometimes, just like I was talking to him just now, y'all, that's how I talk to him. So he not shocked. He might be shocked that I'm doing it in front of people, but I'd be like, babe, I'm not understanding. I'd be like, help me. Okay. I'd be like, wait, let me make sure. I gotta make a change before I let people up. Yeah, okay. I gotta go to security, make sure people can't turn on the camera. Hello?
Yeah.
James? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, who is it a twin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, twin. How you doing, my brother? How you doing?
Yo, Mom, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I was on this live stream, and it's this it's a 57-year-old black man. He's got this girl, she's 18. she looks like she's 15 years old. So it's a lot of women in the chat calling him a child molester, rapist, all these nasty, disgusting names. You think they hating on him?
Well, I don't know why would they hate on him, but I don't know nothing about that. But if she 18, she legal. Wait, how old is he?
57.
Huh? What?
He's 57 years old.
Oh, 57, and she's what, 18? But she look what?
She look like she's 15.
Okay. Well, yeah, I get why they're not hating on him, but yeah, like he is a kind of like a pedo, yeah.
So you think he would go under 18?
Yeah, I think he would go over 18. We know he would go under 18. Why? What you mean? Why do we think?
So
if you just told me that she looked like she's 15.
So these women, you got thousands of women in the chat saying, call the police. Outraged. Most of these women are black. Like, you think they...
It don't matter. But if they do call the police, he going to jail, though. You don't know that, Faye?
She's 18.
No, I'm sorry to inform you, but that's not how it works, honey. You ain't know that? You ain't know that you can't be but so many years older than them young girls? You ain't know that?
No.
Oh, well, you need to look at the laws, because if she's 18 and he's over 5 years older than her, then yes, he going to jail.
Yeah, I got video of them. I got
I don't
video
care.
of them. They playing basketball together. They seem happy, you know.
Well, that's good. But yeah, he looking for his youth again. Then he found it in a child. Okay. I don't know why you brought that shit over here about me. What you thought I was going?
I thought I was saying, like, I wanted to know, do you think the women are hating in the chat?
Well, no, why would they be hating? They know the law when apparently you don't. And apparently he don't neither. Because you men are telling these men that they could get with these young girls. Because she still is a girl. Now, if you told me she was 25 and he that age, even in some states, that's still illegal. That man is old enough to be her daddy. Not he's damn near old enough to be her granddaddy.
They call him grandpa in the chat.
But yeah, because he old enough to be her granddaddy. Right? Because she just 18. She looked 15. And yes, he could have a grandchild that young, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah, she do look like a baby. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah. Well, so
she looked like a baby.
These men are sick. And then how you know she's 18? How you know that?
He said it.
Yeah, but that just because he said it, of course, why wouldn't he say she's 18? She can actually be 17. And she could be 15, all that shit. Of course he gonna say she's 18. Why wouldn't he say it? Because he think it's legal. And so yeah.
Wait, she said she's co-signing that she's on that age.
Of course. When I was I ain't gonna lie, when I was 16, I was telling people I was 18 too. So I could try to get in the club. I remember my mom was in the hospital because she had my sister, but only adults could go up there. I put on a dress and some heels and lied and said what my age was so I could go see my mom in the hospital. Yes. And just like it's the same thing when my kids were like 12 and 13, we had them lie and say they were like 9 so we could get free, so they could eat free. Remember that, baby? I used to have them do that. Hubby was against it. Talking about we'll pay. I was like, telling you 9. So but when we young, yeah, even boys lie. You might lie and say you older. Or you may lie to say you're younger. It depends on, if it's going to get you what it is that you're trying to get. So we can't act like these girls are doing something real bad, but because she's a girl, but guess who's not the child in that relationship? That would be the 50-something-year-old nigga who knows better. So that's all I got to say about that bullshit right there. A grown ass man, y'all men can't start saying, well, she co-signing, she doing it, it's her fault, she lied about her age. That motherfucking nigga is 50 something years old. So we all know people lie. When we definitely know that little kids, they fucking lie, right? I know my sons may come in here when I ask them a question. I'm waiting to see if they're gonna tell me the truth, which my kids do kind of they truthful kids. But what I'm saying is legally, I say legally, did you touch that? Why would I ask legally, did he touch it when I saw him touch it? Right? Because we know that children may lie. And so, but you can't be talking about these girls walking around there lying and it's their fault. No, nigga, you's a grown person. You old enough to be her daddy. So you know that children lie. So it's on him to make sure she's her age. And any nigga who want to mess with her, you will make sure so you won't go to jail. You don't want to go to jail. You old enough to know you could go to jail. So you might want to say, well, I need some proof, right? And then y'all be knowing that they're young, because these young girls speak a certain way. Yeah, and then you ain't got nothing in common. I don't even have nothing in common with the young women who are young today. We are on these panels and we clearly have a difference of opinion on lots of fucking shit. Right? If Taylor was up here, me and her, we think differently on a lot of shit. And I am, right? I'm older, so I understand that. Just like she'll say, Bomb, that's your generation. So we women, we kind of understand that shit, but niggas don't. Niggas don't know that you not even in this, y'all don't even think the same. These kids are chatting and taking pictures of everything they text. And we grown people, I think all of us up here are old enough to know we ain't no texting motherfuckers. That's why I tell people to call me. But you know what? If I go through my phone right now, I bet you like 10 people text me this week. And I could tell you that I ain't answer. You know why I ain't answer? Because I don't check text. Like if they ring my phone first and hang up, and then I'll go check the phone. If they just text me, I don't be knowing they text me. Sometimes it be months when I realize somebody texts me. That's our generation, right? So how is it that you men, when you want to use your dick, your ass don't know this? That's what I want to know. I want to know why men want to use their penis with little girls. Why is it that you can't see y'all generation is so different? She not even want to talk on the phone because that generation don't talk on the phone.
Yeah, it's like, but Bob, it's like you look, it's like you don't, if you don't look, change the diaper of somebody, like, or even, it's like you change the diaper of a little girl and she gets old and stuff. That's what that's kind of funny. Like, 57-year-old man, like I don't even think I would be okay with that. My daughter 19. I wouldn't be okay with it.
I know you shouldn't be okay.
I'll be locked up. I will tell you right now, I'll be locked up.
He older than you. So that man, and so that young girl younger than your daughter, and that man is older than you. So I know most men, if it's your daughter, you wouldn't care. But then they got a sector of men who don't care the opposite way. You know what I mean? Because he wants to blame it on the little girl. And then what do they do, y'all? They tell the little girl she hot. And then you got a lot of women who will agree with that shit. So then she hot in the pan.
Oh, it's a girl that called up there. Let me tell you. She said, she called up there and jumped in the box on the app, right? She said, I'm 30 and my man is 60. I said, I'm like, you idiot. That's a big difference from what, you can't compare that.
Yeah, but that's different though. So when she's not a child, now she's 30, and if she want to deal with an older man, so it makes sense, right? She's 30.
Well, she was trying to compare. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah,
we're just upset and mad, but do your thing. You got a young girl, and I'm pretty sure she's gonna appreciate you because she's going to learn a lot from being with you, and you're going to learn a lot from being with her. That's what the 30-year-old woman said.
Right. So the 30-year-old woman, like she's 30, and she want to go and be with a 70-year-old, 90-year-old, 100-year-old, she can. She's 30, right? hopefully her mind should be fully developed and she can make all the decisions she wants. But that's why children though, right? Because we won't let a 5-year-old make that decision. So the idea that this little girl is now 18, she's have a little more sense, but she don't understand consequences or anything. She don't even understand men yet. See, because if you understand men, then these young girls wouldn't really be getting with no older man. Unless, like she would, for what? So she could live like she's a grandmother? Like the older men not going to the club, the older men not, huh?
I said they look like they living in a shack.
Oh Lord, this nigga don't even have a big ass house with Mercedes outside and shit.
Nope.
Well, you know why that is? Probably. Well, well, that shack might be better than where she came from, and so that might be why she is okay with that. But you know what? If she was 25, she wouldn't be settling like that. She wouldn't want no shack.
So you said when she start getting older, she gonna be out of there.
Hell yeah. Well, why wouldn't she? She wouldn't understand her work. The only reason she probably there now because she probably had nowhere else to go. Why would she be with a 57-year-old man? And I'm not saying that in a negative. I'm talking about a young girl being with an older man.
The guy did. The reason why I believe she's 18 because it was the guy. I don't know if that was her grandmother, but her grandmother had some nasty, disturbing texts about him to him about her granddaughter being over there, and you know, she was like very disturbing. I don't want to curse on her. You know, she called him all these names in the book, and she's a white lady, you know. So you know, the girl is white, so she's got a white grandmother. She said some nasty, disturbing things to him.
I would say some nasty things to him too. I had my husband whip his dad. Okay. I had my sons whip his dad. Listen, if we had a daughter, baby, and a 57-year-old man, because me knowing my husband is 57. That, by the way, okay. Me probably not even 57. So if we had a daughter who was 18, babe, are you okay with a 57-year-old man come and pick her up? I'm not sure. You're muted in case you're here. I'm not sure.
You said what?
No, I was asking hubby, would he be okay with a 57-year-old man come and taking our 18-year-old daughter out? Hubby might be he downstairs. He might be looking at something else on the TV. He might not hear us, but
he probably fly out the house and go, and you probably have to pick him up at the police station.
Well, honestly, if I were to be honest, hubby wouldn't have to do nothing, to be honest, because I would take care of it. You know what I mean? Because hubby got the job. Y'all got to understand. Hubby got the job, and we need him to keep his job. You know what I'm saying? I think about those things. So I, on the other hand, could spend a night in jail. Okay? I could spend a night in jail by busting a nigga in his motherfucking head, and I could go through all the court things or whatever I may have to do because of this nigga. Yes. So hubby don't have to do nothing. Because I would walk out there with a bottle and be like, what is you doing with my daughter? Now the daughter she can want what she want, but she ain't gonna listen. She gonna have to move the fuck out my house. But you know what I mean? You got to move out my house. I'm not gonna be a part of this shit right here. Okay. But then my daughter would have, hopefully, I would have taught her morals and taught her work and taught her about men wanting to use you. All she got to do is be on YouTube, like any woman who really like. Now I get why you interested in older men because you just, you're attracted to them. It's not that hard to be attracted to older men. You know why? Because these young dumb niggas. Young dumbass niggas look like fools. So I can see whether you're being attracted to it, but being attracted to your grandpa age though, like they got older men who, like a 25-year-old, that's older to an 18-year-old, even a 30-year-old. What the fuck is she going all the way to the 50s for? What kind of shit is that? There's all kinds of men in between her age and 57. That's Kevin Samuels' age. Okay? And Kevin Samuels lived in a house filled with men because he couldn't even afford his own place. And then by the time he got that apartment we all saw him in, well, that wasn't even in his name. You know what I mean? That wasn't even his name. That's in somebody else's name. And you know, when he died, that person had to deal with that apartment. They had to come out with the rent. Because this nigga, see, that's why, ladies, you don't go and use your credit to get nobody's shit. Because them motherfuckers, they'll claim they're going to pay for it, everything going to be good, then they're going to pay you. But when they drop dead, though, if they drop dead, you got to deal with that shit.
They got a whole, so they channel, they got 742 subscribers. So I guess they're trying to make it on YouTube.
Oh, it's on YouTube?
Yeah,
oh, that's cool.
He got a
yeah,
YouTube.
right? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. Anyway, you always come over here changing my goddamn topics. I be thinking you done heard something.
Now,
we was talking about politics and shit, and you came up here talking about some pedo motherfucker on the internet.
What happened with the Manosphere? It's what you said. Dangerous.
Yeah, I started off talking about the abusive behavior, that man going into killing his kids, and yeah, he killed his kids with a house fire. He called the woman up, that bullshit about it. If you can't be mine, nobody. I'm gonna kill these kids. So, huh? Yeah. He was abusive to this woman through the years, and then he had his 3 kids, and then the oldest was 8, the youngest was 3, and he set the house. He called and told her, "I'm about to burn this bitch down with these kids in here," and then he did it. And
remember that guy that went on a shootout in New York City? He was part of the Manosphere. I forgot his name. Franklin James. His name was Franklin James.
Yeah. That's why the CIA, the FBI, that's why they're looking at all of us. You know what I mean?
Now, Bob, I wonder if Kevin Chandler would have survived.
Now, his channel would have been down just because. Remember, his channel would. Well, I don't know. Let me think about that, because they got. Yeah, his channel would have been down, just like old girl over there.
Yeah, it started Fresh and Fit too.
Yeah, they got Fresh and Fit first. They say they got Cynthia G. And a few others I heard.
And Tommy K tried to come back.
When they try to come back, YouTube is taking them down. YouTube not playing that shit. Yeah. We know that because remember Tommy tried to come back a few times.
Yeah, he did. He did it this year. They took that channel. They took it again.
Yeah. And I wanted to say it to you, but somebody said in chat that it's not funny. You know, innocent lives was lost when that man got on that train and shot them people up.
No, I was saying, like, what was so funny was he was doing all his Manosphere video talk, and then all of a sudden he just went chaotic.
Yeah, not all of a sudden. Why would it be all of a sudden? Like, this is what these men push, and none of that shit is funny. Like this is what these men push. They push beating women. They push that it's a woman's fault. She the one filing for divorce. They push this shit. And then they say woman need to do whatever she need to do to keep the dad in the house. And if they push that, then these men who listen, they're like, yeah, that's right. I should whip her ass. Yeah, I should do this. Yeah, I should do that. And this is what the Manosphere is pushing, nothing but harm. And so that's why I got
it's a guy on the it's a guy on the Bigo app, right? He pushing that same thing. He's young. I think he's around 25, 26. And he think because he's 6'4", he's got a nice job living out in Texas, that he believes everything Kevin Samuels said. So what he does is he uses Kevin Samuels talking points on the app. Because a lot of people on that app, they don't even know who Kevin Samuels is. So he used the talking points, and he's able to gather a mass following. They got these women feeling guilty about themselves on Bigo.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's cool, I guess. And Bitch Ty said the fact that he didn't see nothing wrong with it says a lot about him. Yeah. And so yeah, so back to that young woman, if she's 18, I don't think anybody in her family consider her to be a woman. Legally, only legally. So for men to automatically, soon as they hear the word 18 come out of a young girl's mouth, and now they okay with, okay. That if you gotta say she's legal, then that's some fucked up shit. A lot of men are watching these girls.
My daughter's 19.
Huh?
Yeah, my daughter's 19. I said my daughter's 19 years old. And any little thing she has, the littlest thing she called me for.
That's right.
Because she can't figure it out on her own.
That's right. You her daddy, right? So think about a man dealing with her who's older. He knows that she don't know much. But remember, I said that these men don't learn about this until they have a daughter, and then they'll realize that. Because these men are okay. Like we've heard men say they're okay with 16-year-olds. Because in certain states, they can have sex with a 16-year-old. And then I'm like,
Romeo and Juliet law. The Romeo and Juliet law. That's in Texas, right? In Texas. That's the Romeo and Juliet law, right? In Texas.
Okay, Romeo, I'm gonna look it up real quick. So what about what is the law? Because I've heard of it before, but I didn't know the man could be 50-something years old.
Romeo and Juliet law. Romeo and Juliet. You could be like 16 and marry. That happened in Alabama too.
Oh, you talking about marriage? But these niggas not talking about no marriage.
Yeah, you could legally have a girlfriend, date a 16-year-old. Romeo and Juliet law. It was something because something happened with this Alabama guy. He was running for office and they exposed him. Well, he did, and they said it was legal.
Okay, so you don't know what the Romeo and Juliet law is, huh?
That's what I think. That's what it was. It was some law.
No, that's the name of it. But even in you naming it though, this says 2 teenagers in a second. So there's in a lot of states. No, in some states, like one of my cousins went to jail, y'all. He was 16 and she was 15. He's 16, she's 15. And the mother knew they were dating because he used to sleep over there at their house, right? He would sleep at their fucking house. But when that girl got pregnant, though, they're a little embarrassed because now there's proof that she's allowing this young boy to fuck her daughter house. So now they press charges against him. And he did time.
Oh, that happened to my cousin.
Okay.
My cousin.
Right.
In Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Right. So this Romeo and Juliet law says this: intended to protect 2 teenagers in a consenting sexual relationship. That means both of them have to be teens. That way the little boy don't get to go to jail while she was willing and wanting, right? Because she loves him and he don't have to go to jail. But just now, the way you said the Romeo and Juliet, you tried to insinuate that this was for old men being with girls. And see, I knew that. I've heard it was a grown.
No, it was a grown. Somebody said that on YouTube, saying, "Oh, Romeo and Juliet law can protect you if she's 16."
They say all kinds of shit. So you repeat it, and then before you know it, they say it. But I've heard of this law.
Thank you for putting it on the stream, because now everybody knows what the Romeo and Juliet law really is.
That's a goddamn. But the shock is that I shouldn't have to put it up on screen for grown ass men to not be believing shit they hear in the Manosphere. These men lie, they stupid, and they dumb as fuck. And so when you mentioned the Romeo and Juliet law, I know the law, right? I was just like, when you said it, I also know the law about he could be only so many years older than her. I knew that. If you know what I'm saying. So I knew what this was. So I just wanted to show you that this is not for no grown ass man to be using this law so he could get some young girl. This is for two. Even the fact that Romeo and Juliet, you ain't know they were young. There wasn't no old 50 grandpa with his goddamn with a little girl who is motherfucking old enough to be his goddamn his granddaughter and shit. This is crazy. Can an 18-year-old date a 16-year-old in Ireland? There's no set minimum age in Ireland at which conception device. What are you talking about? Okay, the age of consent is to sexual activity is 17. To be a criminal offense to have sex with a 17-year-old of age, right? It may be a criminal offense. So even in Ireland, because these men in the US, that's why they started doing his passport when they started hearing that they could go in other areas and have little girls, right? Because they could get hookers here.
In the Philippines.
Yeah, they go to the Philippines and get with children, though. You could get with a child, right? Them people are so poor that they have no problem offering up anything that you want that they can give you for some money. And Black men got proud on the internet, raised their hands and said, yes, we're going to participate in that. And if you were going to participate, you should have been like white men. Keep that shit on the low. Hush, hush, ha. But no, Black niggas, baby. They niggas, baby. They got to let the world, they got to come together and say, yeah, I'm doing it. You do it too.
Can you look up Georgia? I think Georgia has, where if you are adult over age 16 and you have a sexual relationship with somebody younger.
What?
Was it Georgia?
Dude, different states got different laws, but it don't matter. These laws have been put in place to protect children from you motherfucking sick ass niggas. Okay? Yeah, I know, you can have sex with a 16-year-old in Georgia, but you better not be over a certain amount of age. Okay, so that's what the men wasn't telling. They was saying, like they were saying, yeah, and the age of consent of sex is this in Georgia. Yes, it is 16. In some states it's 14, but that doesn't mean he get to be old as fuck. He don't get to be that old.
I found out. I remember years ago, like what, 2017.
Is that you?
Yo, so bomb. So look, do I got to keep proving my point that I've been making the whole time, right? This whole time, and I'm hearing you up here, you sounding frustrated, and I don't know what Jason or James, whatever the fuck this nigga, I don't know what he trying to do, but this is what I've been saying, Bomb Cherry, for the longest. And I don't know why women don't want to just believe that this is the mindset of men. This is the reason why these niggas ain't fucking with me about what happened to me last year when I got doxxed last year. Why you think a nigga ain't right up on me fucking with me right now though about this shit? Why you think the niggas like the Suge who got exposed for being 19, 20, fucking 14-year-olds, they can't run up on me and say a bitch ass thing about what happened when I was 11 years old? Because what I told you, you've heard it on panels, these niggas want them 12-year-old girls. These niggas want to fuck the shit out of them 14 and 15-year-olds. They don't want no grown ass goddamn women. Bomb Cherry, don't argue with me, Bomb Cherry, at all about this shit. I never argue with you. No, listen, I'm a grown ass man who was raised up looking at grown men, watching grown men fuck with them young ass girls. Part of the reason why I got that shit from thinking that it was okay to be older fucking with a goddamn child, because I saw that shit. Now hear me, Bomb Cherry. These niggas on YouTube slowly but surely been trying to justify why and trying to run it by you women and trying to see, is it okay if she's 18 or 17 and a half, or what about 19? Really, they want to go down to, what about 15? What about when she get breasts? Or when she get her first menstrual cycle? Or let's say when she have sex for the first time with a boy her goddamn age? Or in the case of Warren, right? Worried about the Nene goddamn daughter. What I'm trying to tell you, Bomb Cherry, and all you goddamn women listening, don't fucking argue with me about this shit no more in your life. I'm more than qualified to talk about the pedophilic, the goddamn predatory nature of niggas. I don't give a damn who you are trying to get on this bitch acting like you not like that. The niggas who get on this bitch acting like they not like that, bro, be the main niggas. That's that dude out there in Michigan who got his ass killed for so-called running up on pedophiles trying to bust them. Why these niggas are running up on so many niggas fucking with them young ass girls and young ass kids, right? And at the same time, I'm hearing people saying that nigga probably had some funny shit going on with himself too, for why he was trying to expose other men just like him. These goddamn grown ass fucking men do not want grown women if they had their way. This shit goes back to 1,000 goddamn years ago to where a man can take a goddamn child to be his wife. Not a 25-year-old woman, not a 35-year-old goddamn woman, a 10-year-old girl, or 11, 12-year-old girl, Bomb Cherry. It's no need to be surprised about this shit no more when you hear.
I'm not surprised. No.
I'm talking shit to you. I'm talking shit to you. I know you.
Oh, I know. Okay.
What I'm saying, when you hear them niggas in the Fight Club, them niggas like Fatty, them niggas over there like Ilkan Ali, Twin James. You hear niggas like Esso Hopeful. You hear niggas like Rich Bleezy. You hear these motherfucking niggas like these Brother Polites. It's no need to be surprised about what the fuck these niggas really be wanting to do, man. And the truth of the matter, if these niggas can have a 14, 15-year-old girl, they would take the 14-year-old girl over a 24-year-old woman any motherfucking day. There's no need to justify that she's 18 and she's legal, because she could be 16 and legal, and a nigga will fuck that 16-year-old girl like it ain't nothing, man. These full-grown 30, 40, 50-year-old men will fuck the shit out of a 15-year-old girl like it ain't nothing. Will get head from a 15-year-old girl and won't feel no way about it, man. I promise you, Bomb Cherry. Do not think that these niggas on here, because they talking against it in front of you women, trying to appear like they righteous in this motherfucker, that these niggas don't secretly desire a young ass girl or have desired a young girl, or when they see a teenage high school girl, that they don't feel some type of way when they see one who might be attractive, and they like, well, goddamn. Don't act like you surprised when you see or hear about the next nigga who get on here trying to run that by you and trying to act like, trying to see how you gonna feel about, okay, well, what if she's 16 going on 17? Could a 21-year-old boy fuck with her? Would that be a problem? What would a 23-year-old get away with that? Well, what about the age of consent, Bomb Cherry? What about if she's 19, 20? All right, what about what if she want to fuck a grown ass man though, right? Is that okay then? Do not be surprised when you hear the shit. These niggas got me fucked all the way up, man. This is what the fuck happened when them niggas tried to run that shit with me last year. This is what the fuck I was trying to say. That the majority of these niggas feel the same goddamn way, and the majority of these niggas have done the same shit I did, but didn't get fucking caught. That's the only goddamn difference. It's the same shit, because how in the fuck, if you can hear me and what I went through when I was 11 and what I did to a child, how in the fuck you got grown niggas way older than what the fuck I was at 11, right? We're talking about 25 years older, still talking about the same shit that I fucked around and did when I was a little kid. If these niggas ain't got it in them to do it. Or Bomb Cherry, if they didn't do it and got away with it. How in the fuck you can hear about Rude and Rude being exposed for aggravated sexual assault, right? At 11 on a 6-year-old, and yet you got grown men can still get on here and talk about how they want a 16, 17-year-old low key, or looking at a goddamn 15-year-old girl, or want a 12-year-old can justify what the Bible is saying, the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. These niggas talking about how kings were doing back in the goddamn day. How in the fuck you can hear and see what the fuck I went through and got exposed last year, and yet these niggas can come out even this year and still run the same shit? Wouldn't a nigga be more careful, in your opinion, Bomb Cherry? Wouldn't a nigga be more careful to make sure that they ain't gonna be in the same bag as Rude, for the reason why these niggas can't come at me at all about what the fuck I happened when I was a little boy? Wouldn't these niggas be a little more careful and say, you know what, that nigga Rude got exposed for that shit, and if I'm so against grown niggas fucking with young girls or young kids, then goddamn it, I'm gonna make sure I don't ever get caught slipping, talking about how it's the age of consent and how a girl wanted, how she came on to me and she wanted me to do this to her, and it was on her, and so what, she looked grown at 15, 16, she fully developed like a goddamn mom and shit. These niggas would never allow themselves to get caught up slipping in that fucking way. Man, I ain't playing with these bitch ass niggas, bro. Don't fuck with me on this shit. You women need to sit the fuck back and listen what the fuck a nigga is telling your ass. The nature of a man is pedo-fucking-philic. The niggas is not gonna do the shit because of the society we living in. Your ass will go to prison like Brother Polite. The shit Polite did is what a lot of these grown ass niggas be want to do. If they can have their girlfriend's daughter, or let's say, they baby mama's goddamn niece, or they, somebody in their goddamn family and shit, somebody who's fresh, somebody who's just entering either high school or leaving middle school, or before you hit the 10th, 11th grade, These motherfucking niggas want a goddamn young ass girl. The hell with a grown ass fucking woman. This is the reason why it's so much pushback. Bump chair, listen. The reason why it's so much like pulling teeth, and it's so much pushback when we're trying to get these niggas to understand how good of a grown woman can be for them. And these niggas got all the shit to say about a grown ass woman, right? They can't ever just say, you know what, you right. Or I need a grown woman in my life. These niggas have a hard time accepting the fact that a grown woman is what they really need. But if they talk, if it became okay for us to talk about niggas getting with these 14, 15-year-old girls, all these niggas would fucking about and be so excited and so happy to have that goddamn conversation.
That's how the Manosphere came about. BGS and all these men was over there talking about age of consent. They was talking about, yeah. And so the men was like, yeah. And then you hear them want virgins, and then they don't want, now they talk about body count because they do want virgins.
When you talk about a virgin, you're talking about a young ass girl. You're not talking about a grown woman, Bum Cherry. You know that. Right. You know that, Bum Cherry. No. Him and sweetheart. Him on. Anytime a nigga talking about he want a virgin, he talking about a little girl, man. He ain't talking about no 16-year-old really. He really talking about a 19-year-old. He not talking about no 25-year-old woman. He talking about a little girl, man. He ain't talking about no fucking grown-ass woman. What I'm telling you, Bum Cherry, these niggas have a hard time having a conversation about how they need a goddamn real woman. They ain't trying to hear that shit low-key. That's why it's so much pushback, and you women don't know why these niggas giving you so much pushback about being with a grown woman, about having a 30-year-old woman or a single mother or a woman who's good, but she's of age. Why these niggas giving you so much pushback up and talk so much shit about that? But let these niggas can have the conversation about fucking with them 14, 15-year-old girls and nobody judge them. All these niggas gonna participate in that conversation and gonna be happy as fuck, man. Ain't gonna fuck around and slip up and tell you a story about how they was grown fucking with some 14, 15-year-old girl. And you gonna see all the excitement coming out their voice. It ain't gonna be none of that, oh, she got a high body count. Oh, she toxic. Oh, she's a bitch. Oh, she's moody. Oh, she's on some bull. The niggas saying all that shit about grown women because they don't want the grown woman. They want the little girl. That's it. That's fucking it. That's it. It ain't nothing else for you women to be confused about. Yo nigga want a goddamn young ass girl. If your nigga have a hard time being with you, he can't bond with you, he argue with you, he picking fights with you, he's starting shit with you, he's trying to whoop your ass, it's because he want a goddamn little girl. You do that type of shit to little girls, man. Like your daughter, whoop your daughter ass. What the fuck you want to whoop a grown ass woman for though, right? Because you want a goddamn a 16-year-old where you can really get a belt and whoop her goddamn ass and she can't do shit because you a daddy. These niggas want to be called daddy and shit by somebody who they fucking. These motherfucking niggas don't want no goddamn grown ass, successful, full-figured, able-bodied, good-looking ass woman at all. These niggas want them fresh ass, naive, don't know too much about life, still satisfied with eating Chick-fil-A or McDonald's and shit, type of Barbie doll playing ass, fucking TikTok video making ass little girl, man. That's all, Bum. Is it? It's just that simple.
Okay. You right. Look,
no, I'm good.
A lot of us know that you're right because we remember when we were little girls. When we were little girls, there was all these men, just swarming around, waiting. Even they would be vocal with it too. Yo, I can't wait until you get this. And they would be grouped up saying this type of shit. I bet you she gonna be this when she get that age. Hey, you know what I mean?
They sizing the girl up. Yeah, they sizing the girl up, comparing her to a mom and shit. They they fucking with these women who got daughters because they want to get at the daughter eventually. They watching these little girls grow up to groom them girls to be with them when they get older. They just waiting for you to become 18 so no one can say that you a so-called pedophile or statutory rapist. That's all it is. These niggas don't have no good intentions for why they with grown-ass women other than the little girls who's around this grown-ass woman. Yes, in the chat room, or listen to all you women in the chat room, this shit sound weird. This shit sound cringy as fuck. How about you now accept what the fuck I'm saying? Because I'm more than qualified to say what the fuck I'm saying about this shit. And ain't no nigga on this bitch. I don't give a fuck. Because we done heard too many goddamn niggas talk about and slip up that they really want their little girl. So what's going on in that case? If I'm lying or if I'm wrong about what I'm saying, why in the fuck so many of these niggas older than me, right? My age and older, talking about how they want to go back to an 17, 18-year-old girl. Why the fuck they doing that in that case? If what I'm saying is so outrageous and unbelievable, why in the fuck you can hear all these different niggas from all different cities and states talking about how they looked at a 16-year-old or how they was fucking with a 16-year-old or whatnot when they was 20? Why is that the goddamn conversation in that case if I'm wrong?
Mm-hmm. No, I see your point. I don't know if anybody's saying you're wrong or not because I'm not looking in chat, but I do want to go on this because he mentioned the Romeo Juliet, and I think hubby said something about, I'm not sure if he said Missouri or whatever, right? But listen, I don't think people they have updated the law in the last 10 years, right? And so there are, if we look over there, the age of consent is usually between 16 and 18, but then these states have exceptions to it, right? And so the Romeo and Juliet is for young people. That's for, so my son, if he had sex with his girlfriend when they were like 16 and she was 16, you know, the boys would still go to jail even if she was 16. They would go to jail if the parents decide to press charges, but the Romeo and Juliet stopped that, right? So these young boys wouldn't go to jail being with young girls who was their age. But they got this thing called exceptions. That's what I was talking about when they saying, yes, you can have, the 16-year-old can have sex, but in certain states, if that man is so many years older, which they say 2 to 7 years older than her, then he could be brought up on rape charges.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and so if you go, this page kind of tells you, so I see right here, let's see, there's, no, I went too far. So here in California, age of consent is 18. Them people not playing. Yeah. Okay. Texas 17.
Yeah.
Florida 18, but they have an exception. See, in Florida, they got a close in age exemption. Y'all see that? Yeah. That means even though she's 18, if that nigga is between her between 2 and 7 years, then he could be charged.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about. So they got lots of states that have the exemption, I'm sorry, and then they got some states that don't. Alabama, you could be 16, but if he's too many years older than her, they will be up on statutory rape. It's okay. Yeah. They says right here, when a person is 16 or older engages in sex with a victim that is at least 2 years younger.
Yeah, yeah.
So if a 16-year-old did with a 12-year-old, well, I think, and let me see if they do the Romeo and Juliet, then he'll be okay. But if they don't do the Romeo and Juliet, that 16-year-old could be brought up on charges.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, and they don't do the enclosed exemption. So
no, they
New
don't.
York, yeah. So they got. So that's what I'm saying. So when people, I'm not sure. I wasn't saying all states do the same thing. I clearly said different states do different things, but these men don't be knowing. They just think they just go outside when they hear, "Ooh, I could be with a 16-year-old."
It doesn't mean.
Huh?
Yeah, my little brother Kevin, he works for Customs and Border Patrol. And
what?
My little brother works for Customs and Border Patrol, right?
He what?
And, he works for
he worked for Customs and Border Patrol.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
You know what I found out? If they found out that you went overseas to have sex with young girls, they'll arrest you at the airport.
Yeah, I told them in there.
So I want to let people know that Border Patrol is waiting for you. They got this HSIs, like the investigation team, and HSI would come and arrest you at the airport when you come back into the States. Because
these men are online showing pictures of themselves. But see, white men have been doing this for years. Like I'm talking about many years. They go over there, they secretly having sex with boys and girls, right? Little ones. And so I remember, and then the U.S. started saying, no, that's human trafficking. That's when the term started popping up, right? Just because if you're a U.S. citizen, you're supposed to abide by the laws that the U.S. put in place, even when you are abroad.
Yeah.
So your ass come back to the States and they could prove that you did some shit even over there, your ass is going to jail.
You're going to jail.
As you should.
And look, with the whole age of consent thing, what these guys on YouTube are not telling you is this, right? the age of consent, like if it's 16 or 17 in certain states, that doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean that a grown ass 40-year-old man can fuck that 16, 17-year-old girl. Right. What that's saying is that 16-year-old now can give consent to sex without the parents or the guardians being liable or getting in trouble for them having sex, right? So see, 14, you can't, that's why I was telling my son, I said, look, y'all can't be doing all that, man. I know people be doing all little games y'all be playing in middle school and high school, but if y'all get in trouble for that, your mama, me, we all can get in trouble for y'all fucking around doing sexual shit at them young ass ages. But when you turn 16, you can now give consent to mess with a girl your age. If y'all both 16, it ain't gonna fall back on me and your mother. And it doesn't mean that a grown ass man can fuck with these, go to high school and fuck with these little 16-year-old girls because of the age of consent. It don't mean that. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know, I think most of us as young women, right? When we were younger, a lot of us had issues. Some were we probably were too young to even understand. Like I didn't understand when it was happening. That's why it wasn't like I went to tell my mom that so and so, you know, down the street had said something to me. You know what I mean? But when I get older and we start having these discussions, I remember the multitude of older men. And when I say older, if I'm 12 and his ass is 18, he's an older man.
Older.
He knows enough to know about sex when my ass might not know nothing at all. I knew nothing about sex at 12.
You're not developed yet.
Huh?
You're not developed yet.
Well, even if but the development has nothing to do with mentality. So, but men confuse that. Just because she looked like she got breasts, and then y'all be saying, "Oh, I didn't know she looked older." No, what the fuck mean look older?
Yeah, like the women do that in school, in the schools now. They locking up teachers because these boys are like 6 feet at 13, and the women think they can sleep with them, and now they locking them up.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, the women not thinking they can sleep with them. Y'all look, we could go through and see the women who go into jail. First of all, the women going to jail, we see how many they are, and that's not even many. So I'm not, most of the time y'all slept with somebody, it wasn't no fucking teacher. When you were young, teacher, yeah, you sleeping with the woman down the street. Don't be bringing no motherfucking teachers in this. And then when you want to bring up the teachers, show me the black one.
It was a 22-year-old black teacher. She had got arrested recently.
Okay, so she got arrested. If she's having sex with young boys, she deserved to be arrested. Yeah. That's why for me, young teachers, like I remember having a substitute teacher, right? The substitute teacher in my high school. You could tell she was young, right? And the boys liked it. They was always trying to hug up with her. You know, even I thought she was pretty. Even the young girls thought she was pretty and young. That's why when I was thinking about substitute teaching, I was saying I'm not going to no high school. Where I belong is with the elementary students.
Yo.
The little boys have crush on their teachers there, but it ain't nowhere near the same thing. Okay. And men,
not in high school, no.
And the men teachers, like I always thought that they should be in elementary schools too. They need to stay away from high school girls. I had a crush on my middle school teacher.
Yo.
But let me tell you, so I had a crush on my middle school teacher. What does a crush mean to a girl is not the same thing that men try to switch it into. My crush just meant I thought he was handsome. And I remember even in my imagination thinking, oh, I could be his girlfriend. Right?
It was a fantasy. Yo.
Yes, but it never had no sex in it. Like when I had crushes on boys, it was always, they gonna hold my hand and we gonna get married and we gonna have babies. And you know, in all of that though, was never any sexual thing.
There wasn't no sexual thoughts. I agree, yeah.
So men and boys are different. I get it. We understand it. But a man can then say, oh, she had a crush on me and she liked me. And so that meant I get to use my penis on her.
Nah.
Because what she's looking for is not the same. She's looking for that fantasy Barbie doll, Ken, you know, house. And she looking at him like that because she is young and she don't understand.
Yo.
You see, and so you're right. That's the difference between. So when you say the girls are being hot in the pants, that she not being hot in the pants. She's trying to find that imaginary love that they sold us on.
Cinderella.
Yep, Cinderella. Well, Cinderella did Yep, Cinderella. That's
more
one.
like Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and
I'm
Beast,
saying more
okay.
like them Pocahontas ass, them Disney love stories to where the man and the woman got together at the end and all those shit, holding their hands, dancing with each other and all those shit. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's always like a fantasy for a lot of the young girls, man. Yeah, some of the young teenage girls was trying to fuck with them grown men on some sexual shit, but not all of them. I do agree with that. But the boys,
why would a young girl want sex from men? What she want sex? Because all she learned is that sex gets her what she want. But why would she want sex with a man when she's elementary school?
No, not elementary. We're talking about high school, not elementary. Hell
no.
High
school. Okay, high school. Okay, that's a little different. Maybe, yeah. So Sapa say that he wasn't. He said, I don't know. In elementary school, I wasn't thinking about sex with my crushes. I told y'all the experience I had when we was all middle school. We wasn't even in high school, because by the time I was in high school, I wasn't nowhere near that area, right? So we was middle school, and a group of boys pulled me in the back of the graveyard. So the idea that boys don't think with their penis and not trying to put their penis in girls, you can't make me believe that shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I even had cousins, we were playing house and shit. Like, maybe some of you wasn't thinking with your penis, but I had cousins, like we would play house and shit. As far as I can remember, boys, maybe they didn't know what to do with it, maybe, and shit like that. Of course, they knew it going girls. I don't even think they knew it going girls elementary. Maybe they just knew that it's supposed to go around the girl. You get on top. Remember the dry humping bullshit? I always had to be a child, so nobody was dry humping me, because I was the younger cousin. You know what I'm saying? In instances around these cousins, I'm thinking one of my older cousins would come around, and that's when we wanted to play house. And so my boy cousin would be the dad, and my older girl cousin would be the mama, and I had to be the child with the rest of us. But I will say, though, that even though I was cousins with both of them, they wasn't cousins. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is my mom's side of the family, and this is my dad's side of the family. So they wasn't cousins humping on each other, but it was dry humping. But she didn't know anything different. We just all knew. Just think about it. I remember hearing my mom and dad in there, and I used to hear my mom go, as a kid, this is my child mind. And we knew that boys get on top of girls because you could see it in the movies, right? Yeah. I never seen my dad and my mom have sex. I never walked in. One time I was opening the door, and my mom, they were like, "Oh!" and I hurry up and close the door. I ain't see nothing, but I'm quite sure what I was about to walk into. But I was, by then I'm probably high school. You know what I'm saying? See, my mom never got in. You be going to the bathroom and hear her moaning and shit. But so I remember being a kid, and the boy and the girl would be moaning, but everybody had on their clothes, and they acted like they having sex for real. But we didn't know what sex was.
Aries Queen said they was having sex in her elementary school. Now I can say, when I was coming up, it was a lot of us was engaged. We weren't outright penetrating, but it was some sexual acts taking place, though.
Yeah,
with a lot of us.
Yeah, so y'all younger generation. So when you say elementary, what grade is that?
Fifth grade and shit on up. Fifth grade, sixth grade, the middle school, seventh grade. Like, once you got to seventh grade, go
ahead in the staircase.
It was a lot of oral sex type of shit. A lot of touching, a lot of sexual shit going on around them ages, though, where I was from.
No, I agree. Listen, y'all different generation, because our sex is not our generation. That's why our sex is not our generation. So
I agree.
That's why the Gen Z is messed up, because of what millennials is doing.
What you mean they messed up?
like this, the culture of where they at. They just no accountability.
What you mean no accountability? You know, Zennials are young, babe. The
No,
oldest
no,
Zennial is
no.
my son. That would be they would
Like-
be 26.
Yeah, like they believe that everybody should get first place.
No,
No,
that's
I mean-
not Zennials.
I
That's
mean-
millennials. That's
No,
y'all.
but the videos, no, but I see it with my daughter. She's a Zennial. Like, she gets mad because I wear my Trump hat. She gets mad because I got.
Of course she would get mad because you wear your Trump hat. What the fuck that got to do with her being a Zennial? She's just smarter than you, that's all.
She gets mad because I hold her accountable.
No, but no, she get mad because you's a dumbass. You's a whole motherfucking dumbass, Manosphere ass nigga. And if you was my fucking daddy, I would be mad too, bitch. So what is you talking about, nigga? Them Zennials, your Zennial daughter is mad at you because you's a weak ass motherfucking nigga coming up here with that pedophile ass conversation on my motherfucking panel and then mention your Trump hat, nigga. You knew we was talking about your daddy up here. You came up here with that pedophile shit. Your daddy is a bitch and he going to jail. And I want you to wear your Trump hat and be proud wearing that motherfucking hat, bitch. Walk around talking about my daddy, I'm nigga. Go and do that, nigga.
No.
Okay? Your daughter mad because you won't hold yourself accountable, bitch.
No, my daughter feels like that the white
her daddy's a bitch.
No, she feels like white supremacy is holding black folks back. You know, she feels like, you know, that everybody should get first place, you know, and
no, they do not. They don't even want to play sports like that. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
You know,
that's that mega in you. That mega got you all fucked up.
This abortion rhetoric, this affirmative action.
Hey,
rhetoric.
we was talking about your daddy. Let's get back on it. What you got to say about your daddy getting all those counts?
It's all a witch hunt. It's a political interference. It's the greatest election interference in American history.
Yeah, except for them two lawyers who just pled guilty. What you got to say about that?
They pled guilty because they didn't want to take a chance at blowing trial.
What you mean? They went to their trial and
they would have been bankrupt. The type of
lawyers. We talking about lawyers.
Yeah,
we talking about these people had fucking careers before they met Trump. And you saying they going bankrupt, nigga?
They don't have the reason. They would have went bankrupt.
No, what you mean they would have? They was already. Listen, their trials will start this week.
Listen,
and so if they had the money to do that with their lawyers, they pled guilty because they said they were guilty. And you gonna now talk about
do you know how much it would have cost to defend them? Do you know how much lawyers is charging? They want $100,000 retainer.
Who charging them $100,000?
Their lawyers.
Listen, dude, you dumb. The lawyers were sitting on side of damn dumbass nigga. Whatever they had to pay for their lawyers, they've already paid for. The lawyer had already did all the work to try to get them out of this shit. And the lawyers did their job by getting them a deal, and they took the deal. But your dumb ass believed that they was going bankrupt. Listen, but them lawyers to be on side of them, they already got paid.
Listen.
No, they ain't no listen. You need to listen, your dumbass mega dude. I've been telling you about your daddy for years, nigga. You dumb nigga.
It's a witch hunt.
No, it's not.
It's a witch hunt.
Nah, it's a witch hunt, nigga.
That's why we want.
Your daddy is the witch, nigga.
He's a witch.
Black folks turn Louisiana. Black folks got a Louisiana governor. Black folks voted for the MAGA Republican governor of Louisiana.
Are you sure?
Black people don't vote in Louisiana like that, you dumbass nigga. You're lying, nigga.
We're going to make Louisiana great again.
Yeah, I know you are. Well, how? Republicans been controlling Louisiana. What you talking about, nigga?
No.
And when did it stop being great? When did it stop being great?
When these woke politicians got in office and made crime at an all-time high, we're going to take back New Orleans and we're going to elect MAGA Republicans.
Wait a minute. So if crime was high in Louisiana, because you're talking about Louisiana.
Yes.
But So you do know that Louisiana has been Republican. I don't think it ever was Democrat.
No, it's Democrat.
No, you a lie, nigga. You talking about cities. You talking about New Orleans as far as governor. You just mentioned
black folks are fed up.
But what are you talking about? The governor in New Orleans is still black, dumbass nigga.
Blacks are Trump.
Wait a minute. So which one is you confused, you dumbass, the slow ass bitch ass nigga? You confused. Cause first you just said that they voted in Republican. New Orleans, Louisiana, I'm sorry, Louisiana has been Republican for as long as I can remember.
Under administration, Donald Trump has done more for the black community than
yeah, I know. He made you dumb. He made dumbass niggas like you dumber. That's all he does.
He's the greatest president in American history.
You think so?
I got to get my daughter on board.
Okay. Go ahead, baby.
She's got to learn.
So you think Trump was the greatest president in history?
Yes, I do. We had inflation to almost zero. We passed the greatest tax cuts in American history.
Okay, hold on. Let's hold on.
Jobs.
So
let's low gas prices.
So okay, hold on. I'm gonna review everything you're saying. All right, so it's my turn, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when Trump took over, how was the economy?
Economy was in a ditch.
It was great.
Are you sure?
Yes, it was in a ditch.
Obama,
okay, you stick with that story, because now let me. So
listen,
then Trump did the greatest tax cuts for who?
Yes, he did.
For who?
For wealthy people.
For
no.
who?
No, the IRS proved it. The tax cuts help more working class Americans than any other person.
Of
like
course, when a billionaire claims that he's working, then he's working class.
No,
right. You dumbass. You don't even know, dude, you lying. And you won't even let my husband speak. If you're not gonna let him speak, then I'm gonna have to kick you off. Because I already know you're a troll ass nigga who really believe in what you're saying. But he wanna hold a conversation with you. He should have known that he can't have a conversation with you.
I know. But I enjoy exposing them for the dumbness that they are. See, that's why he's sitting here trying to spin shit to say that the IRS said that the tax cuts were for the working people. Sure, when billionaires claim they're working, when millionaires and billionaires claim they're working, then they're the working class. Then here's what I want you to do. Define working class.
The working class is the people who work at the plants,
everybody works.
At the dealerships.
Everybody
the working class.
How much do the working class
earn? That has a job.
How much does the working class
earn?
It helped a lot of people that was making between
how much
30 and 40.
How much does the working class earn?
It can earn as much as $500,000 a year.
Okay, so now how many people you know walking around making $500,000 a year in your everyday life?
Working class.
Hold on. In your everyday life, how many $500,000 a year people do
plenty
you?
Of people.
Do you?
Plenty.
He lying. You know this dude in Philly, baby. This dude is Philly. Come on.
I know
now.
he's
He's right here.
No, hold on. Okay, since he's in Philly, let me show you the plane that he's going to mention that makes this $500,000 plus. I'm just going to put him in a group. Athletes. You in Philadelphia, right? Athletes.
Well,
you're gonna sit here and say Jalen Hurts doesn't make? Oh, but you just said plenty. I said your everyday work. These cats live all over the place.
I'll talk about people. I know people that work in dealerships and make $1 million a year.
Dealerships. Okay, so you talking
about
like a car dealership?
No, he lying. He talk about the business. Mm-hmm. The business might make $1 million.
My man Frank Cornetti that was on the news, he makes $1 million a year.
Who he does what?
Sell cars. He's a car salesman.
Okay, so what's his name? Because he should be definitely on the news. So what's his name?
Frank Cornetti. His last name is Crinite. Frank Cornetti.
Frank. Okay, Frank. Let me get that. Yeah. Frank R-A-N-K. Right. Frank Cornetti. Frank Cornetti. Y'all meet Frank Cornetti. I thought you said something, your friend.
That's my friend.
That's your friend?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. That's his friend, y'all.
I should work
He
at a
looked like he.
dealership.
Hold on.
So
I should
he
work at a dealership. They offered him his own dealership, and he said no. He didn't want it.
Why wouldn't he? If
He
he
didn't
can
want
sit
it.
here,
He didn't want
if
it.
he can sit here, look, and then there's a prime example. I said name working class. This dude is a GM at a DAC-going dealership, right?
Right.
So does he work? So is he the head fry dunker at McDonald's?
He made it seem like he was just selling cars. That's why you made it seem. That's why
he's
I looked
not
it up.
hustling. His income is guaranteed, whether he works 1 hour or 100 hours a week. He's not out there selling cars. He's not living off commission. This cat's money is set. These are the people you're talking about, right? Not the day-to-day cat, not your Uber driver or the guy delivering your food and shit like that.
But he is the working class. He right by that.
And that's why I said, define working class. Yeah, anybody under $100,000 annually didn't get no tax break from Trump. But that's
I think he went up to 250, didn't he? I think you got the tax break if you made
$250,000 or more.
And no, that's right.
But that's not you, James. He didn't help you personally. But you're gonna sit here and bang the drum for some cats that wouldn't piss on you for $10. These cats that got these tax breaks don't give a wombat shit about you, but you're gonna sit here and fall on your sword for them.
Okay, somebody
get
asked
this
me
tax break.
Somebody asked me to ask you, James, can you ask him what are black megas demanding Frumpton does with our let me see something in my way,
with our community if elected.
If elected, yeah, that's a good question. What are you gonna do, James? I know you're still here. I see you, but let me see.
Yep.
Muted.
And was it tick 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 tick? He's not muted.
Oh, okay. It sounded like he was driving in the car or something because he was coming in and out. But
that's
his
fine.
internet
That's
is
why I
bad.
said I love taking these cats on. And James, when you get back, please explain this part to me, since you're black and you're in Pennsylvania representing Louisiana. When did America stop being great for you? Because if you're a black person, please tell me when America stopped being great. Because when these cats say make America great again, ask them when do they mean. and they'll tell you some shit like the 50s, in the 40s. You know what happened in the 40s?
Civil rights.
No. Civil rights were in the 60s. See, that's when they'll say that America stopped being great. When black people and people of color got their rights.
Right.
That's when America stopped being great. These cats will never tell you some shit like, oh, yeah, because they want to reminisce, just like Trump, 40s and 50s, when white men could walk around and whop on black people for sport, when they could just throw you in the jail for the shit they did. Right? They can't do this shit anymore. You didn't have a right to vote back then. Yeah, this is when America was great. To the white guy.
Hey, Mr. Music, that's you?
Hey, good everyone. Yes, it's me. Hey, Bomb. What's going on,
how
everyone?
you doing?
Oh, I'm living. I can't complain too much.
That's
good. Lord, good Lord. I see I had to come up here and rope one of these loose niggas.
Yep, we had to play Cowboys, which ironically, for James, here's another history lesson for you. Go look up Bill Pickett. So if you don't know, let me tell you, because you might not want to, because you're mad.
You said Bill Pickett? You want me to look it up real quick?
You can if you want to, but
because I don't know, because you be knowing it. So look, that's what I be telling people. I be learning from you, shit. So okay, I'm gonna follow along. Okay, here go Bill Pickett.
That is me and Mr. Music right now. We had to rope you loose clowns in.
Yeah.
We had to get y'all back in the fucking herd.
A Texas cowboy, huh?
The original Lone Rangers.
No. Bill Pickett is the guy that you ever watch rodeos and the event called bulldogging?
Yeah.
He invented that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was where they kind of like jump off the back of the horse.
They jump off the horse and wrestle the cow back into the herd.
Exactly.
So that's me and you right now. We're bulldogging these cats back in the herd.
I be knowing this shit, man. Like, go ahead.
I hate to say it, Mom, but it's called reading, which a lot of these folks do not.
They don't want to do. He needs pictures. That's why I said.
Right.
I admit I'm not a reader, y'all. I admit it.
Right.
But now, since you're on this one, like Mr. Music said, now look up Bass Reeves.
Right. Okay. The original Lone Ranger.
Oh yeah, y'all. I heard y'all say that, mention that before. Bass, B-A-S-S.
Yep.
Reeves, it came
Yeah,
right up.
Bass T. Reeves. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go,
There he
y'all.
is.
That
Look at him.
was the Lone Ranger for real.
That's the Lone Ranger. Over 300 known arrests of as they call them, a lone desperado, single-handedly. This man right here.
Oh, that makes sense. Lone, meaning he was a ranger all by himself.
Right. That's
And the
right. The
reason he
Lone
probably
Ranger.
by himself because he's black.
Because he was black.
That's exactly it. No one would work with him, Bomb. That's exactly it.
Oh,
Exactly.
Most of those cats he went after were afraid of him just by his name.
Exactly.
Make America.
Yeah. You back? Sound like you back.
I was with a client just now.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So, my man, now that you're back, I'm going to go to the question that someone asked you down in the chat room. Taken for some strange reason, Trump is able to run in 2024, and if he gets into office, okay, what? Barring past that, what is Trump specifically going to do for you?
He's going to cut taxes, lessen regulations, create more jobs.
Okay, stop right there. Let's go with the first thing. Your taxes. Are you in the top 1% of the earning income class?
Plead the fifth on that.
No, I'm just saying.
No.
Either I can answer it. No, I'm not.
No,
you don't need to take the fifth.
him neither.
No.
That's why he won't
Right.
answer.
Right. Are you in the top 13%?
Yes.
You are?
Yeah.
So you own major corporations, because you know the top 13% of earners in this country, they are, they own
You don't have
businesses.
you don't have to own a major
Well,
corporation.
okay. Well, let me ask you then,
Just
what
have to
business?
make money.
What business that you're in that makes you put you in the top 13% of owners earning in this country? What business are you in?
I'm in the environmental logistics business.
Okay, that's about a $60,000-$70,000 year job.
No,
that doesn't.
You think you're
that does-
talking idiots in the Manosphere.
Yeah, that does not put you in the top.
Listen,
that even doesn't even put you in the top 40%.
And you said environmental logistics. So what that, like lumber?
No, that he cleans. I know what he do. But go ahead. He
So
can make good money because he owns his business.
What do? You go and put them you put the little stripes around the trees.
He clean businesses. No, he go in and
I
clean
move commerce. I move commerce.
Okay.
So that's why I asked if you do lumber.
Right. Okay. So I mean, moving commerce, that could mean a lot of things. You could be basically what you're telling me is.
I can't
So
discuss.
Is it top military secrets?
I can't discuss it. I can't.
Okay. Let's just say this. I don't know your first name.
Anyway,
let's just say this. From
Trump
that,
policies work
wait.
Trump is a blue-collar president. That's all I know.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
The only time he's blue collar is when he wears a blue shirt.
He's talking for the blue-collar worker. That's
Okay,
all.
No, he is not.
No, it's not.
Yes,
If you believe that, I got some swamp in the
to a
area
rally.
you need to buy.
Okay, wait a minute.
Why would we go to a rally, dumbass? We go by what he's done so far.
He's done a lot.
Has he?
brother.
Okay, I tell you what. Let me tell you what he has done.
Ask the coal miners.
Yep.
Ask the coal
coal miners he get their jobs back. How many of them got
Ask
their
the coal
jobs back?
miners. Right.
How many
ask
coal
them.
miners got their jobs back?
A lot.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
None.
A lot.
None.
None.
And a lot is a generous number because none of them did.
I understand how black folk can be against Donald Trump.
I don't see how black people can be for Donald Trump.
First step
what I'm
back
saying.
alone. Donald Trump has freed more black people than any other.
Because they paid him $1
They paid
million
him.
to pardon him.
No.
Did
Yes,
no.
they
did
You're
okay? I
spreading
tell you
fake
what.
news, sir. You're spreading
I
fake
tell you what.
news.
Tell you what.
Sir,
Did Trump? Tell you what. Answer to me this: did Donald Trump pardon Willie Horton? The answer is no. Did he?
He pardoned
Bomb.
Jack Johnson.
Bomb. Look up Willie Horton.
Why?
Look up Willie Horton.
Right. I know.
I know for a fact he didn't.
Right. Let me ask my man. Dude.
Well, why would he? Obama pardoned over 400 people.
Sure did.
No.
And he did it for free.
Spreading
He did
fake
it for
news.
free.
How you spell Horton?
Willie Horton. HORTON.
Wait, what? I can't hear you. What?
Trump never took a salary.
Trump never took a salary.
HORTON.
Are you kidding me? Are you
Yeah,
kidding?
Trump got his money. Are you dumbass?
He didn't have to take a salary. He was
He
stealing
did
money
take his
everywhere
salary.
else.
Okay, let me ask you this,
I
my
think
man.
he
Let me,
left.
Yeah, I think he.
yeah, you know,
But-
I hate to say this, folks. These are the kind of niggas, I hate to say it, that need to be left behind.
Oh yeah, he said
You
he was
have to
gonna run
leave.
to be a Republican in Philadelphia. I know what kind of job he does. He was claiming he the 13%, but look, this is how much you got to make to be in the top 10%, which is a big gap even in the wealthy people, right?
Huge gap.
Look at
Huge
that.
gap.
So to be in the top 10 earners, you have to make 167,000. Right? That's in the top 10, but the top one is $3 million.
Okay.
That's a big
So,
gap.
right, and that was
Even from the 5% to the 10% is a big ass
right,
gap.
and that was my point to him. That's who Trump was giving the tax breaks to.
Right, to the
Not
top
us.
1%.
That's right.
Not the working class.
Right, not the working
Not
class.
the people making under $100,000.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
It was 250 plus, and then they the ones who got the tax break.
Exactly. That's right. The rich white men. That's who got
And
the
then
tax.
they call it the working class because these people do work.
Right.
They work, right? They just make a lot of money working.
Yeah, the Uber driver wasn't catching the tax break.
No, sure wasn't. You know, when we was going through COVID, you know, those first line workers, they weren't catching those tax breaks.
No.
We paid more than Trump in taxes. Trump paid how much? $800 and some dollars.
In his first year in office, he paid $750 in federal income tax, but he made well into the millions.
Right. So that means all of us are paying more taxes than him.
Yep.
That tax break must have was pretty than a motherfucker, man.
It's funny because here's the problem that most of these cats, and I don't know how old James is, so I'm going to say anybody under the age of 40 is going to forget this fact. All Trump did was repackage, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Music will remember this too. All he did was repackage Reaganomics.
That's it.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Right?
Reaganomics.
That's all it was.
That's all it was.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He just didn't say the part that Reagan said. When these people that are rich save money,
trickle down.
Some of this will trickle down to you poor ass people.
That's right. That's
right.
Right. That's what Trump didn't say, but he did
Trump,
the exact same thing.
Right.
And then,
Trump
and then
said the quiet part out loud.
Right. And then the irony is that these cats that are quote unquote MAGA and far right that are so dead set against Biden is because Biden said the part that none of them had the nerve to say. Oh, I'm going to tax these big businesses aren't paying their share.
That's right. Pay your fair share.
They lost their minds because that meant that they were going to lose their precious campaign contributions.
That's right.
That's right. If they start paying their taxes, then heaven forbid, you mean that GE won't be able to pay mine? Yeah, because you're going to do GE's bidding. So that's where they lost their minds.
Absolutely.
He was right. When these corporations start paying, then the working people don't have to be taxed as much. And then there you go. But meanwhile, you had cats like Trump as a prime example that will use tax exemptions, or how about this one? I said this before. When Trump claimed he was cracking down on immigration, he wasn't cracking down on his neighbors who were illegal aliens also.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to this Willie Horton?
Willie Horton was he was instrumental, and I think he was instrumental in Bush and the caucus.
Getting elected.
Bush was losing in the polls, and this is a whole Republican trick that they use. They pulled Willie Horton's name out of the hat because he was a convicted killer that they were about to release back into the world. So they used Willie Horton's face as the face of being tough on crime. And Michael Dukakis went from leading in the polls by an astronomical amount by that one ad that talked about Willie Horton to losing the presidency.
Wow.
And if I remember correctly, he said something to the lines of, the justice system worked, because if I remember, Willie Horton was a convicted murderer.
Yes.
Then he got released. And he murdered again.
He murdered again, exactly.
And then said that the reason he murdered again was because he went to prison.
Right. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, they said it come out real messed up, especially because it looked like he went in when he was young, like 17.
Yeah, he was kind of one of these, like I said, the MAGA forgets, like the good old days. So they're like, his first murder wasn't like a slam dunk. Like it was, we had him on video and all this. There were circumstances that his lawyer couldn't prove that he wound up going.
Yeah, I think they said he didn't get out the car. Like he was there, but he didn't do it.
Right. And
but he's still guilty.
So his defense wasn't good enough to keep him out, even though he didn't commit the crime. So then he goes to jail, and when he got out on a work release, like under good behavior and all that, some cats at a bar harassed the shit out of him, and then they wound up getting in a fight, and the guy died. So now they got him on murder. This time he actually did it, but his defense was, hey, if I had a better lawyer, I probably wouldn't have gone to jail.
And I wouldn't be institutionalized.
And I wouldn't have done this murder. But Bush ran on that to say, hey, if we'd have locked his ass up the first time, then he wouldn't have killed anybody the second time.
Tough on crime. That's it. That was it. The crime bill. And every president from then on, if you notice, when you start getting into election season, that's the main topic there. Let's get tough on crime. Let's get tough on crime.
And especially the Republicans. Because that's like Trump was a prime example. And then our man was on here doing the same thing. All these Democratic cities, blah, blah, blah. The irony is that if you start rolling out, well, if you're gonna say, okay, just for him, because he said New Orleans, if you're gonna say that New Orleans is out of control because it's a Democrat city, what's your answer for Miami?
But the majority of the crimes that's being committed right now are in red states.
Well, no, I see, like when they say that, like New Orleans, Chicago, New York, all of them, right? They'll say, well, they're all Democratic cities. Miami's Republican ran, and it's top 5 in crime.
Okay.
So make that make sense to me. Oh, well, what? He's a rhino, or is he a Democrat? Just pretend to be it's a Republican ran city.
Again,
Sapase said people love him because of the stimulus check, but we wouldn't have needed the stimulus check if he would have took care of business, but we wouldn't get COVID.
Yeah, but even then, see now, Sapase, you're falling for the flash too, because who's the other president that gave out stimulus checks? Bush.
That's Biden.
Oh,
Bush.
Bush.
Oh,
remember when Bush gave and Sapase?
Oh yeah, Bush gave us money so we could forget that he stole the election.
Not only that, but what happened a month after he handed out them checks?
We went to war.
9/11.
Yeah, but remember, he didn't really win. Remember that election was up in the, thing, and so they were gonna be counting it. Then that nigga gave people money, and everybody forgot all about the election.
Yeah, once he got sworn in, he couldn't run fast enough to sign for everybody to get stimulus checks to forget that. And then September 11th happened, and then a few years later, he handed out another stimulus check because we were at war and the economy was about to collapse.
Right.
So those two presidents, the only two presidents that gave out stimulus checks. Now, what was happening under Trump's watch? The economy was collapsing, right? Oh, I'm gonna give these people some money, right? But dude, you were the one that wrecked all this, and now you think sprinkling a couple of dollars, which by the way, you will say that was part of that tax money you saved, those people, maybe that's where it came from. Those tax breaks you gave people.
Right. I think one thing about the stimulus checks, I think they gave people a false sense of security. I think that they expected that the pandemic was going to last a little bit longer. And a lot of these people didn't realize, it's going to be over sooner or later, and you're still going to have to start paying your bills. Stimulus check is not going to help you in 3 years, 4 years down the road. They just said, you know what? I'm getting this $600 unemployment check, and I know I can get this. I got this stimulus package coming, so I'm good right now. I don't have to worry about it. And that's where we're at right now. Everybody's saying that the economy is bad. There's nothing wrong with the economy. Actually, the economy is booming. We just have people that don't want to go to work anymore. That's just bottom line too. You can say what you want to, but there's all kind of jobs out there. You can 15, 17, 18, 19, and even in South Carolina, you can get a job paying you $19, $20 an hour, and you don't know a thing about it.
So I was saying, I'm just going by what some people saying that they like him. One of the main things brought up is the check. He wasn't saying that he agreed with it. He was just saying that.
I get it. No, and Sakfa say I wasn't jumping on you. I get your argument, right? Because I'm gonna take it one step farther and say I'll say the shit that the Republicans won't say, right? Under Trump's run, Trump added $8 trillion to the debt.
To the
right?
debt.
Yes.
But they won't say shit about that, right? They won't. Yeah, and then it wasn't even Republican led legislation to help people during COVID.
Right.
Republicans were fine.
It was the
with shit
Democrats.
falling- Yep.
Right. Absolutely was. It was the
Republicans
Democrats.
were fine with the country
That's right.
burning
If you go
because they
back,
all had money. They had money to pay you to bring you
That's
their,
right.
their Burger King and shit. They didn't give a shit about
That's
working
right.
people.
If you go back and if you look at the voting records of each representative in your state, it'll tell you exactly who voted for the stimulus package and who didn't. And
They
the
was
majority of
against
the
it.
people, they
lot of them were
more,
against it.
right. They were against
Yeah.
it. They were
Remember,
definitely
they was
against it.
really against it. They were like, yeah, you don't need this,
Yes.
you don't need.
Yes.
They were fighting. I don't know how people don't
Yes.
remember that. It was just a few years
Right.
back.
Right. If you live in Florida, the governor of Florida, he and she was against it. Yes. He was against it. Go ahead, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and DeSantis was against it.
Yes. Yes. They
Because
all were.
DeSantis was all for it. I'm not shutting anything down. We'll be
Shut-
okay.
right. Right.
And then, but he was the same mentality. It was, survivor with the richest because the rich people were at home safe while the poor people were out working and getting exposed.
That's right. Frontline workers is what they call us. We were the one. They were the ones out there that was holding it down, while the rich people just sat back and said, "Okay, I got enough money. Let them eat
I'll be
cake,
okay.
so to speak."
Or
Yep,
or
I'll
they
be
made
all right.
them, or they even called them essential workers because
Yeah.
my Pizza Hut won't walk to my house.
Right.
I need somebody to
Think about that.
to
Think about
bring it
that.
to me.
Right. Think about
So
that.
yeah, you
Just
were
that statement
essential.
alone.
You were essential that you had to bring my dinner to me.
Ain't
I
that
don't
some
want to
shit?
cook it.
Because the real essential workers should have just been the people medically, right? The ones who was really essential, but they was opening stores talking about, okay, the stores, the Pizza Hut, the McDonald's, all these are essential. Like what?
Yeah.
And then also for them, as far as being essential workers, they were fine with like Walmart being open, but not your
Right.
local mom and pop store.
Man, Sam Walton was making a killing
Yep.
during the pandemic.
Because when you're the only game in town, everybody's
That's right.
open.
That's right. Why, folks? Why you think all of a sudden these Walmart neighborhood stores start popping up in your neighborhoods? Where to get the money from?
And then the other one was, the other cat that never slowed down and actually picked up was Amazon. Back to
Amazon.
the essential workers, right?
Right.
Essential workers. I can't get my lotion and shit unless the Amazon driver brings it to me.
Right.
Like, look, regular people was worried about toilet paper, and their asses was.
They were
feeling
buying
good.
up everything else.
So
as long
my question is to all these MAGA things that with those letters. It says "Make America Great Again." I know this question might sound cliche, but when was America great for us?
for people of color.
When?
That's why I said, why did it stop? When did it stop being great?
When? So you black people that run around with that "Make America Great" on your head, wearing around like it's a badge of courage. When was America great for us?
you? Yep.
And you notice he couldn't answer none of the questions. And then when he gave an answer, it was the regular answers that they lying to people about. He's talking about go to a rally. Why would I go to a rally? I doubt he been to a motherfucking rally. Because them motherfucking people is mean to the black people at the rally.
Then if you really want to shake them, tell them they're members of a cult.
That's worse than kicking them in the balls.
Yep.
They are part of a cult, though.
They are, but when you try to, and the first thing I said, no, I'm not, is okay, what the cults do.
Right.
And the first thing I say, well, they take away all your rights. Is, well, let me see, women can't have an abortion, so that's one. They take all your money. So you mean to tell me you haven't donated to Trump or to fund the wall and all that? Right? And they silence you. So y'all just say what he says. So y'all are effectively silenced. Y'all are cult members.
Right.
HT Boss said, I want the black MAGAs to list what Trump did for the black people. I've yet to see one. And he couldn't give one neither. And, he just want to blame the Democrats for the crime.
But none of them can, who was it, HT Baldy? None of them can. Even the ones that claim they're like, I'm into it, they can't answer it either. They all drank the Kool-Aid. They listen to him. And then it's to say, yeah, like somebody with a level head. So I'll say I have one. Yeah. I enjoy going over there and arguing with them every now and then. They'll say
H.T. Paul
something
said something earlier that I agree with. Let me see if I can find when he mentioned, let me see, what was it?
Yeah, when Hillary said they needed deprogramming, they lost their minds.
Oh, really?
I'm talking to H.T. Baldy. Yeah, they lost their
Literally,
minds. I mean,
literally.
But and then here's one for you now, right? To mull this
Wait,
one over. Oh, go
wait
ahead.
a minute.
I'm sorry.
I just want, when he mentioned that, damn, where is it? Where they trying to stop us from voting? What he said?
He said Republicans don't want black people voting.
Right. So I'm
Yeah, I
trying to
saw
find
that.
it so I can read it. But yeah, so he's right, y'all. Anybody who trying to stop a group of people, because the truth of the matter is, Republicans is not fashionable. Like they don't want to change. It's all them old ass people, especially them got them old ass men who are racist for the most part. But not only that, they class too, right? They want to just be wealthy. But they don't want black people to vote, right? Because they can't control us.
Right. And you're absolutely right. The Republicans thing is that they want to keep the voting public as small as it possibly can.
Right.
And you've heard the folks that started the Southern Strategy, that went from the Dixiecrats to the New Republican Party, whatever. That was one of the main things. We want the voting public to be as small as we possibly can. That way we can control them. That's why you have redlining districts. That's why you have the in a black community, the voting polls are so far out of the way, they close at a different time, or they put it at a certain time to where they know that most people are at work. And if you're struggling, if you're barely making ends meet, can you afford 2 hours off your job?
Remember when Bush won that last thing? Remember that was a big issue because they had proven that in Florida, they had shut down polling places early, remember?
Early, exactly.
Yeah. And so they was gonna fight with that, but then I guess what his name who was running with him, what his name?
Al
It was
Gore.
Al Gore. Al Gore just
he
just said, okay, just let it go. But the truth is, they cheated. In Florida was the one where it meant everything. That was the last. That's where all of you know what I mean. And they shut that shit down. They shut shit down early. Black people were saying when they went to go vote, it was closed. Black people were saying when they went to go vote, they would tell them they couldn't vote.
Couldn't vote there. They found every reason that they possibly could. This didn't match. You live in this county, or you live in that county, so you can't vote here.
In this county,
Right.
All kinds of stuff.
All kinds of stuff. So
all kinds of then
this doesn't look like you on this ID.
Right.
Yeah.
Simple things like that.
So
black
he
folks, when
he conceded beforehand, and then next thing we know, when they was bringing it out in the news, he said he was giving us stimulus checks. And then it shut down. It went away.
Shut them up. Right. So black people, when they tell you that our vote doesn't count, why, if it doesn't count, why are they so hell bent on stopping you?
Yep.
Right. I need y'all to vote, y'all. If y'all could vote, y'all need to vote. And I don't even care if you vote for who you want, however you want, but just know that you need to vote.
Right.
Okay, my grandmother was they were dead set scared because remember when black people was able to vote, they used to have tests and shit. Then they started lynching people in the South.
Well, yeah, and then I was gonna say not only that, but because of that, like the Deacons for Defense were born.
That's right.
For the same reason.
Just think about that, Bomb. What you just said. They're talking about they were giving black people literacy tests in order to vote. But before that, we weren't allowed to. Right. We weren't allowed to read. So
right.
How was you going to pass a literacy test?
And then they had one test, y'all, where they would put marbles or something in a jar, and you had to guess how many was in there just by looking at it.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I know that's something. And if you guess right, so black people used to get together and they used to train. They were starting to teach how to read. So because they knew that they was putting these tests before.
Mm-hmm.
So they started doing
the scariest thing to white folks is an educated black man or woman. Believe that. That's the scariest thing to them. When you can give them pushback on their own ideas and their own realities. Again, like with Trump, everybody's saying Trump was this, Trump was that. Yeah, the only people that got richer was his family, like Jared Kushner. He got $2 billion from the Saudis for doing what?
We don't even know what the hell.
Not million. He got $2 billion. Billion.
Yeah. And they're not even mentioning that shit. And you know, they are right about Democrats not. It's almost like we don't want to be messy. I don't know what's up with them, because I say fight fire with fire, but they wanna just chill. What y'all think about that
high
shit?
road, and that's their problem. Like, if it's to say, like, see, they're sticking with the old Michelle Obama quote: "When they go low, we go higher." And then actually what you need to do is when they go low, we go right with them.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Because you can't. I mean, even though, like, you can watch video clips of Democrats just thrashing Republican claims on stuff with facts, right? It's not influencing the people out, their voting base.
No,
because they're not
people
listening
like
to
fights.
you to start with. So you have to. So like with Trump, for example, right? Like, his first one, he ran around. He gave them all nicknames like daggone Cruz, Little Hands,
Right.
right, and all this shit, right? And they want to stay diplomatic, and their problem was they could have killed this off early, right? Because all you had to do was do the same shit he did to Hillary, but you had a better chance at it. And if any cat that's out there listening right now, all you had to do is go round up the remaining handful of USFL football team owners that are still alive and park them in the front row at the first debate he shows up at. And then while they're sitting there, sit Randall Pinkett right next to him and call him out on that shit.
Right. Because Sean said, nah, Dems are getting paid too from lobbyists. They all get paid from
Everybody
lobbyists.
gets paid by lobbyists.
That's how that works. But so I think people think that's criminal, but that's not, right? If people want you to do something for them or try to get bills passed, but just because they try to get it passed doesn't mean it get passed, right? And that's why a lot of people get money, right? But yes, we are supposed to be in control, but they're not even teaching the young kids social studies anymore, or they're not teaching this stuff.
And in a lot of ways, I think that's why they need to stop some of the big donors, because a lot of these guys, they actually the ones that's writing the laws. And when you start, paying for these politicians' campaigns, it's pretty much like you got this politician in your pocket. Right.
So that's true. But remember, they passed a bill. They used to be where they can only donate up to a certain amount of money. Right. And then they went in and changed that shit.
Right. As the Republicans did.
Yeah.
Absolutely did.
So now everybody in Congress are getting paid. Everybody, the Dems and the Republicans.
But they also they got creative with the contributions too. And I'm gonna give you an example. They'll call it a junket. Right. So it's like they'll spend, and I'm gonna do an extreme, like 2 weeks at a real expensive resort in Aruba, right? And the lobbyists pay for everything. So since it's not cash to that official, it's legal.
Right.
So now while they have them there, they will do everything. Everything's paid for, and then they'll sit around and roll out. And the only reason I know this is because if you remember when I told you that dude, that ate one of my coworkers' lunches alive because she yelled out all Democrats were crooks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute, babe. Hey, Fantasy Island girl, how you doing? This is my first time seeing you over here. Welcome to the channel. I see you got that little smirk on that good morning, babe. It's okay, sis. Okay, go ahead, babe. You get the link if you want to say something, Fantasy Island girl. Go ahead.
So he said that's what they did. That they took a handful of them. He named most of them. I just remember Rand Paul and Danforth were two of them. But they took all these cats to a resort on a quote unquote junket, right? Everything, all expenses paid. So it's like they're paying them indirectly. And they got these cats to go back and rewrite the insurance regulations so that the insurance companies can charge us the high deductible.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah. Right. And here's another one for you folks that live in Arkansas. Your governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
She's about to get locked up.
Yeah, she spent a whole lot of money, supposedly on a what is that? What's that thing that folks stand in front of? Not the pulpit. What's the other word they use for it? What is that? A lectern. Supposedly, I paid $19,000, $20,000 for a lectern. Turns out, because of the Freedom of Information Act, we find out that that money was spent on her and her friends and a party in Aruba.
Wait, fantasy. Wait a minute, Fantasy Island girl. I would just, I'm a troll sometimes, sis. Okay, I don't know if you're a vet or not. If you say you're a vet, I believe you. Okay, so I don't want you to think we don't have no problem, sis. You can hit the link. So yeah, my husband is a vet. Mr. Music up here, he's a vet. So if you want to hit the link, you can.
So now, Kaishan, I agree with you on all that. You have to ask them what their stance is on your particular issues. Right? Because they're like, and I said this before, like, I think the biggest problem with Democrats is that they're not reaching, Republicans. So if you want to win a city, if you want to win a state, Democrats only have to go to like the 2 or 3 biggest cities in that state, win those cities, and you win the state. Now, meanwhile, the people in the outreaching or the outer parts of said state, so I use Illinois for an example, just go win Chicago and Springfield and maybe another city or 2. Now, meanwhile, the people in who gives a damn Illinois never saw you. Yeah, their vote didn't quote unquote count. So now they're mad at you because you didn't come listen to them with their issues.
Right, and now they're not gonna vote for you.
And now they're going to vote for the Republican that showed up to say, "See, I'm here while so and so isn't." Well, I know who I'm voting for, and that dude could care less about your issues also, because they didn't ask him or them their issues either. As well, what do you feel? How do you feel? Like our roads, full of potholes, and we can't get any money. I'll get you some money, and then he leaves, and you don't get any money anyway.
Anyway, right. And another case in point, we go back to a time there was Senator, I think he might have been a House of Representatives. He sent some dirty text messages to one of his, I guess, one of his folks. But let's pull this up to modern day with the senator from Colorado, Lauren Boebert. She was in a theater, groping someone, vaping, smoking, whatever she was doing. Came out, lied about it. It wasn't until we saw the cameras. But this guy, he used to be an actor. Now that I know, I can't remember his name right now. But they kicked him out of Congress for sending some dirty text messages.
Anthony Weiner.
Yeah, the Weiner dude.
Yeah, right.
He was talking to some kid, a young girl.
Not Anthony Weiner. This guy was like on the Revenge of the Nerds or something like that. I can't think of his name right now.
Hold on. I know who you're talking about. Minnesota.
Yeah. I can't think of his name right now, but he sent some dirty text messages to one of his constituents or whatever. So that, of course, at that time, that was a no-no. But now let's look at the Republicans as a whole. And Matt Gaetz, he was involved with a kid, a man that was trafficking kids. Guilty. Look at Donald Trump. How many charges he has on her? Paying a porn star. He's already been. They already said that. Yeah, you're guilty of. They didn't call it rape, but the lady in the elevator in the store in the dressing room. None of that goes unchecked none of that is brought up by the Democrats. Look, what's the guy that's now running for the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House. He turned his back on some kids Jim Jordan. He turns his back on kids getting molested, saying he didn't see nothing. And we got several accounts of children at this time because that's what they were. They're saying, hey, there's a guy that's molesting us. Can you do something about it? Jordan just walked away from it.
Yep. And you know what's funny about that one that you mentioned him is that I think they did 3 votes on him and he couldn't get the majority. He couldn't get the majority votes, right?
Right.
I did not know that low-key Hakeem Jeffries was stealing half the votes.
Yeah, he was. With every vote, Jim Jordan went down.
Yep. And Hakeem went up.
Yes. And that would be a first that the Republicans are the majority in the House.
And the speaker is a minority.
Exactly.
And that's why I said I didn't know that low key he was stealing votes. He even said, I wasn't even running. They were just like, nah, this dude right here, I'm going to trust him before I trust
In-
any of you characters.
Insurrectionist. That's what he is. Jim Jordan is an insurrectionist. He was there. He was one of the most influential people during that time for Donald Trump.
Yeah, Kaishan said it. Al Franken.
Yeah. Al Franken, that's his name, right? Al Franken. Thank you, Kaishan. Yes, Al Franken. But they drummed him out of Congress for some text messages.
But see now, and now let me address something Kaishan also said. So yeah, Biden said that if you're not black, you're not Democrat, or whatever it was, right? But the reason he said that was because in the 60s, like if you remember earlier, I said when America wasn't great anymore. Yeah, in the 60s is when most of these older white people tell you that the country went to hell because we got our voting rights. What they won't tell you about that part is that not only did we get our voting rights, we got our voting rights because of a Democrat in Kennedy. So because he did it, for the most part, the black population has already switched to Democrats. They don't take us for granted as a whole. They count on us to say, hey, look, this right here, we got this, we need to keep this. Their problem is that, and the problem I have with Democrats is that they are trying to overcompensate for all the things that happened to us in the past. That's the way I see it. Yeah, all I want is a fair chance. I don't need you to put me at the front of the line because that's not doing anything for me. As long as the field is level, then fine. If you want to make my skin color a tiebreaker, great. Just don't make it like 10 points ahead of everybody else.
Right. And I apologize. It's Keyshawn, not Kaishan. You got to make that. We got to, yeah.
Okay.
Check.
All right. Well, I apologize too.
Yeah, I read it in the chat.
So that's why he said that.
Yeah. I mean, you could have taken that statement. Of course, some black people took it to, as derogatory, and within they have their every right to look at it that way. But then again, as you pointed out there, Mr. Baum, the reason why most black people vote Democratic because Democrats gave us the right to vote.
Right.
And if you look at the overall structure of it, every time a Republican president takes over, we start losing. The economy gets fucked up. But as soon as a Democratic president takes over, the last two Democratic presidents left the incoming president, which would have been a Republican, they left him with a surplus. What's his name? Bill Clinton did. Obama did.
And Obama did. And then the other irony is that for the most part, most Democratic presidents have been for American workers.
Yeah. It came from the dirt.
Whereas Republicans could care less. And Trump fell right in line when the UAW had their strike, and he could have said something or done something. He didn't do shit for them. Nothing. Turned his back on them, right? And then, like I was arguing with James earlier, Trump promised the coal miners their jobs back. They didn't get them. And the first thing that the coal miners will say is, well, Obama got rid of our jobs. Not really. All Obama did was tighten up the restrictions on like electric companies burning coal and releasing the coal in, the fumes into the air and causing like acid rain and shit like that. He didn't say close down coal mines.
All right, he just tightened the restrictions, and then Trump loosened them.
And then back to the coal miners, the coal mine companies got rid of y'all's jobs because they saw if that mine was handed down generation to generation, the kid saw that the headaches that the grandfather, was giving birth to. So 40, 50 years later, people that have been in the mine all these years are dying off from black lung. And now their families are suing the coal mining company. So it's like, oh, if I don't have these people around, I won't have these headaches. So they sold you out to robots that don't get black lung.
That's right. That's exactly it. And that's who's digging the coal out the mines right now. It's not the majority men anymore. It's robots.
Right. And then it's a lose-lose because I'm gonna use Alabama as an example. Diehard Republican state for now, right? If the government came along and told the coal mine company you had to hire people to go down there, then the people of Alabama, how dare the government come in here and tell Jasper what to do with his mine? It is, well, okay, then we won't. And guess what? You don't have a job. Because if the government did tell him, hey, look, you don't need robots, you keep these regular workers in here, and y'all died from black lung, now it's still the government's fault. They sent y'all down there to die. So it's a lose-lose.
Right. Canary in the coal mine thing, right?
Yep. But when the company decided, you know what, just like right now, here's another one. Rite Aid. Rite Aid is going bankrupt and closing stores left and right because they know they're about to get hit with a massive lawsuit. So
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not aware of that one.
Yeah, so they're about to get hit with this massive lawsuit over opiates.
Oh, okay. Which
now
would make sense.
So now they're lining up to defend themselves because if you're going to be a deep pocket, now they want to cut off how deep this pocket is. So they're closing stores, they're going to file for bankruptcy, and they're going to be everything's going to be lined up for them when they go to court on this opiates thing.
Right. I heard the guy that was up here earlier talking about Trump's lawyers got a whole lot of money. Listen, Trump's lawyers were so bad with him. Trump was so bad about paying his lawyer fees that they made Trump pay up front. You want me to defend you? Pay me up front.
Yep, I need my money up front.
I need my money up front. We know about you.
All you do is leave a bunch. All you do is leave a trail of empty promises everywhere you go.
We know about you. Give me my money up front.
I know that's right. She sounds like a smart person to me.
No.
And then he would tell them what the check's in the mail, and they would, well, as soon as I get it, I'll be here.
Okay. And it's funny
how
how
the mail shit's not gonna work with me anymore. I've heard you say this to other lawyers that are standing here with their hands out.
That don't work. No.
Their hands out and they in jail. Look, they need that money to defend themselves for what the hell they did on his behalf. I would be scared to touch him.
Right, and that's the thing that I want to ask these so-called Trump fans. Y'all, you folks literally see what he does to his so-called inner circle. What makes you think that he gives a damn about you?
Or that you're gonna get that good a treatment?
Right.
He is screwing people that he knows on a
basis. On a personal level.
Yep. Now, what do you think he's gonna do to your little one vote ass?
Yeah, man.
But that's why I said it's a cult, and then like the whole thing, like the whole argument. Okay, let's play what if. What if everything Trump is facing right now was Biden? How would y'all feel? Oh yeah, lock him up. This and this. Is okay, so why does Trump get that freedom? Well, because he's fighting for it. He's not fighting for no working man's. Yeah, he's not. Yeah.
No.
He took a bunch of people to McDonald's and told them lunch is on me and then walked out.
Just imagine if not only Biden, just imagine if Obama did even just one small thing that Trump did. Just imagine if the boy's children went to Saudi Arabia and got $2 billion. Fox News would be having a baby right now on TV about that.
Oh, we can take that one step farther. What if he'd have made Sasha and Malia, ambassadors to different countries?
No, because neither one of those two had any experience as foreign policy.
Mm-hmm. And then neither one of them. Daughter, and that's why I said Sasha and Malia. Sasha was going to be, Obama's advisor on something.
Right.
Yeah. He's your father, and he's older than you. And what are you going to advise him on? Social media?
Right.
Yeah, get on TikTok, daddy.
Yeah, TikTok.
Yeah. But meanwhile, you can't give him any kind of advice on, and even then, now Jared Kushner is supposed to be a Jew, right? But as far as I never saw him practicing anything so he definitely wasn't a traditional Jew.
Right.
But then when it came down to the whole Israel situation, he basically just whispered in Trump's ear. And Trump says, yeah, it should be a two-party system. Problem solved. See you.
Yeah, that's all I got to do with that. That's it. I don't want to talk about it no more. Like when the guy asked Trump, well, he said he always quotes the Bible. Says I'm this God-fearing God. What's your favorite quote?
What's your favorite
passage? Couldn't mention one. The easiest one to bring up was John 3:16.
Yep.
That's easy. That's right. The easiest one. If you ever been to a football game, it's all over the place. John 3:16.
And you know what's funny? I was really expecting him to say Austin 3:16. Because remember, he was in on WrestleMania for years.
Yes he was.
So
He
I was
certainly
expecting
was.
him to say, well, I kind of like Austin 316.
Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
But he didn't, I don't want to go down. That's too personal. This, dude, hold on. Now, you cannot claim you're a man of God, but now you want to keep you and God's conversation secret.
Again, I'll ask all of those MAGA fans out there and those folks that are supporting Trump and hoping that he gets into office again. Why?
They couldn't tell you why. But like my man earlier, Trump was the greatest president, and it's, well, what did he do? And then they can't answer. Yeah, you can't say anything. And it was funny because I watched this one where this Trump supporter asked a Democrat, well, what did Biden do? And this cat rattled off like 5 different things.
Right.
And then all he could do was shake his head and say, wow.
Well,
and then,
right.
well, Biden's illegally elected, or was what do you say? It's an illegitimate election.
Illegitimate election. How is
that's
it?
all you got? But how is
Right.
it illegitimate? Because I can sit here and show you how Trump laid the groundwork for his loss. Right.
By what?
And then,
telling you fools to what? Don't go out and early vote. Don't mail your votes in.
Yep. And even then, like he started the groundwork like a couple of months earlier, talking about the only way he would lose was if the election was rigged.
Exactly.
Right.
He put that. He put that in the universe.
So now you got that out there. So now you already got a built-in excuse if and or when you lose. So when you lost, what did you say? See, I told you it was rigged. And then, but like I said, I go over there and argue with him a lot. And I love making the Arizona argument to say, okay, so let me see. So now Arizona is a Republican state. And then Republicans put all the voting rules in place. Yet Democrats jumped through all their hoops and showed up and voted anyway, and Trump lost. How about that?
Lost.
How about that? The Democrats danced to y'all's song and y'all still lost. And then, like somebody said in the chat earlier, yeah, Georgia made it illegal for you to give anybody food and water waiting in line.
They're waiting in line
to vote. So now, how dumb is that? What's next? You can't have chairs.
Pretty much it. Pretty much
it. Because it is to say that they're going to do, and it's not a Democrat-led. It wasn't a Democrat-led bill. It was clearly Republican-led because they saw the lines of Black people in Atlanta. Yeah, and what was it? The Cobb County and the other one, long ass lines.
Right.
And then
Cobb County, Gwinnett County.
And I'm not even going to blame somebody because I'm saying maybe this was a business opportunity. A guy saw a long ass line and he's selling bottles of water. Because I see kids out here doing it now. So if I'm standing in line, it's 9 degrees, and I don't have anything to drink, and some young kid comes walking by and tells me $1 for a bottle of water, hell yeah, I'm buying.
Doing your civic duty and helping someone and helping a kid out at the same time.
Business. Yep.
Right.
Or how do
they
I
don't
know
see it
that
that
this
way.
kid, I can, especially now, I can see, like maybe 20 years ago, I gave some kid $10 to go to McDonald's, get me something to eat, and he doesn't come back. But I can easily order something, and then I can have it delivered to me in line. Now, is that illegal?
For them, it is.
Yeah.
HT, I agree with you on that. Sometimes we elevate these Black leaders up to a certain point that when we do put them in office, that look back and say, hey guy, I made it. Hey folks, I made it. And then they forget about, the people that put them in there. I wouldn't say that of Stacey Abrams, no, but I would say that of a lot of, and I hate to use this, and I know if there was some Manosphere guys, they would jump on me for saying that, but a lot of these Black males that we put in positions of authority into Congress or they usually end up in some kind of scandal, usually behind coochie or misappropriating some funds. Correct me if I'm wrong. We can go down to Georgia. There's a laundry list of it. Laundry list of Black folks that we put in office that we voted for. Come to find out either sheriff killing off his rival or a Kasim Reed going to jail because he doing what? So you're right. It's sometimes it's a double-edged sword. Damned if we do and damned if we don't. So for you see all you MAGA folks out there that's going to keep voting for Trump, keep on. Keep on. When you don't have anything, when your 401k is dried up, and when your kids can't go to college, when you can't get any medical insurance, when you go to the hospital and you can't get a blood transfusion, or because the trucks weren't there on time, or because the railroad system blew up, or because the housing thing is falling out, then you can go ahead and say, yeah, Trump did make America good again, good for them. But not for the working class, not for the working poor.
Not for the average.
No, because the majority of us in here, and that's me included, most of us are only 2 paychecks away from being fucked up. Yep. Right.
Yep. And now, see, here's another thing that bothers me that I can't grasp. Right. So now, just the other day, a bunch of people in the House were changing their votes because they got death threats. So now we're issuing death threats to elected officials and getting away with it.
I don't understand this. If the death threats are credible, why aren't we hearing that these folks got arrested behind those death threats?
That's my point. Because trust me, if it were Democrats, making these death threats to, say, Republicans, oh, they'd be locked up. Back to that whole law and order thing, right? We're gonna have to teach you a lesson. You can't just come around here threatening. And I'll give you an example of somebody that should be getting death threats, but he's not. Tommy Tuberville.
Yes, he should. Yes, he should. Some things need. I hate to say it, but some things need killing, because if you look at what Tuberville's doing, he is literally holding up major military promotions
and appointments and all this. And here's the other thing, to say, hey, look, this is coming back to roost for all his holding up. I forgot what the position is, but there's somebody that was supposed to be in Israel that has been held up because of him.
Because of him. That's right. And I think that one of the main reasons why, maybe I'm speculating on this, but we know the Commandant of the Marine Corps is the highest ranking officer in the Marine Corps, which in this case, the highest ranking general in the Marine Corps is a Black general. So guess that would have made him Commandant of the Marine Corps. Has the Marine Corps ever had a Black commandant?
Probably not.
Never. Tuberville couldn't handle that.
And I was going to say, now it makes you wonder if that's one of his holdups.
That's it.
Because see now, and man, like somebody might want to educate him, because now his problem is that he doesn't want to see the military. So like a female soldier gets pregnant and she's in a state where abortion is illegal. He doesn't want the military to let her go somewhere else, to get her abortion.
Right.
So that's
his right. That's his validation for holding up over all these military promotions. That one glitch for him, like he can play God, like he is the God. Ex-football folks, football coach folks, I want y'all to understand that this is the guy that's stopping us from helping put folks in the right place to protect this country.
The country,
ex-football player.
And then see, now my problem with his whole thing is, look, now we're both military. So I mean, I know how the Army works. Right. So let's just say that they tell him, okay, fine, we'll do that. Right. Then they can still turn around and send this pregnant woman TDY to somewhere where she can get her abortion.
It's simple as that. Simple as that. We're going to put you temporary additional duty. We call it in the Marine Corps. Y'all call it TDY in the Army, but we're going to send you TAD to a state that can guarantee you're an abortion. Why would that help the military? Because military is a force in readiness. A pregnant female is not ready for anything.
And then because she's in a state where she can't get an abortion, I can, like, let's just say I'm, because I was enlisted, but we're going to say on the officer side that an officer can, so Jones is pregnant, needs an abortion. What is she? She's personnel, right? All right, fine. You know what we're going to do? We're going to cut her TDY orders to go to Virginia, because it's legal in Virginia, right? Great.
All
Go
right.
send her to Fort Lee for retraining, and she can, whatever she does on her time is her business.
That's
Go.
right. That's it. Absolutely. There's nothing they can do about it.
And yep.
Absolutely nothing.
And what is he going to say? Oh, y'all knew. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm personnel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have access to her medical records. Yeah.
And
So now
since
whatever
they
happened,
created,
and then whatever happened between her and her commander behind closed doors is their business.
right. And to me, that's the way it should be. I don't want to get into, of course, an abortion debate, which folks was willing to do. But, a woman should have autonomy over her body. I don't want nobody telling me, hey, when you reach the age of such and such, it's time for you to cut them balls off, okay? Because you can't have no more children.
Yeah, yeah. Or you already have your allotted,
Right. You already
kids.
have
We're gonna go ahead and neuter you
right.
now, so you can't
Right.
have anymore.
You can't have anymore. So basically it's the same thing. I mean, it is what it is, and call it what they want to, but it all boils down to this: white folks, their birth rate is not, it doesn't exceed their death rate. So all these young white women that were going off to college and wanted to start their careers in lieu of their families, it's coming back to haunt these white folks now.
Yep. Now, and if anybody out there is a lawyer, yeah, you can probably make this argument better than the one I'm going to set up. But you can go challenge the Supreme Court. In my opinion, you can challenge the Supreme Court, and here's why. Trump took pride in appointing 3 Supreme Court justices. Now, what did all 3 of them Supreme Court justices say on the record? That they were devout Catholics.
That's right.
So as devout Catholics, they are against birth control and abortion. So guess what? You just put 3 people on there. So now those 3 people will claim that they were impartial and all that when we know they weren't. And now I'm going to take you to court and say that you were infringing on my First Amendment right, because my religion said it is okay for me to have for a woman to have an abortion.
Right. That's right.
So now
Separation, separation of church and state. Absolutely.
Because if you're separate, then you are on record saying you are a devout Catholic. You're not separating church and state.
That's right. Absolutely. And even so much so, when they asked them about the precedence of Roe versus Wade, they said it's, I forgot the word that they used, but basically they were saying is, well, if you put me in this seat, I'm not going to touch it. There's no reason for us to revisit Roe versus Wade, but it was more than that. It has a lot to do with the 14th Amendment. So for all of you folks that are in biracial marriages, basically they could make that illegal again, because the right to marry a white person, or for a white person to marry a black person, or a black person to marry a white person, was a Supreme Court issue. I think it was Loving versus Virginia, or they came out of Virginia or something like that.
Yeah, that was it. Loving versus Virginia.
All right.
And even then, it was to say Abe and his cabinet did pretty good to write the 14th Amendment.
Yes. Yeah. It's all about reading, and it's obvious, Mr. Baum, that those folks over there in these spaces, when they come over here, I don't want to go back into the conversation that he brought over here, but what sense did that conversation make that he had? It's obvious that he did not pay attention. It seemed to me he was just saying, "Ooh, I found something. I see Baum's live. Let me go over there and talk to Baum. Let me tell Baum what they're saying over here. Nigga, keep that shit over there." If you want to sit around and hear grown men talking about how they're sizing up young girls and then not think that you're a part of that clan, you're absolutely wrong. And then you come back and talk to us about it like we would be interested. The fuck?
See, now, H.T. Baldy said the next election is seriously about fascism or democracy. And I agree.
I agree. This is in the history of this country. This is other than the Boston Tea Party, this is the cornerstone of democracy. 2024 will make a difference to a lot of people.
And then I'll tell you the other group I have a problem with that's I'm going to consider them a subgroup of MAGA, and it's going to be vets.
The who?
Vets that are like part of the MAGA party.
Yeah.
I have a problem with them, right?
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I understand exactly where you're coming from. To hear what some of the Republicans have said about military men, and know that you have served military men and women, and know that you have served, that hasn't, Donald Trump, bone spurs. A lot of these politicians have never. The only place they're going to see the military is on a piece of paper, or when they go into, to visit, or what you call it. But
VA
other than
hospital.
that, a VA hospital, and then they have the nerve to sit around and say, well, Donald Trump is the best president. Think of what he said about the military. He actually called for the head of one of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs.
Yep. And then, like, to take it one step farther, as a vet, we remember the oath we took. We swore to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
So these characters are okay with that party stepping on somebody's rights, and trampling those people's constitutional rights, but they're okay with defending their own constitutional rights. No, if you're going to defend yours, you're defending everyone's, right? And like I said, I mean, and over there, when I'm over there, I don't care. It's to tell them, look, I could care less about a transgender person's personal life, but they have a right to do what they want to do.
Yeah, and that is true. Right, that is true. As long as you don't make your bedroom my business, I don't have any problem with you, because first of all, I don't know that you're sleeping with a man or you're sleeping with a woman until you tell me. I don't know.
Yep. And if you as a grown man decide you want to be a woman, then go be a woman.
Yeah. Or act like one anyway, or dress yourself up as one.
Yeah.
Right.
Or as close to being one as you can get.
Right, as you possibly go right ahead.
Go be you and be happy doing it.
Be happy doing it. That's right. That's your life. You don't have to answer to me. I'm not the creator. You don't have to answer to me at all. But when you bring it out into public, don't expect me to agree with it either. Because I honestly don't. I mean, I don't see why another man would want to put himself in a position. No, this is no disrespect to women, but why would you want to put yourself in a position to where that you mimicking the women, as we call them, the weaker sex?
Mm-hmm. But if that's what you want to do,
go right ahead.
Yeah.
If you want to get hemmed up by Big Hammer and Harry every night, that's on you.
All that, yeah.
Right. But don't come up to me trying to convince me that your lifestyle is what it is. Don't come up to me saying I'm a Christian, telling me you believe in the Bible and all this stuff, and it's clearly in the Bible that what you're doing is not. It's against the very principles that you say that you espouse. Can't have it both ways. Can't cherry pick.
And then that's the other one that, to tell them, well, like I said, I'm over there. So I've had both these arguments before. They'll say, well, my First Amendment is freedom of speech. I can say what I want to say. Well, you can, but don't get surprised if you get, but don't get surprised you get punched in the mouth.
Right. There's consequences behind the freedom of speech. It really is.
Because when you want to cling to that First Amendment, you had better read the whole thing, because it says Congress shall not write any law, against your freedom of speech. But me as Joe citizen, if you say something I don't agree with, I had a right to punch you in the mouth.
Right. To me, your freedom ends at the end. As far as you can stretch your arm out, that's as far as your freedom goes.
Your freedom goes. Because just like the other one, they want to clutch too, and they'll say, well, the Second Amendment says that my rights shall not be infringed. Okay. How about the sentence before that? It says a well-regulated militia. Or actually, in order to maintain a well-regulated militia.
Maintain. Again,
because
they cherry
pick.
Like
saying, they pick and choose, because then they'll also claim that they are part of a militia. So when I tell them, well, if you're a militia and you're well-regulated, then guess what? You're going to have regulations. Now, you can sit here and claim as your rights are being infringed, but it says in the first sentence, well-regulated. So I can write regulations for your militia.
Right.
Now, I didn't say I'm taking away your gun. I'm just telling you what gun you can't use.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in this Constitution that y'all hold so dear, it also says there's only one militia, and that's the what? Army, Navy, Air, not that militia that you want to set up at at Ruby Ridge.
That's those are the folks that we protect, foreign or domestic. We see you as an enemy.
Yep. But then it's back to the saying, okay, so we want to play the militia from back when, you know, the country was born, right? So the odds of us being physically occupied are like really low. But if you want to stick with the whole militia thing, then you're going to get regulated. Because if you are a militia, we're going to slap these regulations on you. If you're not, then you are quote unquote a gang.
Right, because if you don't regulate the militia, it will lead to what? Martial law.
Or who's supposed to stop you when one of y'all gets a wild hair up your ass and decides to do something? And see, the reason I say this is because, like I said, the argument I had the most fun with these cats that claimed they were Michigan militia and how they were going to go take back Detroit because the governor and the mayor didn't want to. So we were going hard, and it was telling, dude, yeah, y'all sitting up in the Upper Peninsula, running around in some woods and shooting that paper that doesn't shoot back. Y'all gonna go to Detroit and y'all gonna get more than y'all's feelings hurt, because guess what? Those cats down there are shooting at each other. So the targets they shoot at, shoot back. And the minute y'all show up and think y'all gonna restore some quote unquote law and order, those cats gonna set aside their difference to come deal with y'all's asses, and then they'll go back to their issues.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. You're absolutely
right. They want
to
tell me, well, no, they won't. And then one-on-one to bring up, well, look at the dudes down in Georgia that, in fact, and I'm supposed to take a dude that has a musket. I'm supposed to take him serious? Yeah. Said, maybe you weren't in the Army, so let me tell you a term that you're going to learn real quick. Never been fired and only dropped once. That dude with that musket only needs one bullet to shoot you and kill you. And guess what he's got when you fall? Your shiny new AR-15.
Yeah. He gonna drop that musket and come get your
and then I don't need this anymore.
Listen,
and I'm telling you, that's how war works. I mean, look, I could start out with and I told him a dude that was in the Army and said all he needed was a presidential order, and all he needed was a smoke bomb in a sport, and inside of a week he'd be the new president of North Korea.
Right. Now, funny you said that, because you know they play video games, right? So when you kill the enemy and the enemy has a gun, a new gun or something, once you kill the enemy, can't you go run and pick that gun up?
They sure do.
They do. They get more weapons and bullets.
Okay.
But like I said, to tell him you're the perfect victim, because you underestimate the dude with the musket. He knows he only gets one shot, and he's gonna make his count. You're underestimating him because you got 30, and you just hope one of them hits him.
Kill. That's right. One shot, one kill.
They don't even know how to shoot the gun, so that's why they need 30 shots, right? So
they'll just spray and pray. And that's why I told him. But yeah, I'd be more afraid to do with a musket than you with the AR-15.
Yeah, because you know he got to stand, he got to be steady. He got to put that that flint in there. He got to put that powder in there. He got to put that musket ball in there. Meanwhile, you sitting over there thinking, "Hell, I'm gonna let him go ahead. He only got one shot."
Take your best shot, Chief.
Right.
And then, like I said with them, telling them, but if you think for 1 minute, now I don't know Detroit's layout, so I'm just going to use what I've heard referred to, like in Houston. If you think for 1 minute that a bunch of white dudes in camouflage just going to go marching through the third ward and everybody there is going to welcome you with open arms, you're fooling yourself. They'll have more respect for them gangbangers that turn around and start shooting on y'all's asses because they already know them.
Right. Hell, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that in North Charleston, and that's not the gang capital of the world. But they wouldn't do that in North Charleston. Not with some of them fellas I know down there. No, they won't. Catch yourself in the wrong neighborhood if you want to.
No, that's right.
And then when we do have is, yeah, I'm black, and it's, you have any guns? There's one way to find out. Because I'm not going to tell you what I have in my house, but you'll find out if you show up here.
Right. Chances are
you should be defending your right there. I never said I wasn't defending my right there. Y'all the ones that want to get clutching y'all's pearls because they'll come after the AR-15.
And that's what it is. It's all about that thing that we need these weapons of mass destruction to defend our homes. You don't need an AR-15. I guarantee it. All you need is a shotgun. And when somebody's breaking in your house and they hear that brown chamber,
yep, But look, they hear that, they like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Hey,
And
babe,
see,
remember that
now we've
video
had
we
that
saw
argument.
when the guy was robbing the store, and that old guy hurried up and got
Yep,
the shotgun
shot
and
him.
shot his
Yeah.
arm.
Yep, shot him.
He ran. He got back in the car. God damn. He was like, he shot my arm.
But that was a prime example, like the dude that wasn't taking the guy with the musket serious. Yeah.
Right.
Just because you don't know the other side, you want to assume that you have the superior ability. So just because he walked in there with his weapon out and pointed at that dude, he thought he was gonna freeze and just give him the money.
Right.
And he was in for a shot. And I'll give that old dude credit. He didn't level it off from nothing. He grabbed it, swung it around, boom, got him in the arm. And it's to say, hey, you better be glad he didn't level that off and hit you right in your chest.
That's right.
Yeah, you would have been dead.
Like dress time.
Been carried by how many? 6.
6.
Yeah.
But then he ran out to his car that had 3 more boys in it. And remember, one of them jumped out to let him in and they drove off.
Yeah.
Left his boy there.
But when I was going back earlier, I don't know why I just thought about this, but when Judge Joe Brown said, "Yeah, you're right, but you're wrong."
Yeah, he said, okay. Yeah, I wanted to get back on that because Judge O'Brien, he started saying what men, he started explaining to him what men do, and he mentioned, he was like, look, my husband has said it too. I've heard him say it to, when conversation, he's like, I don't care what she want. I'm gonna do what I do because I'm the man. I'm gonna do what I do.
And that's not being chauvinistic. That's just being naturally what we're born to do.
Yes.
It's like, okay, like some of us, like I heard you saying earlier, me personally, not in real life and not on a panel, am I going to have a heated debate with a woman that's not getting in and up out of the bed with me in the morning? That's not happening.
Right.
It's not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. But I notice in a lot of these streams, guys don't mind arguing with women. They don't mind it at all. I don't see how you do it. To me, that makes you look weak to begin with.
Yeah, look what old girl did to the men up there.
She destroyed them.
She did, baby. I don't think you saw it. She destroyed.
She destroyed them basically by what? And as you pointed out, she used her femininity and destroyed them.
Man. And they just walked right in and didn't even know what was happening. And see, because they want to talk too much. They wasn't even listening to her.
Right.
Like she said, don't you, Jay Prince, don't you want to get with all the bitches? And the women no longer care, And he thought about it. And he was like, yeah, that's something I would have wanted when I was younger. But he see the idea that he answered the question meant that he didn't know what was going on.
Right. Walk into my web, said the spider. That's exactly what they did. Again, I've heard some of them don't want to make this about the queen maker, but again, for those who think that the woman is not intelligent, you're wrong, because she is.
Yeah.
She is a smart woman. I will give her that. Is she right about everything? No, just like a conversation we had before. No, she's not right. But when she's talking to you guys, to you Manosphere dudes, she is right, because she is proving exactly what she's talking about. She comes over, she collects information on y'all loose, dumb niggas, and then takes it back over to her audience and say, see, this is what I mean.
Man. That shit was, I couldn't look, I was over here, eyes wide open, because I was working on my cookbook that I'm putting together. And I was looking, I was like, look at her. Man, she knew when to bring the femininity. She knew when to bring the roughness to the certain type of guy. And they all just walk right in. And the idea that they are men who don't know her and they want to take her down at all costs. And that's what make them, they fell for that shit, man.
Right. That's what we said. She said, come at me with facts, not feelings. As you can see, those guys was coming at her with feeling.
With feelings, that's right.
Right.
They didn't understand
They
nothing.
didn't understand it. All they saw was, especially when she put on the silky robe, all they saw was a half naked woman. They didn't hear
Yes.
anything she said. They didn't want to know anything she said. All they was hoping was to see some thigh, some titties, or any part of her ass.
Yeah, man. When she stood up in the robe the first time, and he was just smiling and grinning. All she had to do was stand up. She didn't have to do nothing. She just stood up like slowly and then came back down. Called him J. Prince, smiled at him. Hey, baby, you sure? You sure?
Sap. Straight sap. Straight sap.
Oh man, that shit was funny.
But I will give credit where credit's due. Jay Prince, I don't know if you'll ever hear me speak to you, but I got to pat you on the back for being able to sit down and talk to Judge Joe Brown. You were out of your league, but the mere fact that you had him on your panel, I got to give you a shout out for that, because there's a whole lot of these great content creators, as they call themselves, that couldn't get Judge Joe Brown on their panel. So I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah, he's been over there several times.
Really?
He go over there. So he even made him a commercial. I'm not sure if you ever said the commercial that Jay Prince made for him about his ribs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Judge Brown been over there several times. So I was waiting, for he was supposed to do a weekly thing with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, big shout out to you there, Jay Prince. He is not as dumb as I thought you was.
Yeah. Well, he's able because Judge Joe Brown, so most of the time he let Judge Joe Brown talk, and I think he even had a woman up there on his behalf. Judge Joe Brown. I'm not sure if it's his wife. I'm not sure who she is, but they was talking. And yeah, this time I was waiting. I was waiting for my opportunity to be able to ask him questions, so we could hear what his thoughts is. Because he should know the thought process of a man who panel he's gracing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
agreed.
Going weekly. So because we don't want people. The women will assume that the men must align with him. You must feel like he must, but I don't think he really knew. So
I don't, the look on Judge Joe Brown's face was like, what the fuck did I just get into?
Well, especially when he said, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and he said, you a fuck. What he Judge Joe Brown, I bust out laughing. He said, you were ignorant nigga or something.
But I mean, with Jay Prince, I know he means well, but again, I don't want to try and put anybody down, but his educational level seems to be a little stunted.
Yeah.
And it's evident, some people will point out, well, when I see you typing, I see you misspelling words. No, I got big fingers. That's why. So the W is next to the E, you know what I'm saying? So right. I might hit that from time to time, but in some of the words or some of the titles that I see Jay Prince using, like one, he said, "Is women responsible?" You don't start a sentence off with "is."
Right.
Not like that anyway.
But he did. He ends up admitting stuff. So he admitted that when he was in school, like his parents did get a check. I'm not sure if you heard that stream where he mentioned they said he had HDAD or whatever that shit called.
ADHD.
He also, then he said that he started to blame his aunt because he said that his aunt told him not to do so well. But look, if he get the check, they don't test you so you can take away the check, but that's what he claimed. So I knew he wasn't telling the truth. He claimed that his aunt said, oh, and don't do well on the test. So he said he went and took the test and did great on it. And so that's when they took the check away. I was like, dude, that's not how that shit works.
No. You
don't take no test to see if you're smart enough to get a check.
Let me make sure you ain't as dumb as let me make sure you ain't got no sport in the last 10 years.
Right. It don't make no sense. So because he's not getting a check because he's dumb, he's getting a check maybe because like they found him to either if you have depression, if you have HDHD, I guess.
Right.
Something like that.
Something that's that he may have his entire life. You know, he might be in the autism spectrum or something like that. You know,
Right.
It is what it is.
And if he was getting a check when he was younger, he could still get the check when he's older.
Sure.
If it's based on that. But then when you're older, you got to take care of your business. So see, that's why I be telling them and when we got to take care of our business, because if we don't, we get caught in some things. That's white man. Like I used to hear this thing: if they want to hide it from a black man, where you put it?
In a book.
In a book. You want to hide from black people,
right.
you put it in a book.
Listen, why you think when your mom used to hide stuff from you, she put it in a book?
You can put it in your social studies book that you take every day, and you may not find it.
Right, you ain't gonna find it here. It's on page 12. I know you ain't. If you would have got to page 12, you would have found that $5 I left for you, but you didn't make it that far, huh?
Hey, Dr. G, is that you?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing today? Hey, Mr. Music.
Hey, how you doing, Dr. G? Nice to see you. All colorful in the background.
No, she look like she partying. You see her?
Indeed.
Yeah, I was sharing with Bob. A group of friends of me and my group of friends went to a club to celebrate one of their birthdays. We didn't know where we were going. It was called DAC Reveal. I guess that should have been some kind of indication. I don't know. Yeah. But when we get there, we quickly realize that we are the grandmas in the bunch.
She don't look like no grandma, do she?
No, not from what I'm
talking
seeing.
about everybody in there was the age of my youngest son. He's 24. So they was his age and younger. Okay. I was like, oh my God, what are we doing? So of course we just did our thing, stayed in our little group, danced the night away and left,
Hey, as long as you had a good time, but you don't look like a grandmother from what I'm seeing here.
Well, you guys are awfully kind. Thank you.
How was your day, Dr. G?
Huh?
How was your day?
Oh, good. I've been listening to you all day. I think since because I was listening to yesterday's stream, the end of it, and then you went live and I came over. So yeah, I've been listening, rocking with you all day. I had my grandson today, so of course he was keeping me running.
Oh yeah. You was having fun with him.
Oh yeah, good time. It was nice. So we got out a little bit, I took him for a walk, and well, he strolled, I walked, okay. So yeah, it's always a good day when the baby is around.
Yeah.
Yeah, he spent the night actually. So, but now I was coming up to say, they do what they do to get those ADHD and those sorts of diagnoses. They do a psychological workup or profile, but it's certainly not an aptitude test.
Right.
Like not at all.
Yeah. I had to take a test like when because I applied for so when you don't know things, because they got disability and then they got Social Security, then they got SSI and all this. So the doctor had told me that I can apply for this, but my first time applying, I applied for Social Security, that's what you get when you get elderly. So that's why I was denied, right? But anyway, right. They have you taking tests. When I did apply for the right thing, I had to take a test. Not only like I had to see a psychiatrist, I also had to see a work like somebody from where they can determine, can I work? And if I can, what kind of jobs can I do? And so it's all kinds of testing that they have you do before you get that money. Yeah, and black people, man, they trying to not give you that money. White people, you could be a drug addict and get social disability.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they say it's a disease.
It's a disease.
Yeah. So, and then I remember when they made obesity a thing, they knew that you could be fat and you could get a check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once they made that a disease, I know they did that like maybe about 10 years ago, I guess. Maybe a little longer, I'm not sure. But when he was saying his aunt told him to go and fail the test, it ain't no test that you could study for.
Right.
Sometimes I wonder if Jay Prince is trolling his damn self.
Yeah, he do.
I think so.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
He'll start busting out laughing if you ask him the right question, but
Right.
then he'll get in when he start remembering what he went through as a kid, and then that's when you could tell he's serious. You could tell because something switch up on his face, and then he start talking about his aunts. That's that trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is evident because I go over, but I just don't talk too much over in Jay Prince's panel, but I do listen to it from time to time. And it seems a lot of time when he's talking about his personal life, there's a lot of unresolved trauma that he really needs to address.
Yeah.
Or he's just gonna pass it on.
Yeah, to his children.
Yes, to his children, yes.
He got no choice, and there's no way for him to stop passing it on because when he get triggered, it comes out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So, yeah, I hope the best for him. But yeah, and then people, he even said some things in front of people that I try to tell him like, hey, you gotta. I know you're entertaining, but certain things when it comes to the kids, you might need to stop. Because somebody always throwing the fact that he said told his child to go play in traffic. Now I didn't hear him say it, but the person who said it, I think he got the clip of it. But yeah, you don't tell one of your little girls to go play in traffic.
No,
but
especially not on the live stream.
Not on live stream, right? Because he said he was joking with it, which I get, right? Well, I don't get it really, but okay, you joke with your kids, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Because he may think it's joking, and he laugh with him and stuff like that. But them little girls gonna remember that shit, just like he remember what he remember.
Right.
He making memories for them. They gonna remember it too.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. So I really be up there really trying to help them. There's a few others too, but some of them they like just calling him out. They be like, you a dumb, like, what his name, call him a dumb nigga all the time. What his name, Hink. Boy, Hink be like, you a stupid motherfucker, JD. Hink is funny as hell. Hink be like, God damn, JD, you a stupid motherfucker.
Yeah, he does. He does call him that a lot. He does.
Oh, Lord. I'd be like, God damn. Because at least he'd be up there trying to help him. But in the beginning, he used to come over there just to tell, because I remember me and he getting it. I done dragged all them goddamn men over there, right?
Yeah, I will say that, Mom. I like I said, I'm in the clouds, but your drag sessions is legendary over there for some of the folks.
Right, that's true.
That's only because in the beginning they don't be knowing me, and I don't be caring if they know me, so they attack women.
Yeah.
So, but then once they get to know me, we get cool and shit. But they got some of them they dumb, like the ones who told people that they like their booty getting lit. Like, what the hell?
Oh my God.
Some things. Why would you? Why would you feel that of all the words that could have came out your mouth, you formulated them on a panel with nothing but dudes? Yeah, by the way, fellas, I like getting my ass licked from time to time.
They was competing. Two dudes decide. One dude said, "Yeah, I had a woman lick me," and the other one like, "I had a woman do me too." Like, what? Niggas, both of y'all silly. Oh man, they thought they was. You could tell that they lying, right? Because I seen both of them. But even if they're telling the truth, that's not a good thing.
No, sure isn't. Better stop lying on the D, because when you try a lie, don't care who tell it. Lie on your D too much, it won't work.
Putting a spell on it. And that old dude though, when he said, "Yeah, I was laying on my back, and all of a sudden she took my legs and put them up." In my mind, I'm imagining that. I'm imagining a man on his back with his legs in the air.
I'm about to say, stop. That's a little bit too much for my brain right now.
He said he didn't tell her to do it, didn't ask her to do it. She just did it. Now you sound like a bitch in my mind, right? Sound like a woman just took control and started getting down there by your booty hole. And
Right.
you
What's
said,
it? Who was that guy that said that the woman beat him up in the room for an hour, ate his ass up for an hour?
yeah.
Oh my God.
Remember, see, Boogie said she
Yeah,
flipped
that's
him
what it
over.
was. Flipped him over. No, and he was like, no cap. She flipped me over, fellas. And I was like, whoa, nigga, you didn't leave right after she flipped you?
Wow. I like him too. That's a shame. That hurt my feelings.
So he was so good at the storytelling. That shit was funny.
You should have put I lied on that one. I just made that shit up, fellas. That shit didn't really happen.
Miss C Boogie said, and that bitch flipped me over.
Flipped me over.
He said,
No,
I didn't even know what was happening.
No cap. And then he said, no cap, no lie, no cap. Okay. We see the look on your face. You serious. We know.
My God. Oh, Lord.
I'm sorry, C Boogie, but hey, shit, you put it out in the universe. Sometimes the universe comes to get you.
Oh, that shit was the way he told that story. That was funny.
Right.
I was visualizing. You know, I'm one of the people, the visual people. If you don't give me the pictures, then I don't envision what you're telling me.
Right.
Oh my God.
He walked us through the whole thing. Yeah, I met her at the club. Took her home. Shit. I was too drunk.
Oh yeah. I don't think he didn't take her home. She took him. Remember, and so he met some dude he didn't even know they went together. And I was like,
that might have been a setup. That might have been a setup, Bo. You don't know.
That's what I said. Shit, look, he said he didn't never get no vagina, and she turned him over like she was a dude, and just licked his butt. He don't even know that was a real woman.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh wow.
See, Boogie ain't no small dude, so I don't think the average woman would have picked him up and flipped him over.
Right. He is a big guy, you know, not a fat guy, but he's you know, he's one of them guys that most women
you could tell he works out. You could tell he works out. So.
Yeah, I used to watch him work out. He used to be over there working out and shit back in the day. But damn, I know I couldn't flip no man over. I wouldn't even try.
Right, exactly.
So at least he was on his stomach though, but this dude was on his back with the legs up.
like he was in some stirrups. Hey, put your leg in here. Put your left leg in here.
Oh my God, no, I'm sick, y'all. Oh my God.
Listen, when y'all put these stories out there, don't think we're not gonna crack on them sooner or later.
Oh man. Ooh. And then the other one said that he had his feet on the bed, holding the headboard with his hands, and he lowered his butt down to her mouth. I was like, what the hell?
He got pegged later. That's what happened to him.
Like, these dudes is corny. Oh, and then talking about no cap. And then that dude had the nerve to say, and she bought me a BMW. He said, yeah, I got a BMW for her looking my butt. Now he sound like a whole prostitute.
It sounds like a shitty deal to me.
And that may have been a man too, shit. The hell. But anyway, oh Lord.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about a lot, Dr. G. Do y'all want to get back to the Judge Joe Brown real quick?
Sure.
Okay, let me see. Wait, what no more is? Oh, look like somebody say something in chat. Let me see. Now I gotta let people know when you say something in chat. Look like Koja put something in the chat earlier.
Dr. G, if you don't mind, before we start, what's the doctor of medicine or psychology? Is she still here?
Is she still here? Let me see. Yeah, she's still here. Dr. G, you here? She may have walked away for a minute. Let me see. Share screen. Look like hubby asked me, am I on the bed again? I'm doing good. Actually, my leg is doing good, babe. And look, he checking on me. He said that 3 hours ago, y'all, and I'm just not seeing it. Let me see screen. Here you go. I'm gonna just play it from here and make sure. Okay, let's see if this is. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
We have to make that possible, and we have to learn that we are not to be subject to our emotions except as positive motivational factors rather than negative. See, women get upset, and since they're the sole source and supply of something that men like, we tend to accommodate those foibles, and we say, happy wife, happy life. So we try to make them happy. They support us in terms of they're supportive. They also encourage us. They also do some vital things like they have power, being the sole source and supply, and they can cut you off and say, you ain't getting none if you don't do what you're supposed to do.
Now, he's never even heard Priscilla, but he's saying the same thing too. Like, women, our power does lie in the sex, right? The attraction, us being able to have the children. That's essentially what he's saying too. He was like, hey, they got something we want.
And you can't argue. You can't argue with that. You know,
That's
at
right.
that point, he's absolutely right. Y'all got something we won't.
Right.
Some of us is willing to do anything to get it.
Yes, but the
I
men
would
don't
venture
like
to
that.
say the ones. I would venture to say the ones who don't feel like we have something they want is because they don't want women.
Right. Yeah, they got the ones who don't like women.
Yeah.
But then now we got a whole group of men out there who so jealous of women that even though they want women, they don't want women. You know what I mean? Like they still wish they could have the sex, but they don't like the fact that they want us. That's what Jay Prince said.
One of my YouTube friends asked me, do I think that the men on the YouTube streets compete with the women? And my first initial answer to her was, no, I don't really think so. But now that as I've been in YouTube streets a little bit longer, I think she might have been right.
Yeah, they compete with us. They even Rude said this a few years back. You know, he was like, and to me, it just seemed too simplistic. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But no, he was saying that the men are jealous of the women, jealous that they cook at the Section 8 and the food stamps and welfare and the government, because they keep telling us you keep going to the government, the government. Even though they could go to the government too, and most of them know that. They just want to keep it hush hush. Okay. But yeah, Rude said they jealous and they're angry at that. Now I wanted to give the men the benefit of the doubt, but Rude was right.
Well, so far he ain't too far from wrong on that one.
Right.
You
know, I was hoping to, I'd be trying to get benefit of the doubt to our community, you know what I mean? To the men and the women. And so I did, like I said earlier, I think I mentioned that my dad would have been ashamed of being on assistance. Even when we was on it, he didn't like it. So when Ruth said it, I was thinking, nah, I don't think they would be jealous. But this is a different generation of men who want what women want. They want that. They want to be able to sit on their ass at home too. Like the men, y'all not going for that, right? Y'all, like even you may retire.
No, I'm not going to it. There's been times, of course, to put a little bit about myself out there. Of course, everybody's talking about the child support situation. It's okay. When it hit me, guess what I did? I didn't go to the courts and run and say this or that or that. I just went and found me another fucking job. Bottom line. It is what it is. Right. That is your child. That you, regardless of whether you're with a woman or not. It's your responsibility to, at least up until the child is able to take care of himself. Some say 18, but shit, we're talking about 20s and 22, 23, 24 years old.
I know that's right.
I still send my son money to this day. And I know he's out there doing this thing, but hey, it is what it is. Those are your children. And because you're not with the woman anymore, that does not lessen your responsibility to them, whether it's financial or whatever.
Right.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Now that's a great motivational factor, but you don't put on a display about it. You whisper in his ear, pillow talk, baby. You know, today this was not acceptable. Not tonight. Let's see if you do better tomorrow. Maybe then. You see, that works real well. But this whole thing with the guys are emotional. Are we X-rated or are we R-rated or what on this?
I don't know.
Well, I'll be polite about it. As some young women are saying, Judge, what's the matter? I can't find a man. Oh, dear, tell Uncle Joe about it. How come all of the boys I date are like my friend girls wearing a permanent strap on?
That's a Bob Cherry. I want to say this before you go, Bob.
Apparently he got some women asking him, you know, why these men are acting like girls with strap-ons on.
and they are. I mean, just I mean, you go over to, say you go over to the Fight Club, you go over to J Prince, or you go over some of these other things. The most heated arguments that I've heard are between a man trying to get his point or trying to prove his point right to a woman. So in the realm of what we thinking, who's the most out of the sexes, who's the most emotional? At 10 years ago, we would have said hands down it's the women, but these days it's not.
That's right. The men get mad. They start to
At
yelling.
the drop of a hat, screaming, yelling, crying.
Other men have to tell them to calm down,
Shut up. What do you mean she won't let me lead? That's your problem right there. What you mean she won't let you?
Right. That's some shit right there. Because I would say, look, leaders lead. You ain't got to. She shouldn't have to let you lead.
No woman should want a man that he has to ask her, baby, you mind if I lead the way in tonight?
Right.
Not unless we're going into a haunted house. You want to go in first? I don't like scary places. You want to go in first? But other than that,
if I had to give my husband permission to lead, he wouldn't have been my type.
That's
right. You know what I mean? Because first of all, I'm not that easy. You know, I'm not. I know these men be like, because I am older, right? They be trying to make it seem like, oh, you just because I'm cooking and stuff does not mean that it's all easy. Like I'm, you know, and so I had to have a man who could handle me. I need a man who could handle me. He realized who I am. He's okay with who I am, and he ain't taking no bullshit from me neither. But at the same time, he ain't asking me, is it okay if I lead today? I'm a Scorpio. I would have walked all over a man who actually couldn't lead today.
That's right.
I would have been. Oh,
that's right.
Man.
That's right. They call them henpecked husbands.
Walk right over. Oh, here we go.
Real quick, do you have any comment on that remark? Or
yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Out there in the world.
Well, I agree with you, Judge, 100%. I did. So I wanted to say something because someone in the chat is saying, hey, I'm only going to protect my family because I might protect somebody else's woman or daughter and I may get killed. And so what I've been trying to tell the men is you're not always with your family. So if you're not with your daughters or you're not with your wife and some other man attacks them, you want another man to help protect them. So, but if you're only going to protect your women, then other men are only going to protect their women. And then that actually puts women in danger from men.
Well, this is why we
have a social compact. We protect each other's women. If you see somebody mistreating a woman, you stand in. See,
right.
And imagine being the alpha. You're responsible for every guy and every girl that's in there. Guys and gals, men and women, children, male and female. You're responsible for everybody if you're the alpha. Now, how many of our alphas that we have, supposed alphas, that are supposed to be in charge of this city, do you think would put their behinds out there on the line and do what you're talking about, man?
That's what it sounds like you did, Judge Joe Brown. You said that you saw corruption, you saw unfairness, you put yourself out there, and of course, you know what happened.
So I have a question. I want to pose a question to you.
Yeah, I hear what I'm doing, right?
Walking them down, Bone.
Yeah, right. You know, that's who I am. You know, I want to be nice to people. I like people. I want to have a conversation. I don't have no problem giving credit where credit's due, right? And giving compliments. I compliment the women. I compliment the men. Some of the women be like, "You a mammy?" Like, why am I a mammy? I think nothing's wrong with giving people compliments.
Okay, take that these folks know you out of the equation. Where they instead of focusing on you, what they should have been focusing on. Because the first thing I noticed when you started talking, Judge Joe Brown leaned back a little bit, and as soon as you said something he agreed with, he didn't point at you. He pointed and said, "See, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about, but as a man, if I see any woman getting accosted and just walk by, I'm not a man anymore."
Right.
That would bother me more, and I think that's what Judge Joe Brown was trying to tell JP. It's not only your woman you're supposed to protect as a man. You're supposed to protect women, period, regardless of their color.
That's right. And he didn't just say women, he said even the weaker men.
That's right.
You're the alpha, because there might be children, might be young men out there that you see fighting and doing some shit they shouldn't be doing, and you might be able to stop, you stop them too.
That's right.
So, but Jay Prince don't like that, so he about to get some pushback. So here we go, y'all.
You Judge O'Brien and Bomb Cherry. So let's reverse that, right? Let's talk about the protection of children, especially little black boys. So if you see a mother, right, that's purposely removing the father, instead of you cheering that on, knowing that a mother cannot raise this black boy to become the man that you talking about you want to see. That protectiveness and all of that masculinity is going to have to come from it's going to have to be taught by his father. So when you seeing women advocating and in real life advocating, now I'm not saying 100% of them, but it's a large number to ignore. When you see them removing their father, pushing out the fathers, how do you go by and try to like, hey, woman, no, that's wrong. You cannot raise that boy to become the man that we're going to need to protect us. You only going to raise that boy to be the feminine man that cannot and will say that they will not protect us. What do you have to say about that?
What do you think I'm doing right now?
But when it's
something about that on your show, I'm spreading the word, the gospel according to JB. Now, you got to speak out. That's what I did with the Young Democrats, where you had that bunch of man haters down there. I think it was 23 of them and 150 other people that didn't like what they were saying. You have to deal with that. You have to speak truth. You always have to expose fraudulent with truth. Too much is going wrong that nobody deals with because they don't want to cause difficulty. They go along together, and that's the wrong way to do it. You need somebody like me, some younger additions of me, to say, hell no, that is not going to happen. We have to go against it because you're being fed a bill of goods. There's an old propaganda principle involved. It is basically this: tell a lie long enough and loud enough, and you can get anybody to believe it, including the liar. And when you subject yourself to propaganda instead of right, you really run amiss. Now, here's the interesting thing about it. We have the opportunity to set up an alliance. There's a thing called the traditional nuclear family. There are a lot of opponents to the traditional nuclear family because they think that involves the enslavement of women. It does not. It requires the cooperation of women to raise the next generation. Now, what time is that? That means you have an obligation to do your part. Now, what is your part? Your part is determined genetically. It's determined by attitude, by training, education, physical prowess. It's how well you can play checkers or how well you can play chess. It all depends on your circumstances. So you have to do your thing. And for young men, I would say get away from emotionalism. You have to learn to allow your or use your emotional aspects as a motivation to do positive. You cannot allow it to cause you to refrain from doing what you ought to do or to cloud your judgment about principle. See, truth has no face but truth itself. And when there is a truth, you have to deal with it. You have to push it because truth is the absolute enemy of the lie. And we have to deal with that. So the truth of the matter is that there is a male role and a female role. There are some things women can do that men can do and vice versa, but there are a lot of things men can do better than a woman can and vice versa. Now, let me illustrate this point. Anytime you see a human, what do you see?
A person.
Being nice about it, you see a successful screw. There was a successful screw. 9 months later, somebody got born. They got raised, they grew up, they had a successful screw with another human that went through the process. 9 months later, another human is born. And if they get raised and they court and they mate, there's another successful screw and somebody else is born and gets raised, etc. And it goes back to the Ice Age and before, and it hopefully will go forward at least a little bit more. So in this process, there is a male role and there's a female role, and you can't get around it because that's just Mama Nature. She put that up. And
So,
she made us have sexual reproduction. And
so here's my thoughts, and a lot of black men want to pose this question. When you talk about protecting black women specifically, do you think black women is the black man's responsibility? And the reason why I pose that question is because leaders protect their followers. And since black women decided not to follow the black man and she decided to follow the government, do you think the government should be their leader and going around and throwing their lives away for her, opposed to the black man?
The government is nobody's leader. The government.
Well, that's who black women decided to follow.
Here's what it is. The government is only a framework in which other humans can do their leadership thing if they have it. It's a structure. It's like, does the structure of basketball determine the game, or is it the players who utilize the structure? See, the government is but the rules for the game, and the game is played by the players. The rules in the NBA manual just set the rules for the game, but the game is played by the players. So you don't say the rule book is the one that's doing everything. You don't say the government, which is effectively the rule book, does everything. It's the people who play by the rule book. You see the difference.
So with that being, so the government not their leaders, and black women is known to say, I'm independent, I don't need no man. And they in action, they not just talking, they proving, they showing by removing the father that they don't want the fathers there. Why should the black men throw their life away for women that don't want them?
Because it's the thing to do. Men deal with duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability. The women can have the emotions. That's not allowed to us. We can have them, but I mean, it can't dictate what we do because we have something that is important. That is, we have duties and obligations that we have to see to whether or not we like them. It's like you're playing in a football game. You a blocker or you participating in the play as an active ball carrier or ball recipient. You may not like the quarterback or the halfback or the lineman, but it's your obligation to cooperate with them as a team if you want your team to win. Now, if black people want to get out of their mess, they need to learn to deal with the necessities. The fundamental building block for all humanity is the nuclear family. Black Lives Matter said specifically they were for the destruction of the traditional nuclear family. That's bad right there.
So I'm gonna stop it right there. But you saw how he said duty. You do it because that's your duty. I don't think he ain't like that, but that's kind of true. If some of these men would have duty, then they will realize, okay, that she had my baby, and we may not get along, but I still have a duty to that child. And they look. Eventually, they may go back and forth for a while, but when she realized, okay, I can't have him, but he is giving me money, he is helping me with his child, and then everything would be okay. Duty, but these men want to act like women, and like you said, they have emotionalism. They got to get away from that and take care of your business. But listen, if you don't want to deal with a woman or a child, then guess what? Don't get her pregnant. Don't deal with her. Don't get her pregnant. You could just have sex with her. And when you wake up in the morning, get up and go about your business and never see her again. But you got to make sure you ain't leave no seed, no baby behind. What y'all think of that?
I had stepped away for a minute, Mom, so I didn't hear what the last thing he said, but it's funny to me how Judge Joe Brown can sit here and reason with these guys, but if it was someone, say like myself or Mr. Baum or Kel, how many names we would have been called by now?
Oh yeah, you would have been stupid. You would have been like you're a simp. Yeah.
Right.
But see, that's why I thought because he had been, Judge Joe Brown, he liked him, and so I was thinking to myself, I'm gonna have to be over there when he go live one day, get up there and get in the part with some of his wisdom.
Right. And just from listening to Jay Prince, it just seems to me he's a bit jaded. Is that a good word to use? Because it seems to me he keeps asking he's asking the same questions or he's making the same statements, but he's just rephrasing it. But it's still the same thing.
Exactly, over and over and over, right. Over and over. The same thing. It's like he hoping he'll get a different answer.
Different answer, right? But it's not going to get in there. He might get a different answer for someone who agrees with him, but for someone that doesn't agree with him, in this case, clearly Judge Joe Brown doesn't, and he's being nice about it. But I think if they would have been off camera, he would have lit into Jay Prince a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. He was like duty. Did you hear him when he said what men do? They duty.
No, back it up just a little bit, please.
Okay, that's it.
Framework in which other humans can do their leadership thing if they have it. It's a structure. Being nice about it, you see a successful screw.
Black women specifically, do you think black women is the black man's responsibility? And the reason why I posed that question is because leaders protect their followers. And since black women decided not to follow the black man and she decided to follow the government, do you think the government should be their leader and going around and throwing their lives away for her opposed to the black man?
The government is nobody's leader. The government.
Well, that's who black women decided to follow.
Here's what it is. The government is only a framework in which other humans can do their leadership thing if they have it. It's a
structure. That's basically what the government is. It's just a framework to where we put people in charge of us to make laws, because in a civil society you have to have that. So there are going to have to be some people that are put in charge of certain situations. As far as the military, suppose everybody in the military was a sergeant, that wouldn't work, would it?
Right, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
So I don't know where I'm still trying to figure out where Jay Prince is coming from by asking the same question over and over. But even without Judge Joe Brown's answer, I could tell him that you're so far off the beaten path is that I don't really know how to answer you other than to say that you're 100% wrong about this protection thing. Me as a man, I'm hardwired to protect. That is the nature of me. So again, whether I'm in a situation, whether I know someone or whether I don't know the person, it's just an innate reaction that if I see someone, whether it's a male or female, if I see three guys jumping on one man, of course, hey, what's up? Might jump in, depend on the situation. But again, a leader does not only protect his followers, he protects everyone, i.e., or we would never have the Geneva Convention.
Right. No, I agree with you. And Judge Joe Brown also agrees with you. He's going to say that the government is just a structure, set of rules. Okay. So, but Jay Prince keeps speaking about the government as if it's somebody, and we all decided we were going to follow that person called the government.
Right. To him, it is somebody. He honestly believes, and I think in his heart of hearts that he believes that whatever went wrong in his relationships, he can trace it back to his girlfriend or his baby mama or whatever, leaving the household and deciding to choose welfare over him.
Right. Because that's what you remember, that's what BGS was spreading.
Yeah.
Making it seem like women chose that over their men.
And I've just asked random women, in your lifetime, do you remember your moms or your grandmas putting your daddy out the house saying, hey, tomorrow I'm going to go file for these food stamps. You need to get your ass up out of here.
Right. I was, like I said, see, the stuff that they see, because they keep mentioning the Mollahan report. Yes. Right? And what it was saying, but black people were way smarter than letting some white man come and we're gonna give them their answers. We still today don't trust the government, and therefore we don't tell them the truth.
Right.
So they may knock at my door to ask me who live here, and I know if I'm on assistance, well, I'm gonna tell them it's just me and my kids.
That's right.
Oh, do you have any men here? Oh no. Okay. So can you give me the ages? And I'm like, it's just me and the kids. So look, the census, that's why the census all fucked up. We all know not to believe none of this shit they talking.
That's right. And that's a bad thing. It's the census is like the catch-all. Okay, I might not get you this way, but I'm gonna come to you. I'm opposed as another agent saying, how many people in your house? I got me, my husband, my 5 children. Okay, so now they're gonna put that back in such a place. I know I have this guy here, this guy. Wait a minute, this household here. Somebody in here applying for some kind of. Let me check this out. So it's again not a win-win situation, but it's one of those situations where you're damned to do, the damned to don't. Okay, some women need that assistance from the government. That's not Black women, that's white women too, that's Chinese women too, that's Asian women, that's Mexican. They need that assistance from the government. That's why we have what they call a democracy. Because if you go to Russia, Putin is not helping his folks like that. If you're broke, you're broke.
You just have to figure it out. That's why they don't care about them people scamming people in other countries. They don't give a shit about none of that.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Structure. It's like, does the structure of basketball determine the game, or is it the players who utilize the structure? See, the government is but the rules for the game, and the game is played by the players. The rules in the NBA manual just set the rules for the game, but the game is played by the players. So you don't say the rule book is the one that's doing everything. You don't say the government, which is effectively the rule book, does everything. It's the people who play by the rule book. You see the difference.
So with that being, so the government not their leaders, and black women is known to say, "I'm independent. I don't need no man." And they in action, they not just talking. They proving, they showing by removing the father that they don't want the fathers there. Why should the black men throw their life away for women that don't want them?
Because it's the thing to do. Men deal with duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability.
That's right.
There
That's
you
it.
go.
That is absolutely right there. Honor, responsibility, duty. If you don't have those things, if again, Bob, that night I came on, we were talking about 14 leadership traits. I guarantee you, those things that he's mentioned, they're in they're in those leadership traits. And again, you can't, you know, can you operate without all four of those 14 traits being there in foresight? You can. But will you be an effective leader? If you don't have honor, can you be an effective leader?
Nope.
If you don't have foresight, can you be an effective leader?
Nope.
So what is Jay Prince talking about?
Right. And Judge Brown just broke it down, like saying, hey.
Pointed it out to him, right.
See, so when he mentioned that these men are emotional and they want to be like us. I think they want some vaginas too. I think they want what we have. They say, okay, I don't like this predicament. I don't like the fact that my mom told me not to hit this girl because I'm stronger than her. They never say I don't like being I don't like being stronger than her. They just want to be able to prove something to her. They just want to knock her ass out.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that is true. I mean, they say, well, my mama said I shouldn't hit a girl, but I think some take it to an extreme of, is there a certain situation to where you have to hit a girl if your life is threatened? Of course.
Right.
Of course. I don't think no one will hold that against you. If some woman was to come up to you with a 14-inch butcher knife and say, I'm going to stab you, and you knock her out. Right. And Judge O'Brien said that too. I'm going to mention that too, because he's going to say his mama is the one who taught him to lay a woman out. But at first, I've heard him say many times that they taught him not to hit a woman. Then he switches it to, well, they the one who taught me to hit a woman. And I did teach my son not to hit women, right? A girl, should I say. I said, you are stronger than her. There's no reason for you to, if she threatening you like that, leave. If it's dangerous like that, you ain't got no business around her. She don't even deserve you being there because you're going to go to jail. That's right. And it's always been my thing. If I'm around someone and you got me to the point to where, especially a woman, you got me to the point that I'm so worked up that I think that the only thing that I can do is to hit you, you're damn right, Mom. I don't need to be around you, because if you taking me out of my character that much, you're a person that's toxic to me. Toxic to my way of living, so I need to remove myself from around you. Hitting you is not going to do the trick. No, I just gonna get you in jail. Now you gotta deal with a whole lot of other shit. Right. And, okay, and say you hit your woman, and she don't call the police. You in your bed, and you look over and you see your woman with a black eye. How do you rationalize that? Yeah, I'm mad. Some of them may get turned on, they want sex. Because he said he liked choking women. Yeah, that's what I said in the chat room last night. I think Jay Prince has a little bit of that BDSM off in him. He said, and remember he said on the panel with he said he like making women cry. Yeah. I think that he's a little bit of that, a little bit of into that S&M, sadomasochism, or whatever they call that. I don't do it, so I don't care to pronounce it correctly or whatever. But there are some men that believe that pain is pleasure. Right. So, but the thing is, it's okay if you like to, choke a woman out. She just has to be a willing participant. Yes. Right. So that's when you find a woman who likes what you like, and then y'all it's all gravy. But if you can't grab a regular woman and then start choking her and then make it seem like, just because
you like it. And she's
This,
supposed
this
to
is what
like it.
right. This is what I like. So I want you to start liking it too. By the way, right before you get ready to catch that nut, I'm gonna choke shit out you.
Right. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Let's see where we at. What broke up our community? They wanted to break up our families.
Okay. Everybody getting blamed but her. We talking about women with 4 or 5 different baby daddies. You got all these kids with different baby daddies. No accountability for your vagina. No accountability for the men that you are choosing. And with the power.
Why they want us to have some accountability to them? Because if I ended up getting pregnant by all these different men, and I ended up having them babies, then shit, that I promise you, every child I look at, I understand what I did, and I had to take accountability for it.
It goes 50-50. Not unless a woman goes to a fertility clinic every time she gets pregnant. Mm-hmm. It's 50-50. The responsibility is both of them. When you lay down with that woman and you don't put that condom on, there is a possibility that she could turn up pregnant. Okay. You should know that. That's absolutely, you should know that.
Yeah. In fact, some of that make them excited too. They're excited that they're taking a chance, but then afterwards they hoping and praying that nobody get pregnant.
All right. Some of these men love playing Russian roulette, but they don't understand sometimes the bullet hits you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, we go.
That every time you have sex, the woman have to give the man permission to have sex. The woman have to give the man permission to have sex unprotected with her, and to give him permission to even bust a couple of nuts in her. So that's how we view stepfather. Stepfather is nothing more than a simp dude that coming in to help this woman blame the biological father, and it's a benefit for her. She the only one benefits from that.
They mad at any benefits. They don't. Not only do they not want to take care of the kid, but they don't even want no other man.
Right. They mad at the people who try to help.
Right. They mad at the stepdad too. The stepdad realized he liked this woman, even though she got these kids. He's like, I really like her. Okay, I can step in here. Like what's it called, stepdad, right? He realized he could step in his family. Yep, right. He's stepping in. But they get mad at the stepdad. They want his ass to, no, let her suffer with them kids. They don't need, yeah.
Well, the reason why they mad at the stepdad is because he getting what they want.
That's right.
That's why they mad at the stepdaddy. That's right.
He getting the sex from her.
That's right. He getting what they want. They claim that that's mine. I put that baby up in here, and here you come. After I done all the hard work. That ain't hard work, bro. The hard work is raising the child.
Right.
Matter of fact, you said at some point in time you should be thanking me because, as you say, y'all hate stepdaddies. So at least give me my props to say I'm taking care of your bastard child.
Right. Here we go.
That stepfather.
Well, stepfather's been around. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me say this. See, stepfather is a concept that originates when medical care was not nearly what it is now. When there were internecine wars, we're going out to hunt to feed the group are likely to result in fatalities. So maybe somebody died of natural causes, maybe somebody was killed. So you had the need for the family unit to continue. It was an economic unit as well as a breeding unit, so people remarried. So you had stepfathers. So in terms of the alliances that are involved, the ability to succeed in the world, which was a harsh environment, you did have these families that got recreated through the institution of marriage, and people became stepfathers, so stepmothers. So that ranged from the evil stepmother and Cinderella and her two evil stepsisters to the stepfather you're just talking about. So it goes both sides. Now, again, it's a matter of principle. We cannot allow the emotionalism to interfere with the duty, honor, and obligation. Now, I will say this in terms of a...
Did you hear what he said? He said you can't allow the emotionalism. He's still telling them you emotional. You being emotional about it.
And
Go ahead.
most of them are.
Mm-hmm. By you saying what you want her to do, and you don't like the stepdad, that you're being emotional. It's crazy. Here we go.
Accountability. One of the things that I did in life was I was an intern at a DC think tank. It was called Center for National Policy Review. And one of my more onerous tasks was to spend hours into late at night in the Library of Congress reviewing microfilm records of what were known as slave pamphlets. Now, sisters, you may not like this, but I promise you it's the truth. Over and over and over again, the slave masters were cautioned and told that slavery did not work without the complicity of the slave woman. They said you must have the slave woman teach her children how to be slaves. There really was a William Lynch, and the first thing I read that he was responsible for is not this mythical letter. He published pamphlets. He was from Bermuda and he raised slaves, and he toured all over the English North American colonies lecturing on how to do it. He said, Negroes are like horses.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the truth of this in terms of what he's saying about the horses. He said, you cannot domesticate a wild stallion. You can use that animal to breed. You cannot domesticate a wild Negro stallion, but you can use him to breed. But on the other hand, you can domesticate a wild horse mare, the herd mare. You can domesticate her, but not the male. So what you do is domesticate your Negro female mares, meaning female horse, and she will domesticate her foals for you. Now, my aim is to raise horses, and if you let the mother horse train the child horse, you were halfway toward a domesticated horse. If you weaned the child from the mother horse early, it was.
Now, you notice how excited he is. He clapped his hand and everything. But he not going to really like it in the end. So he liked the fact that he said, oh, it's the woman's fault. But really, he missing the part about slavery. He missing the part about training. Like, what the hell? What's wrong with
He's still not getting it. All he heard was that one of his talking point was corroborated by Judge Joe Brown. That's all he heard.
And doing
Nothing
slavery.
Right. He didn't hear anything else. See, I told you.
Right. Okay, so let's finish hearing it. Mm-hmm.
More difficult. So slavery could not work without the complicity of the slave mother.
Right.
So that's right. It couldn't work without the slave mother, right? Because we wanted to protect our kids. But what he's forgetting is that this wild mare, this horse, if his ass was fighting, right? Fighting, then none of us would have been slaves. So, like, remember he said that the horse, right, was wild, too wild to be able to be trained by the white man, right? The slaver, right? He ready to say it's the woman's fault. And the women, and all that's going to happen is the women going to say, well, damn, dude, why you wasn't fighting? Huh?
Right. And see, there's another thing. It's, again, some of these folks that they hold in such high esteem, what they said that, okay, since the Willie Lynch letters didn't work, they didn't work to the perfection that they wanted it to. Mm-hmm. They decided that especially black slaves, black women were, how do I say, mildly touched, mildly retarded, because they had to have something had to be wrong with them, because they were all suffering from the same thing, the yearning to be free.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They're always yearning from that. That's a sickness that we got to get out of these black folks.
Right. Yearning to be free. We want to be free.
That's right.
We would do a lot for our children. That's why, and he don't understand that what he's saying is true, right? But it's easier to control us because we're not as strong to fight back. And When we have children, we want to protect them.
And then what Judge Joe Brown didn't point out is what was the consequences if the women didn't cooperate.
That's right. Look, I would get, if my child didn't cooperate, the child would get whipped, or I would get whipped, or sold. That's right. So
that's right.
we fell in place as much as we can. We even had to teach our kids.
That's called doing something under duress.
That's right. But he making it seem like it's something he won. I'm talking about Jay Prince. Now, Judge Brown, he's gonna break it down and make it seem, he's not saying that it's something to be proud of. He's just saying, hey, well, ladies, you might not like hearing this, but it's true.
Right.
You know, but he's not saying he's happy about it.
And it is. I mean, there's in every society, there's a part of us that we wish we what they call it, the do over. We wish we could do over. And I'm sure maybe back in that times, Black women, especially slave women, that uneducated, they thought they were doing the right things to to protect their offspring or to protect that young buck or whatever. So let me bow down to the will of the master. Let me train my sons how to, instead of getting killed, chopped up, beat or whatever, let me show you how to at least go along to get along.
Right. I don't think women would change it if we could go back. Because look, whatever we did, we still exist today, don't we?
Exactly.
That's right.
That's the thing about that.
It could be different if we was all gone, and then somebody could look back and say, damn, 1 million Black people right from the, but nah, we here.
And not only are we here, Bomb, we are thriving.
Yes.
Under the circumstances, under all of the circumstances, right? And as long as we continue to live, I truly believe we will continue to thrive. We just have to understand the system we're living in and play that game, as opposed to trying to create another system within a system. Like, I just feel like, sure, that's what our ancestors and them felt like they needed to do. But for me, it's like, we have the data and the occurrences from history that showed that when we try to create systems within the system, they did not thrive. As a matter of fact, they were systematically taken apart, right? All of the various, what are they? Tulsa, all the Tulsas that happen all over this country, right? They are examples of the fact that we're not going to do that within this system. So our only alternative, to me, is to get in line with this system, only so that you can thrive, only so that you can live well and be safe and be healthy. You know what I mean? And not have to, scavenge. And when I say that, I mean, like, people don't want to get educated, but that's what this system kind of puts before you and says, this is how you thrive in this system that has been created for us as Black people.
Right.
This is one of the ways you thrive, and so that's why you go to school. That's why you get degrees, because that's what the game called for. If you want to, it depends on the kind of life you're trying to live. But no, you right on the money with that. Not only are we existing, we are thriving because we playing the game.
Right. Hey, Culture, that's you?
Yeah. What we do in survival
is,
I just want to piggyback off what you said. What we do in survival is not a true reflection of who we are. If I don't have no food and I still to feed my kids, it doesn't make me a thief. It makes me surviving, because given the right circumstances, I would not steal. But if it comes to feeding my kids, I will. And as Black people, we just 50 years shy of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
It took them a couple of 100 years to get their freedom from England in this country. But we have had a Black president in 50 years post Jim Crow, 50 something years. And that is amazing progress, considering how long it took people once they got over here to even get their freedom from England.
Right.
So I'm not going to discredit what we've done. Asian people been in this country just as long as we have, and they ain't had no Asian president yet. So we got to give ourselves, but it's not enough that we stop. People think we haven't made it, we can't relax, and we will never be able to relax because we can never blend in like others can.
Sure
I
can.
mean, we're right. We're just not gonna have the same. We really supposed to be creating our own like cultural kind of thing, but still going out and pursuing what this particular system or country has, you know, in terms of its criteria
Right.
for success or whatever. I mean, of course, it all depends on what standard of life you want to live. But you know, the thing that I think a lot of the folks that we intermix with here on these panels, they don't understand, especially the younger folk, right? That we actually lived among people when we were, because of our age, we lived among people who went through Jim Crow,
Yeah. I
right?
grew up in a segregated
Yeah.
town. I don't care
I
what
went
nobody
through
says.
What
Jim
I'm
Crow.
saying. So like I'm saying the actual time period. Like my
Oh,
great grandmother, she was alive when I was a kid. So
Right.
all of that trauma and all of the ways that we learned during that time, it filtered right directly because she was alive. She was
right.
still the
Right.
matriarch of our family. You know what I'm saying? So of course
Mhm.
it's gonna take us time. We working on it. But as you look at what we've achieved thus far, we're doing, like Coach said, I think a hell of a job
Yeah.
I
I would
agree. Yeah.
agree.
as a
I would
people.
agree. Yes.
You
And
know,
look
and I
at him.
was
He
just
over there like a football. He like field goal. He happy that he said
Right.
something
It's
bad about the
all
woman.
good.
But it actually spoke good about the woman because she could have left her children. She could have, because thank God she did that because she had a love for her kids to not want to see them suffer. And if it meant doing that so they can live, he should be saying, well, why my daddy didn't have that love for me? Why, she did what needed to be done. Thanks God somebody did it.
right.
Don't they quote Malcolm X all the time, by any means necessary?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I just wanted to hop
Yeah.
up here and say that I'm listening in the clouds and the bushes and stuff. So I
Okay.
think we could pat ourselves on the back for how far we come,
I
but
agree.
don't forget we got a lot further to go. We always
Long.
on each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every law in this country is a result of white man's degeneracy toward white people. You got child labor laws not because of what the fuck they was doing to us, but what the fuck
Whatever
they
they were
was
doing
doing to their
to
children.
themselves. To
That's right.
themselves.
That's
That's
right.
right.
So it's nothing here that we have in place for laws for us, except for fugitive slave laws and stuff, were not as a result because we were degenerate. It was because the degeneracy, what they were doing to them own selves as white people. But we only think
Right.
we don't
And
think.
see, and that's another thing, that we know, like, that's why I could never find myself attracted intimately to white. And I
Uh-oh.
don't mean no harm. I'm just saying, based on how I grew up and what I saw, and how my mom, who was military, during Vietnam, a medic, okay, that's who raised me, right?
Mhm.
You don't intermix. Like, they got them and we got us. That's how I grew
Mm.
up. That's how I was raised. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And so
Mhm.
I could never find myself interracially dating. That's like foreign to me. And I ain't judging nobody. I'm just talking about me. You know what I'm saying? It's just all of the stuff that we've been through. How do we now find ourselves in this situation?
Good question.
I agree.
Good. Very good question. Very good question. But
You
you
know?
ladies are absolutely right. I mean, from where we've come from, we are, I think, on this planet, we are the most residual people on this earth. We've done it. We're survivors, all the way from slavery through Jim Crow, through Reconstruction, through
Yeah.
the 80s crime bill, through the 90s crime bill, through the police unaliving us at alarming rates in the 2000s and up to date. So yeah, we are survivors of this country. As someone said something about the laws. I mean, immigration laws, they weren't put in place for us.
Right. In fact, they was put in a negative place for anybody who looked like us.
That's right.
Any country that looked like us not allowed to come up in here
That's right.
easily like that.
You
But
heard,
they
you
don't have
heard,
no problem with the ones who look like them
you
coming
heard what
in.
Trump said. He said, we don't want them folks on them shithole countries.
That's right. Okay, here we go, y'all.
What they said is what they said. The theory is that women selfishly wanted grandchildren. So when they saw how harsh it was for an independent male slave to exist, they would teach their male children to be subservient because they selfishly wanted grandchildren. And they would be willing to see their children suffer the most egregious harm on the chance that they could get grandchildren and get status. That wasn't completely right. But you see, the female had the complicity that rested on her shoulders, and the males had the, well, you didn't fight. You see, at one point, 1/3 of the country's population was slave. And there was all this territory from east of the Mississippi all the way to the Pacific Ocean. There was a completely untamed frontier with a lot of Native Americans who would have been willing to get into alliance with appropriate warriors. And the whole history of the country might have looked different had the slaves done what, say, Spartacus did with the Romans, and implement a slave revolt and go ally with the Indians. And that would have made a totally different scenario when it came to the trajectory of the United States. But we didn't do that. And so we both have probably an equality blame in this process. The men for not standing up and doing the manly thing, which is rebelling, even if it brought their death. And the women not being women and encouraging their boys to be warriors. Remember Sparta. Son, come back with your shield on it. Do or die. Don't run. That's what the Spartan mothers told their sons. And we have lacked that as a community.
Now, see, he's saying something that how we know that's true? Look, it could be though, right? That women sent their sons off and say, do or die. Like if you either gonna go and kill or get killed. And I can't see it in my heart. I want my sons to live.
Well, in this case, I this is where I would give Judge Joe Brown a little pushback, because you did have slave revolts. Stonewall Revolt, Denmark Vesey, what's the other guy in Virginia? They led several slave revolts. It's just the fact that they were, how do I say, summarily put down.
Yeah, we had a disadvantage. First, we didn't know how to read, we didn't know how to maps, we didn't know the area, there's a lot of disadvantage. Exactly. So yeah, there were lots of revolts. And then look, one of the women was coming back and forth. So to even make it seem like we were so weak that we just laid down, and maybe we had to lay down until we can have our chance.
Yeah. And unfortunately, just like we got Sambos today, Sambos came on the boat too, folks.
Oh yeah.
You know, you had some folks that was willing to say, "Hey, boss, he ain't working."
Yeah.
You know, so they came. You know, we had the heroes on the boats, but we had Sambos on the boat too.
Right.
Yeah, they did.
Okay. Well, here we go.
See, not totally, but too much, and we need to reverse that. We need to learn. And when you learn, you look around and stop just reading black and start reading everything, and you see there are thousands of years worth of instruction on how to do it. Read the stuff and see what other people did. Truth has no face but truth itself. So don't get stuck on it having to be black. And a whole lot of black writers don't know a damn thing about what they're writing, but they write it. And we have a habit you can see on social media. What are your references?
Well, yeah, your stats. I'm with you, Judge O'Brown. I'm with it.
You quote
references and stats are not the same thing. Jay Prince not even knowing, because he's talking about people asking him, where did you get your reference from? What books? What? And he's talking about stats. I didn't say nothing. I was just in bed, man, laughing my ass up.
This is the time. This is the time you would get. This is the time you would get. Hell, yeah.
Yeah, from Hickok. Say, oh hell, JP, you stupid.
Damn, you stupid. I tried, JP, but goddamn.
He gets funny as hell, man. Lord, here we go.
Somebody who may be an ignorant fool.
Right. Ain't that's what I've been saying the whole time, Bomb Cherry?
It's okay.
Guy said no.
I tell you how stupid it is. I was having an argument with somebody some time ago. You don't know what you're talking about. There's this case, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so you know what he talking about now? Jay Prince, I mean. Remember when he asked Priscilla, could he go read some books that would prove what he want to say about the women and then give it to him with the women believing? Remember he asked her some shit like that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Now he is referencing the fact that he think Judge Joe Brown is saying, just because you read it, don't make it true. That's what he thinks Judge Joe Brown is saying. But Judge Joe Brown is not saying that. Judge Joe Brown is saying, read more, right? When don't just read black books, but read
more
other books.
Right.
Yes. But Jay Prince don't know that's not what Jay Prince think he's saying. No. Jay Prince think and I think he gonna say something like, yeah, just because it's in a book don't make it so. Like some shit like that. That's not what Judge Joe Brown is saying.
It's not. It's exactly not what he's saying, because we know just because it's in a book, that doesn't make it necessarily true, because we got fiction, nonfiction, we got all these different kind of books out here. So that's a moot point, JP. What Judge Joe Brown is clearly telling you: expand your horizons, dummy.
Yeah, exactly. But watch out. You want to say something, Dr. G, before I press play? Because
no, I just. Go ahead, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go, y'all.
It clearly says, I said, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. You don't know what you know. I said, I'm a judge. And I've been a lawyer. I've been doing this for half a century, from before you were born. And you're talking about I'm ignorant, don't know what I'm talking about. Well, this case says so-and-so. I said, no, it doesn't. You don't know what you're talking about. I said, you damn fool, read the whole case. You'll find I'm the judge that wrote the damn thing. So you're trying to tell me what I did?
Right.
I wrote it? Okay, now you see how stupid you are? So go by. As a matter of fact, you know who I was having an argument with? It was a professor out here in the political science department at Memphis State. When I just happened to
and this is the reason why
out here in the political science department.
She
go back a little bit.
Not only that I'm feminine, is that I felt I was.
That's when he's mentioned that he's feminine. This shit crazy.
Oh my God.
Political science department at Memphis State. When I just happened to audit the class just to see what they're saying. And he was quoting an opinion that I wrote that the Supreme Court adopted and quoted me at great length in the decision. So I'm saying you, sir, are a damn fool, and you're an ignoramus, and you're a pompous ignoramus and damn fool.
Exactly, Judge. What would you say to me if I tell you that I am a black man whose foundation is feminine? I was raised by a woman, and so I feel as though I am feminine. Also,
oh my God.
Not only that I'm feminine, is that I felt I was raised to be inadequate. My mothers, my aunties, the women of my community that I revered taught me how to be submissive. She taught me to swallow my pride, meaning that I didn't have nothing to stand for. And this is the reason why, as a black man, it's a division from black men and niggas that was raised by women. It's two different types of black men. So when you asking me to respond to situations logically, and women is especially our women It's asking us men to respond and act more masculine and logically. It's impossible. It's almost impossible for a guy like me that was from my upbringing to operate in that form. So when you tell me to do something that's very masculine, meaning that to throw my life away for a woman that I do not know, it's kind of hard for me not to let my experiences go with the women, and I refuse to throw my life away in order to protect women who do not protect me and who's against me.
Have you ever heard this saying? Well, there's several, but it's.
I'm not gay when I say feminine.
No. I know what you're saying, but check this out. It separates most countries and their people from black people in America. Okay, here. I regret that I have but one life to give for my country. Better dead than red, etc., etc. In other words, you're expressing a commitment to die for a principle, patriotism for your country. How many?
You hear that, Mr. Music, right?
Yes. And I don't really watch Judge Joe Brown, of course, but I've heard myself say this. I've heard my brother say this exact same thing that Judge Joe Brown is saying. If you're not willing to give your life up for a cause or something that you believe in, the problem that doesn't lie with the woman, or in this case, in JP's case, the problem doesn't lie with the woman. The problem lies within you.
Exactly.
You don't have nothing that's valuable. Would you not throw yourself in front of a bullet to protect your daughters?
I don't think so. He said
it's obvious not, because it's the same thing that he's saying that he's not willing to do. He's now expecting for his daughters to become of age and some other man to do. If one of his daughters in a bad situation, dude don't know him. Listening to your daddy, Miss Lady, I can't help you.
Right. And look, the daughters, because of the way he speak, the daughters will be easy targets for the men who realize that their daddy not going to protect you. Then now you're easy pickings.
And there's absolutely no way I would ever get on a live panel, or matter of fact, just talking amongst my friends and say that I am feminine. No fucking way. No way. I'm feminine. I was broke down into submission. My aunties and my made me submit. Come on, JP. Do you listen to your streams after at some time? Or are you kidding me? You literally got on it, and then you try to cover up and say, but I'm not a homosexual. You one step away from it.
And devastating. Damn, when he said that, Joe, I muted myself. I was laughing my ass off.
I'm a feminine guy. And I was, come on, man. See, these are the kind of dudes that I don't hang out with. Don't do it. Won't do it. Can't do it. Nigga, you just called yourself a punk on nationwide television.
Hasty Ball said, I'm gay, and I would never say that dumb shit. Look, y'all, I was up there. Y'all, I am muted. I was shocked. I never heard him say that before. It's my first time hearing him say, I am feminine.
Oh, man.
What a straight face. Not joking. Man. What a straight face.
And then right, like it's a diagnosis of some sort.
Yeah, right. Like somebody told him, hey, this is what, hey, I'm reading from a chart, and this is what the doctor told me, Joe Brown. I was raised feminine. I'm feminine, first of all. We got that. And it came from my aunts and my mama and my sister. All of them, that used to put me in dresses and make me wear barrettes in my hair and shit like that.
Oh my God.
I had to wear unisex drawers.
I almost peed myself. I had to mute myself, and I was laughing so hard. I was like, "Oh my God, let me run to the bathroom." I could not believe he said that. But Judge Brown is about to tell him, like, "Well, we're gonna here you go, y'all." God damn.
How many people in that country do you think you know, and how many are related to you? Not many, considering the size of the country, but you are willing to sacrifice yourself for a concept. Sometimes it gets to forget the concept. It's just you and your buddy, or you got a new acquaintance in the slit trench or the foxhole next to you, and it's about you and him, but that person's not family. He just is in a relationship with you where you become dependent upon each other. Maybe you do it for the cause. Maybe you pick the flag up. Maybe you're on a football field. Football has gotten soft. When I played it 50 some years ago, we didn't have padded helmets. We had hand straps.
Right.
And we didn't have all this equipment, and nobody gave a damn about you getting a concussion so long as you recovered. I had a few. But nowadays, everybody's, oh my God, they get hurt. Oh my God.
Right.
Playing football, because you could get hurt. You took your life on your line, and it was testing yourself to see if you could handle what happened when it all hit the fan. But what I'm simply saying is it was about the team. It was about you sacrificing yourself, maybe your physical well-being. Maybe you died. People died all the time, and we knew it. That's what made it what it was when you played something like football. So you get out on the field, and you know you could get hurt bad, or killed. Or you might not walk off the field being yourself, but that was a chance you took. That was what men did. But now, you know, everybody's so soft. I mean,
and so I understand. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand what Jay Prince is saying, because we women, look, I'm about to, I'm about to slide in some little bit of info, y'all, to get a response that I'm looking for. So watch how I do this, okay? The nurturers, right? And so my goal with my children was, because I have 2 black boys, well, they're men now, young men. And I wanted to protect them. I wanted to make sure that they survived, so I did nurture them. But then their father, which is my husband, he was there to do what you said, Judge Joe Brown, to explain duty, to explain that this is what men do, you protect. So my husband has always taught my sons, even from when they was like 5, that you protect your mom. Hey, make sure you open the door for your mom. Hey, make sure you grab those bags. Make sure you do this and do that, because this is what men do. So generation after my generation, right? Gen Xers, we are the ones who started having the children with other than our husbands, baby daddies. We started having multiple baby daddies. And now we don't have those men in the household. And so now the women are just showing their side, and the men side is lacking. So our generation said, okay, our fathers, the uncles, the neighbors, they even started something called, remember where the kids can get like a big brother, big sister? Remember that organization? I think it was called Big Brothers.
That was a new thing.
Right.
When it started.
Yeah, so that they started that because they did start seeing men. But I just want to say this to Jay Prince. Men have always kind of been missing because of wars. We had wars in this country where men, when they were 14, young boys had to fight in wars. And the family knew that they may not come back. In fact, people had 10 children, and they just hopeful that a few of them survive to be grown and live lives and continue the family name. But now everybody is so protective of their lives.
All I'm saying is, the women that I come from, is something called paternal gatekeeping. It's when this protection from a woman become almost sickening. It become toxic.
Okay.
Yep, you dumb.
Yeah, he just was trying to make his. He's trying to make his point. Right?
Yeah. And the whole time while you were speaking, Bomb, I was watching Jay Prince. He was thinking of the whole time you were talking, he was thinking of a way to give you some pushback.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't thinking about right. Instead of taking it in, he was thinking of a way. Well, no, she can't be right about this, because if she's right about what she's saying now, that means she was right about what we was arguing about last week.
Right. Yeah, you know, Judge O'Brien was listening. You could tell he agreeing.
He was shaking his head. Yes, you were absolutely right. And some of the things that you mentioned, this country has been at war constantly. You're right. The Civil War, men 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, not coming back. Korean War, Vietnam War, the war in Afghanistan. And there's always going to be casualties where young men go off to fight war 18, because let's figure it out. Most men come into the military, what age? 18. So the average person that's in the military is from 18 to 24. Those are the ones that they send off to war.
And you know, but the reason you had to be 18 because they had changed some rules, but with child labor laws. But before that, we talk about this country was built off of little boys signing up with their dads, right? They would come and grab them little boys and say, "You come on, we gotta fight. We're gonna start this nation, but we gotta beat them. We gotta beat them."
Yeah, and that's what's missing over there. That sense of duty, that sense of honor, that sense of I mean, I hated that Judge Joe Brown had to break it down to football, but that's the way you had to connect it, because I guarantee you that all those guys was on a team, 22 players on the team, offense 11, defense 11, 22 at the minimum, right? They all go out for the same thing. They all want to win. When they lose, everybody's upset. When they win, it's a big celebration. We pulled it together. You can hear the coaches in it. We pulled it together today, man. No one acted as an individual. We pulled this team together and we came out with a victory. The way those guys are over there saying that every part of a man should be based on what the woman tells her to do, according to what Jay Prince is saying right now.
Yeah, man. Anyway, the reason he's not getting it because he just not want to listen. He don't want it. He's rejecting it.
He don't want it.
Even from his mentor, even from somebody he just like he trying to convince him to think differently.
You can lead a horse to water, player,
but you can't make him drink. Huh?
That's right.
Empress said, wait, didn't he say he didn't want to protect Black women because they don't support him? But now it's a different story. Yeah, but the story changes. It's going to always change because it's a narrative that he's trying to push. And no matter, he gets on panels even with men who tell him, hey, this is wrong. They got some men who be like, yeah, because they all dumb, all young and dumb. When dumb people get together, they have a ball together, baby. Yeah. They can make each other believe that they all want to have sex with each other.
Right.
Even though they
believe that. all of them dumb, thinking that they're the smartest one in the room.
Yeah. But when they get the, like somebody who gonna give them some information, because Jay Prince, we done quoted things, and then he started talking about where books don't mean nothing. We done even said things, scientific things, science, and then he say he don't believe in science. We could do the mathematical equations, and then he like, how you know that that's real? Like all of that shit. I've been like, wait a minute, you don't believe in science? And he's like, yeah, white people put them in the books. I'm like, what? He don't even know that astrology and mathematics came from Black people?
Apparently not.
They said the Moors, didn't they say the Moors walked around this earth
long before. Actually, all of our history is with the Greeks. If you look at pyramids, if you look at all these different things, they're all of Moorish descent. And what color were Moors?
They were Black, weren't they?
If you go to Japan, if you look at some of the emperors and the shoguns and all the different things, you have Black people there. Philippines, the same place. Our history was collected by someone, and the Greeks have it. So you got these folks like Socrates. If you notice the statue of Socrates and all these great Plato's and all these great things, don't they seem like the white person that maybe as they call them, that's a mixed race because they got that curly hair.
And yep, the curly hair, even in the nose.
Yes,
But you know,
wide noses, black
yeah,
apicoid features.
they in London and even in many other areas across, the waters, they celebrate Black people, y'all. They got all, it's all in their history because they been here the longest with keeping up with the history.
Yes.
And not whitewashing everything.
Right.
Like you could go over there and see some shit. I
Right.
learned something. It was a Greek town or something, and they have a holiday. And remember, people on the internet was complaining about the holiday, Black people, because this Greek town, they get in blackface. And so it looked offensive to us. But when they explained it, that wait a minute, this holiday is way back, like hundreds.
Right, we're revering you.
Yes, they were like, hey, this is something way back before my grandpappy, pappy, and it was a Black man, and he created this, and so now we revealed that, so we get in blackface and we walk around, and I was like, damn, like okay, and just like when they sent the Statue of Liberty, which I didn't know nothing about until maybe 10, 15 years ago, because of the internet, that the first Statue of Liberty was a Black woman.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I heard that too.
And they sent that shit back. America sent that motherfucker shit back to them.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't want that. We don't want that.
We don't want that.
We need something. Right. We need something a little bit more representative to the way we looking over here.
Right.
Okay.
Instead of the truth.
Right. So if we want our truth, we could go to Africa and find it, but we can also go to other countries and find it, because they have
it's said to be in some places here too, but I guess it would be over in England that would have the most, right? Because they financed a lot of that.
Yeah, I heard that the Queen of England was buying and stealing a lot of shit from around the world.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, they say she had lots of things. In fact, countries are suing the fuck out of them. They suing these countries and saying, give them back our art. You came over and killed and pillaged, and now you got our shit in your museum and it's ours.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right. We want it back. We want it back. That's right.
We want it back. And they really mad at the Queen. They in them countries in Africa and things like that. They ain't mad at that Queen. They said she been in power for a very long time, taking shit. You know what I mean?
She took Queen Elizabeth took over the throne when she was 26.
Oh, was she 20? I thought she was younger than that. Okay.
I did too.
She was
I think she was always in line for it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why they were treating her like that. But
yeah.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, but they said, because they remember when she was a child, but they said that her country, because they was controlling a lot of these African countries, wasn't they? Wasn't they?
Yes, that's why they call them colonizers, because that's just what they did. They came over with the Bible in one hand, and left with came back with the gun the next time. That's exactly what they did. That's how they colonized us. They appeased a lot of us. We're friendly. Got no problems with you. Let's take this for instance, folks. Listen and go back in your brain house group and think how they describe the Pilgrims.
They
peaceful, broke bread with the Indians, with the natives.
Oh yeah. You mean
that's what they taught? That's what they taught in the school system.
Exactly right.
That's what was taught.
Right, but we know now through history that if it had not been for the Indians, these white folks would have not made it through the first harsh winter here.
That's right. They didn't know what to do. That's right. They didn't know where they were.
They were literally like cavemen.
Yeah,
they didn't know how to. They knew they were fleeing from England and coming establishing anew, but they had no idea how to do that.
Right. Yeah. They had no idea what was awaiting them in the new world, especially the weather.
Right.
Man, that's crazy, man. But that is true, yeah. But you know, they starting to dig in around this country, and they finding shit that people saying they hiding. They finding they finding things, proof of other people being here before they got here, which we already know of, right? But they finding artifacts and things that they said, which I think we already knew, kind of, right? We already knew that the natives or the Mexicans, they owned a lot of this shit all the way up, right? From Mexico all the way up. But yeah. So they got some white guy who go in the areas and they excavating and finding shit just like they found in other countries, in Africa or in Egypt. They finding shit. So okay, here we go. Yeah.
Where to the point where she project her fearness onto us, which causes us men to be living in these black boys, because we boys in heart. I don't think we was raised by a man, so we can't call ourselves a man. We was raised by women, so we are the image. We are the male versions of our mothers. We are what studs want to be, right?
Oh
we
my
got
God.
a male body.
Like y'all heard, he said, "I'm a stud."
Oh my God.
I told you he was one step away from being gay. He just came on through the door with that one. He just came on through the door. Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
I'm a stud. Right, I'm a feminine stud. What you wearing? What you wearing? Checkerboard shirts and Levi jeans now?
HT Ball said, "We see black men in Africa who don't fight back either." Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were. I mean, all the people of color were the black people, right? Were essentially colonized here and there. But the way it was in Africa, they weren't brutalized through the transatlantic slave trade, so they don't have the same trauma that we bear. Yeah. But they were colonized over there mentally. They don't even understand that they colonized. They think the black people in Africa, they have some kind of air about themselves somehow. Yeah, when you talk to them, when you talk to them, it's like either you don't know your history or you just complicit, because you can't, you don't even see what it is that we're saying is going on. You deny that there's a system here that's kept us, you know what I'm saying? That's kept us down.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's because the religion, they fed them religion. And so,
right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying they were colonized a different way. We were done it through the slave trade, and they worked on them mentally. Right. Yeah, mentally so on it.
It shocks me when I see a African talk about they're Christians and shit. I'm like, what? I know y'all got that shit over here. I thought y'all was safe from that. And they have more of them over there, but the white man still controls them over there. And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all mean y'all could fight and had control, but you decided not to?
All right, I'll just say it like this. I'm not gonna take no ass whipping in my own house.
I know that's right.
Y'all did.
Right. We gonna have to fight this shit out.
Right.
We die as a family in this bitch together in our house.
Right. No, I can understand the transatlantic slave. Okay, when you put a bunch of folks on a boat, shackle them down, you've been on the water for quite some time. Of course, you're gonna be a bit disoriented. Not to mention, it's somebody above you defecating and peeing on you. Somebody next to you defecating and peeing on you. You don't get to see light, of course. So, but you guys, they just came over there and colonized y'all.
Man, y'all. So, when I saw Roots, I was younger. And I remember my grandmother looking at it was a series. I remember like every night for like a week, she was looking at it.
Series. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So I remember that I was young.
Series. Yep.
So, but even then, when I saw the boat, it looked like they was in the bottom of the boat, shackled down, sitting. But when I went to that Black Wax Museum and they showed that little fucking space, they had us like we were hot dogs in a like a slot.
Sardines.
Like sardines packed on top of each other. Right. See, in the movie or the TV series, I could tell there was no bathroom, but I assumed, okay, you could go in the corner, you could use the bathroom. There was a bucket. You could use the bucket and then you could throw it out. But no, there was no movement, y'all. And they was in there for months.
Months. Could you imagine
people
that?
Died on that trip. And then there's been many revolts before people
and
got here.
killed themselves and jumped
That's
off
right.
the boat.
They had many revolts before they got here. They had revolts where the whole ship was burned down and everybody died.
Right. So much so that they were throwing bodies off the ship so regularly that the predators in the sea changed their migration routes just to follow the ships.
That's what I heard about, the sharks and things.
Yes, the sharks,
and,
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, everybody, this idea that men and women didn't fight, getting over here, there was many revolts, many deaths. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And yeah. Okay, here we go.
But I don't know, for some reason folks don't want to acknowledge that about us. We've never fought, we've never, tried to take a stand.
Right.
Because even I didn't.
That's the narrative, and it's just not true.
Yeah, see, I didn't even know until the Turner thing, right? That's one of the first ones I heard where Black people just went way, you know what I mean? Like they went wild and they were trying to get
Turner.
Yeah, Nat Turner. And then after that, you start hearing other stories. Or no, they had other ones. They had one where the people got pretty far, but they didn't know where they were going. To where these motherfuckers had guns and horses and shit, was able to chase them down. But they had to went through many towns and kill people.
That's right. And unsung heroes, like I was talking to someone in the chat room the other day about Robert Smalls. I mean, think of what he literally had to go through to number one, he had to learn how to read English. He had to learn how to capture all the different signals and signs that was on these waterways. He had to learn them. He had to remember them. He had to know exactly when to use them, which one to use it, and who to use it with. To steal a ship to sail from the Port Royal Sound through the Charleston Harbor with all these different checkpoints. That's an amazing accomplishment by itself, but that's not something that they tell you. Not too many people. I can ask the average Black man walking down the street right now, who's Robert Small? Man, I don't know that dude.
I don't know neither. Right. I'm listening to what you're saying. I never heard. So somebody Black had gotten on a ship and
he took during the Civil War. He stole one of the Confederate ships. He sailed from the Port Royal Harbor, which is in Beaufort, Port Royal Sound, which is in Beaufort, South Carolina. And if you look at the waterways, and if you go back to the Civil War times, each one of these places had like checkpoints. So at each one of those checkpoints, there was a guard there. In order for that ship to be able to pass through that checkpoint, you had to know the password. You had to know the correct flashes, signals, and all these different things to get through. So imagine that he sailed that ship all the way through all of that, all the way up past Fort Sumter to get into open water.
And did he make it where we going?
That's why we know about him right now, because he's one of the few that made it. Wow.
See, that's what I'm saying. Especially our time, they didn't give us no history, man. Like besides Roots, that's the only thing I saw on TV that gave us any little thing. I wouldn't even know nothing about Africa if it wasn't for that, for real.
Right. Even some of the towns here in South Carolina, like Denmark, South Carolina, is actually named after Denmark Vesey. And he definitely led many slave revolts, not just the one that they finally caught him and killed him, but he led many.
Man, I remember the one that I read where they went through city after city, right? And the Black people had gathered up. It was so many of them, and then the people, of course, hunted them down and got them, right? And of course, they had to kill them and shit like that. But yeah, that's terrible, man. But yeah. So the idea they won't tell us that we used to be fighters because they don't want us to know that we were fighters because they don't want us to fight. They want us to make it seem like, yeah, you was a slave. In fact, they used to throw that in the face. Oh, yeah, you were a slave. You was a slave. Now, white people are embarrassed, and now they don't want to mention it at all. But I remember when they would throw that shit in your face.
But I say it's the reckoning. It's a reckoning for white people. It's not about the reparations because money comes, money goes. It's the reckoning to have to admit that their grandparents, their great grandparents, and some of these history books that they revere themselves over, they are factually incorrect. Not only incorrect by history standards, but incorrect moral standards as well.
Right.
Because
hey,
we paint Thomas Jefferson as one of the greatest Americans, heroes of our time, but the man held slaves, owned slaves.
Right. Oh yeah. Look, when it comes to the presidents and things like that, that it was Thomas Jefferson or one of them who had a baby by one of his slaves, and children, not baby, huh?
Lots
children.
Yeah, and
Lots
children. And then,
right.
but then when she was young, she was like 14 or some shit like that. I thought
Lots
she was younger than that actually when he started, when she started coming around and things like that, and she was young. That's probably why he was okay without having them babies, young, unspoiled, for him secretly, and now the family wanted to try to hide it and shit. Who is that? Jefferson?
Some of that sound, Jefferson. Don't that sound familiar? Like Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond has a black child. Black child. Strom Thurmond, the Dixiecrat. We did not find out about this black child till what, 3-4 years ago? Strom Thurmond. He hit a notorious racist. He wasn't too racist when he was up in it, was he? George Wallace, on his deathbed, who was there to hold his hand as he was passing on? The one man that he despised, black man.
Yeah, man, when I heard about Washington and the black man who was like his best friend, even though it was his servant. But if you look in their pictures, they say if you look in all his pictures, that man right there in every picture. Even when Washington was fighting, that man was on the field out there too.
Right there next to him.
Yep,
right there next to him. Right next to him. Every painting that you see of George Washington, that at valet is somewhere close by.
Yeah. Yeah. So wow. Yeah, when I found that, I was like, damn. Because in history, so that's the good thing about the internet. That's the good thing about New Times. Because I don't know if Americans would have been ready to share this. It's because of other countries where we get this information from. Because we find everything I was taught.
It is.
Yeah. Everything I was taught in the books. And now being an adult and watching what these people are doing, right, with the books talking about, well, we don't want that. We're gonna make it like slavery was not really, it was a good thing. Slavery, if it wasn't for slavery, they wouldn't have learned how to do this, so they benefited. What? As if we couldn't have known how to do this in other where we came from. In fact, from my understanding, when we got here, we was bringing a lot of shit and doing shit that they didn't know nothing about.
Of course,
they didn't have no refrigeration. Like if we the creators of things, that means we had to know how to do it. They didn't show us how to do it, right? And then when we say that we benefited, we made the first car, black man.
Airplanes. The first glider was found in a pyramid. They give that connection to the Wright brothers. The first glider was found in the pyramids. Have you ever noticed pictures of the pyramids? To how the size of the pyramids, the back of the pyramids, and all that, it's all together. But when you get to the face of it, it's been destroyed somehow. Wonder why that is.
Especially particularly the nose.
Right. Wonder why that is. That's successfully right, because they know that nose is a black feature. It's an Africoid feature. They try every year for years, been trying for years and years and years to try and successfully pull Egypt out of Africa, but you can't do that. That's like pulling California out the United States now.
Right. Oh yeah, that's crazy right there. Yeah. Okay, here we go, y'all. Ooh.
was still the female, was still the feminine concept, right? I don't think the boys that was raised by mothers are men. I would not disrespect masculinity like that by saying that women could raise a feminine source can turn something into masculine, where feminine is not, can never. Only thing they see life is through a feminine lens. And so our mothers that was raised by the boys that was raised by these mothers, she implemented fear and manipulation. When I hear a lot of us, including myself, a lot of us black boys, we operate out of fear. We use a lot of manipulation, because the reason why we have to use manipulation because we too fear to use our physical strength. Not just our physical strength, but our physical mind, and stand up to the cause, the true cause. Instead of what we do, instead of doing that, our aggression has been misplaced. Instead of attacking the true cause, we either attack each other, as far as like black men on black men. That's how we got all of the crime in the black community. That's one of the reasons. Or we attack our women because it's more easier. And same with women. Women attack their children to pay back against the men. So our aggression has been displaced. What are your thoughts on that, Judge?
You're right. But you see,
please come lock this motherfucker up.
Hands in that. If the male wants to become a man and he has the desire to do that, if he chooses to, he can expose himself to manhood and he can become a man. If he wants to be one, he's halfway there if he's willing to put in the work. See, most of being a man is sacrifice. There is another thing too, and this is why old folk are always getting young folk in wars, not always, but to an extent, is once you get old, you have a really weird realization. Damn, was that how little time I actually had on this earth? God, that passed awful quickly. Was it that short a period of time? That was nothing at all. I'm going to be dead in no time flat. So you start saying, ain't nobody getting out of this alive. You might as well say, it would have been a lot better if I'd taken some chances on dying, because I'm going to die anyway. At least somebody might remember me, whereas how many people are going to remember me?
I say the same thing.
What is he raising his hand for? He don't say no shit like what he's saying. What?
You know what? Where the hell did you say that at? I've been listening to you for a while. I ain't never heard you say that, Jay Prince. I ain't never heard you say no shit like that. Never. All I've heard you say is, I'm not willing to put myself on the line for no woman.
Right. Nobody.
Nobody.
If you're not gonna do it for no woman and you got daughters, then you ain't doing it for nobody. So man, this was crazy. I was sitting there thinking, damn, okay, like, you're not listening to him. He's claiming things that he never said. He was like, that's I say it all the time.
Right.
No.
I think the judge is just being polite.
He is being polite.
Yeah, he feels sorry for him. He see that
yeah.
it's a real deficiency here. There's nothing I will be able to really say.
Right.
Because you just lack the intellectual capacity to even understand what I'm saying on a basic human level. You don't, you're that absent from the convo.
Right.
Yeah, remember when I say you men be like, right? So when he said right, I don't think he was agreeing with him. I think he was like, okay, right. then he's like, well, maybe you might you realize that when you're older that you should have, at least have fun with your life. Be willing to sacrifice it for something. So he be nice, because goddamn well. My grandmother or grandpa would have never told me no shit like that. It's nice as he's saying it.
I mean, sometimes I don't know how these guys would think that, you lived a life of, it seems to me, without that, how do I want to put this? Without that, what word am I looking for here? It's that that thing that we men have. It's like that sense of adventure, that sense of danger, that sense of excitement. Those are the things that I know. Sometimes some of the things I did as a Marine I technically shouldn't be here.
Not only that, but I remember my male cousins when we were young. I had cousins jumping off of broken houses, rooftops.
Rooftops. Yes.
They didn't give a shit.
Right.
Look, a mattress
Yes.
was down there. It wasn't even fluffy like that. Them motherfuckers done broke off. I think my husband said he done ended up breaking something. Like most of the men I knew when we were boys, they had a broken bone or something broke off.
Yes. Yes. I know my younger brother, when we were probably like 10, 11 years old, they were building a new part onto a family house, which made it a second story. He, of course, when they first put up the A-frame, you could stand up on the A-frame with the whatchamacallit. He jumped off that, which probably, I would say, at least 20, 25 feet, 30 feet in the air. Jumped off that into a sand pile. It was funny to us. When you see somebody's knees come past their ears, it's like it's funny, but still, he could have literally ended his life there, or he could have paralyzed himself.
I think Devastating had mentioned something he had done, I think on a bike or something, and said he almost killed himself.
Right.
My grandson, Leaky Leak, y'all, Leaky Leak is so goddamn smart, right? We going down the steps. He'll take his hand off the witch column and act like he gonna jump. I said, boy, you better. I'm like, you better stop. He knows it scares me, right? He's like, why, my mom? Why can't I jump? I said, you hurt yourself.
Just as a man, you gotta. It's that sense of adventure that's innate in us. Let me see how far I can push this envelope. I really don't understand what Jay Prince is talking about at all. I really don't get it.
Right when you were
adventurous than his ass.
Right when you were saying Leaky, I was thinking about my grandson and how I have to catch him. He act like he getting ready to walk down some stairs. Just going right over to the rail, grabbing the rail, about to take the step. Boy, what are you doing? You can't go down the stairs. Like the sense of adventure and I'm just doing me is unreal in these kids. I mean, he really asserts himself. Let me say that. He's only one.
Good.
When he started walking, he was up and at him.
Oh yeah. Look, before, like I used to catch videos of him. Everybody had seen him when he first started walking. Even before he could walk, Leaky was trying to get out of that gate. Look, Leaky knew how to take the gates off. That's why we on the gates on the step. Before he turned one, he already knew how to take the gate down. So we had to teach him how to go up and down the steps, girl.
Yeah.
So we take people. See, because I don't just have a step going down. We have a step going up too, which is on the third floor. So we had two gates, but he would just go. He saw somebody put the gate up one time. He just went and pushed the button, the latch, and took it down. I'm like, God damn. So
that's what's gonna have to happen too. We're gonna have to teach him because his parents have stairs, and so do I.
Yeah.
So. But because he's willing to give it a try. I'm like, no, I can't send you home. You got to go home the same way you came over. You can't have no bumps and bruises.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to make sure the parents doing things the right way. So I got to make sure I'm taking care of business.
I know.
Yeah, I'm checking in with these kids. I remember how I was trying to raise, the first one. And they got each other, so it should be easier,
Yeah.
Like, okay.
My brother didn't know how to swim worth the damn. He would jump in the bayou because he wanted to be Aquaman.
Yeah.
Now, I'm the oldest. I'm only older by 2 years, but boy, get your ass out of that water, boy. Look, if I had to get in there and pull him. So my brother would have been in jail or dead, all kinds of shit if it wasn't for me. Like, I had cousins, they fighting, right? We go to skating rink. The whole bus of boys fighting the area that we went in, another group of boys, and I'm grabbing up all the boys, like, get on the bus, come on, let's get on the bus. Right? Ooh, Lord, it's almost like being Mama Bear. I've always been like Mama Bear, right?
Right, you don't want them fighting, getting hurt.
Yeah, but that's what boys do. Like, I didn't know this at the time, but they was happy to go to the skating ring just so they could fight at the end. It's almost like they getting off. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Music can explain why boys are cool with fighting. But back then there was no shooting, so they were fist fighting.
Well, again, it's that you know that testosterone level, especially when you're 17, 18, 19 years old. You got to prove yourself. You know, it's like your husband was saying earlier about the Spartans. You know, it's like that. It's that rite of passage into manhood. You know, it's like wanting to be that alpha male, or the big man on campus, or the man among men in the room. It's just in our nature to always want to, I won't say one up or conquer, but you know, to be warriors, so to speak.
Yeah,
it's just in our nature.
And see, isn't that what Priscilla was saying? And she was like, it's in your nature that, you know, to do this and do that. Ooh, anyway, but it's true. I do, like, I watch. I'm a girl, and you know, I like to do things, but I want to do things to survive. So I wasn't jumping off no rooftops.
Right.
No, not at all.
Yeah, dude. I was. I might ride a bike, do the skateboard, the skates, all that, but I ain't jumping on no. Even my sons, the skateboard thing where they will want to do rails and do flips.
Yeah,
and
that's my
be
younger
like Tony Hawk and shit.
Right.
Yep.
God,
you know, those extreme sports. You know, I again, no disrespect to the women, but you know, most of those extreme sports, you know, jumping out of airplanes, you know, that's what men did. Some of us did that for fun. You know, when I was in the Corps, I couldn't wait to rappel down the rappelling tower, because that was fun to me. Coming, you know, rappelling out a helicopter, that was fun. But after a while, I was like, yeah, I'm getting too old for this shit. Somebody else had this time. You know, you just got to know. Again, I'm not pointing fingers at Jay Prince, but you know, you get 5, 6, 7, 8 of these guys sitting around a panel all night. What else you think what you're gonna breed?
Right.
Niggas like that.
But you would have thought they was out having fun when they was younger, because now, you know, Jay Prince about to be 40 in like a year.
He just told on himself. He said he was always around women. He wasn't out having fun. He was he was always being chastised by his mama or his aunties that you never gonna be good enough.
Yeah. But yeah.
If you'd have been out playing with the boys instead of hanging out with the girls.
Yeah, because he didn't have to stay in the house with his aunties, right?
There it is.
Because even I wasn't around my mom that much. Like I was around my mom when I had to be like sleeping time and shit like that. But when it was daylight outside, shit, we was outside.
Right. All over the place.
All over the place. We knew we better be back when that street light come on.
Right. That's it. That's it. When the street light come on, you better be around where I can see you.
That's right.
That is it. And you can't, you know, besides going in and out, of course, that's a no-no, but as long as you're home.
Look, we had to figure out where we could use the bathroom, because we know y'all remember when they say you open the door and you let my air out.
Let my air out. I ain't trying to cool off. I ain't trying to cool off all of Charleston.
Right. Exactly.
Ma, just stepped out for a minute.
I know, look, the door just opened for like less than a minute.
It's a hot second. Hot second. Mom. Wasn't that long. I'm not that big. I'm not that tall, so it didn't take me long to come through that door. All right, don't make me call your daddy. I ain't worried about him. He won't be back till 2 weeks.
Man, my kids don't know. I should have taught them that shit, because I'm telling you, I could have the air on and they would be cold and open the window. Yeah, the electric bill was $1,000 like 3 months ago. Because, you know, I do have a cold in here, but I guess they was like, they didn't open the window in their room. When I walked in there, I was like, wait a minute, what, you got the window open? My air going right out the window? I'm like, yeah, it's cold. He acted like it wasn't nothing. Boy, I would have been dead doing some shit like that.
Yeah.
We couldn't even go to the bathroom. Look, we had to figure out like which one. Look, we got a whole day. It's me and a couple of friends, and we know we're gonna have to go in somebody's house a couple of times. So we're gonna go in your house and use the bathroom now. And the next time we're gonna go at my house. That way.
Let me ask you, could you go in and cook anytime you wanted to?
Go in what?
Go in the kitchen and just cook anytime you wanted to?
Oh, hell No. It's look, there's times to eat, right? You gonna
Right.
cook when breakfast time, then you gonna get your ass out that kitchen. And then lunchtime, maybe, right? Lunch, if there's some lunch, and then
Right.
dinner. Dinner is at a certain time. And guess what? If you miss dinner because your ass wanted to be outside playing,
That's right.
then you miss dinner.
You missed dinner.
Then you missed dinner. So you knew to be home, even though we had to be in by the street light. We know to go home around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
Dinner time. I got to go. You know, I grew up in a big family. I had 9 other siblings, so there was 10 of us in this house. You didn't want to fuck around and miss dinner time around here.
And I was just mentioning that when it comes to the breakdown of the family too, there's a lot of things we let go. And I tried to hold on to it, but I couldn't make them sit at the dinner table when hubby don't want to sit at the dinner table. Like I tried, y'all. But the dinner time was that's how the family gets. That's how you even know what your brothers and sisters are doing. You know what mom is doing, because mom is talking to dad, or or if dad not there, okay, you still mom get to see face to face, and she can tell if somebody look like they mad or hurt, sad or whatever.
Yeah.
But we barely lay our eyes on our kids, and by the time some of these people figure out what's going on with the kid, it's too late. The little girl in the room hung, and she didn't even know, the parent didn't even know she was being bullied at school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta take that time. Ours wasn't at the dinner table. We kind of flaked on that tradition too. But we had a commute together, me and both boys, all at the same time, going to school and coming back.
Oh, okay.
And so that was the time when we kind of had those same conversations, not as intimate as around the dinner table, which is what you described, which is what we did as when I was a kid.
Right.
But me and the boys did it a little differently. But yeah, you got to know what your kids are up to, and you got to be able to teach too. You know what I mean? Have those conversations to help them to know how to make decisions and that kind of thing. So
man, I was wide open. We didn't have the dinner table, but I would go in their room and sit on their bed and start asking them questions. And then I would play in their hair. And then we had movie night. We had not movie night. We looked at Supernatural together every week. I didn't never watch it without them. They never watched it without me. And all that changed when we moved here. So they was adults when we stopped doing that. So I'm good with that. So now their dad wasn't a part of it, but when they needed their dad, they would go to
he
him.
was there.
And man, sometimes I would be like, "You went to dad?" Because I'm always asking the question, but then I realized they was older. Now you're older, So they're supposed to go to dad.
Yeah.
Then right now that's who they go to. I'm not the person.
Thank God when that influence is there. I think you did a superb job explaining that on this panel that we're reviewing, how each parent has their part to contribute to the growth and development of a child. And when one of those parts is missing, there's a highly likely chance that there's going to be some deficits in the child. That's just what it is. Now, to what extent is different for everybody.
That's right, because a woman could, you could step in certain things. Like for instance, I had both my parents, so I was there. My dad, while he was trying to teach my brother, I was right there. Remember, I mentioned they called me a tomboy.
Yeah,
I wanted to be out there fishing with my dad. I wanted to be out there. I wanted to cut the grass. My dad would not let my husband is just like my dad. I didn't know it when I married him. But essentially, he is.
That before.
Yeah, essentially, he's my dad. Hubby didn't want me to work. Hubby didn't want me to cut grass. And I used to do just like what I did with my dad to my husband. He'd say, "No, I'm going to cut the grass." And then the next day, by the time he come home from work, I was already outside cutting the grass. And then what I didn't know, though, I didn't know the neighbors would be watching and would blame him, make it seem like he didn't want to cut the grass.
Oh, yeah. Which it ain't none of their damn business.
Right.
But still,
they would make it seem like he not being the man and I'm the man. And I'm like, no, I wanted to cut the grass. So he did explain, hey, that don't look good. But I didn't learn that until much later that sometimes what the men are saying, there's a reason. And now if they would explain it, which y'all can see my husband don't like to explain nothing to me. And by the way, it's been that our whole marriage. He do not like to explain things. We can have a conversation, but if I don't understand it, I'm asking for he would, when I say, hey babe, show me how to do this, he would just take it from me, do it, and give it back. And I'm like,
Yeah.
And so now I always have to bring it to him to do it. And then sometimes he might not feel like doing it. He got attitude. And then now here, guess what comes out my mouth? But I've been like you to show me how to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's the type who, instead of showing me, I'm like, take me show me how to do it. But no, he takes it from me, do it, and then he give it back to me. I understand it. I understand now, but man, it was frustrating. And y'all saw, I'm not sure if you was here when you heard me and him going back and forth about the
Yeah, I've been here all day.
Oh,
for the
okay.
most part.
So
Doing
what you
all
think
kind
about
of stuff. I done been to the store, I done washed clothes, I done
what y'all think about when I asked him a question and then he threw two things at me and I was like, oh, I'm like, what? I didn't understand it. But that's how we have conversations sometimes.
I think it was a great example of how men and women sometimes communicate
exactly
differently.
Because
Just
and see,
different.
It is different, and that is. I like that you said that because that is true, right?
Yeah.
I asked the question, and I was just looking for that, but yeah, he'll go more into it, and then but sometimes it leave me confused. You know what I mean? I'm like, and then I asked, and then he repeated. To me, it felt like he just repeats the same thing over again. But yeah, y'all, and nothing wrong with that. Like that little argument that you saw, that wasn't really an argument. That was us talking and lack of understanding on my side and his side, right? I felt like we wasn't really understanding each other.
And it happens in relationships, you know what I mean? You don't mean it's time to pack it up. Oh
That's
no.
right.
He raised his voice. Let me get to or he challenged me. Oh my gosh, because that's gonna happen. You both people.
Yes.
And you're gonna have different ideas and perspectives that you're passionate about. There's nothing wrong with having the conversation as long as you just keep it about the conversation.
And remember, I told y'all when he don't raise his voice out, like I'm making sure I'm not raising my voice at him. But I do talk the way I talk, right? So and then when he don't want to argue or talk about it, he just shut down. And if I was mad, because I wasn't, right? We were just talking. But if I was mad, I'd do the same thing. I shut down. We kind of just shut down, and then we just forget it. Like it wasn't important, unless it's something important that we got to get down to the bottom. Then we might have to push each other. But other than that, we realized what we were talking about wasn't important at all. So remember when I asked him to do something after, I think somebody wanted to know something about something, he was like, maybe later. Look, we much older, but yeah, that's the relationship. So and I've always said, we're not in no perfect way. Every day we smiling each other's face, hold hands, always agreeing. He always agree with me, I always agree with him. No, we two different people.
Yeah. It's just how you handle it is all.
That's right.
That makes or break the whole situation.
Yes. Because I could have been yelling, he could have been cussing, he could have been like, shut the fuck up and listen what I'm saying. I could have been like, no, you shut the fuck up. That would have been ridiculous.
Or taking digs about something that don't have nothing to do with the situation.
Right.
Using that as an opportunity to strike about something totally unrelated.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I thank God for having matured to be this ripe old age, because I'm able to look back and I have a good amount of, time to look back over, having been here 5 decades, right?
I know that's right.
And it's like you can see things so much more clearly from this side of the mountain.
Yes.
The second part of your life side of the mountain. I'm looking back like, oh, check. Okay, I see where I missed it right there. Oh, okay. I see that right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so clear to us now, huh?
Yeah.
Because when I was younger and we was married, I would call my mom mad. And you know what used to make me mad? Is that she would be so calm. She'd be like,
you wanted
that
to
don't even,
rah with you.
yeah, she would be like, she said, that don't even really matter. I'll be like, what? She was like, oh, y'all get over that. No, that is that important. And to me at the time, because remember we younger, everything mattered.
Yeah.
Right? Because you want to win the argument. You want to be right. Or at least let's get the, but my mom was like, what is that gonna hurt anything? What are you talking about? And I used to be like, Mom, what? I would hang up with her. And now here I am almost just like her. Because everything is in the picture is so clear.
Yeah. Approach things from a whole totally different, with a different vantage point, and the outcome is so much better.
Yes.
Even if it's not the outcome I wanted, it's so much better than, stressing myself out over things I can't control, or, being, unwilling to see things through somebody else's eyes, and compromising, and all the things that just make relationships able to continue. When you look from this side, it's like, man. But anyway.
What about you, Mr. Good.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that's the piece that our youth don't quite get when we're speaking from that perspective. We see where you're coming to and can guide that if you let us.
And what about you, Mr. Music? What you were thinking?
I think with age comes wisdom. I look back on, of course, on relationships that I had back then, and I've learned one thing, that in the argument, you right, end of it.
I know you men be tripping.
It is, but right, you're right.
I'll be like, okay, you got it, you got it.
Right. Sometimes it's not, even though you're right, it's not bad to, like Judge said, keep you. The worst thing that you could have in your house is an unhappy woman, because everybody got to walk on eggshells. So it's just easy to say, you know what, baby, you're right, even though she knew, she's not. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm not right. I'm not going to argue with you on that. You're right. You're right. And she might come back later on and say, I was looking at that argument that we had, and I wasn't right. You was just telling me that so you could shut me up. You're right.
Yep, I've done that too. Like I've had to go say, hey, babe, and I hope you don't know I was just talking. If it sounded like we were arguing, we wasn't, and I apologize to him in case. But he knows.
Right.
But nothing wrong with me going and ensuring that he knows,
That absolutely
nothing at all.
Right. We appreciate that. We actually do. Right? That shows that, okay, well, she is willing to compromise from time to time. There's nothing, and this goes on both sides. I'm sure there's nothing worse than someone that will not compromise with you on anything. There's no worse individual I can figure to be around than that.
Yeah, I love that man to death. So listen, I might get my little temper. I haven't had a temper tantrum in a while, but in 2 years. But I am a woman, and but yeah, I love him. So if I have to go and apologize, even if I think I'm right, still,
yeah,
I don't mind being like, I'm
there's
sorry,
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You value your relationship. You're trying to keep it. Hell.
Yeah.
So, like, bottom line,
you
want to make sure your people are okay.
You got to ask yourself sometimes what's more important to you, the relationship that you're in, or you being right. Which one is more important?
That's right.
I see it. What it is. I mean, if you like, Baum, how long you, Mr. Baum, been married now?
33.
I'm sure not. I'm sure not. Right. I'm sure not every day was sunshine, was it?
Oh no, one sunshine, but
right. And I think that's the false narrative that some people have think with marriage, that every day is going to be, we're going to be in this loving relationship. We're never going to fight. We're never going to argue. We're never going to disagree. That's bullshit.
Right. And the reason I bring it up, because like Jay Prince, remember, like you just said it, happy wife, happy life. Like that's the same the men have been using. But it's not always the man letting his guard down, always giving her way. No, we women, if we love him, we go and apologize too. We go and make it right.
That's
too.
right. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I want them to be okay. I want them to know that it's all good. Like, look, we good.
Yeah.
We good. Right.
And my bad.
I know I was mad at you 5 minutes ago, but we good now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes nothing wrong with that either. Like saying, hey, if I sounded like I was mad, I apologize.
To me, keeps you sharp. It keeps you on point. It's not good to be wrong about everything. Just as well, it's not good to be right about everything. Nobody is.
That is a fact. Okay. In fact, with him though, I'm far from always right, because the information that I be sharing in a lot of topics come from him. He and I talking about it. I ask him, or I'm listening to him talk to other men or other groups, and then I retain that information because he's the reader. He's the reader, right? He reads the newspaper, he reads books and magazines, and I'm not. So therefore, when I'm stern about what I'm saying is right, I believe him because I trust him. I'll be like, well, this is what my husband said, so it's right. So here we go. And here go the information, y'all. I'll be like, you dummy. I know what I'm saying is right.
I got proof. I got a walking encyclopedia around my house. I know I'm right.
Right. Okay, here we go, y'all. We finished playing some of this.
The other thing is a lot of what we do that's crazy amongst ourselves is suicide. It's suicide by drugs, suicide by cops, suicide by neighbor. You don't think much of yourself, so you want to go. And the other thing, too, is our problem is not limited to us. There was a very drop-dead gorgeous young blonde billionaire, and her father asked me to talk to her. And she said, Judge Joe, why can't I find an eligible bachelor? I said, well, keep talking to me. What's the problem? She said, am I ugly? She looked like a movie star. She said, I'm not broke. I said, I know, you're a billionaire. She said, and I'm only 25 and I'm got my PhD as soon as my dissertation gets approved. I said, you're brilliant, you're rich, and you're smart. I said, what's your problem? Daddy said I should talk to you. I know, he asked me to talk with you. Well, why can't I find an eligible bachelor? I said, come on. He said, but all of these boys out there, it's like they know more about my shoes than I do, more about my purses than I do. They know more about my underwear than I do. And it ain't like they're taking my panties off. They don't know how to do it. And I said, keep going. She said, why they like my friend girls with dicks? What is the deal here? So why don't they man the hell up? I don't want one of these little soft things. Her daddy was a former pro football player and also a businessman. So she's going,
I don't know if I believe this story. But it certainly is driving home a very strong point.
Exactly.
Whether it's true or false is not really that important.
It's right. Absolutely. Because you see how uncomfortable it's making Jay Prince? This nigga talking about me. He sneak dissing me. That's what he doing. He sneak dissing.
Let me take some medicine. Damn, y'all. I was gonna say, look, the messaging in this. Woo, but he said, why they want the men with the dicks.
I'm like, nah, I ain't buying it. You making that one up, Judge.
Yeah.
Jay Prince, though, is the one who brought up the girly girl, the feminine thing, right?
Right, he did.
Right.
Totally.
Because I'll do something like that. I'll bring up a story that might not be true, but it's driving in my point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because sometimes, especially when you want to be nice with the person. Because I don't know, I feel sorry for Jay Prince. I feel sorry. I still don't know what it is, but it's almost like it's not just me. As you see, Judge Joe Brown is also walking around eggshells in order to give him the message that he needs, right?
Right. And
Yeah.
you try to give these fellas grace, but sooner or later you're just gonna have to hit them over the head with the rock.
Judge Brown had been talking around and giving examples of the football and all that this whole time. But I bet you if it was his son, he would like, get your goddamn man. It would have been more direct.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He's trying to put Jay Prince in the presence of what he sees. Okay, Judge Joe Brown says, I'm looking at a man. So I'm gonna try and treat you as a man, but the more you talk, Jay Prince, the more you talk, the angrier I'm getting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man. Because, remember on the show, on Judge Joe Brown court show, he would be direct. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sometimes sometimes I thought he was just overdoing it, like he already accused this man of probably got many baby mamas. Because, which he ended up having, that's true. Like the guy would be like, yeah, well, I got 3. He would be like, yeah, but you shouldn't be doing this, and you're not taking care of your kids. Like he was direct. Now, I used to didn't like it so much, only because, you know how they say the truth hurts. But sometimes I felt like when Black people are exposing something, sometimes it's nothing wrong with exposing, but why are you doing it on national TV? So sometimes I felt like he was saying things that he could have kept to himself.
Right.
But at the same time, if the men are doing it, if the women are doing it, then maybe if you're doing it, then I guess it's already exposed.
Right.
Right.
It's already out there.
Yeah.
You're just putting it out there in the open. Okay, you want to walk around like I'll try to do my Judge Joe Brown impression. So you want to walk around like a thug, acting like a thug, beating on your mama, and then you want to come up in my courtroom. Here, I'm the boss. So you're gonna do what I say to do, or we're gonna lock you up, or we're gonna find you or do something. So sometimes you just have to be stern with individuals.
Right. I did notice. So me being younger, listening, because I was in my 20s, 30s. I think when he started his show, probably in my 20s. I thought it was too much, but now looking back, like with the rest of my life, I see that's how you have men talk to men. He didn't really talk to the women as stern as he did the men.
Right.
Yeah. So I get it now. And, I ended up telling him that kind of later, but I appreciate him. He showed a different side of a Black man, which is good, right? Seeing a Black man. We had 2 of them on TV as judges. Where our children, our sons can see them and hope, maybe they want to one day be like them. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go, y'all.
And looks like I know what my daddy's about. Why are these boys so much like my friend girls? I said, that's because they're taught. So when I broke it down, she says, oh, the problem then is because my mama, her friend girls, my grandmamas and my aunts and their friend girls are teaching these boys how to stay boys. I said, yeah, basically.
Yes. But I don't think we're doing it intentionally. We're doing it because there's no man. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me tell you where the problem comes in. I got raised, and I like my father better than I did my mother, to tell you the truth. I like my mother, but my father was cool. He was a war hero, and I saw him knock out a burglar, in front of me, and I was most impressed. Now, Here's what happened. When I hung around with Dad and his brother and his homeboys and the barber shop, they would talk about how immature, juvenile, and foolish women were. They were emotional creatures and you had to protect them. And when they went off, oh, just indulge them. They don't even know what the hell they're doing. Meanwhile, when I'm with my mama and I'm with her relatives and friend girls, they had all this bad stuff to say about men. But since I'm around men, I adopted their side. So I looked at what I was looking at the way I did. If the boy doesn't have a man around, all he's hearing is a negative about himself. Girl, you know, them men ain't nothing. Yeah, honey, they dogs. They just after one thing. Girl, they ain't worth a damn. Use them the way you can. And see, after a while, you get to thinking negatively. Now, this wasn't even black folk involved. It was some white friends of my last ex-wife. And we went on a trip. It was to the mountains. And one of her friend girls said, will you take my nephew with us? I said, okay, sure. So he's sitting in the car, and what we had decided to do when we got to this destination and there was a problem parking, we said, tell you what, ladies, we're going to drop you off here and leave one of these vans here. We're going to take the next several vans and find parking spaces, and we'll just hike back, the guys. And then when we come out, we can get in the van and go, oh no, well, you can find a space if you just work. So the kid says, you need to listen to the women. See, you stupid. You're sitting there doing it, you're going to find it ain't going to work. So we said, look, young guy, I tell you what, about 5 minutes, at least one of these women is going to come back and they're going to say this. You know, come to think of it, maybe you should park this one vehicle here because you're just sitting here waiting for a space to open up. If you get one, park it, and the rest of you can go park someplace and walk back. When we get out of here, we can pile into one van, go pick the rest of them up, come back and load up. That's what they're going to say. Not 5 minutes later, one of the women said, you know, you ought to said that's what we said. He said, how did you know they're going to say that? I said, son, they're women. That's the way they work. They go off the first thing that comes to their mouth, not what they want.
As long as you let them think it's their idea.
Yeah. He's not lying, though. You know, we women, let me speak for myself, right? I am looking for the parking spot. So we go to the mall and hubby driving up and down the lane. He wants to drop me off. He don't even go up and down the lane. He want to drop me off and he gonna go park. And I'll be like, Mom, just go up and down. We'll find something. And we going up and down, right? And then eventually we going up and down, stopping and shit. And I'll be like, okay. I'll be like, yeah, you go find a parking spot. You gonna let me out back? And then he'll go. Cause see, I'm tired of waiting now.
Right. Drop me off. I'll go find a parking spot and come on back. You right. I should do that, huh?
All right. What about you? What about you, Dr. Z? You ever had any experience like that?
Yeah. For sure.
Because we think we're, you know, we try to be logical, we trying to be safe, we like, yeah, somebody gonna come out. But just because somebody come out don't mean we gonna get that spot, because there's other people driving up and down too trying to get the parking. Right. Now, when I'm by myself, I will wait because I don't want to walk that far to get to the car. Because I have a bad memory, y'all. I've been lost in my fucking car. I've done it so many times to where I got to pay attention to what store I park this. That's why I always park on the side of the food court. And if I end up in another lane way past, it might take me a while to find the car. So with hubby though, he always, no matter what store we're going to, he pulls right up so I can get out. And I'm always like, nah, it's okay.
And see, that's called we've learned that, okay, I made a mistake one time. I parked the car, and I'm just in general, just general speaking. Parked the car one time, and me and my lady, we had to walk a nice little distance. Boy, that was the longest walk I ever had in my. But because she didn't want to walk that far, so you know what I did from now on, baby? I'm gonna drop you off at the front door. We're gonna find someplace to park. Because I don't want to go through that again. Go through what? That verbal tongue lashing I got all the way from the car to here. I don't want to go through that anymore.
Like you parked too far away. My legs hurt.
Right. My legs hurt. I got on heels. Okay. So you learn by it's. I guess when your relationship, maybe this is a bad way to say it, but it's a war of attrition. Sometimes you just have to pick and choose the right battles. It is what it is.
Oh man. Y'all know I have these short legs. My hubby is tall. I'm short. And then I kind of walk with a wild. I guess I walk with these small steps, and I be having on them goddamn tall ass heels. You're right. And then, man, even though we walking, I want to be cute and shit. My feet start hurting. I'd be like, oh God damn.
I told you to bring your other shoes, right? But oh no, you want to be cute. Get cute your ass on up there. You want to be cute.
Yeah. Hubby would tell me, you sure you want to wear those? I'm like, yeah, shit, these are my sexy boots. By the time before we get to the door to the mall, my feet already hurt. I need to sit down. I'm rethinking, why did I wear these goddamn sexy boots?
Okay. all the way back home, you say, hey, babe, my feet hurt. You gonna rub my feet? I told you not to wear them.
We walking through the mall, and I'm holding on to him, wobbling, looking like a fool because the goddamn feet hurt. Yeah, and you men, but he be right most of the time. But I don't know what it is about us and looks when it comes to women. But yeah, I done bought some sexy ass shoes, baby, and I want to wear them especially when we going out. Right? We going to the mall, we going to the movies. He be talking about put on the t-shirt and your sneakers, you good? I'm like, what?
You're dressing up to go to the mall. You got to put on heels to go to the mall.
Yeah, that's like, to me, I guess from when I was younger, the mall was where you go. That's where you go, you get dressed up and you meet men.
It's an outing,
Yeah, that's an outing for us. We're gonna walk through all that mall, walk from store to store. We ain't even got no money like that, right? We would go to the mall. We have just enough money to get the food in the food court and shit. But we gonna go into this and that and that and that and just have a nice little walk.
Right. That's what
Probably don't like the mall.
Me either, because I don't like all that walking because y'all want to go in every store. They sell hammers in here. What you want to go in there for?
I know.
What for? I just want to see what kind of hammers they got. They hit nails. That's about it. That's all they really do. We don't need to go in. Right.
I ain't never seen this store before. Let's go see what's in there. And he it says hammers. I'm like, but it might have more than hammers in there. Let's go see.
No, it says hammers are us. That's all they got in there. Hammers.
Well, I might be looking for one with a pink handle.
It might have a different one, guy.
Right. No, see, that's what the problem. And there lies the problem.
Yeah, man. The things. Look, we women, some of us understand the things that we do. But the men who love us and appreciate us, they put up with it. Yeah.
It is hilarious sometimes. It's like you said, she said I might want a pink hammer. Okay, when you get the pink hammer, what you gonna do with it?
Oh, I got some pictures I gotta hang.
Well, if that's the case, why you called me last week and had me up on that chair hanging them pictures up?
He said, you don't need that pink hammer because you have him using the hammer anyway.
I'm not gonna be using no pink handle hammer, okay?
Gotcha. Thanks, Bob. Bob, I almost missed it. Thank you, sis. I was just here saying, huh?
You about to call you about to call Jay over. You about to call somebody over. Hey, I got some pictures that I need hung. Can you come on over?
Right.
You jump in your feminine, rest in your femininity while he up there putting them pictures up.
she
with
gonna
my
have
pink
on her
hat,
nice
with my
outfit.
pink hammer.
That's right. Look, she gonna be over there twirling that pink camera. He ain't gonna want to touch it though. You know, the men ain't gonna touch that pink camera.
No, I don't. Right. I don't pick up. I don't hand women purses. No, I don't. Baby, hand me my purse, not me.
I know my husband used to do that.
Right. Could you go get my purse for me? No.
Yeah, look, my husband wouldn't touch my purse.
No. Sure
He
not.
would not do
Sure
that.
not.
Today is a little different.
No.
He'll grab it. We all got older. But back then, I'll be like, well, I'm gonna grab this here, babe. I'm grabbing the baby and the back. You grab the purse for me and that stuff. And he'd be like, here goes your purse. I'll grab the baby.
I'll get the baby. Right. I'll get the baby. Ain't nobody gonna walk by and catch me holding no purse.
That's what like, no.
For no amount of time. Nothing.
Oh man. And I used to be like, damn, it's just a purse. Right. You're like, here you go. I grab I got the baby. I'm like, damn, okay.
Yeah,
he wasn't touching that purse. And you know what else?
Go ahead.
When
you buy a diaper bag.
Go ahead.
Let's try it again. You get a diaper bag, make sure it look like a diaper bag, not a purse, because I'm not carrying that either.
I remember going to the store, and I am a shopper who goes aisle to aisle. Like I go to aisle to aisle. And if I'm going down the aisle with the feminine product, he ain't come. He stopped.
Not me either. Nope. Don't send me to the store for that. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I know what you mean. I'm happy you need one this month, but I'm not going to go get it.
That's how he was. He was like, "Oh no, what you need?" I'd be like, "Babe, I need."
No, I don't go to the store buy unmentionables. No. What you mean? No, I don't do that. Well, Victoria's Secret's got a whole. Okay, well, we can walk it. You can walk into Victoria's Secrets. I'll stand at the door. Go ahead and get what you want. Yep. I trust you.
Yeah, he'll never walk in. I never noticed that until you just said it. You're right. He never walked in Victoria's Secret. I thought he would have liked, because that's where the sexy garments at. He could choose. But no, he would stand out there.
That's right. Right out the door. Right at the door. Ain't going in there. Not gonna catch me in there. Yeah, I'm gonna be walking around touching on frilly things. Next thing you know, the police call. Nah.
Not frilly things.
Right.
Oh man. And here I am for his birthday or Christmas. I'm all in the hardware store, all in the, acting like I might be knowing what I'm buying. I done bought him camping things, fishing things, this and that and that. And he wouldn't go in and get me something out of, I used to love Frederick's at Hollywood. That was way better than Victoria's Secrets to me. It was a little more slutty,
a little more risky, a little bit more risky.
Yeah, a little more risky, yes.
Yeah.
That was my favorite store, baby. Oh, Lord. They're gone now. I don't think they exist no more.
They're only online.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
They're online now. Yeah.
Ooh, I used to love Frederick's at Hollywood. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Victoria's Secret, that's why I never liked them, because I'm like, okay, what the hell is this? This look like for high schoolers or college girls. I'm like, shit, I'm a grown woman.
It ain't no secret no more. Everybody wearing it. That ain't no secret. Everybody got that. I seen that on page 27 of the catalog last year. That ain't no secret.
Okay, let me press play. Ooh, Lord.
Initially, so they're going to oppose it, but eventually the logic that'll be attended on the situation will dawn on them. But how did you know? It's a man thing, son. And see, wow. And then by the time we got through with him, it was like 4 days all of us were up here at this resort. And by the time you start, how do you guys know what these women are going to do? We just do. But you said, see, your aunt says you need some training because you've been getting nothing but a negative from your man-hating mama. And she's been filling your head with what's wrong with you. Now you're hearing it from a different perspective and you're seeing something you never knew existed. Say, nothing's wrong with you. You're just getting told this by a woman, and you have to contain it inside this bottle that says the age-old war of the sexes. Men and women have been trying to get an upper hand on each other for a long, long time. It's just natural. So there is the natural, and then there is the part that's not so natural, where it turns into a pathological hatred for the opposite sex.
You see what he's telling you? He's telling you got to get over that hatred.
Right, you got to get over that, brother. And not only now you hear Judge Brown telling you that, so this is the time for you to pay attention. I see you. I'm looking at you right now, so it looks like you're listening to what the judge is telling you. You got to get over that idea of thinking that that woman that gave you that idea that you aren't that you aren't a man. I can't even use it in the correct sentence because it don't make sense to me. Feminine.
That's my first time hearing him say that. And
Right.
then he went over there with Priscilla the next day and repeated it again.
Right.
So he didn't. So Judge O'Brien didn't really educate him on nothing because
he's missing he's missing that part that, like Judge Joe Brown was saying, that someone should have took him to the side and say, listen, okay, I don't want to say this about your mama, or I don't want to say this about your auntie, but they got some vitriol. So I'm gonna need to let you know that not all women think this way.
right. I told him that. You know, I've been up there and I'm like, hey, I think I'm
We
gonna say
told
it
him that. I told him that when he was on your panel that one time, and I came up. I said, you're speaking about a very small segment of the population. Remember, we started looking at stats, and Cyber went on there and pulled some bogus ass stats.
Oh yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, I remember. You sure right. Our PhD will be over there telling them Hank, a lot of them. And these are the people with the education. You could tell they have, some knowledge about themselves. But he'll rather listen to the booty licking, the men who got the booty lick, the ones who agree with him.
Wow.
So yeah, but I think it's almost like the narrative. I get where you have experience. You have an experience that maybe the women didn't do, maybe a little bit, because I can see what some women. I've never been around women who just talk about their person's dad, but I have seen it on TV, right? And so I'm not doubting that it hasn't happened, but I can't. Is all the women doing it in his area?
Right.
I never told my sons you're gonna be like your dad. Not like in the nasty way, but anything I'd be like,
and not mean it as a bad thing.
Right. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like,
boy, you look just like your daddy. Thank you.
And not mean that as a bad thing either. I want to pick attractive like I pick attractive men.
That's right.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
who the hell's else I'm supposed to look like? That is my daddy, ain't it?
Yeah,
right.
No, that's right. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So, but yeah, and maybe maybe he remind her of the dad, and she said it, but he took it negative. I don't know. Maybe he the one who don't like the way his daddy look, or like the way he look. I have one son who look like his dad, and one son you could tell he look like me. Right. So yeah, but I ain't never told him that. I never said you look like your daddy. Get away from me. Even if I was mad at my husband, why would I be mad at my son?
Right. To me, as a man, I can't think of a more greater compliment than somebody walking to me and say, "Boy, you remind me of your daddy."
Right.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of a greater compliment.
And that's the problem with these guys. They don't have that same, sentiment about it.
Right.
Yes. Because they may not. They don't like
see
the way
their
they
fathers
look
that way.
Yeah.
Or they don't have a relationship that it would entail to be proud to look like your dad.
Right.
Right. Now that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So let's see what he got to say now.
And then you get the clowns, that don't have to learn the most difficult thing for an adult to learn. You know what that is? Not along with the opposite sex. So that's the hardest thing you have to deal with as a grown person. But you see, if you reject that and you say, I can get my sexual thrill, whatever, with somebody the same sex, the person already knows how to do that. They grew up from day one relating to being friend girls with, male friends with opposite sex. They don't have anything to learn. They don't have to deal with boys and girls 101A. and the whole thing goes to hell, and they get told it's not necessary and something's wrong with you. But you see, when there's no father around, the only person around is the woman, the mother. And if all this boy is one-sided propaganda for his entire life, and he gets told he's a dog, he's the N-word, he's worthless, then he grows up to fulfill the prophecy.
And believe it.
And believe it. And it's sick. And by
Like
the
you,
way,
Jay Prince.
girls don't grow up too well when there's this mama either.
Right. They be saying act just like her.
If there's a daddy around, they go up and they pat him on the cheek. Daddy, Susan and I, or Tamika and I, we're going to the mall. Can I have $50? Baby, I just gave you 20 the other day. Daddy, please. Oh, here, girl, here's 100. Now, don't bother me anymore. You hear? Don't bother me. Thank you, Daddy. Now, see, when she grows up, she knows how to handle a man. No daddy around. She's a fool. She puts hand on him. Let me tell you what I'm going to make you do.
Right.
Really?
And
it's going to happen.
And
I'm out of here. Where you going? Because you damn fool enough to say you going to make me do something. That's not going to happen.
So, Judge, so what you think about this, right? Like, when Bomb Cherry said it wasn't done intentionally, I disagree with this, and this is why I blame us men for not holding women accountable. Because even though this stuff been going on for the past 60 to 70 years, so you had enough chances to see after women were raising these boys and they seen the outcome of these boys. Instead of correcting it, y'all kept it going, and it's still happening. It's still going till this day. I think with black boys, our brains that was raised by our mothers is almost like swapping out the motors. But the problem is you didn't swap the motors and gave us a better motor. You gave us a generic reduced 350 motor. You know, you swapped our brains out, and so you want this Chevy. We start off as a Chevy Corvette. We had a Chevy Corvette motor, but you took the Chevy Corvette motor out and put a damn Chevy Corsica motor in there and expect it to operate the same way like a Chevy Corvette. And I believe that's how you. That's the.
I wanted to stop him and cuss his ass out.
Yeah. Okay, Jay Prince. Good God.
You sound ridiculous. Somebody done swapped your damn brain, nigga. Somebody sound like somebody done swapped your brain, all right.
Ridiculous, because it's not. If you don't put gas in the car, JP, in this case, if you don't put the right information in your brain housing group, it will not run correctly.
Right.
It's the same. JP, what do you mean? If you don't put gas in the car, is it gonna run?
Nope. Gonna run out of gas.
Right. So no matter what size engine it is, if you don't have the necessary tools to make it run, all you got is what? Is an engine.
That's right. I was like thinking to myself, why in the hell? And you know, I was being patient, right? I didn't want to interrupt, but at that moment when he started talking about goddamn engines in the head, I wanted to say, what the fuck? But I didn't.
Somebody should have reached through the internet and slapped the fire out of him.
Here we go, y'all.
The black men of today that was raised by women, our motor has been changed. It's real dangerous for us not to hold women accountable, because if we don't sit up there and place the blame on the women, they're going to continue, and they're not going to see and recognize that the community in these black men is operating the way they are operating because women not being held accountable and not.
Well,
ma'am.
What I wanted to say, first of all, you're saying something that only you feel, Jay Prince, because they got a lot of men with stepfathers who they think were way better than their father, and they came out great. Lots of stepfathers been helping to raise children.
But that's teaching, that, you know what that's doing? They're teaching black men that they can be replaced. If we always want to replace what God created. God didn't.
Yeah, it's like, good God Almighty, did I just have to wipe my face in this bullshit that just splattered on me by this man's mouth? You're kidding.
You know, if he was on his TV show, he would.
Yeah. Bailiff.
Wow.
Right, bailiff. Yeah, come
Wow.
get him. Come get him. Just go ahead. Lock him up. Lock his ass up for being dumb.
You want women to be accountable, and then you don't want stepdads because stepdads won't make the woman be accountable. Like what? Okay, here we go, y'all.
Great, no damn stepfather. God made a man, a woman, then children. Nothing in that unity, nothing in that Trinity says nothing about a stepfather. Point blank, period.
The stepfather is the man.
The stepfather was to benefit you. Of course, it could be a billion men that could become a better father than your daddy, than my daddy, than probably Judge daddy. It's always another man better than the next. The problem is how women view things. They view things to benefit. They don't view things. And let's be very clear. Yeah, that stepfather could teach him all kinds of new tricks, right? But he's still not that boy's father. He will never have the bond with that stepfather like he would his biological father. Black women.
That's bullshit.
Let me finish real quick. This real quick, Bomb Cherry. Black women got so accustomed of giving us artificial stuff. Y'all gave us an artificial God, which is Jesus. Y'all projected this stuff on how y'all truly felt, and y'all projected this stuff, and y'all forced us to believe that we need a stepfather more than our father. And it's not, I don't believe millions of black men or millions of men say, I don't want to be in my child's life. It's something with the women that y'all do not want to self-reflect on. Y'all do not want to take blame. All of these men just abandon their kids. That's absolutely absurd. The problem is you are the one in control of sex. You are the one in control of who is ejaculating you, and you are the one that's in control of who you give babies to. And you do not go pick a better father. You got one job, and your job is to pick a better father for us. And y'all chose all of the wrong fathers. Now you want to play victim.
I don't think women are playing victim. They have taken their responsibility by having the children and raising them.
The mothers didn't raise us. We live with our mothers. The government didn't. Nobody. The streets raised us. The government took care of us. The mama was just there.
Okay. I mean, listen. I can't speak on your childhood, but you can't speak on majority of other people's childhood neither. Right? Because my dad was there.
But okay, Bomb Cherry. On one breath, and then the judge might say something on this. If we admit that women need to be led, right? Women needs to be led by a man, and the way society handles women, right? They handle women like they are a child, meaning that you don't get held responsible like an adult. People is always coming to rescue you, and because I was always told, grown mean you get your own. Grown, you are responsible and you are accountable for all your grown decisions. So they treat women like they are children. So if women need to be led by a man because mentally they immature, mentally they are children, why in the hell would you give kids to a woman who do not operate or do not get treated like an adult in real life, who get treated like a child, and you gonna give the children to just because she's grown, yes, but mentally she a child. The only thing that woman could produce from that situation is produce her kids to become grown children. And now that we become grown, us black boys become grown men, and you complain about that we act like a child, maybe because we was raised by a woman who act like a child.
Now that is a problem. You see, we don't teach children to grow up. We overprotect them.
Mama Bear.
Well,
Mom, could you pause that for a minute?
Yeah.
Now, again, I of course, I'm sure the judge is much more educated than I, but in this case, I think a lot of what this protection that you black women put us under sometimes, it comes from, again, maybe slavery, maybe it comes from Jim Crow, maybe it comes from the Casual Killing Act. Maybe it comes from all those things. Maybe it comes from we as mothers, black fathers have to teach our children how to handle the police.
That's right.
Unlike what Jay Prince is missing is he act like there are no such thing as white stepfathers.
Right.
That the only place that exists is in our neighborhoods. Yes, there are white stepfathers, Jay Prince.
Right.
And again, the word step should mean something to you. That means that another man stepped into the position to either raise your child or help raise your child, because either you were under the ability incapacitated to, maybe because you died, or maybe because you don't want to be with the mother, and you decided that, you know what, since I ain't with the mama, I ain't got shit to do with the child.
Right.
You're talking about holding the women accountable. First of all, you need to hold your own self accountable. You have to ask yourself, what made the women that I was with, that I had these children with, decide that I wasn't the right fit for her?
See, he speaks like he's not a father of three
daughters,
children that's
right,
by different women.
Yes. So what is it about me that's one, and these three failed relationship, that's one common denominator, JP? You.
That's right. Because the women are different, right? So, and then when I explained that to them, I'm like, they're like, yeah, these women. I was like, no, the men are the ones. You got a couple of kids over there, a couple of kids over there, and I'm like, and that woman may only have one. The other one may have two or three, and some of them may, you know what I mean? So, but the common denominator is the man.
It's you, right? So I hate to say this, JP, but garbage in, garbage out. If you so-call yourself don't want to be around that type woman, you put yourself around that type woman.
And then as soon as we said that to him, what he told us, no, I like those type of women.
What the hell? What do you expect someone to do? The same way you say that women remove themselves from the protection grid, we shouldn't protect them. It goes the same thing for you, Jay French. You decided that this is the kind of woman that you want to deal with, so you can't be mad. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
In elementary school, 8, 9 years old, we'd get our bikes in the morning in the summer, and we were gone. We knew to be back when the lights went on, street lights went on. We got into problems, but we developed sense, so we knew what we could get away with and not. We learned to be enterprising and independent, self-sustaining, so we could deal with stuff. Nowadays, the children don't get any practice with that because mama's hovering over them to protect them from all the perverts out there as she sees it, or else she's passing them off to the grandparents because she wants to go party and she thinks she's entitled to a life. Now, all of that may be, but you have to take charge. You have to say, I am going to do what I'm supposed to do, and if she's like that, then fine. She can deal with this, but how do I get her to do stuff? You need to learn how. Boys and Girls 101A. The male aspect goes this way. Bill Withers, singer, one that came up with Lean on Me When You Need a Hand. He had another song. He said, my friends keep telling me that you're using me. He said, but if it feels this good getting used, keep on using me till you use me up. And in other words, if it is done the right way, it's done the right way. If you want to get laid, you need to learn how to seduce a woman. I listen to young guys and they don't know how to seduce a woman. They aren't even close. I'm listening, damn. How many times have you had sex in your life? How many women? And they tell me, say, son, damn. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, I know you impressed her. No, I feel bad for you. We used to have more sex in 1 week than you had in your whole life, and you're in your mid-30s. Talking about what's going on here. What is the matter? What's your problem? And looky here. This is wild. There are more boy virgins 25 and under in the United States than there are female virgins. There are more boys staying at home with a parrot 30 and under than there are females staying with parents for 30 and under. Only 28% of each year's high school graduates are male for the last 20 years. Only 32% of the college undergraduates for the last 20 years are male. Only 36% of the college grad students are male for the last.
You notice he don't like that he's back on to the men. And JP not understanding that, because he talking to a man. Instead, he trying to tell him, you're not supposed to be worried about what these women doing. Even if they are being nasty to the sons, when the son become a certain age, he needs to be a man. You got to figure it out. If you can't, if you didn't get the information from the woman, now you got uncles. You need to seek out some place, somewhere to get the right information.
That's right. You got to keep on living. Shit.
That's right. You can't be sitting back talking about these women need responsibility. They need accountability. So it's like they're jealous. Here we go.
20 years. And only 44% of the American workforce is male. And that's for everybody, not just us. When you are doing 100%, you're dealing with her. What
I think I had left.
It was funny. Hey, man, check it out.
They talk a long time.
So
I'm like, Jay Prince don't understand. First of all, he tall as shit, right? Aren't you like 5'6"? You like 6'5", right?
6'3.5".
Okay, so you are a tall brother. I've seen you. Your presence alone is like one that in which women will look up to. First of all, we gotta look up to you, right? Then so you don't have to use your muscles, that brute force against a woman. Like truly, if you speak in truth and with reason and logic, she gonna listen. And the ones who won't listen, then you don't need to be around them. But y'all don't want to listen to that. Y'all want to be able to. She come at you with her little hicks on you, and you think that you really gotta punch her back. Like you don't have to do that. You know, I know that's what generations now are talking. You're teaching men to hit women back. I'm telling women not to keep their hands to themselves.
Actually, to be honest with you, you want to be really honest, who taught us to hit women back was our mamas. See, it's easy for women to talk about hitting a man. It's easy for women to hit men that they don't care about. That's not theirs. But the moment, I guarantee you, Bomb Cherry, if a woman is busting upside your son's head, like the majority of our mamas and aunties and sisters, see, they got two different types of belief system. One belief system for men who they do not give a care about. Then another belief system of when they especially talk about their sons. So it's a different type of concept when it comes to their sons. Like it's a lot of y'all belief system of the women, the female belief system, with men that they don't care about, like us, right? But when their sons is in the picture, who they give a care about, everything changes. Their whole concept changes. It was our mama who taught us, son, I'm not telling you to hit no woman, but if a woman hop in that renter and she want to put herself like a man, and she get in that renter and act like a man and call herself to be like she your mama, put her hands on you, you treat her like she a man. See, it's a different type of concept of when we talk about men and boys that was raised by that was either their mom, either their sons, compared to men that's not related to them. A lot of these concepts that y'all having, even when y'all talk about child support, I guarantee you the stuff that y'all say when you talk about divorce courts, yeah, girl, you should take all that money. I guarantee you, if you knew your son was a good man, a good husband, and he done married this damn wench, and she trying to take your son for all he got and the kids, you gonna be singing a different tune. You will not be sitting up here saying she did you right. She ought to take all your money. She ought to make sure she ought to make sure that you don't survive after this breakup.
Right.
Women will do.
Go ahead.
Women will do that. I just went through a 4.5 year long California divorce, lost millions of dollars in it. Shit happens. I mean, that's reality. That's been going on for the longest damn time. But again, you know what? Woman starts trying to hit you, just take it. She can't hurt you unless she's got a weapon. And if she got a weapon, just take it away from her. If you want to deal with putting things in a place, if she's trying to fight, turn her across your knee and spank her. Say, now, you want to hit me? Go and spank you.
But I don't think Bomb Cherry agree with that. Can we?
No, I do agree with that. I totally agree with that. See, I taught my sons not to hit women, and I did say if she got a weapon, then you take it from her. If you do have to, give her some, I guess how Kevin Samuel said it, I forgot how he termed it, which is crazy. Yeah. Then you put her over your lap and spank her, and that she might think that's sexy. She might think, okay, let me calm my ass down, and because I'm doing something that I shouldn't be doing.
The physical violence. Don't hit her.
Exactly.
But just say, I'm trying to stop you. You hit me 5 or 6 times. Do not pick up a knife because I'm taking it from you. But then you have to prepare yourself with some martial arts skills so you can be without getting cut up. But I mean, that's preparation for the role. So, you get her to stop, but if she wants, don't try to hurt her. Just embarrass her a bit. Okay, I'm going to treat you like a child because you're acting like one.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Some feminists would get all bent out of shape. I don't give a damn. You aren't my type if you do anyway, so I don't care. I've got enough. Whatever I do these days. So, yeah.
Would you agree? Most of us boys was raised to fight like our mamas anyway. Like a lot of these boys don't even know how to fight.
I'm really getting tired. He won't let it go, man. No matter what doctor, like Judge Joe Brown have been sitting here having the conversation. He kept saying, hey, yeah, women may do that. They probably will do that. They have done that. But, hey, man, be the man.
Yeah. You still got a job to do, nevertheless.
Yes. And he just won't, he's phrasing things different ways, all kinds of ways. But essentially, he's trying to say the same thing, no matter how he phrases it. You think this, our mamas did this, our aunties did this, or the women are hitting and da-da-da-da. And so I took, when Judge O'Brien, when he said, put her over your lap and spank her, I took that as a joke. I knew he wasn't really, because, he said, don't hurt her. So yeah, I don't want nobody to think that he meant, hey, yeah, put her over there and spank her like she's really a child, like her, So
I mean, but my thing is, if you think, because Jay Prince said several times, he went on a whole monologue about how women are children. If you think that, then is that how would you respond to your child? With aggression and violence?
Right.
It don't even make sense. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Right.
You're trying to justify why you might use violence, why you don't like women, why we're bad people. We act like children, but then you turn around and then demonstrate what? This is how children should be treated? Yeah, either way it go, your argument is dumb.
Right. Yeah, because it's almost like he's looking for somebody to give him approval that, yeah, you can hit the woman. But they got a lot of people saying, no, JD, no, that's not what you do. No. Right? They got the ones who be like, yeah. But he looking for somebody for real who he really trusts to give him the okay.
Yeah.
And so at least Lawrence
and to be able to say to women, see, I told y'all.
Right. But you notice I ain't hear him mention this interview because, I don't think he like, how it come out. Trinity, that's you?
Yeah, how you doing?
We're doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing, man, I'm maintaining, man.
Nah, I know, I understand. I'm sick myself, girl. Over here trying to get through it. Go ahead. What you want to say? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know if I should speak because I'm just, so what I just came up here. So what? Okay, so give me like a cliff note, and I'll take it from there. What's the cliff note?
The cliff note? What you mean? What we talking about? You mean? Well, what
Yeah,
you want to talk about? You came up, but you had, because
oh,
I understand, because I do go on panels, y'all, before I even know what the people
I'm
talking about. I be
sorry.
hitting the link and shit.
I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. I do it too. I do it too.
Mhm.
I used to sit back and wait until I could hear, but I did ask you, but So we're just talking about JP, and we was over there with Judge Joe Brown and having a conversation, and JP,
What it sounds like is that Judge Joe Brown is a sensible brother, right? And it seemed like these men that is they basically they're like, nah, this is what it is. I know that it's like they're committed. They're committed to being bitch niggas. That's what that's what it seemed like. Even Judge Joe Brown is saying, "Hey, I'm I'm the top tier, and I'm telling you, this is how you handle women." And then these bitch ass niggas is like, nah, we wanna whip these bitches' asses. You know what I'm saying? That's what it seems like. I mean, that's what it's like. That's no disrespect, but that's what it seems like.
Yeah.
Like y'all trying to act like y'all trying to teach us that like, oh, all these high tier men are like waiting for us to submit, but you see the top tier men are trying to tell y'all, calm the fuck down. Y'all don't want to calm the fuck down because you're broke and you're mad. I mean, it is what it is. These niggas who they're judges, they're judges, they're CIA agents, they are all these type of things, and they're saying, calm the fuck down. You're not coming down. You want us to submit. We're not submitting. We are basically waiting on these real men to tell us what to do, and y'all sitting up here trying to bust our teeth out our mouth. It's weird. Why don't y'all just listen to these men that know what they're doing and shut the fuck up? Like, it is what it is. These men, they know what they're doing. Shut the fuck up. Listen to them, because the women like me, okay, we're sitting here waiting on leaders. We're not waiting on you. You're Dusty. We know that we know not to listen to you, and you're mad because you have some sort of fucked up ass reason why we should be submit to you. It's weird. So what do y'all think? Ladies, what do y'all think?
I agree with you. Judge Joe Brown mentioned early on that when Jay Prince mentioned submission, he stopped him real quick. He said, oh no, he said, yeah, the women submit, but not to anybody. You got to be a leader. You have to be this. Yeah. And the women will submit. And he was right about that. And he was like, women don't submit to men just because they have a penis. And you got to be a leader.
Trinity. How you doing?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
You know who that is?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you can see names. Let me stop the share real quick, right, so we can see. Because you probably can't see who up here.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's Mr. Music. And then go ahead. And Dr. G's up here also. And Mr. Baum, I don't know, because I see him downstairs through the camera. He's at the computer. I think we on the computer. But look like he must have the Zoom closed. But no, I see him up here. And I see him watching something else on the TV though. Yeah, anyway, that's who up here. So anyway, how you been, Trinity? Everything good?
Oh, I've always been good. Yeah, I mean, not always, but I'm just trying to figure out what's the situation, because it seems like you got some new niggas on the motherfucking pipeline for me to devour. Who's this new nigga?
Who?
What nigga?
You nigga. What's good?
You know who that is.
Wrong guy.
I'm trying to figure it
out. Well, it's I'm not important. I mean, if you say there's a new nigga in town, I didn't come in on that bus.
So he changed his voice. Okay. Anyway, moving forward. Okay, so whenever he let his balls hang and talk to me the way he want to talk to me, then I'll talk to him. But anyway, so
Who's that?
moving forward, I was talking to you, nigga.
Oh, okay. Which way would you want me to talk to you, Trinity? How is that?
I
Which
want
way?
your balls to hang, nigga. Which way is your balls hanging? That's the direction I want to talk.
Well, currently my balls is kind of cuffed up because I'm got pants
Stop,
on and the underwear.
West. Mark, which way is your balls hanging, nigga? Cause that's the way I want to talk, nigga.
Wait a minute. Let me try them 2 words that make this argument go away. You right.
Nah, it ain't an argument. I'm just trying to figure the shit out because, nigga, which way is your ball swinging, nigga? That's all I want to know.
Well, I got 2 of them, so they swing left, they swing right, they swing
Okay,
across
they
the middle.
rotating. They rotating. They
I got
rotating, nigga.
I got rotating balls.
Which ball is you swinging my way, nigga? Because that's all I want to know. Because that's all I give a fuck about.
Well, I would like to think that I have big balls, but I don't think they're big enough to swing all the way you at. We can try it. We could try it, but what state are you in? I'm in South Carolina. What state are you in?
Tell me, which state is your balls dragging on?
Confusion.
Okay, so you a confused ass nigga. I don't fuck with confused ass niggas, and I don't fuck with confused balls.
Wait, Trinity.
You lost me, nigga.
Wait. All I said was good evening, Trinity. Did that spark this conversation?
I don't fuck with confused niggas, and I don't fuck with confused balls.
Well, wait a minute. The man is not confused. The balls are confused because they want to know how they got in the conversation.
Because I introduced your balls into the conversation. That's how.
Oh, okay. Well, my balls don't feel like talking right now.
Oh, well,
they ain't talking.
Goddamn.
They ain't talking. They ain't talking.
Okay.
My balls don't want to talk no more.
Goddamn.
Oh, Lord. She said, where your balls dragging?
I want to know.
Which one is?
I want to know where they dragging
I don't know. Next time I go commando, I'll make sure to let you know.
Yeah, let me know because I need to know.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, just for reference point, do you prefer balls that swing to the right, or do you prefer balls that swing to the left?
I like helicopter balls, nigga.
Oh, okay. So you like them balls that spin around?
Yeah,
like that spinner top, like
that. Yeah.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions?
Hell no.
Oh man. Oh Lord. It's time for me to take some medicine. After the coughing getting worse. But
you ain't finna leave me up here by myself with Trinity, is you?
No. No, she's not gonna do that.
She might leave me up here. Leave me up here. Want to talk about my balls? Huh?
She's a professional.
Okay.
Not unless you want it.
Huh?
Can you handle it?
Handle what? You?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're easy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're easy.
Why you think I'm easy? Because you didn't want. Because he's a vet. Oh, I see.
No, has
you didn't lost your mind.
Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and give her. Are you a vet though?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so how do I know that though? So anyway, let's continue, nigga. So let's continue with this foolishness. So now,
okay, let's continue. I'm gonna play with you for a little while. Let's continue.
Oh, you want to play?
Let's play. Let's play. Let's see.
But how hard and how steady do you want to play with me? Because I play.
How
much you want to play?
Can you drive stick?
Nigga, please. That's lame. Nigga, you lame. Nigga, that's lame.
You got quiet. You got
no,
quiet, huh?
you're lame. You're lame. That's lame. That's lame. That's lame.
You asked me where I want to go, so I asked you, can you drive stick?
Yeah, nah, that's lame, baby. But I understand now. I get it.
Do you really? Are you sure?
Baby, I don't drive stick, but I will drive that dick though. You know, I drive that dick. I drive dick. Listen, listen. I ride dick.
You right.
Yeah, I ride dick. That's what I do.
Right. You right.
Yeah. I ride. You're right. I ride dick. That's what I do. And I suck dick. That's what I do. And I lick balls, and that's what I do. So what the fuck did you talk about?
You sound like calling me right now.
Listen, I'm not about to play with nobody. I'm not about to play with nobody. I'm not about to play no games with nobody. What's all this? It is what the fuck it is.
What is all this pent up sexual energy that you have? You need to go release that somewhere.
Yeah, you're right. On you, nigga. On you.
No, you don't want me.
I mean, well, leave me alone, nigga. If you don't want me to release my pent up energy, then leave me the fuck alone. Cause listen, I'm young and I'm dumb and I'm full of cum. It is what the fuck it is, nigga. If you don't want it, leave me alone, nigga.
Empress said, "Hey,
get the fuck out my face, nigga." Cause I'm about to bust a nut on your face, on your chin, nigga. And it is what the fuck it is, nigga. Get out my face, nigga.
I'm gonna give you. Wait a minute. I'll give you 20 minutes to quit that.
What? Nigga, get up my face. Yeah, are you kidding me, nigga? Nigga, I'm about to bust a nut on your forehead, nigga. And it is what it is, nigga. Get out my face.
I ain't never had one of them before. I ain't never had nobody, but I ain't never had a woman bust a nut on my forehead. How they gonna work?
Yeah, nigga. It is what it is. Now shut the fuck up. Now anyway, moving forward. Now shut the fuck up.
Oh,
now,
okay. You're right.
Yeah. Now moving forward. Now anyway, so now what's up?
Stiff dicks and airplanes. Which one you want to ride?
Your face. That's the one I want to ride. Your chin. Your nose. Man. I want to ride your nose, nigga. That's what I want to ride. I want to ride it. I want to ride it. I'm gonna ride it. That's I mean, come on, y'all need to stop playing with me. Like y'all really need. Listen, first of all, if you old as fuck for no reason, like not your age, it ain't got nothing to do with your age. But if you old as fuck for no reason and you trying to motherfucking judge me, I'm trying to ride a nigga face. Period. If you got a problem with that, get on my face. Like I like. Period. I'm a bitch. That's I got
what is it? What is it about this conversation that we started with this simple, "Hey Trinity, how you doing?" They turned it into this.
My pussy.
That's the difference. It sounds like
that's
right
the
now.
Difference.
Right.
It was my pussy that made the difference.
Okay,
that's
right
the difference.
now. But right now, Trinity, you might need to take matters in your own hands because
I might need to. I might motherfucking need to because you niggas are slow. Clearly. Because I'm trying to fuck. Really. Truly. I'm trying to fuck. So it's good.
Who though?
Man, look, man, get up out my way, nigga. I mean, you sound like a hater. Like I don't know what to say, man. Why you trying to hate? Listen, listen. It's Saturday. I'm feeling freaky. You know what I'm saying?
Lights out.
Yeah, the lights been out, nigga. The lights been out.
Leave the light on for me.
What are you talking about?
Leave the light on. Robin. Yum.
Like I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying, but at the end of the day, though, you seem like a dummy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to rap. I'm about to try to, I mean, what the fuck is going on? Like, what's the problem? I'm feeling freaky.
You feeling freaky? And
I am.
And you figure the best place for you to come feel freaky right now is on a live stream where everybody can just record us and Baller X will And Baller
Yep,
actually put us.
yep, yep,
I ain't
yep,
I'm
yep.
not
You
trying.
right, you right. Yep,
I'm not.
yep.
I'm.
You right, you right.
Not me.
Yep.
Not
That
me.
well,
No.
it's me. It's me. I'm feeling freaky. You got a problem? It's your that's your issue. I'm feeling freaky right now.
What happened, Lord?
I'm trying to ask a question. Like, well, what's the issue?
Okay. What's the question? Let's start with that. What is your question?
All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna ask you right now, man. My nigga, like, I'm just saying, like, first of all, the reason why I'm feeling so freaky right now is because I feel like we sat up there.
Is it the
Oh,
voice?
wow.
Is it the voice that kind of sparked that feminine mystique in you? Is it the voice?
Anyway, okay, so are you ready? Okay? All right. So are you ready to listen to me or not?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so you know why I'm feeling so freaky?
Huh? Yeah.
Because it's been so many years where motherfuckers didn't hear me,
Mm-hmm.
and motherfuckers been ignoring the you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, we are right now at the crust of Tupac's murder being solved. And let me tell you something. I'm about to hit him up.
Talk to me, Jada. Come on.
Oh, okay, I get it. Do you think I give a fuck about? You think? Oh, wow. Set it off. Set it off. So I'm about to rob your bank, nigga. I'm about to rob your balls, nigga. You want to call me Jada? I'm about to set it off on your balls, nigga. And you know what else? Not only am I about to set it off on your balls, nigga, I'm about to run through your generations. You better be careful, cause you don't know who the fuck you fucking with, nigga. You trying to be funny, but you don't know me. You better hit him up. Guess what? You know who called me?
Who?
Yeah, you want to know who called me?
I want to know who called you.
Yeah, a decade, 2 decades later to solve his motherfucking murder mystery.
You sound kind of late.
You know, yeah, it is kind of late. But guess what? I'm late, bitch.
You got
and
it.
Guess what?
You got all the
I'm
information,
elated.
though.
Not
Right.
only
You
am
got
I
it.
late, not only am I late, I'm elated, bitch ass nigga. And I've been on that shit. And I've been telling you niggas that. And I've been getting that shit. And guess what, nigga? I don't give a fuck about you dusty ass, old ass motherfucking niggas. That listen, you dusty ass niggas that been in y'all niggas then went to war. And then you came back and realized you couldn't fuck with a bitch like me though. That's fucked up. Look, you niggas then went to war. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you, nigga. And then you came back and fucked with a bitch like me. You couldn't fuck with a motherfucking hip hop video vixen. Washed up. I'm washed up. Right? Right.
So
You know why? You know why? You know why? You know
No,
why?
I don't know, but you about to tell me.
You's a bum ass, and you still can't fuck with a washed up video vixen. That's fucked up. You didn't win Afghanistan, right? You done did all kinds of motherfucking things, right? And you still can't come back and fuck with a bitch like me. You know why? Because I'm blessed, nigga. I'm blessed. And you like, hold on. How the fuck did Tupac stay in her motherfucking corner this whole motherfucking time? I went to war. Like, think about it. Listen, Tupac hold me down way more than these motherfucking hold you down. You can't even come to motherfucking United. Like, goddamn, think about it. You fought war for these motherfuckers. And then you come back to me talking shit to me.
No, actually, I didn't talk shit
Oh
to you.
no,
I just said hello.
Actually, guess what? You can't go to the motherfucking VA to get what the fuck you need, but guess what? I can go to Tupac every day and he dead. That's fucked up. Goddamn, nigga, don't you ever in your motherfucking life play with me, because guess what? I'm that bitch, nigga. I really am that bitch.
We about to
nigga,
hit the 12
go
hours.
to the VA. Go to the VA and go ask them.
Look, we about to.
No. Go ask them to buy you a house. Go
we about to.
promise you What they promised you? Go ask them to do it.
You're right.
We about to hit the 12 hours mark, and I'm gonna be shutting it down soon.
Yeah, that's all I want. Listen, and you know what? I'm gonna show y'all how I am more in a better position fucking with Tupac, dead ass Tupac, than y'all are dealing with y'all motherfucking niggas. You veterans. Because my thing is like, how the fuck did you niggas go to war and come back? And you niggas are homeless. You niggas are begging for scraps. Me, I'm with Tupac. No, it's true. I'm with Tupac. And I got 40 acres of land. And this nigga is teaching me about all types of other shit. And y'all want to laugh at me? Let's go ahead and talk about it. Go ahead and come to me. The Trinity. No,
Tupac is dead. What are you talking about?
Veterans.
The veterans that came back, and Tupac is gone.
Yeah, that's the whole point. How in the fuck is a motherfucker that's dead doing better than veterans? Anyway,
but how he dead and doing better than veterans?
That's all I want to know.
No, but you the only one saying that. What you mean? You ain't want to know. We want to know from you.
Listen, and I'm about to tell you right now. The Trinity Time Travel Show. Go right now. I'm about to motherfucking tell y'all how a goddamn dead ass nigga, a rapper dead ass nigga, is doing better than a motherfucker that a veteran. So go ahead.
Trinity. Hey, Trinity.
No,
Trinity.
ain't no Trinity. No. The Trinity Time Travel Show. Come holler at me. I'm about to show you. I'm about to teach you. I'm about to teach you right now. Go ahead. Come fuck with me.
Hell no.
You done cussed this man out, and now you want me to come over there.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and go ahead and come over there.
Hell no. Hell no.
The Trinity Time Travel Show. I'm live right now. Come holler at me.
They're shooting over there.
You say Tupac and all them, they over there shooting. You know?
I don't like ghosts. I don't like ghosts, so I don't want to deal with the ghost. I don't want to deal with the ghost of Tupac right now. No, thank you.
Well, it's a problem. You rather fight for a ghost. You rather fight for a ghost, but when a motherfucker real ghost come for you, you don't want to face a ghost. Man, you fight for a ghost, but you don't face a ghost. You's a bitch. You's a bitch. You fall for a ghost. You fall for a ghost, man. Get up out my face, nigga. I don't got time for you niggas.
Why you calling him the N-word?
That's your bitch.
See, listen, Mom. This is the exact example of what I say. How do I say? No, I could be like those other guys, Trinity, and start calling you out your name. But that's the difference between men and males. As a man, I simply refuse to indulge in this back and forth game of calling each other names. Plain and simple. I could call you a lot worse than you called me, but I simply refuse to. Be quiet, because I am grown.
Why you still talking, my nigga? Why you still talking? Listen.
Anyway, listen.
You're right.
Thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you for coming.
I'm live right now. Come holler at me. You want to talk? Come talk.
Okay, y'all. I'll probably be back tomorrow.
Bomb, thank you very much.
Wait a minute. Don't go nowhere. Look like Devastate coming up. Let's see what he got to say.
Okay.
You know he ain't got shit to say, but come on, it's science. The stem cells, the stem. You know he talk whatever he want to talk when he around whoever the fuck he around. He's not a real nigga. Y'all gotta stop